Chapter 27. April 9, 2173. 2114. Unknown location. Codename, the elusive man. He could almost feel how the nicotine rushed through his veins as he took a drag of his cigarette. He kept the smoke in his lungs before slowly releasing it into the air. The smoke obscured his view of the dozen holographic screens in front of him, every single one showing something different. His eyes jumped from screen to screen, taking in every scrap of the displayed information. Some of them were important, others not so much, but could become so in the future. 3 screens switched between news channels from the Alliance and outside, but those were mute until something roused his interest. The rest of the screens either displayed reports of ongoing projects or projected live feeds of current operations. And his eyes wandered to one of those live feeds again and again, even when he tried to distract himself with the status reports of the construction of Chronos Station. As important as the construction of the future headquarters of Cerberus was, the current ongoings on Ilium were much more vital to the advancement of humanity. Should anything go wrong, he had 3 teams on standby to run interference while the ACE teams evacuated the special asset. Oscar Dean Bren was too relevant for humanity to lose him to some greedy business owners. Of course, Tim had some backup plans should Dean Bren die, but they didn't come close to what could be done with him alive. Dean Bren's name was on a list that his most talented analysts compiled. A list that wasn't even as long as his index finger. Every name on this list was vital for the steady rise of humanity on the galactic stage, and Oscar Dean Bren was climbing the ranks with every passing year. Others on this list were, for example, Dr. Barbara Helkin, Dr. Takahashi Hashim, and, to Tim's great displeasure, Andrew Clark. A chuckle escaped him as he thought back to when he saw Andrew Clark's name on that list. He wasn't one to curse openly, but then he did so loudly. It wasn't like Tim hated him, not the person at least, but the fact that Clark was using him and his organization. At first, he thought Clark and the Ace were going against them because they perceived Cerberus as a terror organization or a threat to the Alliance. They wouldn't be the first or the last to perceive Cerberus as such, even if their goal to ready humanity against the darkness of the galaxy was noble. Yet, the true motives of the Ace and the Alliance were not so shallow and short-sighted as he first thought. Instead, they were using Cerberus as their scapegoat. Everything Cerberus acquired by morally ambiguous means, be it research or technology, and would put the public into an uproar if the Alliance did the same, was taken by the Ace and used to further their own understanding and research. This way, the Alliance could preserve its image as an upstanding government on the galactic stage while also closing the gap between them and the other species. If that had been the only thing, then Tim wouldn't be so annoyed with Andrew Clark. After all, they were working toward the same goal, the betterment of humanity. But the cheek of the man and how he treated Tim as an asset annoyed him greatly. Clark used one of the spies Tim found in his organization as a go-between and used him to deliver messages to Tim about which facility would be raided next so he could evacuate personnel to make it easier for the Ace. And Tim could only follow his lead in this. The times he evacuated the whole personnel and destroyed everything concerning the research they were doing, the Ace attacked a completely different facility, and the setback was much worse for Cerberus than if Tim had just followed his lead. The only comparison Tim could make for this situation was that of a child being punished for not listening to their parents. Furthermore, Clark proved this way that he had more knowledge about the inner workings of Cerberus than Tim had suspected, leading to a downright paranoid atmosphere among his people. Tim was sure that he still hadn't found every single infiltrator and thus had to be very careful who he tasked with which project. If the location of Chronos Station leaked to the Ace, then his new headquarters would become obsolete before he even took one step on it. Yet, even if Andre Clark annoyed him to the point where he would like to strangle him with his own hands, Tim couldn't deny that Clark belonged on the list. The man was more than competent enough in keeping the STG and the other intelligence agencies in check. So Tim would continue to let Clark keep his position in life. But the moment the man lost his usefulness, he would gladly give the order to eliminate the man. A status update appeared on one of the holographic screens, and he saw that Dean Bren was entering the building. Tim could only hope that Dean Bren was smart enough to prepare enough protection to survive until a team could exfiltrate him, but from everything Tim knew of the man, he shouldn't have to worry. Dean Bren wasn't one to leave himself open to obvious danger, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so successful until now. The way he dealt with his enemies and how he inspired loyalty in those working for him were some of Dean Bren's best points, and Tim would have liked to have him as one of Cerberus' partners. Perhaps Tim would make an offer in the future, but for now, Dean Bren belonged wholeheartedly to the Alliance, and there was no reason for him to ponder about joining Cerberus. Furthermore, he would have to keep Dean Bren's association with Cerberus a secret, as there would be problems with Henry Lawson otherwise. Henry despised Dean Bren with everything he got, while Dean Bren, on the other hand, thought Henry to be nothing more than a fly buzzing around him. If he had to guess, then Tim would say that Henry was jealous of the success Dean Bren had and the loyalty he inspired. Henry tried multiple times to bribe employees of Ad Astra to change companies and work for him, and every time he got rejected. There was even a rumor that in his anger at being constantly rejected, he offered the janitor 500,000 credits but got rejected still. Nothing about the rumor was true. Henry wouldn't lower himself to speak to a janitor, and if one looked just a bit closer, then one would know that the rumor originated from Oscar Dinebran's office. A little bit of petty revenge for harassing his employees and a minor hit against Henry's reputation, too. Still, this one-sided rivalry was something that gave Tim headaches and would continue so. Dinebran should have given him more than a slip on the wrist all those years ago when Henry first tried to influence Ad Astra. The slap did its job, and Henry backed away for a time, but time also helps people to forget, and Henry was the type of person that tended to forget things that disagreed with his self-image. His following successes helped in the matter, and his failures were quickly brushed aside as inconsequent. If even his daughter sought to distance herself from him, perhaps Tim should seek a temporary cessation of their partnership. Through the backing of Cerberus, Lawson Shipping had seen a rise to the top of the market, and even now, Tim was using their ships to transport materials for the construction of Kronos Station. Maybe he should reveal that he had taken in Miranda, his daughter. It would probably lead to him ending the partnership by himself. Of course, Tim would only reveal it after the construction was finished, and he made sure that nobody would be able to tell the location of Kronos Station to the ace. Yes, that would be the most promising strategy. Lawson would cancel the partnership, taking the sheltering of Miranda as a betrayal of sorts, especially after he asked Cerberus to search for her. He would believe himself in control, that Cerberus would slow down its growth without his support. Nothing like that would happen. Lawson may be Cerberus' biggest financier at the moment, but many more supported the organization, and they all would clamor to take his place in the food chain. The loss of ships to transport their goods wouldn't be a problem either. Lawson would continue to ship them around, just not knowing that they belonged to Cerberus. On the other hand, Lawson's own company wouldn't be able to weather the severing of their partnership so well. There were enough sharks in the water that would pick up on his sudden lack of support like fresh blood, and they would see a weakened opponent. An opponent disliked by the one on top of the food chain. They would pounce on Lawson, try to get his shares of the cake, all to perhaps find favor with Dinebran, to become the one shipping his goods. It was funny how it all came back to Dinebran. The man probably wouldn't even care about the whole situation, yet he would still play a part in Lawson's return to Cerberus. Anita Goyle would retire from her position as the Alliance's ambassador in a few years, or if some crisis happened, and it was an open secret in some circles that Dinebran was aiming to become the next one. When Lawson heard that, he immediately began to look for his own candidate, as he knew that he himself wouldn't garner enough support. He found his candidate in Donnell Udina, a member of Terra Firma. Udina was more moderate than many of his fellow party members but was still firmly in their camp. Tim had thought of supporting Udina himself. The man would push the same goals as Cerberus, at least in parts, yet he wouldn't support an obvious sunk cost fallacy. If it was anybody else but Oscar Dinebran, then he would have aided Udina from the shadows. It was madness to think that Dinebran wouldn't get the post. The position was his from the moment he only said that he was thinking of coming forward as a candidate, and his election as ambassador got only more assured over the years. Yet Lawson wouldn't see it. Well, the losses he would incur would bring him back into the arms of Cerberus faster. It would also be an opportunity to see if Udina would run against Dinebran for appearance's sake or if he truly expected to have a chance against him. If it was the latter, then Tim wouldn't waste another second thinking of supporting Udina. Somebody with such delusions couldn't even be used as a puppet. They would believe themselves powerful and thus uncontrollable, and Tim didn't want to clean up the messes Udina would undoubtedly leave behind. Yet, if Udina knew that the choice for the next ambassador was a foregone conclusion, and he only ran against Dinebran because law and tradition dictated that there had to be at least 2 candidates, then Tim would look more into the matter of helping Udina. If Udina proved himself capable, it wouldn't be a stretch to see him take up a position of power where he could be useful for Cerberus. But all that depended on Udina. No matter what anyone would say, Lawson would still pour thousands of credits down the drain to see Udina elected. Correction, to see Dinebran get not elected. It would hurt Lawson's company more than anything. Money, thrown away for nothing, burned political capital for favors that would result in nothing, and the company's shareholders' trust in him would be shaken. Lawson would have no other choice but to come back to Cerberus, and Tim would welcome him with open arms as long as certain benefits were given to Cerberus. It would still be some time until Tim could start with this plan, but another one concerning Miranda could be discussed with her. It would take some time until the necessary preparations were done, and the cover had to hold under the scrutiny of the ace, but Miranda would probably be the best agent for this mission. When Dinebran takes up the position of ambassador, he would need a capable secretary, and Miranda was nothing if not capable. Capable enough to not buckle under the pressure of the job as a secretary, and at the same time funneling secret information back to Cerberus. Yes, he would talk with her about that. She should have a say in this mission. Not that there was any other option but her taking this mission, but the illusion of choice was better than nothing. Also, she would gladly take this mission just to prove herself and to make sure that Cerberus wouldn't sell her out to her father. People with a motivation beyond money always achieve better results. Tim's eyes wandered back to the live feed from Ilium. So far nothing exceptional happened, and he hoped it would stay this way. Yet, he wished he had the opportunity to know what was happening between those inside the building. April 9, 2173. 2115 Set. Ilium, Tazale System. NOS Astra. Mr. Dean Bren, welcome to the Circle of Alamina. It's an honor to be chosen to join such an illustrious group. The grin on my face turned into a slightly more relaxed smile, and I could see how the Asari who greeted me relaxed a bit as well. Ayala Nessara, Asari, exact age unknown, but in the middle of her matron phase, no known children. Made her fortune through real estate, and possesses buildings on most planets where Asari settled, from Thesha to the Citadel. Her general disposition is a mix of paranoia and nervousness. It's suspected that her mother encouraged their children to fight over the inheritance of her own fortune. It was a good thing, I made sure to have someone compile dossiers on the people I was meeting. Coming here without sufficient information would have been foolish. Please, take a seat, said Nessara, pointing to the chair in front of me while she sat down. Thank you, I answered easily and joined her and the others at the conference table. I kept the relaxed smile on my face while my eyes slowly moved from person to person, and I recalled the important bits of information about everyone present. First of all was Quintinius Cicerio, the Turian. I believe it wouldn't surprise anyone if I said that he accumulated his fortune by playing to the Turian stereotype. And that means guns. He bought and sold them all over Citadel space and beyond. Be it a small backwater colony, or the best store for hunting rifles on the Citadel, Cicerio had his fingers in all of them. Yet, he made the big bucks by making sure that hundreds of pirate groups, gangs, and even Omega itself had access to some of the newest pieces of armaments available. Of course, nothing could be traced back to him, and he had enough bureaucrats in his pocket that anything even slightly suspicious disappeared. If I'm being honest, I could appreciate his carefulness. At least I wouldn't have to worry about investigations into my person by associating with him. Something that couldn't be said about the second Asari in the room. Morala de Tiovi's life was an open book, literally in this case. She called Ilium her home now for around 300 years, ever since she arrived here during her maiden years, and there wouldn't go a week by without her name plastered in one or another magazine. The number of scandals she was involved in would have destroyed any other person, but she seemed to revel in them and come out of them just fine. Well, it wasn't too surprising for me. After all, de Tiovi owned quite a few news agencies, and her gossip magazines were always the first to report her newest scandal. Of course, only a few people knew that she owned them, else people would think that she engineered those scandals to keep her magazines in the limelight. Thankfully, whenever one magazine put one of her escapades on the front, another would report about her charity work 1 or 2 weeks later. And as fascinating as it was, what truly interested me was her communication network. Somehow she managed to acquire an extranet line that belonged only to her. So, while every normal person had to wait for the data to be processed when they wanted to access databanks outside their star system, de Tiovi could send data through the extranet without any delay. That in itself wasn't so special. The galactic governments had each their own satellite network for communications so that administrative and military information wouldn't be transmitted via the public network, and it was possible to book private lines in the public network too. Of course, there was also the option to install a backdoor channel, but the prison sentence you got when you were caught wasn't a laughing matter. Most Solarians died in prison when they did this, and their prison term wouldn't even be half over. But back to the booking of private lines. I booked one myself, and let me tell you, the fees were exorbitant, and only companies with a turnover that could support a country or two could pay those fees without going broke. And somehow, de Tiovi got one, and she wasn't paying a single credit for it. Furthermore, the cybersecurity of her line was top-notch, too. My people still hadn't breached them. The only thing they found out was that the network line covered most of Citadel space and, most importantly, was connected to all home worlds of the Citadel species. Well, except Karshan, but who needed that planet anyway? If everything went as I wanted, this extranet line would be mine. The last person was the Valis. Personally, I had expected the fourth member of the Circle of Alamina, excluding me, to be a Solarian. The trinity of Asari, Solarian, and Turian was almost everywhere, so to see a group as powerful and influential as the Circle deviate from the expected was quite interesting. But just because Nisko Ron wasn't a Solarian shouldn't mean that one should underestimate him. What Valis lacked in military might and the ability to intimidate people by their sheer presence, they more than compensated with their cunning minds, especially if they got information to use against someone. And Nisko Ron had information about almost everyone on Ilium. Be it the janitor cleaning the toilets in the skyscraper a kilometer south or the current supreme judge of the Ilium Court of Justice, Ilium's Supreme Court. The only thing that surprised me was that the shadow broker hadn't recruited or killed a talented information broker like Nisko Ron. Perhaps it was because Ron didn't have the ruthlessness needed to go against his opponents until they were destitute. He liked to stay neutral in all matters and only used his acquired information to gain advantages in the stock market. Every other negotiation, he left to people owing him favors for either digging up information about someone or burying their own. And that was the true power he wielded. Not the considerable wealth he accumulated but the favors he owned and the blackmail he had on hundreds of people. He may have swept more things under the rug than one could count, but I was sure that he held on to something in case he ever had need of it. A little black book, one could say. In contrast to the other three, Nisko didn't own any company in the traditional sense. Anything he owned was either stocks or partial ownership, but he didn't possess a controlling interest in any company or shop under his purview. Nonetheless, his diverse portfolio gave him access to all social levels. Something that only benefited his information gathering. Furthermore, some of my people discovered that some of the shops he partially owned were laundering money. The shops themselves were nothing special, and they didn't make enough money to hide high sums in their books since they were just local stores, but the first time I heard about it, I was stumped. Nisko was a very careful type of person, so why would some of the shops he was connected to launder money so openly? It wouldn't take more than a phone call to the right person at the next police station to solve the situation if the authorities tried to investigate, but I had expected Ron to hide this better, if not stop it entirely. At least, that was my first thought. The people I've had on intel gathering only found the money laundering business because they looked into every shop and company connected to Nisko and were specifically looking for any dirt on him. I was sure that if anybody looked for places that dealt with money laundering specifically, they would have found those shops too. And from there, it would be no big step to finding Nisko as well. It was his way of advertising his services. It wasn't just those small-time shops, the bigger companies in his portfolio probably did it too, but those hid their dealings far better. Other than that, I couldn't explain his unusual sloppiness in hiding his own dirt. I hadn't found any evidence supporting my theory yet, but that was only a matter of time. It would take some time since my analysts were quite busy with all the jobs I heaped upon them, but they would find it. Maybe I should look into hiring more? Thoughts for another day. If I was right, then Nisko was laundering enormous amounts of money through his companies, and his connections to various banks probably helped in this regard. Furthermore, he was the first to speak up after I took my seat at the table. I believe there is no need for an introduction. We all should know about each other at this point, so we shouldn't waste time with unnecessary formalities, Nisko said, his speech occasionally interrupted by the breathing noises of his environmental suit. That would be great, agreed Detayovi. I have a reservation for Kayu's in a few hours, and I would like to have some time to choose an appropriate outfit for the restaurant before I go there. Don't act like you didn't have one already. In my estimation, you knew what you are going to wear a week ago, and if you didn't choose one already, then you will be late no matter what with how long you are going to take to choose one, remarked Cicerio. How rude, pouted Detayovi, her cheeks puffed up like a child's. Of course, that was an act to distract people from her manipulative personality. It was supposed to look like the action of an innocent sulky child, but to me, it looked more petulant than anything. I kept smiling lightly during the interaction as if I was amused at their banter rather than showing the annoyance I truly felt. Perhaps we should take this a bit more seriously for now, suggested Nessera. This is, after all, the first time that Mr. Dienbren is meeting us in person. We wouldn't want him to get the wrong picture of us, right? I don't mind. It's rather refreshing to witness such lightheartedness. Normally, when people like us gather in one place, it's a rather tense affair, I lied. In truth, I wanted to get to the gist of our meeting, and this useless banter annoyed me greatly. Not that could show that openly. For now, I would have to establish a cordial relationship with them. Even if it was just theater on all our parts. It wouldn't surprise me if they staged their banter to feel me out, and from the way they shifted their bodies subtly in their seats, they figured out that I knew what they were up to. Nisko nodded to himself, and I guessed I passed some sort of test. Well, as amusing as it is to watch Morella and Quintanius have a go at each other, we should concentrate on Mr. Dienbren's induction into our circle. Count on Nisko to be the voice of reason. Yes, that is a good idea, supported Nessera. I'm sure we all have more to do than sitting here all evening, so we should tell Oscar. I can call you Oscar, right? I agreed with a flippant hand gesture. Well, we should tell Oscar what his responsibilities and benefits are if he decides to join the circle of Alamina. As if the outcome of his choice wasn't obvious, scoffed Cicerio. If it was anything else but him agreeing to join, he wouldn't have come. He was right, of course. I wouldn't have set foot in this building if I hadn't decided I would join this illustrious group in the first place. Much too dangerous otherwise. It would still be nice to hear confirmation from his own mouth, replied Nisko, clearly wanting to get on with the matter. Then let me say it out loud, I said with enough gravity fit for the occasion. I'm honored to accept your invitation to join the circle of Alamina. I'm hoping for a good working relationship between us. At least until I had enough power to take everything from you. And from the way most of them smiled, I could see they thought the same way I did. Well then, we should probably get started to get you truly inducted into our operations, said Nisko, and I couldn't wait to know more. Chapter 28. April 9, 2173. 2128 Set. Ilium, Tazale System. NOS Astra. As you probably know, began Nisko Ron, we all have a field that makes us valuable to each other. He pointed at Cicerio, said weapons, and moved his finger to Nessara, Detaiovi, and finally himself while saying, property, communication and information, and for me, it is finances. So there is something that my company and I excel in that you would like to take advantage of, am I right? I guessed, or at least as much as one could guess after having it basically declared to your face. Taking advantage of is such an ugly phrase for what we are doing, chuckled Nisko Ron. Of course, it is, I responded with a chuckle of my own. Playing along with the illusion that everyone here wasn't using the others to their benefit was probably the best I could do at the moment. Everyone here allows the others limited access to their resources to help them in their endeavors, said Nessara, continuing the conversation. How much the others are allowed to access is a matter negotiated between individuals. But certain criteria have to be fulfilled by every member. And what are those criteria? I asked, but the words barely left my mouth when I spoke up once again. Wait, before going on to that. You haven't told me what my specialty is supposed to be yet. Ah, it seems we deviated a bit from that point, conceded Nisko. You're not as deeply invested in one field as us, but you more than compensate for that by having a broader spectrum than us. Nessara, for example, could use a slightly cheaper source of materials for all of her ongoing real estate projects. That's true, commented the mentioned Asari. Most of my customers, especially those in Asari space, are very demanding when it comes to their wishes. Some of the buildings they want are so over the top that it is an ordeal getting the materials on time and within the price range they agreed to, of course. A reliable source would be a blessing. And you want me to be this reliable source? I asked, even if I knew the answer already. Yes. If I remember correctly, you started your career mostly as a mining company, am I right? And you didn't stop that part of your business after you went into the shipbuilding sector, right? Well, it seems they did their homework, too. Just like I researched them, they probably had people collect every bit of information about me they could get their hands on. It was a good thing. I knew from the beginning that I wouldn't work together with incompetent people, no matter how long this relationship would last in the first place, but to get confirmation did reassure me somewhat. And at the same time, it reminded me to be wary. Those people were not the same small-time fish I had to deal with most of the time. They would notice if I moved against them too openly, and I had to be careful not to fall for a trap of their making. Perhaps I should ask Andrew if he wrote a playbook for his shadow war with the STG and if I could borrow it. I would certainly need it with these people. And who to better take advice from than the master of covert actions? That's correct, I answered Nessara. Most of the materials go directly into my own factories, but I see no problem to direct some of them your way as long as the demands are not too outrageous. It's not like I don't have other sources available. It's just that they can't fulfill my orders in a timely manner. Yes, you have lamented often enough about how the building specifications your customers insist on are eating up resources like black holes, interjected Detaiovi. And before you ask, she continued, turning toward me with a stern look, I do not need anything from you. I was against you joining our group in the first place. Morella, said Nisko Ron reproachfully. I know, okay? The circle makes its decisions by majority vote. You mentioned that often enough that I dream about that. If you want something, you pay for it, understood Dean Bren. I nodded wordlessly, showing that I indeed understood what she meant. The fact that she left out how I would pay or what services she offered was telling. She expected me to find it out myself, or I wouldn't be worth her time. Good, Detaiovi said. Just don't expect me to clean up behind you if you find your face on the cover of some trash magazine. At least without paying the appropriate price. You have done a good job so far with that, but if you are going to do business with Cicerio, it's going to happen sooner or later. I had to keep his name out of the news often enough to know that it's only a matter of time till it happens again. Shut up, bitch. Cicerio almost screamed, and I think he was embarrassed that it was the truth. His name did come up a few times in some news reports, but it disappeared just as fast. Detaiovi ignored Cicerio's outburst and continued to look at me. Just a friendly word of warning if you don't want to find your face plastered over the covers of my magazines. Don't try to mess with me, or I'll burn your public life down to the ground. With her warning given, Detaiovi stood up from her chair and made to leave the room without waiting for any confirmation on my part or giving me time to respond to her threat. When she arrived at the door to the conference room, she said over her shoulder as I said, I have a dinner reservation. You can finish this without me, yes? Good. And with her last words said, she left the room, not taking a single look back at the other occupants. With her departure, a moment of awkward silence permeated the room. Even the constant breathing noises of Nisko Ron's environmental suit seemed to be silent. Well, said Nessara into the silence, we all knew that Morella can be quite eccentric, and now our newest member has an idea what to expect when he's going to do business with her. I've heard as much, but to see it is another thing completely, I commented, still a bit stunned at her sudden departure. She's a stuck-up bitch. That's what she is, snorted Cicerio derisively. Thinks she is better than any and all. And she's not shy to show it. Don't believe anything you've heard about her being kind and generous, he said, turning to me. That's the brainchild of her personal PR team. She wouldn't give a single credit to a starving orphan if he begged at her feet. He added quietly, the only thing that's good about her is her azure. Can't believe I had feelings for her for a time. Cicerio said this so quietly to himself that I was sure we weren't supposed to hear that, and if the other heard him as I did, then they showed nothing of it. Let's get back on track, said Nisko-ran, trying to get the conversation going again and this time with the right topic. Esmeralda said, you don't have anything that interests her for now. That can change at a moment's notice. She's whimsical like that. Perhaps more interesting is what Cicerio wants. It's, after all, something within your power to grant. Oh? I guess it has something to do with the armaments I produce. I questioned. Instead of Nisko-ran, Cicerio answered since he was the one we were talking about. Correct, he confirmed simply. I've got contacts all over the galaxy, and not just inside Citadel space. Those guys in the Terminus systems are always looking for something that can give them an edge over their rivals. And then their rivals go looking for an even better edge, and so on. Out there, it's almost like you have to sell only just one good gun, and you create a continuous cycle of customers. So, as long as you can keep your inventory stocked, there's a steady income. And I'm your inventory in that case. Ha, not really, laughed Cicerio off with a shrug. I got most of the things they want covered. My usual suppliers are good enough for them. But if you want, I could add yours to my assortment. There are always some people looking for exotic weaponry, and human weapons still belong to that category. And if you got some combat vehicle that you don't need anymore, then I wouldn't say no to buying them from you. I have to decline on the combat vehicles for now, I answered with my hands raised in an apologizing manner. Most of them go directly to the Alliance military or the colony defense forces. It would be quite bad for my company if those suddenly appeared in the Terminus systems. The same could be said for anything the military uses. But, if you are looking to sell inside Citadel space, then I could at least open our civilian line of products for you. And if some of them happen to disappear into the Terminus systems? Well, my company can't be held accountable for the decisions of others. Of course not, snorted Cicerio. I'll let you know if something comes up. I answered his offer with a slightly grateful nod in his direction. It would probably be an advantage if my civilian weapons got disseminated a bit more. It would hopefully create the beginnings of a brand awareness I could cash in down the line. On the other hand, if they started to appear in the Terminus systems it could mean bad PR. Well, when they started to appear there in mass. I'm sure some were already appearing out there, but in such a small volume that it was negligible. It didn't matter how good your security was, something always leaked through. Anyways, continued Cicerio. What I really need is a means of transporting my goods. I recently made a deal with a Turian major. The Turian military is about to refit their soldiers. That means guns, armor, and vehicles are about to be exchanged for new ones. Normally, the old ones would be taken apart and their parts reused. But the major in charge of that is selling me the old ones for a good price. Some money goes into the rearmament and some into his personal accounts. The latter is, of course, just a little consultation fee for helping me make everything legal. Also, thanks again for getting me into contact with that lawyer, Nisko. It was no problem, Nisko-ran inclined his head. Making sure that no trouble comes up that could rebound on this group is also one of my tasks. One that you took over voluntarily, interjected Nessara. Somebody has to do it, or not. Responded Nisko-ran, and even through the voice modulation of his environmental suit, I could hear that he was annoyed about the fact. If I hadn't intervened at times, our connections with each other could have put us all in a hairy situation because some weren't careful enough with what they were doing. Please calm down, Nisko. We've gone over that situation often enough. And nothing similar happened since then, placated Nessara, who shot a look at Cicerio, telling him without words to be quiet on the matter while she tried to defuse the situation. She started with a careless remark. Thankfully, he understood what Nessara wanted from him, and he didn't add more fuel to the fire to derail our conversation. Instead, he turned back to me and said, when the Turian military finally gets started with their rearmament, I will need enough ships with big cargo holds to transport everything to a warehouse I already organized. And I will need ships to transport them to my potential buyers. Are you looking to buy some or just rent them? I asked. If it's possible, I would rather rent them. That way, I can rent multiple ships for the same price I would buy one in the same category. Do you have ships for transporting tanks and the like? Ones that aren't normally for military use. The bigger mining ships should be enough. The amount of materials they transport, and the equipment they need for the mining itself, is enormous. Should be enough to transport 3 or 4 tanks easily. I would need the specifications of the tanks before I can make any definite promises, but it should be possible. Great, said Cicerio with a smile. I'll let you know when I know more about the job. As long as you tell me in advance so that I have the chance to organize the SIPs, everything should go well. By the way, I would like to get paid with a percentage of the profits you make with the arms you're getting. And you cover the bills for the used fuel. Of what percentage did you think? 40. 40. Cicerio almost screamed. That's basically robbery. I'm the one organizing the deals. And it's by my hand that those deals are even possible. 10%, at max. So, you say, but how are you gonna transport them, hey? You said it yourself, you need my ships. And I don't know anyone who could lend you ships like those you will need. 35, I countered with a savage grin. There are some out there. It wouldn't be cheap, but still cheaper than what you're demanding. Also, I'm the one covering the costs of storing them until I can find a buyer, and that's my job, too. 15. Yes, that may be, but there's one thing you're forgetting. What I am demanding is to cover the costs of collecting them from your Turian contact, delivering them to your warehouse, and then the delivery to your customer, as well. If you're looking for someone else to do it, then you can be sure that you're going to have to make the deal for the ships twice. Those people you know won't keep the ships on standby till you find a buyer. That's 2 times the cost, plus extra fees because when you find a buyer they have to pull the ships from other jobs since the delivery must happen fast or your buyer is gonna be pissed. 30. It went on like this for some time until Cicerio and I agreed that I would get 24% of every arms deal he would make with the old equipment of the Turian military he acquired. Be it tanks, APCs, airships, rifles, or old body armor. In return, I would handle the transport for everything, and not just for the vehicles. While we were negotiating, Nessara and Niskoran watched our conversation, their heads turning from one person to the other like they were watching a tennis match. It seems like you found one of the advantages as a circle member, commented Nisko when our negotiations ended. As long as we're in private like this, our negotiations with each other don't have to follow the same protocols as we would have to if we did it in a meeting room at one of our companies. I would like to believe that this way is more efficient. If you two would like to, I could take care of the official contract between you two. My lawyer is familiar with the necessary additions for a circle contract. Should be all right from my side, agreed Cicerio with a shrug. What about you, Dean Bren? My eyes narrowed at Niskoran, my mind fixated on a term he used. Before I agree, what's a circle contract? Ah, exhaled Nisko. I wanted to explain that peculiarity later on, but since we already mentioned it, I see no reason not to explain it now. Nisko fidgeted on his chair for a bit, probably deciding where to begin with his explanation. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw how Cicerio threw Nessara a brief look, which she stoically ignored. Now that I thought about it, it wasn't the first time Cicerio looked in Nessara's direction, but she never acknowledged any of them. Before I could think further on the matter, Nisko coughed slightly to get my attention, and he said, essentially, it's a tradition dating back centuries when the Circle of Alamina was comprised solely by Aseri. They wanted to work together like business partners, but also towards a common goal. To prevent the leaking of Circle secrets, they pooled some of their assets together, and every member had to sign a contract that stated that if they sold any secret to an outsider, their part in the common trust fund would be forfeited. So there's a common trust fund, I interjected, finally finding out why they were even working together in the form of the Circle. Who's the one in charge of the trust fund? I hope it's not you, I would feel a little bit uncomfortable if it's a member of our group. Nobody of us knows, Nessara threw in. I've never met this person, and I'm the member with the longest time in the Circle. You have never met this person, I repeated incredulously, raising an eyebrow in her direction. It's the truth, defended Nessara. All I know is that it's an Aseri, and she's doing this since the founding of the Circle. She never involves herself in our affairs, and only intervenes if there's an accusation of broken trust between two members. Ayala is right. We don't know who it is, only that she looks over our trust fund. By the way, as a new member, you're expected to pay into it. Normally, we would expect a percentage of your whole company, but since the economy protection laws concerning the alliance are still viable for a few years, we expect you to transfer 20% of your company here on Ilium to the trust fund. If he meant to intimidate me with that number or the fact that I would lose more than half of my company branch here on Ilium if I betrayed their trust to outsiders, then he was wrong. I didn't even blink when I nodded at his demand and gestured with my hand carelessly to show him to get on with it. In any case, the resources we pool together can be used if more than half of our group decides to use them for something. For example, if there is a business rival that is a thorn in our side, we use the trust fund to buy up every share of his company. 25% go back into the fund, and the remaining 75% is split up between us. That way the fund is always growing. Of course, should we decide not to do anything, then there's a yearly payout. In regards to circle contracts, a percentage of every business deal made between members of the circle goes into the fund as well. And I guess using the fund against a member of the circle is prohibited? I asked. That's correct. Should a member even suggest such a thing, half of their security deposit will be seized by the circle fund, clarified Nisko. Interesting, I thought. So, if I wanted to use the resources of the circle of Alamina for my own benefit, then I would have to look for opportunities that helped not only me but at least 2 other people of the circle, too. It should be easy to find something that benefited one person, but the second one would be harder. Finding common ground with Cesario would probably be easy enough, but including a third person in our plans would be difficult. No matter, an excellent opportunity will reveal itself. That's just the way the business world works. If one kept their eyes open and waited long enough, there would always be something. One just had to grab it. Before I sign anything, I said, turning to Cesario, I would like to see the additions that make our contract a circle contract. If that's all right with you. It will take some time until I can pick up anything anyway, shrugged Cesario. So, I see no problem with waiting for the contract to be signed. I'll send you the finished contract, promised Nisko, and added a note on his Omni tool. I believe that should be everything for today. Just one more thing, I stopped Nisko from getting up. You still haven't told me what I can do for you, Nisko. I know that you will be able to help me by letting a few million credits disappear. So what is it you want? Nisko sat back down on his chair and started to chuckle a bit. I would have preferred if we did this in private, but I'm not disinclined to discuss this here and now. There are not many things we can't discuss in this room after all. I don't care either way, I conceded. But I am rather curious, so please tell me. Thanks to the deal you negotiated with the Citadel, it's almost impossible to influence the economy of the Alliance. There are too many regulations to make money easily in the Alliance territory. It's a bother. You call it a bother, I call it the protection of human interest, I countered. Let's just say we won't ever agree on that point before we lose ourselves in a pointless argumentation. I can live with that, I agreed with a nod. So, what is it you want? Nisko stayed quiet for a moment, his silence only interrupted by his breathing noises. I want an in on the human stock market. It's only a matter of time until the deal you negotiated has run its course, and from that moment on every broker worth his name is going to concentrate on the human stock market. The prices will be going through the roof, and I just want to be earlier than anyone else. And you think I will be able to help you? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Nisko answered simply. I'll give you the necessary money, and you finalize the transaction. Furthermore, you hold on to the stocks until I can take possession of them legally. Of course, the payout of those stocks goes to me, excluding a small fee for your troubles. Seems good to me, I said. But why me? You could probably ask any human here on Ilium to do this for you. Because I can ask any human here on Ilium, repeated Nisko back to me. But I won't. I didn't get to the position I now have by just asking the next person. I waited until I found the perfect person. To be careful means to minimize the risks, and I am nothing but a careful person. Having you as my middleman, bound by a circle contract to our agreement, is better than anything else. Any other human could either run away with my stocks or he and I could be penalized by the Alliance for foreign influences on the market. And you think those risks don't exist with me? I asked, rather amused that Nisko was thinking this way. You're the only human I've come into contact with that would enter with me into a contract where he would lose probably more than gain if he double-crossed me. I didn't hide the bemused smile that played on my lips. Secondly, he continued. The normal consequences of helping an alien getting in and into the human market don't apply to you. Nobody in the Alliance is going to commit career suicide by charging you for anything. The smile didn't leave my face the whole time Nisko Ron was giving me his sales pitch. What could say at that moment? That he was wrong, and some ambitious person would try to drag me in front of a court? Not even I could sell that lie to my current crowd, so I kept silent and continued to listen. So, what do you say? Asked Nisko after he explained some more details of his plan. It does sound intriguing. But before I commit to anything, I would like to see what stock papers you have in mind, I said, trying not to commit to anything. That can be arranged. I nodded at him and started to get up from my chair. I think that should be everything for today, don't you? A quick look around the room, and I couldn't see anybody making any moves to stop me from leaving. After a round of farewells, I left the room and the building the same way I entered it. When I arrived at the landing platform, I stopped for a moment to stroke over my left eyebrow with my right thumb. After all, it's important to notify the teams tasked with protecting you that everything went fine and that they don't have to expect trouble following me. They would still guard my back until I arrived safely at my home, but it would probably help them relax a bit. I didn't have to wait much longer until my shuttle arrived, and I didn't even wait until the side door fully opened before I jumped in and told my driver to bring me home. As I leaned back into my comfortable couch, I let out a sigh. Today's evening had been exhausting but successful. Truth be told, I couldn't wait to see if my new business friends were truly going to be an enrichment or not. One thing I knew for sure, I would come out ahead in the end, no matter what. Chapter 29. July 27, 2173. 2027. Ilium, Tazale System. NOS Astra, Ciola Restaurant. I put the glass of wine back on the table after taking a sip of the exquisite Aseri wine imported from Lucia. The taste of the wine fit perfectly with the steak I ordered. The Theschion Red would have been an even better fit since it was the one the waitress recommended. Yet, I didn't order that one. After all, the waitress was an Aseri and seemed to forget one important fact. I was human and not an Aseri. Everything that grew on Thessia was laced with Ezo since its concentration was so high on the planet. And thanks to that, the wine was also laced with Ezo, and most humans wouldn't be able to drink it without getting sick after. A shame, really. I would have liked to try it. My eyes roamed the restaurant, looking for one person. She hadn't arrived yet, but I was sure it wouldn't take long for her to show up. Her and her escort. I knew who her escort was, and a smile appeared on my face when I thought about what was going to happen. Still, I would have to wait, but the meal was good enough to bridge the time. I was back only Ilium for only a few days, having been back in Alliance territory for most of the last 3 months. The time I spent here on Ilium was productive, but I had to travel back for a while. Spending time away from my original power base for so long wasn't something anyone should do if they wanted to keep their power stable. And I wasn't just talking about those that saw my absence as an opportunity to attack my company by economic means like Henry Lawson tried to do. That man didn't seem to understand that no matter what he did, I would end up on top. He was like an unruly child that you had to put into timeout again and again because it didn't seem to learn from its mistakes. But he wasn't the only one trying to undermine me in my own company. Perhaps Lawson was the most persistent of the people trying to do so from the outside, but the most annoying guys were those hired by me. These people that were sitting in places I put them in, financing their lifestyle with the money I paid them to do their job, enjoying the privileges that came with working for me, and then they have the gall to want more without doing more? Or even better, trying to replace me? I knew that power and influence could get to one's head, and it happened even to me from time to time, but to think that they could use the power I gave to them to climb up the ranks in my company to one day dethrone me from my position? Delusional was too weak a word to describe their madness. Thanks to that, I had to leave Ilium for a spring cleaning at my company. Well, there were some events for which I would have to go to anyway, so it wasn't bad that I went a little earlier than I planned. Furthermore, it gave me the opportunity to observe how stable my operations on Ilium were and how my induction into the circle would change my position. I knew my new associates, and I used the word cautiously, wouldn't try to go for my throat so shortly after our first meeting. They were more patient and careful than that. But what would happen if I gave them an opening like that? Leaving my Ilium company branch in the hands of someone that wasn't me? Would they make a mistake? Would someone else crawl out of the dark and try to do something? In the end, nothing out of the ordinary happened, and now that I was back, there wouldn't be anyone brave enough to go through with their plans. Still, I used the time away from Ilium well. There had been a couple of matters that deserved a personal touch, and it would work wonders for my position if I didn't delegate them. One such matter was my attendance at the first ever graduation ball held for every person of the Terra Nova University, the university I founded, that achieved a bachelor's or master's degree since its opening. My appearance, combined with a simple speech in honor of all graduates, was enough to cement an image in their minds that portrayed me as a supporter of the new generation. The generous job offerings I gave out to those that got high marks throughout their studies helped too. Most thought it was to reward their hard work and that I acknowledged those giving their all. I didn't comment on that line of thought, even if the truth was that I just wanted the best people I could get my hands on working for me. Furthermore, I didn't give out many job offers anyway because around 3/3 of the people with the highest marks already signed a contract with Ad Astra before they even started their studies. They were the ones that had benefited from my scholarship program where I paid for their tuition and housing as long as they were students of the Terra Nova University and held themselves to certain standards. And no, those standards did not include that they had to finish their bachelor's degree in 3 years. As someone who took longer than that in my old life, I wouldn't put them under this pressure. I wanted them to enjoy their lives as students too. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why the fight for a place in the scholarship program was so heated. One of the managers I put in charge of the program joked that if they wanted, they could organize cage fights between the applicants, and everyone would sign up in a heartbeat. As amusing as the picture was, it painted an accurate portrayal of the situation. Thankfully, the number of approved applicants would rise in the coming years as I didn't believe for a second that the number of hopefuls would decline in the meantime. That was due to the fact that every person who received the benefits of the scholarship was obligated to pay back the costs that accumulated during their studies at no interest so that another could benefit from it as well. Additionally, there was the option to become a benefactor of the scholarship program and donate money that they could deduct from taxes as long as the donation was above a minimum limit. I talked with dozens of people during the ball that had benefited from my scholarship program, and while not one had paid back their loan, they all assured me they would become benefactors of the program to give even more youths the same chance they got. I was just grateful that their talents would help Ad Astra to grow even more in the near future. And speaking of growth, it wasn't just my company that grew steadily in power, but the Alliance as well. James heard that I was back in Alliance territory and took the chance to invite me to dinner with his wife. While I was grateful for the chance to catch up and learn more about the current situation of the Alliance, another point that made me accept the invitation was that Wright lived on Earth. The planet I was born on and hadn't visited for more than 5 years by now. Or had it even been longer? One would expect that seeing Earth from space wouldn't be something special after traveling through the galaxy and seeing dozens of different planets in a space station that could house millions upon millions of people, but they would be wrong. Utterly wrong. The moment Earth appeared in the distance, my heart began to beat faster, and my breath got stuck in my throat when the blue planet showed its full beauty through the window of the observation deck of my personal starship. I hadn't even noticed that I opened a communications channel to the pilot to tell him to wait a moment before he started the landing process. Seeing Earth somehow got me all emotional, and I started to wonder if those who didn't have the chance to travel back to Earth felt something like homesickness or longing to see the world humanity originated from again. Furthermore, we, which means us humans, have been exploring the galaxy and colonizing new planets for more than 20 years now. There were thousands of young adults and even more children that had never seen Earth in the first place, and most of them would probably never do so in their lives. What would they feel if they could see our home world? Would they just see another planet populated by humans, or would they see it as their home world, too? Would they somehow feel a connection to this planet? Even if it was just deep down? It was a question I would probably never get an answer to, but that was all right with me since I knew what I was feeling. Earth was home. It didn't matter that I didn't visit for years, and I already knew that my path would lead me to places far away from there. The best analogy I could find was to compare Earth to the home of one's parents. There would come a day when you left your parents' home to go out into the world, but you would always know there was a home you could come back to. I unconsciously clenched my hands as I swore to myself to keep Earth safe so that humanity would always have a home it could come back to. After I gave my pilot the go-ahead, and he started the descent, I saw that the first step in keeping Earth safe was already underway. A grid of 6 ODPs, with another 7th in construction, spanned around the horizontal axis of the planet. The initial idea was that Earth would get 14 ODPs in total, placed around the horizontal and vertical axis of Earth. This way, there would be no angle an attacker could use without running into a defense that would obliterate most starships in a few shots. Coupled with the fact that the ODPs had the ability to rotate, every enemy fleet attacking Earth would have to go up against at least half of the ODP grid. It would take a long time until the plans were realized, and I knew that they wouldn't be finished by the time the Reapers were supposed to arrive in the galaxy, but it would hopefully give them a bloody nose or hold them back long enough to evacuate more people. When that thought crossed my mind, I grimaced. Earth was my home, but I was already giving it up. Logic dictated that it would happen. Even if future events wouldn't play out like in the games, I knew that the Reapers would attack Earth and succeed. Their technological superiority and their numbers guaranteed it. Besides, the tactical and psychological advantages of attacking the home world of a species were too great to ignore them in favor of anything else. It would either demoralize a species or goad them into ill-considered actions. Both were very helpful in any sort of fight. Yet, I couldn't just abandon my home planet. It didn't matter if it was doomed to be invaded, and that every credit I put into its defense could be better used in another place. It was completely illogical, but since when was being human logical? The enemies coming from beyond the Milky Way were machines, beings of logic. So perhaps being illogical was the way forward? I had banished the thought from my mind at the time, but keeping it in the back for the possibility it would prove itself useful. After we entered Earth's atmosphere, I took a shuttle toward James' home and arrived a few minutes before the time we agreed on. James greeted me with open arms and enthusiastically introduced me to his wife. The dinner went well, and I have to say that James' wife was an excellent cook. Her roast was wonderful, and I didn't just say that because it had been a long time since I had a home-cooked meal. Afterward, James and I retired to his study, where he gave me an overview of the current situation and operations of the Alliance. He concentrated more on the militaristic side, but that was to be expected, in my opinion. I couldn't help but laugh when he told me that in trying to prove the Alliance's worth as an able defense partner, the current president allowed the Board of Admiralty to circumvent the Council completely and open talks with the Turian hierarchy directly. Every time Anita brought up our willingness to participate in the border patrol efforts of the hierarchy, the Council responded with indifference, and that while our offer was appreciated, it was unnecessary as the current border patrol fleets were sufficient. If I had been there in person, I wouldn't have been able to hold back a scoff at the response. It was a load of crap, and everyone who looked into the situation a bit more deeply could see it as well. The fleets put under the Citadel Council were stretched thin, and most of them were placed to protect the interests of the Council. The colonies bordering the Adikentraverse or the Terminus system, no matter the species, were disastrously underdefended, and the Turian hierarchy took it upon itself to defend these colonies as it did its own. This led to the Asari and Solarian slowly reducing their contribution to the Citadel fleets, and by now, the Turian contribution to the Citadel fleets almost equaled those of the Asari and Solarians combined. If one took into account the support coming from the hierarchy directly, the ratio shifted dramatically in the Turians' favor. Of course, calling it a favor would be wrong. After all, it led to the Turian fleets being stretched thin, and they couldn't even keep up with their duties inside their own territory. Furthermore, thanks to the long period of peace the galaxy enjoyed, the Council, or better said the Asari and Solarians, were unwilling to grant the hierarchy their approval to put more fleets into active service. Even the Turian councillor was careful not to rock the boat, which didn't mean much since the current one was a pushover and was trying to consolidate more power for himself than to help his government on the galactic stage. Yet, even if the council showed disapproval, the hierarchy wasn't going to stop building up its forces. It just didn't do so aggressively. And when the offer from the Board of Admiralty to work together in matters of border defense came through official channels, some Turian admirals instantly agreed to meet. James told me, as he was one of the few admirals invited, the meeting went well. While he was annoyed at the amount of politicking that went on, he couldn't disagree that it would help the Alliance to become more active in galactic affairs. To cut a long story short, it was agreed upon that for the next 3 years Alliance frigates and cruisers would be attached to the existing border patrol fleets of the Turians. The idea behind this action was to give the Alliance officers time to learn how the Turians operated to ensure that, in the future, operations between the two militaries would run smoothly. The Alliance officers would be subordinate to the Turian commander of the fleet they were attached to for the time of their deployment, but would be under no obligation to follow any order that wasn't given concerning their border patrol duties. Should conflicts arise from that, then a board of Turian and Alliance officers would review the case and punish the party guilty of wrongdoing. Furthermore, if the exchange program, as Wright called it, prove itself to be successful after 1.5 years, then a number of Turian officers would be sent to take part in the border patrol fleets of the Alliance under the same circumstances. The reason why there was a time discrepancy between sending Alliance and Turian officers was that the Alliance wanted to create a sentiment of trust between the two governments. The Turian hierarchy protected the borders of Citadel space for centuries before humans even left Earth. Their pride would get in the way if they ever thought we saw ourselves as their equals when we, in their minds, just discovered that the galaxy was a much bigger place than we previously thought. Because of that, the Alliance decided to go into the meeting with the image of someone willing to learn from a more experienced person. It worked, and the Turians decided to magnanimously accept our readiness to learn from them. The fact that if they decided to forego sending officers to our patrol fleets would give us a bigger advantage because we would know how the Turian patrol fleets operated and how to counter them in the event of war between our government, didn't seem to register to them. Perhaps there would be a Turian admiral or general who thought about that and pressed for officers to be sent to our side. And if that happened, it would paint a picture of cooperation to the galaxy, and such a picture was a powerful tool. In the end, the Alliance would only benefit from the exchange program. Wright also told me that plans were already made to further the cooperation between the two militaries through war games if the program proved successful. These war games would pit Turians against humans to test the limits and weaknesses of their respective combat doctrines, and teams consisting of humans and Turians against each other to test their compatibility and work out any edges. Hopefully, their plans would work because the Alliance would need an ally like the hierarchy in the coming years. While most of the things James told me were good, there were also some troubling signs. Despite the best efforts of the ACE, the political situation inside the Batarian hegemony seemed to have calmed down over the last years, and with this calm came an increase in pirate and slaver attacks on Alliance territory. Of course, the hegemony continued to disavow their involvement, even if nobody believed their word. The number of Batarians participating in the attacks was too great to not be sanctioned by them. Yet, without concrete evidence, the Council was unwilling to do anything, especially with the Batarian ambassador making a nuisance of himself. He even managed to get the testimony of a captured Batarian captain dismissed, calling it a sham and an attempt of the Alliance to weaken the hegemony. It shouldn't have worked, but he insisted that a task force of the Council investigated the claims of Batarian involvement in the recent attacks. James, who heard from Anita, told me that the Council was ready to make a ruling in the Alliance's favor before the Batarian ambassador called for the task force, taking the testimony the ACE produced for what it was, the truth. But every member of the Citadel had the right to call for a Council investigation before any binding ruling that would lead to severe implications for that member. The hands of the Council were tied, and thus they sent the task force, waiting for their report before they took any action. And lo and behold, the task force never encountered a single Batarian pirate or slaver during their 2-month investigation. Just pirates of every other species. Their report concluded that the pirates and slavers were from the Terminus systems and that they didn't find anything connecting the attacks to the Batarian hegemony. From what Anita told James, the Batarian ambassador strutted around the Presidium like he owned it after the Council had no choice but to dismiss the testimony as false. Of course, the alliance's accusation subsequently got dismissed as well. Thankfully, since the council knew what probably happened and didn't want the alliance to be pushed into a corner, they called the false testimony an act of revenge by a Batarian with a grudge towards the hegemony who saw his capture by the alliance as his chance to get back at it. Ever since then, the tension at the border between the alliance and the hegemony was rising steadily, and it was just a matter of time until something happened that would explode the powder keg. The top brass of the alliance military was already planning and looking for a target that would have the most impact during the time between the initial event and the moment the council intervened. It was universally decided that the alliance wouldn't be the initiator of such an event to keep the morale high ground, but the retaliation would be swift and show the hegemony that the alliance wouldn't be merciful if they dared to try again. It wouldn't escalate into a full-blown war as the council would want to prevent such an event. A fact that I was truly grateful for. While the alliance was strong and its position in the galaxy became better and better with every passing week, its strength wasn't nearly enough to contend with the Batarian hegemony if things got really heated. At least without an ally to back them. That was another reason why I hoped that the program James told me about would be successful. If a number of Turian officers were present during the inevitable attack on one of our colonies, or at least during the aftermath, it wouldn't be hard to get Turian support. Even if they wouldn't send actual troops to participate in the counterattack, then the alliance could at least be sure of their support when the matter came before the council. Their sense of righteousness would demand no less. James and I continued to talk about several more things concerning the alliance, but nothing that had the potential to change the current power structure. After I said goodbye to James and his wife, I spent the night in a hotel before I left Earth the next late afternoon for my next destination. I would have loved to stay for a few more days, but since I didn't know how much I missed being on Earth, I packed my schedule so full that there was not enough time to do so. Even the morning and midday I spent there was already a delay in my timetable, but I just couldn't help myself. My next destination was Reach, where I would meet up with Takahashi to witness the first attempt to jump into FTL with a frigate that was equipped with a 3 ESO core drive. All previous tests were just hypothetical, but they showed promising results. If all went well during the attempt, then the next thing was to test its capability to use the relays. And just like with the FTL jump, the theoretical deliberations told the scientists that the ship would be able to do it without any damage to the ship or its crew. After that, the only thing left would be to adapt the DR drive to the multi-core technology, which would take another year or so. At least, that was what Takahashi promised me. So, if everything went according to plan, then the construction of the first ruler-class ship would begin in 2175. With the need to keep everything secret, well, as much as we could keep it secret with thousands of people working on it, the construction would take around 5 to 7 years, and I was generous with that time estimation. A ruler class was like a black hole in regard to the resources it needed, and I hoped it would be like one when it came to crushing the obstacles in its path. Yet, that would depend on the success of Takahashi's and Barbara's tests with the multi-core technology and the adaptation of the DR drive to it. Until then, I wouldn't even think of green-lighting the construction. It would cost me millions if the combination of multiple ESO cores and the DR drive proved to be impossible. That was why I took the opportunity to see the first field test of the multi-core tech and traveled to Reach. I wanted to see humanity's progress in trying to stand on the same level as the other galactic civilizations. Still, when I made my plans, there had been enough time to travel from Earth to Reach to visit Arcturus Station in between. That was the real reason why I left Earth so early. The appointments I made with several people on Arcturus weren't something I was willing to delay just to indulge myself, no matter how much I wanted to. Furthermore, some of those meetings would help me conclude my business on Ilium sooner and thus would enable me to leave the planet in the hands of a trusted subordinate. Besides, Arcturus was on the way to Reach, not visiting the space station would be idiocy. I would have to travel there at one point to take care of some business, and to not take the opportunity of doing so when I was already close by would be gross mismanagement of my time. While Arcturus Station did not take my breath away like Earth did when I arrived, it still left me with a feeling of satisfaction. After all, my company was the one responsible for its construction. After years of non-stop work, Arcturus wasn't just the political capital of the Alliance and one of its military centers, the station had become a city in space. It wasn't nearly as grand as the Citadel, but it didn't lose in matters of impact. During my time on the Citadel, I overheard a discussion between an Asari and a human concerning Arcturus. The Asari tried to disparage our achievement of creating a smaller copy of the Citadel for our own use by saying that anything humanity created would always be less than the splendor of the Citadel. She spoke with the by now expected arrogance of a member of the oldest spacefaring species in the current galaxy. Yet, she had no better answer than to praise the Citadel again when the human asked her if the Asari ever built anything similar to it. I couldn't hold back a smirk when I heard the human remarking that the Citadel didn't count since the Asari merely found it floating in space, abandoned by its former owners, and didn't build it themselves. In essence, the human told her that the Asari were trying to take credit for something another did and that they never even attempted to recreate it. The argument was over after that comment, but the human was the definitive winner of it, especially after the Asari walked away with a huff. Besides, the construction of Arcturus station may be done, but I was sure that there were already plans to further expand the station. If the Reapers didn't destroy it, I would love to see how the space station looked in 50 years. In my mind, Arcturus was a project that would never be completely finished. There would always be more that could be added or expanded on. If one thought about it, the station was a good representation of humanity's mindset. Still, I didn't travel to Arcturus to watch the station float around the emptiness of space. I had business to conduct. My pilot landed in the hangar that was reserved for my use since I didn't want to deal with the crowds at the public terminals. The hangar could easily hold 2 or 3 ships as long as they weren't too big, and since the only ships using it were of the personal transport variety, it hadn't been a problem in all the time I paid the rent for the hangar. I could have rented a bigger hangar, but what use would I have for one? The location was close to the small Ad Astra office building on Arcturus, and every ship bringing in materials for construction could use the commercial port on the other side of the station. After we landed, I was greeted by one of my employees who asked if I would like to relax in the room they prepared for me or if I wanted to check in with our branch office first. I disregarded both options and told him that he was to call our lawyer here on Arcturus and tell him that I was going to visit his office. Normally, I would invite the lawyers from Hendrickson and Derber to meet me in my offices, or at least give them enough time to prepare themselves for my arrival, but the fact that those appointments were the reason why I couldn't stay for another day on Earth, made me a bit petty. It was juvenile, but I didn't care. If one got power, then one should use it sometimes for petty reasons as long as nobody got hurt by it. It was fun seeing people run around like headless chickens whenever I said something they didn't expect, and they tried to accommodate me. And such a scene greeted me when I stepped into the offices of Hendrickson and Derber. The lobby on the ground floor was a picture of calmness, projecting a strong image to everyone who walked by, and it showed nothing of the hecticness that happened on the first floor where I was going to meet with the 2 heads of the law firm. The moment I stepped out of the elevator was like taking a step into the dreaded battlefield of a Black Friday sale. Dozens of people running around with towering mountains of paper in their hands, orders shouted across the floor, and for the first few seconds, nobody noticed my arrival, too focused on their work to take a moment to look around. That was truly funny. They were rushing to prepare for me but didn't notice I was already there. When the first person noticed me, she just stopped, like a deer caught by headlights. And from there, it was like a ripple effect. More and more people started to notice me, and all the noise that had permeated the office disappeared. Into the ensuing silence, I just raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't mind me, continue as you were. I'll find the way myself." Thankfully, my words helped them to leave their state of shock, and they continued with their work, only in a much more tempered way. A man came my way and introduced himself as Mrs. Derber's secretary, and asked me to follow him toward the meeting room Mrs. Derber and Mr. Hendrickson prepared. He led me into a meeting room at the other end of the office and asked me to wait inside until Hendrickson and Derber arrived. I helped myself to the coffee that was placed on a small side table, and as I took the first sip, the door opened, and the 2 people I wanted to see entered the room. To my appreciation, the usual exchange of niceties and general questions about the current state of being was over quick, and we proceeded to the reason I wanted to meet with them. It wasn't something world-moving, I just wanted to go over the details of what could happen if my deal with Nisko Ron, where I would buy company shares with his money, came to light, the consequences, the ramifications, and the legal trouble. I wanted to know as much as I could. Furthermore, I wanted the 2 lawyers to be prepared to run interference if my dealings ever came to light and not caught unaware. The moment it happened, the 2 lawyers would have their work cut out for them, but thankfully they were at the center of the political scene of the alliance, and they were trustworthy enough to be informed about my dealings and, maybe even more important, in possession of a part of my little black book. Every favor I owned was written down on those pages, and more importantly what I did to get that favor. The pages Hendrickson and Derber had access to were only about politicians, but that would be enough to mitigate any damage to my image. In addition to that, the other law firms my company employed would help them by working from different angles. The exact number of law firms my company employed eluded me, and personally, I had no desire to rectify that. I knew that the number was somewhere between 20 and 100, but if one asked me to recount their names, I would only be able to name half a dozen, at most. 1 law firm at every important place I visited. Earth, Arcturus, Terra Nova, the Citadel, Ilium, A&D. Well, at least, I could remember 5 of them. Most of the other law firms were used for local disputes or as a delay technique, so it was excusable to not remember their names. The delay technique was the brainchild of a member of my administrative department after he had observed how long it took to take action if something happened in star systems further away. While the communication network made great improvements in the last few years, there was still some delay if the importance of the sender or recipient wasn't high enough to warrant special treatment from the companies operating the network. Of course, the importance was determined by the contract negotiated with them, and that meant how much you paid them for their services. And small-time law firms sadly only used one of the standard contracts that didn't rank high on their list as something important. Sadly, This method only worked in Alliance territory since its law stated that every participating party had to be informed and confirm that the information arrived before any action could be taken. At least, as long as the actions were legal. So, if one put up a distant law firm as the main contractor and added a close one as CC, then one could use the extra time to prepare for one's opponent's actions before they could legally enact them. The Citadel's laws didn't have that addendum, so the method was less useful when dealing with people outside the Alliance. Furthermore, there was a push in the Alliance Parliament to bring out laws more in line with those of the Citadel to make it easier to deal with the other species governments. And the law my company was used would be among the ones that would be changed. It wasn't that effective of a method anyway. Besides, downsizing the number of law firms my company employed would save a lot of money. In the end, the meeting between me and my lawyers didn't take too long, only a little more than 2 hours. We spoke about possible ramifications and their counters, put a plan in place that could be activated whenever needed, and made sure that when Nisko-ran could take control of his investments legally, the transition would be as smooth as possible. The last point was more of a ploy to get Nisko-ran to trust in me than anything else. I wanted to show him something that would assuage his worries and convince him that I was taking our deal and my admittance to the circle seriously. The rules and ways of the circle seemed to be something important to him, and my showing that I was trying to live by them would put me on his good side. Well, not that the transition would ever happen in the first place. By the time it would be possible, I wanted my dealings with the circle to be over and done with, and the other members either in positions where they would never be able to move against me or dead. Personally, I leaned toward the latter. It was more of a clear cut and without any loose ends that could bite me in the ass down the road. The other members of the circle didn't strike me as the type of people who would be stopped by seemingly powerless positions. They would crawl out of the hole I would throw them in and do everything in their power to see me brought low. Truly, it would be better for me if I didn't allow this possible scenario in the first place. The following 2 days I spent on Arcturus were a sequence of updates about my company's projects, and meetings with people that were somewhat important in the political scene. A promise to support someone during the next election on this or that planet, a donation to a charity I never heard of before, posing for pictures that would appear in some magazine. It was tedious, really tedious. But that's the life I choose, and when I became ambassador, and hopefully later on counselor, those things would happen even more frequently. Nonetheless, I was grateful for the silence and comfort of my ship when we left Arcturus to meet up with the Alliance cruiser Copenhagen. The Copenhagen would transport us into the Olympus system since my personal ship didn't possess a DR drive. At least, this one didn't. Well, officially, none of the ships that belonged to me personally possessed a DR drive, but that was just on paper. After all, how many ships that were in private hands were just like they should be on paper? Everybody liked to tinker a bit, and if my personal property was a bit more modified than others? What can I say? It's the privilege of the rich. I spent most of my time on the Copenhagen cooped up on my ship after I went to meet up with the ship's captain and made some small talk with the officers on the bridge. The travel didn't take long, and I had no desire to just walk around the cruiser aimlessly. I visited enough ships of the same make to almost find my way with eyes closed, so there wasn't anything that interested me. Okay, that was a lie. I wouldn't be able to find my way around with my eyes closed, but it was true that I knew the ship in and out. The general blueprints of any military ship didn't change too much from one generation to the next, and the changes to the layout were so minuscule they could be called non-existent. If one walked through a cruiser from 10 to 15 years ago and knew, for example, where to find the sleeping berth of the engineers, then that somebody would find it in the same amount of time in a cruiser fresh out of the dry dock. It was designed this way so that whenever a soldier changed ships or had to operate on a ship that wasn't his, could find his way to every location without having to think or search where it was. Of course, some argued that this was more of a disadvantage than an advantage since everybody with less than honorable intentions could learn about the interior of an up-to-date cruiser with the help of an already decommissioned ship. The location of the reactor, possible choke points and ambush sites, and other targets of interest. But those concerns could be dismissed, in my opinion. First of all, the internal security features of every ship, be it a frigate, cruiser, or dreadnought, were always different from generation to generation and were one of the first things to be removed when the ship left service. Additional blast doors were placed at different locations, there were hidey holes hidden in walls for soldiers to ambush enemy boarding parties from behind, and don't get me started on the turrets installed into the ceiling. I've seen enough simulated boarding operations to know that taking over any Alliance ship would be a monumental task, and that didn't take into account the sheer stubbornness of the Alliance defenders. There had been more than one ship sent back into the dry docks for repairs after its interior had been damaged during a lively training session. The face of the ship's captain must have been a sight to see when he could do nothing but watch as his crew's training turned destructive. Especially when he had to explain the costs of the repairs to his superiors. The time between getting on the Copenhagen and arriving at Reach went over in a flash, and I was asked to board a shuttle that would bring me directly to the testing site. The place from where the test would be observed was another cruiser, but I couldn't recall its name. I was probably distracted when someone told me, and I didn't think to ask again. After all, the cruiser's name was unimportant in the end. Really, the only important thing about the second cruiser was that its scanning and observation equipment had been improved with tech directly out of the labs down on Reach, and those would be carted back there the moment the tests were over. I didn't even take 5 steps off the shuttle before a lieutenant walked over and bid me to follow him to the observation deck where the rest of the experiment observers were. The walk was a short one, and the lieutenant took his leave at the door to continue with his tasks. After I entered, I noticed how crowded the observation deck was and that among all those present, I only recognized around a dozen faces and knew even less of them personally. Most of the people present were members of the Alliance military with a fairly high rank, but there were also 1 or 2 government officials. One of them was, I believe, the personal assistant of the current Minister of Defense. Apparently, the minister herself wanted to come, but an emergency meeting of some kind had been sprung on her, and she couldn't get away to observe the test. As my eyes went over the assembled crowd, I noticed 2 people who were part of it but somehow still by themselves, and I knew that those 2 were representatives of the ACE. But the only people I had any interest in were standing at the other end of the room, close to the window, looking out into the deep space. I made my way toward Barbara and Takahashi, and I didn't even have to try to get around the rest of the people. Every person standing in my way took a step back or forward so that they wouldn't impede me. Even the vice admirals present did it, and while I was thankful for it, I couldn't help but question the reason behind it. At the moment, I didn't know it, but somehow the story of what happened to the military officers that tried to get in my way by trying to control my actions or stealing from me for a superficial reason as a defense got told over and over again until I became a sort of boogeyman to many military officers. I even got a saying about me: if you don't want your career to end ingloriously, then don't piss off Dean Bren. Come on, I wasn't that bad, was I? I mean, I may have been responsible for some careers to end prematurely, or ending up in positions that were nothing more than fancy titles with no power and unrewarding work, but hey, they deserved it. That doesn't mean I would do it to every person who stepped on my toes once. Well, if I was in a particular mood, I would threaten to do this, but I wouldn't go through with it for something so minor. Anyway, I met up with Barbara and Takahashi. The latter was very excited to see me again in person after so long and started to talk rapidly about the coming experiment, his work before that, and what success would mean for every project he worked on. It was hard to follow him whenever he got so excited, but my experience with it helped me understand the key points he was making. If the multi-core technology proved itself stable enough for FTL jumps without the help of a mass relay, then it would be a clear indicator that relay jumps were in the range of the possible too, and that the possible adjustments for it were at best minimal. At worst, it would just take another month, especially if Barbara and Takahashi concentrated on the project and didn't let themselves be distracted by their other experiments. I had to intervene and steer the conversation in another direction when Barbara commented that it would be impossible for Takahashi as he had, in her mind, the attention span of a child on too much sugar. Thankfully, my diversion of asking about his efforts in designing the ruler-class prototype staved off the bickering between Takahashi and Barbara, and I got to know how much progress was made. And the progress was staggering. The initial blueprints were already finished, and only the exact specifications for the multi-cores were needed to go into the next phase. The specifications were important because Takahashi had to know how far the distance between the EZO cores had to be so that the cores worked effectively and did not inhibit each other. Furthermore, the rest of the different rooms of the ship had to be placed in such a way that there was enough room to shield the chambers of the cores from outside interference. The fact that there had been no testing in combination with the DR drive yet was another factor that would have an impact on the final result of the blueprints. If one heard it like this, it didn't seem like the blueprints were anywhere close to being finished, and they would be right. It would still take a lot of time, but at least one part of the ship, the outer circle, was finalized on paper. To understand what I mean, one needed to know that the design of the ships was twofold. An inner and an outer part. The inner part would house everything that would be essential to run the ship, for example, the drive, the reactors, and the EZO cores. In essence, one could say the inner circle was a ship unto itself, while the outer circle was everything else. From crew quarters to the hangar bays and laboratories. Everything that didn't concern the actual running of the ship would be placed there. The inner and outer parts were going to be separated by metal plates half as thick as the hull of the ship, which was already thicker than those of any other ship in the Alliance's fleet. Through this, the essential parts of the ship would be much better protected from any attack, and I believed even a Reaper would have problems destroying the ship in one go. So while the plans for the ship were far from finished since the inner part still had to be designed, the outer circle was almost finished. Even the weapons were already taken into account, although they were still subject to change, and would probably be the last thing to be constructed. The speed of the development of new weapons and defensive measures was still high, thanks to our efforts in trying to catch up with the rest of the galaxy. About the real reason why I was in the Olympus system in the first place, the first FTL jump was a huge success. If one could call not blowing up in 1,000 pieces a huge success. From our position, we couldn't see more than the test ship suddenly appearing before our eyes and the announcement of the test ship's captain that all systems were working as they should. While Barbara and Takahashi were excited as everyone else that the first test was successful, I had the suspicion they didn't want to watch the event from the observation deck but from the place where the advanced equipment was to see the scanning results in real time. Instead, they would have to be content with the records. After the experiment was over, and I said goodbye to Barbara and Takahashi, who wanted to see the accumulated data, I spent some more time talking to the other people. Or at least those who came to me. In truth, I wanted to talk a bit more to Takahashi since he was the only person around I didn't have to look out for what was said. The whole political talk and double speaking could get annoying after a while. Besides, whatever I was going to talk over with Takahashi would be miles more interesting than anything anyone here could tell me. Perhaps I should think about taking a month off after I finished up on Ilium. Now that I thought about it, I don't remember ever taking even a short vacation in the last 10 or 20 years. It would probably do me some good to just relax, especially if the coming years became as hectic as I feared they would be. Fortunately, the meet and greet didn't take long, and I could leave unobstructed. Coming to Reach just to watch an experiment, something that didn't even take longer than 3 hours, seemed like a waste of time to me. Yet, it was an event that I couldn't miss. It was one of these you have to be seen events that everyone with a high enough position had to go to if nothing equally important happened at the same time. Thankfully, the next station of my trip, the Citadel, was by far more interesting. The opportunities presented were grandiose, and the update I got about my plans had me in high spirits for quite a while. Of course, the first thing I did on the Citadel was visit my branch office where my second-in-command told me that the two people arriving at the restaurant stopped any other thought in my mind in an effort to put my complete focus on them. I watched how the waiter escorted them to a table not that far from mine but far enough that they didn't notice my presence immediately. They ordered their meals and drinks quickly, probably already knowing what they wanted to eat before they stepped inside. I discreetly activated my Omni tool to pull up a few messages I wrote before I arrived so that they could be sent instantly if I needed to. If I had learned anything about tactics and strategies from Andrew and James, then it was to prepare your arsenal before you went to battle. Well, this wouldn't be a true battle anyway, not even one of wits. With the things I prepared beforehand, I stacked the deck in my favor so much that it would be more akin to a one-sided slaughter. On the other hand, what would come after the slaughter was something I had to touch more delicately. After all, if everything went right, then I would strengthen my position within the circle of Alamina considerably. The only question remaining was, should I let the Turian emissary enjoy the main course before I made my entrance, or would the entree be enough? Chapter 30. July 27, 2173. 2046. Ilium, Tazale System. NOS Astra, Ciola Restaurant. I decided to wait until they finished with their main course. Anything else would have been rude, in my opinion. And it definitely had nothing to do with the piece of cake I ordered as dessert, even if that cake was one of the specialties of the restaurant. Furthermore, it gave me time to think about my plan once again, adjust certain aspects, and cover possible scenarios. I didn't want to appear too forceful and flaunt my power. That was something that had become my go-to response in the last few years and was something I tried to change about myself. During my time on the Citadel, someone pointed out to me that I focused too much value on raw power than I ever did before, and I cursed myself for not noticing it. Years ago, I scolded others for thinking like that, and now I was doing it myself. How embarrassing. Yet, now that the problem, and it was a problem, got pointed out to me, I was trying to correct my thinking. Perhaps, I got used to the power I wielded at my fingertips. There's nothing more addictive than to know that a single word of yours can change the life of another person and that a single order can affect thousands of people. I took a deep breath to center myself. Searching for a reason could wait for a bit longer. I was here to further my agenda, not to reflect on the changes that happened to me over the years. Besides, if started with that, I would have to send out more than a few orders to my associates and tell them about a few changes that would happen in the coming months. My eyes found the table where the person I wanted to speak with was, and I saw that a waiter was busy clearing the table of the leftovers from the main course. The Asari and the Turian browsed the menu the waiter gave them for dessert but didn't look like they were doing so enthusiastically. It seemed like their dinner didn't go well, and they were just keeping up airs for those around them. That was good and bad for me, depending on their individual moods. My target would probably be annoyed but grateful for my sudden appearance. Probably thankful for the surprising distraction. Nobody liked to continue with a dinner date when it became awkward or stilted. The appendage could react in two different ways. On the one hand, the appendage could react the same way as my target and use the situation to politely leave. That was the outcome I favored. Yet, from what I knew, the second outcome was much more likely than the first. A rising temper, antagonism, insults about my species, and some empty threats to see me dead. Essentially, the loud barking of a dog with no bite. Still, just because I knew what was probably going to happen and was prepared for it didn't mean I was going to like having to deal with it. Well, no time like the present. And I had to leave my table at some point, right? I was sure there were already people waiting for it. The food was, after all, amazing. I waved a waiter over to pay my check and, after paying, stood up to make my way over to my target's table. A casual smile appeared on my face. It was important to seem relaxed when one went into a situation that could escalate. Staying calm, even when someone started to threaten you, made it seem like you had absolute control of the situation. And that was necessary when dealing with someone losing their temper, or else they could act on their impulses and make everything worse than it had to be. Making short-sighted decisions while angry was sadly not a trait confined to humans. As I walked over, I had to stop a snort from coming out when I thought about my initial plan of seemingly trying to leave the restaurant just to coincidentally walk past their table. That I even had the idea to make it look like pure happenstance that I met them was enough to make me cringe inwardly. It would have looked so staged that it could have happened in a low-budget soap opera that runs around midday. Especially if I had to reveal some of my preparations if the add-on got uppity. After all, why should I prepare anything if it was a coincidence meeting them in the first place? When I got close to the table, I made sure to appear in the field of vision of my target first. Her eyes widened a fraction when she saw me, but any indication of surprise faded from her face moments later and was replaced by a calm but inviting smile. Ms. Detayovi, it's nice to see you again, I greeted, focusing on her while ignoring her company. Mr. Dienbren, how wonderful to meet you here. But I can't help but ask for your reason for being here, she responded kindly. I wasn't taken in by her false tone. The true meaning behind her words was a lot closer to simply asking me what I wanted than anything, but since we were in a public setting, she had to follow common courtesy and ask politely. I saw you entering the restaurant earlier, and thought it would be polite to say hello. And since you, just like I, finished with the main course, I thought it was the right time to do so. That is very kind of you, Mr. Dienbren, Detayovi said while her eyes looked into mine, searching for the real reason I approached her in this setting. But before I could say anything leading in that direction, the Turian, who was her company for the evening, didn't want to stay silent any longer and interrupted our conversation rudely. I would prefer you go on your way now that you said hello. We were having a nice dinner until you appeared. I saw Detayovi rolling her eyes at the comment, and I also raised an eyebrow at it. Either he was delusional if he called their dinner nice, or it was a nice dinner for him. If the latter one was true, then I didn't want to know what he considered a catastrophic dinner. Perhaps if his dinner date tried to kill him? Slowly I turned my head to him, my smile fixed on my face, and looked at the Turian's face, trying to ascertain his mood. Turian faces were always harder to read, their physiology too different from those of humans, so my experience in reading people's faces wouldn't be able to help me as much as it did with Asari and Solarians. Those two species showed their moods a lot more like humans, and if one knew what to look for, one could find traces of them in their faces. Still, one didn't have to be an expert in reading Turian faces to realize the Turian in front of me wasn't in the best of moods. Narrowed eyes, his mandibles pressed together. If that Turian wasn't annoyed and angry, then I would donate my whole fortune to Cerberus. Any notion that he would just politely leave now that he had an out disappeared from my mind. He was looking for a confrontation to give his frustrations an outlet. Perhaps he wasn't as ignorant as I first thought. Rather, he knew how well their dinner went and now tried to make himself feel better by confronting me. That I was a human made the situation even better in his mind. He wasn't the most open-minded person on Ilium in regards to newcomers on the galactic stage, or better said, any species not on the council. I had hoped that the public setting would stop him from his usual tendencies. Especially when his date for the evening was the Asari running some of the most popular news companies on Ilium. If she wanted she could destroy his reputation in a single week. Yet, a quick glance to the side showed me that she had no intention of involving herself. It was more likely that she wanted to enjoy the coming show if I interpreted the small smile she tried to hide by taking a sip of her wine correctly. Ah, Mr. Vert Oreos, I said, a pleasure to meet you as well. Staying polite in the face of animosity was always a good idea, especially in a public setting. It took your opposite off guard because most expect you to respond with hostility. Furthermore, unless your opposite was set on their path, they would tone down their aggression so they wouldn't feel like an idiot by continuing with it. The public setting helped in this regard because nobody liked to appear lesser than the other person when dozens of eyes were directed at them. And starting a fight for the heck of it was definitely something the public looked down upon. As long as the public wasn't consisting of only Krogans. Yet, from Vert Oreo's narrowing eyes, I knew that he had no intention of calming down to have a polite conversation. And how do you know my name? He asked grindingly. I make it a habit to know the names, occupations, and associates of the players here on Ilium, I answered, skirting somewhat around the truth. While my words could be interpreted as a compliment, calling Vert Oreos a player, it wasn't what I wanted to say. Well, Vert Oreos was a player. His shipping company may be small, and mostly used to ferry goods for his underworld partners, but he had enough money and influence to be called one. However, the league he was playing in was far beneath mine and Detayovi's. So far beneath ours that I initially asked myself why she even agreed to this dinner. Finding out that it was a donation to one of her charities and that she was obligated to invite him to dinner as thanks were enough to assuage my worries that I could annoy her by preventing one of her plans from coming to fruition. The only reason Vert Oreos appeared on my radar was this dinner invitation, else I wouldn't have looked up his name in the first place. And damn, it didn't take my analysts even 2 days to find enough to threaten him into obedience, and only the fact that he was a small fish kept him from Ilium's prisons. He wasn't even important enough in the grand picture that the most corrupt officials would take his bribes. Their equally corrupt rivals would pounce on it without hesitation to further their goals. Bribes were quite an interesting topic on Ilium. As long as you were one of the big players and were discreet, the topic would never appear in the eye of the public or in any court of law. Revealing that an official took bribes also meant revealing from whom they took them, and that was a big no-no for most. After all, you had to be prepared to go against a billion credit company just to oust a rival. There were a dozen easier ways to do so than antagonize someone much more powerful than you. The only time this happens was when 2 companies were going against each other, and while that wasn't unusual, they liked to keep it between them. All in all, nobody was willing to stick out their neck for a small-time player like Vert Oreos when there were bribes available without consequences. Sadly, he wasn't the kind of person who understood this. As you should, human, he smirked. Did I mention that he looked down on humans? So much that he probably didn't even know who I was. Really, talk about not having any sense of danger. I felt how my lips pressed together for a moment before my relaxed smile returned. Even if his arrogant attitude got on my nerves, I couldn't allow myself to be swept up by his flow. Right now wasn't the time to take shots at his ego. Besides, Vert Oreos would lose much more if he continued with his actions than the illusion of superiority. I looked him into his eyes a moment longer before turning back to Detyovi and saying I just wanted to ask if it would be possible to arrange a meeting in the coming days. My time away from Ilium was quite productive, and while I was on the Citadel, I came across an opportunity that should be of some interest to you. Detyovi looked at me cautiously yet with a glint of interest in her eyes. Her caution was understandable. Circle meetings were the only time we interacted with each other, and even then, those meetings were less of a social gathering than a business meeting. Not to mention, they happened only irregularly, so there wasn't often an opportunity to talk in the first place. Furthermore, my rise to the top of the business world here on Ilium had been quite fast and brutal for anyone in my way. While such stellar ascents were unusual in human society, they were nothing extraordinary. The same couldn't be said for a society of beings that lived for 1,000 years. No Asari had ever accomplished something like that before their first century. They were used to slow and steady ascents through the ranks and looked at everyone who seemingly rushed to the top with suspicion. Nevertheless, my position as a member of the circle awarded me with some measure of trust. The same amount of trust, one would give a business partner that would think about his own profit first and foremost. Enough to get to the table, but not enough to not be looked at without suspicion. Detyovi opened her mouth to reply, but before she could get any word out, Vert Oreos interrupted once again, angrier than before. Did you just try to dismiss me, human? Vert Oreos growled. With the tone he spat out the word human, he nearly convinced me that it wasn't the term for my species but an insult that had been a candidate for most offensive word of the year. I didn't dismiss you, Mr. Vert Oreos. It's just that I have some matters that I would like to discuss with Ms. Detyovi. I saw no reason to delay telling her this. After all, I'm sure she would like to proceed with the dinner, I said, my head turning only slightly into Vert Oreos' direction so I could see him. The cake they offer is truly exquisite. Those last words were directed at Detyovi, and an amused smile flitted over her face. She knew what I was doing, and she thought it funny. I was glad that I didn't misjudge her personality, or this could have blown up in my face. After all, she was someone who liked tearing down others or watching it happen in front of her. I'm not someone you should ignore, said Vert Oreos, his tone dropping down to a threatening growl. I can make your life very difficult if I want to. There are enough people who owe me a favor and would gladly take the opportunity to get in my good graces. I couldn't help the amused smile that appeared on my face as he said those words. The smile stayed on my face as I turned back to him, angering him even more when he saw it, believing that I was mocking him. Well, in my defense, I wasn't truly mocking him, at least not at that moment. I was more amused by his threat than anything. Some of the people he spoke about would jump to do him a favor, but most of them would probably sever any connection between them. They were smart enough to know that by making a move against me, Vert Oreos would become a sinking ship. I find that hard to believe, I replied, and my amusement bled into my tone. If it comes to the point where you have to call in favors, it won't be because you want them to work against me, but because you will need every shred of help you can get. I don't know if it was my words or the absolute calm I delivered them with that pushed him over the edge, but the next moment Vert Oreos' chair hit the floor with a resounding bang, and his face was only a few centimeters apart from mine. I won't be threatened by some lowly human, he spat, and some spittle flew from his mouth and hit my face. If you don't fuck off now, I'll beat you to death right here, right now. Really? I knew that he had a short temper, but I hadn't expected him to lose control in a public setting like this. Either his recent dry streak in his business and private life had corroded his already short fuse even further, or I had massively overestimated his ability to read the situation. It was like Andrew once told me, it's easier to predict an intelligent and cunning adversary than the actions of a fool. And it was a fool that stood in front of at the moment. I took a step back from Vert Oreos, which he saw as my surrender if I interpreted the victorious glint in his glaring eyes correctly. There were various reasons why I took a step back from him, but the one he assumed to be the one wasn't among them. I just didn't like to have people right in my face. Besides, staying too close to him would prevent my guards from having a clear field of fire. Raising my right hand to my face, I wiped off the spit on my face while giving the signal to stand down. One of my guards would see it and communicate it to the others. The situation wasn't so dire that I was willing to cause a bloodbath in the middle of a well-attended restaurant. Furthermore, it would deny me the chance to see how he reacted when he realized that he signed his own death warrant just this very moment. I had been willing to let him be if he left without making too much of a fuss, but I wasn't anymore. Not after he attracted so much attention to us. While he was ignorant of who I was in my position in the pecking order in Ilium's society, the same couldn't be said about the other guests of the restaurant. One or two definitely knew me, and if I let Vert Oreos walk away unscathed or even backed away myself, word would spread, and the reputation I carefully cultivated during my time on Ilium would take a hit. A hit I could recover from, without question, but it would take me time and effort, never mind the resources I would have to reallocate to stop the idiots who would try to take advantage of my situation. I slowly lifted my left arm and activated my Omni tool, its appearance drawing a scoff from Vert Oreos. What are you going to do, human? Calling Ilium security? I did nothing wrong. Besides, I've got friends on the force, and they know better than to bother me. You don't have friends there, I countered coldly, while tipping on my Omni tool. At best, you know some people that look the other way if a pile of credits is in that direction. I, on the other hand, know the kind of people that can make your so-called friends deny you faster than a Krogan pulls his gun. Vert Oreos was about to say something, but my cold stare and the sound of a sent message stopped him. And now, you should move fast if you want to save anything of your company and personal savings, I continued, still staring him dead in the eye. His apparent confusion was enough to return my previous amusement. What are you talking about? He hissed. And why should I believe anything from you? A smile that some would call borderline cruel flashed over my face. Vert Oreos barely saw it for a second, but it was enough to make him apprehensive. A quick glance to the side confirmed my assumption that Detayovi was following the performance intently. She was eager to see what was going to happen, and I intended to show her something that would probably pander to her partialities. Ilium Union Bank, account number A3DR3425, Vallis Inter Solar Bank, account number 9823VER213, Palavan First Bank, account number S32KL243PO4. The first one took away any steam Vert Oreos may still have had in his system, and with every following account he got paler and paler. Well, if a Turian could get pale in the first place. Citadel Central Bank, account number CC23422DF453F, Citadel Financial, ADE2342. How do you know those accounts? Stammered Vertrorius, all previous bravado lost. I believe I already told you. I like to know about the people I'm dealing with. And what can I say? The people working for me are rather thorough. For example, they also found some nice evidence linking you to no less than 3 criminal organizations. Involving yourself in drug and weapon smuggling and people trafficking, too? That's not what an upstanding citizen should do. I shook my head as if I was truly disappointed in him, but the knife-sharp grin on my face told another story. I was enjoying this. And do you want to know what message I just sent? I asked and took a step toward him. Vert Oreos took a step back at the same time and stumbled when his leg hit the chair he had knocked over. Sadly, he found his balance and stayed on his feet. It would have been funny if he fell on his ass. I just put all your account information up on the extranet. Every hacker and cracker on this side of the Skylian Verge is probably trying to get into your account at the moment. If I were you, I would hurry to the Ilium Union Bank. Maybe you can save some of your credits before they're all gone. But I would hurry. After all, my friends in law enforcement just got a very interesting mail with some very incriminating evidence about a certain person. I saw the conflict in his eyes. On the one hand, he wanted nothing more than to bolt from the restaurant, grab the next shuttle, and try to save as many credits as he could before the law enforcement officers arrived and disappear from Ilium as fast as he could. On the other hand, he probably wanted to kill me for putting him in this situation. The recital of his accounts left him with no doubt that I didn't bluff and that everything I said was true. Thankfully, he chose the first option, and Vert Oreos ran out of the restaurant as fast as his legs could carry him. His choice may or may not have had something to do with the grin on my face that promised him that if he took even one step in my direction, he would like the consequences even less than his current situation. I watched as he disappeared from my view, making a note to have someone keep tabs on him. It wouldn't do to have someone with a grudge against me run around unsupervised. Vert Oreos wouldn't be able to do anything, but I detested loose ends. The smile on my face became a relaxed one as I turned toward Detayovi, and I bowed my head slightly in her direction. I'm sorry that I interrupted your dinner, and hope this was enough to earn some of your forgiveness. An amused smile flashed over her face as she took a sip of her wine, the dark red, almost violet liquid staining her lips. How did you know that I prefer my dinner to be accompanied by a show? She asked, her tone flirtatious. If you allow me to take a seat and perhaps share some dessert with you, I'll gladly tell you. Her hand elegantly waved toward the fallen chair, and the inviting smile told me everything I needed to know. My hand grabbed the chair to put it back at the table, and as I sat down, I thought that the real challenge only started. Well, even if everything went downhill from here, I would at least get another slice of this heavenly cake. Chapter 31. July 27, 2173. 2102. Ilium, Tazale System. NOS Astra, Ciola Restaurant. So, began Detayovi after we ordered desserts, do you think he will arrive early enough to save what's left of his savings? Perhaps, perhaps not, I answered noncommittally. I put the account information out there, and hundreds of hackers call the extranet their home. It wouldn't surprise me if some of them targeted that account. Detayovi chuckled politely. Yes, that could happen. It would be too bad for Vert Oreos to stand there with empty hands after he put so much effort into getting there as fast as he could. She took another sip of her wine before she asked, what do you think will happen to the money? I mean, it's only peanuts compared to the numbers we see every day, but I'm interested in it nonetheless. I think most of it will find its way into the hands of someone who knows what it can accomplish, but what's going to happen to the rest? I swirled the wine in my glass slowly. The wine was a lighter shade of red than Detayovi's, but I was sure that the taste of my wine was in no way inferior to hers. Most of the money would find its way towards various of my projects and would be treated as donations by someone who would like to stay anonymous. My eyes looked up from the slowly moving liquid to find hers waiting for an answer with expectation. I don't know, I continued, the smile on my face turning playful for a moment. And I don't want to know. Isn't that much more exciting? It definitely is, agreed Detayovi. I like surprises. Well, as long as they don't impact me negatively. But I suppose the shreds that got away are too diminutive to really amount to anything. It's like giving the next best person 100 credits. An apt comparison. After all, if the right person gets their hands on the 100 credits, who knows what's going to happen? He could turn those 100 into 1,000,000, I replied, taking her comparison in a different direction than the one she implied. That's not what I was saying, and you know that, Detayovi said, but there was no sign of annoyance on her face. But your argument holds merit. We never know what a random person could accomplish if you give them a chance. By the way, isn't that your usual modus operandi? Not exactly, I answered. It's more like I'm looking for those with potential. You wouldn't believe how many there are, and the only thing you have to do is to give those people a chance to realize it. Detayovi raised an eyebrow in question. I don't think it is that easy, is it? Of course not, I scoffed. You still have to find those with potential in the first place. And they're not that easy to find. Furthermore, not everyone lives up to their full potential. You always get something in return, but it is not always a jackpot. So it is like playing the lottery. Blanks, jackpots, and consolidation prizes, she concluded. I shrugged. Somewhat, yes. Detayovi smiled politely and said, I didn't take you for such a risk-taker. You seem more careful than that to me. I only said it's somewhat like a lottery, I waved away her concern. The trick is to minimize the risk and maximize the profit. Just like anything else in our line of work. It's certainly a novel method of advancing your position. Perhaps I'll try it myself in the future. I can only recommend it, I advised and took a sip of my drink. The conversation between us came to a stop, and I enjoyed the moment of silence. While the tension that had been there during Vittorio's outburst had disappeared, our table was still the center of attention. It wasn't hard to guess that the other guests of the restaurant were talking about us and how I dealt with Vert Oreos. The way he ran away from me would make its rounds around and make it harder for him to find any support. Vert Oreos basically destroyed his own reputation, especially with his public outburst. Nobody liked to work with someone who had shown themselves to not have much self-control in public. Now, Detayovi broke the moment of silence. While I certainly enjoyed the show, and you have proven yourself to be better company than Vert Oreos in just a few minutes, there is one thing I want to know. Why did you want to talk with me? I'm sure I made it clear that you didn't have anything of interest to me during your induction. That you did, I conceded. But that was then, and now is now. Perhaps I found something of interest to you. Unlikely, said Detayovi, and her tone implied that she really held no expectations, but if you want to change my mind, then go on and try. You have time until the dessert arrives. So, don't waste any time. After all, it won't take long until the waiter returns with our orders. Well, if that wasn't a challenge, then I'll give it my best, I responded with a confident smirk. Detayovi waved her hand, giving me permission to begin. Perhaps you already know, but I spent the last few weeks away from Ilium, I began and saw Detayovi nod at my question. Some of that time away, I spent on the Citadel. A place where your news agencies aren't represented because of reasons, or am I wrong? Her smile dimmed, and her previously relaxed facial expressions froze. I knew I was moving into dangerous territory, but as long as I tread carefully, I should be okay. The only thing I knew for sure was that I now had her undivided attention, for better or worse. Detayovi had tried for years to expand her media empire to the Citadel, but until now, every effort ended in failure. She didn't rise to her position without trampling over others, and if there was one disadvantage to an Asari's lifespan, then it was that one had a lot more time to leave some jealous and petty competitors behind. And Detayovi left many of them behind her. Perhaps it was one of them or just those already established on the Citadel, but someone did try their best to keep Detayovi off the Citadel. One may ask why she wanted to establish herself on the Citadel when her media empire generated millions of credits on Ilium alone, nothing to say of her branches in the rest of Asari space. The answer was pretty easy. All those credits generated on Ilium were nothing compared with what even one of the minor news companies generated on the Citadel. After all, the Citadel was the central hub of the galaxy. It connected the different territories of the various species in the galaxy with each other. The people living on dozens of colonies, major and minor, could access any random magazine. The potential profit of a single issue could go up into the millions effortlessly. Yet, that wasn't the only reason why Detayovi wanted to open a branch on the Citadel. It was easy to forget with her constant public appearances and media presence, but the bulk of her income came from her communication network. A network that was centered on Ilium and allowed for high-speed access to the extranet and its connected services. All kinds of companies paid good money for such an access, and it was a much more reliable source of income than anything that had to do with the media, which relied on the mood of the public. Yet, there was no more room for improvement on Ilium since the Ilium government, corrupt and influenced by the cooperations as it was, limited the number of high-speed lines any company could acquire. Furthermore, the selection process to decide who was allowed to purchase one in the first place was also heavily regulated. In other words, the people who could influence members of the selection committee the best would be allowed to buy one. To prevent any company from becoming too powerful and influential by having a monopoly on the high-speed lines, the Ilium government officials introduced the limitations. The fact that it allowed them to receive bribes from more than one source was probably a nice incentive as well. For that reason, Detayovi wanted to open a branch of her company on the Citadel since the regulations there were a lot more strict than those on Ilium. One of the rules was that anyone trying to acquire one of the high-speed lines belonging to the Citadel had to have a business on the Citadel for at least 2 to 3 years before the Citadel officials even considered allowing someone to take part in the selection process. Furthermore, it wasn't as easy as on Ilium to convince the members of the committee, but I was sure that Detayovi would handle that part. It wasn't my problem anyway until she asked me to do so herself. The only thing I wanted to do was to offer my help to get her on the Citadel. After all, I knew the reason why she failed to do so in the last few years. And that way, I would secure a partnership with her. A partnership that would hopefully allow me access to her communication network and preferential treatment when I wanted to rent her high-speed access to the extranet for my company. Besides, I would have one of 2 members of the Circle on my side already when I wanted to access the shared funds of the Circle for a project. You're not wrong, stated Detayovi, but what could you do? I think I know what you're alluding to, and let me tell you right now, you should choose a different topic. I have it handled. So, you have someone on the Appropriations Committee. Someone who will ensure that your application to open a branch on the Citadel will get through, I guessed. Detayovi's smirk said it all. That's right. My application will get through. I made sure of that. This time nothing will get in my way. That's great. Thank you. As you can see, I have it handled. You should choose something different. I don't think I will, I retorted and earned an incredulous look from her. You still want to talk about it? She questioned. A scoff followed after I gave her a determined nod. Then try it. If you want to waste your precious time, then be my guest. It should be amusing to see you fail to convince me. Her tone suggested that she was utterly confident in her words. That there was nothing I could say or do that would convince her of the contrary and that I would only make a fool out of myself by trying. If I had been a lesser person and didn't know what I knew, then I would have been convinced by her words to stop and try a different angle. Fortunately, I knew something she didn't, and my words would rattle her enough to consider my offer instead of rejecting it out of principle. The Asari you bribed, Loanam Allure, got a better offer from Silit Networks and will reject your application to open a branch office within the month. Your plan to go through the Department of Economics will fall through before it even got off the ground, I revealed, and I could see a brief flicker of anger in Detayovi's eyes before it cooled down to a calculating interest. I see that the rumors about your information network are accurate. You seem to have a talent for finding and uncovering information others would like to keep hidden. Yet, I don't care one bit about Loana Malur, she replied, and there was nothing to suggest that she anything other than truthful. I already expected that someone would pay her more and that she would take it. After all, it's safer to take a bribe for doing nothing rather than the other way around. Other than some credits, there's nothing that could lead back to you. I would do the same in her position, and thus I prepared for this situation. I knew about her backup plan, and I was also aware of something else about it. Do you mean the Solarian in the Department for Immigration? I think his name was Kilos, right? The wine glass stopped on its way toward Detyovi's lips, and for the first time during our conversation, I could see genuine surprise coupled with concern on her face. She put her glass back on the table, and her hand gripped it so tightly that I suspected that if she increased the pressure even a little bit more, the glass would shatter in her hands. I was sure I erased anything that could connect me to him. So, how did you find out? Does it really matter how I found out? The only thing that's important is that I wasn't the only one, I evaded. What happened? She asked, well more like demanded. It's not official yet, but Kilos will be fired and tried for taking bribes. As far as I know, CSEC got a tip from someone working for Silit Networks, I told her, lowering my voice conspiratorial. And with those few words, I ensured that Detyovi wouldn't look any further than Silit Networks for anyone else involved in uncovering her deal with the Solarian Kilos. I gave her a convenient target for her ire, a culprit for her setback. She wouldn't look deeper into the matter after confirming Silit Networks' involvement in the case, and thanks to that, my own involvement would never be discovered by her. Someone in the upper management had a grudge against Detyovi and did their best to keep her off the Citadel, so it wouldn't be unusual for them to be doing this. Yet, they only knew about Loana Malur initially and paid her off to forget her deal with Detyovi. The thing with Kilos would have completely flown below their radar if I hadn't made sure that they received information about it. Silit Network fell for a simple smokescreen, and that didn't say many good things about them. Sure, Detyovi did her best to make it look like bribing Malur was her only plan, but she made a mistake while covering her tracks. While using Malur was her preferred option, Detyovi already knew that she would probably amount to nothing more than a distraction and thus left a trace, connecting them to each other. Most would think they got lucky by discovering this trace, but anyone with experience in covering and uncovering those traces would know it was intentional. Those people would look further into the matter, and if they were good enough at their job, like my people, they would find the Solarian. I sent the information to Silit Network via multiple proxies, and they reacted just like I predicted. Well, not exactly like I predicted. I thought they would bribe Kilos, too, and not sell him out to CSEC. But hey, it still works out this way. Detyovi's plans were in shambles, and now I had the opportunity to play the knight in shining armor and get her what she wanted. And I would get her to owe me a favor. A favor that would hopefully lead to us forming a partnership for the foreseeable future. So what if this partnership was built on me manipulating events that led to this situation? As long as it was profitable for me, I didn't care. I didn't have any plans to deal with her longer than necessary anyway. Suddenly, the glass in Detyovi's hand shattered, and the remaining wine sprayed over the table. Thankfully, it didn't hit her dress, or else she would have stopped our conversation here and then. Her hand was surrounded by a blue haze, indicating her subconscious use of her biotics. The fact that she lost control of them was a clear hint of how angry she was. Otherwise, a person as controlled as Detyovi would have never used her biotics. I wasn't worried that she would use her biotics on me and throw me through the restaurant if I rattled her anymore. She was too experienced to let her mood influence her that much. It was only the circumstance that others denied her place on Citadel once again that got her so upset. And I knew that she would get control of herself back shortly. Just as the thought crossed my mind, the haze around her hand disappeared, and she let out a fake laugh. Ah, look at that, she said somewhat louder for the people who looked over after they heard a glass shatter. The glass slipped from my hands. Perhaps I'm more tired than I thought. Maybe I should go to bed early today. Don't worry, I replied in the same volume. The cake we ordered for dessert will wake you up again. And if not, well, I think every day should end on a high note, don't you? I looked her in the eyes and tried to tell her that I already had a solution for her problem lined up. One she would learn about if she stayed. From the slight widening of her eyes, I guessed that she understood my intention, and if I understood the following narrowing of the same, then I just got a promise of pain if I didn't deliver. Fortunately, I would be able to deliver. You're right, she sighed. We've already ordered, and it would be a waste to leave before tasting it. With a quick glance, I saw that the other guests had returned to their own conversations and didn't pay our table any more attention than before. Before anything else, I want to know how Silit found Kilos. The look in her eyes brokered no objection. Tell me everything you know. And I did. Technically. I told her exactly how my own analysts found out about Kilos and how they guessed that Malur was just a smokescreen. Everything they found out was laid bare. Only a single fact was left out. Namely, that I was the one that leaked the information to Silit Network and that they never found out about it on their own. Everything else was the truth. Because why should I lie? Nothing of what I said would tell her that I was the leak. The best one could do in my situation was to be truthful so that she didn't have any reason to dig deeper than to confirm that I did what I said. Of course, I left out some minor details that weren't important to the whole but gave her something to find when she tried to confirm my story. This way, she would be more inclined to believe it. Andrew told me this trick. Never tell the whole story in one go, but leave out some minor details that are only good for getting a bigger picture. That way, suspicious people would find something and then think that they now knew everything. In the meantime, our dessert arrived after another waiter came to clean up the spilled wine and bring Tatayovi another glass. Yet, despite her previous statement, she didn't stop me from continuing to talk, eagerly interested in what I was saying. More than once, a slight grimace appeared on her face when I told her about how my analysts found the connection between her and Kilos. And that's everything. I guess, I ended before taking another bite of my dessert. Interesting, commented Tatayovi. It seems like I underestimated the information-gathering ability of Silit. You shouldn't feel down too much about it. The companies and people on the Citadel have a lot of experience with such things. It's the center of interspecies politics, and politics make it necessary to be informed about almost everything. If you want your company to become more than a third-rate business, then you have to know how to play the game. She hummed. What does that say about you, then? Your company became first-rate in a startlingly short amount of time. If I remember correctly, it took you around a year to achieve a place in the top 100 after you took control of your Citadel office directly. It just means I prepared accordingly during my time as the Minister of Economics for the Alliance. Knowing the right people, making connections, and learning about what I could and couldn't do. It's all about preparation, I mused before a small chuckle escaped me. Besides, I am a human, and our species is still new to the galactic stage. Nobody knew what I would do and what I was willing to do. So there were not many who knew how to counter my moves. And I was a novel curiosity to others. For them, it was like watching an entirely new theater play. Sadly, I was the one who was writing the play, and they took too long to understand my writing style to anticipate what would happen in the next act. Tatayovi rolled her eyes at my dramatic comparison but was amused nonetheless. A moment later, the expression on her face changed from amused to serious once again, and she fixed me with a calculating look. As amusing as your descriptions are, we're already eating our dessert, and while I was willing to let you continue, you still haven't said anything about your offer. I thought it was obvious. I asked. It's getting you on the Citadel. Despite my recent setback, I'm not stupid. I already inferred that much. My question is how? I hummed, taking my time to answer her question. Raising my own glass to take a sip, I began, as I already mentioned, I used my time as Minister of Economics to forge some connections on the Citadel. One of them is the current head of the Department of Economics of the Citadel, Valdusk. I met him during the first years of the Alliance's exposure to the greater galaxy, and we stayed in contact. Dropping Dusk's name got me Tatayovi's undivided attention. She probably already knew what I was going to say, but that didn't stop her from wanting to hear me say it out loud. After all, nothing was better than to have your assumption confirmed. We did each other favors over time, and even after I retired from my official position in the Alliance and he ascended to the position of department head, we continued our mutually beneficial relationship. And let's just say that it's my turn to request a favor from him. There was hope in Tatayovi's eyes. A hope eclipsed only by the blatant greed in them. She wanted me to use that favor for her, and that badly at that. Of course, that was my plan in the first place. Sabotage her plans to make Tatayovi look for alternatives and then dangle a surefire way to get what she wanted in front of her. How could she say no to that? And that was precisely what I wanted. All that was needed was just another little push. And I'm sure that an application to open up a branch on the Citadel is a small matter if the department head himself endorses it. It would probably be much faster than going through the normal bureaucratic chain. The twitching of her lips told me that Tatayovi was trying her best to stop her smile from turning into a predatory grin. And what can I do to convince you to use that favor for me? She purred. Damn, she wanted that favor desperately. I'm sure we can find something that would convince me to do so, Ms. Tatayovi, I answered. I would prefer it if you called me Marella. After all, we will work closely together from now, she responded with a flirtatious smile. Only if you call me Oscar, Marella. I had her. The only remaining question was how many concessions I would get out of her. Chapter 32. June 7, 2173. 1523. Citadel, Widow System. Human Embassy. Ambassador Goyle's office. There has to be something going wrong if there's a message waiting for me to come here when I'm not even on the Citadel for 3 days yet, I said as I sat down in one of the comfortable chairs in front of Anita's desk. Anita gave me an annoyed look, and I didn't know if it was because of my casual greeting or that I sat down without waiting for her permission, as it would be proper. Her time as the human ambassador on the Citadel made Anita a stickler for protocol, and I couldn't help but do my best not to follow them if it was just the two of us. Please stay serious, Oscar. Right now, I don't have the patience to deal with your antics. She gave me another look that spoke of deep-seated tiredness, and I decided to stop agitating her. Usually, Anita welcomed it after some time when I ignored protocol and helped her unwind. Her job was stressful enough without me adding to it. I leaned forward, bracing my arms on my knees and crossing my fingers in front of my face. You look more stressed than usual, I noted. What's going on? And is it something I can help you with? You know that you only have to ask. A small smile hushed over Anita's face, and she shook her head negatively. Thank you for the offer, but it's not something you could help with. The Council tries to convince the Alliance Parliament to accept some more regulations. All in the name of further cooperation and to better integrate the Alliance into the established system. Of course, they're also dangling the carrot of technological advancements in their faces, and the Parliament is willing to accept. Idiots, all of them. What kind of advancement? I asked, interested in what the Council was promising. That's the real kicker, spat Anita. It's not really clear what they're willing to give to us. The deal is about the data the Solarians pulled from 3 damaged protein beacons. All the data they could save and decrypt. And apparently, it will revolutionize our use of EZO. At least, that's what they're saying. Who knows if it's really everything they pulled from those beacons or if they're going to conveniently forget to transfer something that's actually useful for us. The Parliament is really thinking of agreeing to this. I wondered. Why should they? It's just a matter of time until we're on their level, so why would they exchange a short period of time of inferiority for a lifetime of being under their thumbs? That's the same argument I put forward, complained Anita, throwing her hands in the air. But the moment the words decrypted protein data got thrown into the room, they were all for it. Most Parliament members were there when humanity found the protein beacon on Mars and remember the technological leap shortly after. She turned towards the window overlooking the Presidium, her arms crossed in front of her. They have forgotten that we didn't pull that much data from it in the first place, and everything that came after was based on human ingenuity. You don't have to tell me that, I said calmly. I was there. But I can understand their point, too. I stood up, slowly walking toward her side while continuing to talk. To them, the proteins are these wise, powerful predecessors. The beings that built the Citadel, the mass relays, and who knows what else. They don't know what we know. And for the time being, that's all right. How's that all right? Anita asked, frustration evident in her voice. For the sake of quick and easy technological advancement, they're willing to put us under the thumbs of the Council. It won't end just with this. Once the Council got their way one time, what's going to stop them from doing it again and again and again? Before we know it, we're going to be a client state like the Valis. It starts with small things, but before we know it, we sold our freedom. If it comes to that, the solution is quite easy, I said, standing next to her, my eyes looking over the Presidium. And what's your oh-so-brilliant solution? We take it back. I didn't want to sound too presumptuous, but I thought my line was epic. At first, it seemed like Anita thought the same, with her wide eyes and slightly open mouth, but my assumption was quickly dashed when she started to giggle. We take it back? Couldn't you find something that isn't so corny? I rolled my eyes and answered, I thought it fit. You go on and on about us losing our freedom, and I say we take it back. It might have been corny, but at least it got you out of your mood. She shook her head, and I could see that a small smile had replaced the frown on her face. That it did, she admitted. What regulations is the Council even trying to push onto us? I asked. Essentially, they want a front row seat whenever we find protein ruins and control our progress of decrypting the data we find. Of course, they call it something like ensuring the correct handling of invaluable relics through the presence of highly trained experts. Does this new regulation apply to newly found protein sites or all? All, Anita responded. This means if we want to dig deeper into the Mars archives, we will need a Council-approved expert. The work there was already slow with all the newly discovered sites and the other discoveries, she grumbled, alluding to ruins of the even older spacefaring species the Alliance found. If they even send one anyway. Ah, you think they're going to intentionally slow down our progress in learning from the protein beacons and other artifacts? To keep us from growing too fast and upsetting their balance, or better yet, to make us dependent on them. That thought crossed my mind, admitted Anita. Then you shouldn't worry so much, I said confidently, and she looked at me with one delicate eyebrow raised. Her question was written clearly on her face, and I was more than willing to answer it. First of all, the regulations are only for protein sites, and I like to think that our own resourcefulness and creativity are more than enough to bridge the gap. I carefully stressed the word protein but never said out loud that the ruins and technology of other species were not included in these new regulations. And even in the case of the council finding out, legally, we would have done nothing wrong. Yet, saying this out loud would have been dangerous. We may have been in the office of the human ambassador, and the security here was immense, but I didn't discount the fact the citadel had been the playground of the STG for centuries. The possibility of them being interested in our conversation right now was quite high, and even if the window was a one-way mirror, I wouldn't put it past them to somehow read my lips through it. Paranoid, I know, but better safe than sorry as long as our position wasn't as secure as we would like. I sighed and shook my head. Thinking about a problem you knew you couldn't change was a waste of time. Is there anything else I should know? I asked, steering the conversation away from our previous topic. The Batarians, started Anita and stopped for a moment. If I didn't know her any better, I would think she was considering which words would be polite, but I knew she was considering if she would be polite in the first place or cuss up a storm about them. She went with something in between. The Batarians are getting bolder with each passing month. Their recent success in proving, Anita put air quotes around the word, their innocence in the pirate raids against our colonies made things worse. The newest Batarian ambassador is some noble high up in the hierarchy of the hegemony. He struts around the presidium and the council chambers as if he owns them. As far as I know, he got the position through some of his connections and treats it like a vacation. Thankfully, he's an idiot that can't see that he isn't making any friends with his attitude. Even the other Batarians employed by their embassy try to limit their interactions with him as much as possible. They send such a moron over? I asked, not quite believing their stupidity. My opinion of Batarians wasn't the best, and I recognized that I was biased against them, but I would have never expected them to do something so stupid. Yes, perhaps it's arrogance, thinking that they can get away with it, but the Batarian hegemony is slowly losing political influence. Even Councillor Tavos is losing her patience with the Batarian ambassador, and that woman has the patience of a stone. And the Turian councillor, Brachus, got into a shouting match the last time they met. But that's not something out of the ordinary for Brachus, he's very temperamental for a Turian. Anita scratched her neck with her right index finger, drawing little circles with it. It was one of her habits that came to the forefront whenever she was thinking about something deeply. The only reason why the Batarians aren't losing their political influence faster is that the assistant ambassador, Tak Klama, is a by far more reasonable person. He works around their ambassador and does it well. Even the council prefers to invite Klama if they have to deal with the Batarians and only call on their ambassador if they have no other choice, or it would be a grievous insult to do otherwise. Is he a problem? I asked. You sound like Andrew, said Anita amused. He asked the same thing and offered to remove the obstacle if necessary. And is it necessary? Not at this moment, no. When I have to deal with the Batarian hegemony, I would rather do so with someone who is competent and doesn't make threats or yells around every other second. A sigh escaped Anita. Furthermore, political assassination isn't done here on the Citadel. It is one of the unwritten rules that everyone abides by. Even a place as cutthroat as the political scene needs some rules. Everything else is permitted but not murder. The slight smile on Anita's face turned predatory. Besides, I can work around him easily enough. If I have to deal with just the hegemony, I work with Klama, but if it involves another party, or is something that involves the council, then I invite their ambassador. His temper is enough to damage their reputation and shines a better light on us as the reasonable party at the same time. Well, if that were the case, I would leave it in Anita's hands. She seemed to have the situation in control, and if I involved myself without her direct permission, anything I did could make her job more difficult. One had to trust others to do their job well, or else one would be stuck micromanaging everything, and that was not something I personally had the inclination or patience for. Anita had much more experience with dealing with Citadel politics, and the best I could do was listen to her advice, especially if I wanted to succeed her in a few years. But, there was one thing that stood out to me, and I had to ask her about it. You know, you always call him the Batarian ambassador, I commented lightly, but what's his name? I was actually curious. Anita hadn't mentioned his name once, and I didn't think I heard it somewhere else, too. Anita turned to me with a confused look as if to say that she already mentioned it and opened her mouth to say it again. Yet, instead of chiding me for my inattention, she closed and opened her mouth a few times, not knowing what to say, before a look of disbelief flashed over her face, and the tips of her ears turned red. I can't believe it, she whispered, more to herself than to me. I don't know his name. I don't know the Batarian ambassador's name. What was that? I asked with a shit-eating grin. I don't know his name, okay. She responded harshly. I know where he spends his free time and his favorite restaurants, and I even know the name of his preferred consort. But, for the love of God, I can't remember his name. I could barely hold back a snigger at how worked up she was because of this. That's not like you. Normally, you're pretty good with names, and it's not like you to forget something like this. I know, she groused, but somehow I can't remember it. It never was that important to me, I've always addressed the Batarian ambassador by his title, and that was enough. Her eyes widened a little as if she only realized something important now. And I believe I'm not the only one. Not the only one? I asked, looking for clarification. Do you mean you're not the only one that doesn't know his name? I believe so, she agreed. During every meeting he attended, he was always addressed as ambassador. And nothing else. Not even the council has called him by name even once. This time I couldn't hold back my snigger completely. Shows how high the Batarian ambassador is held in regard. Even Anita couldn't hold back a quiet giggle anymore. The light atmosphere continued for a bit before my smile dimmed, and I asked, but in all seriousness. Is there anything else I should know? The pirate raids on our borders are steadily increasing in frequency, said Anita, her own smile vanishing from her face. It's only a matter of time until they get bold enough and try to hit a major colony. A few months, perhaps a year? We're sending more and more troops to the border, but the pirates are slipping through our cordon anyway. They seem to know our border patrol routes. Any idea how that can be? I asked concernedly. If the pirates could slip through our ranks undetected whenever they wanted, it would become a problem of unknown proportions. It wouldn't just be the actual security risks. The feeling of being constantly in danger would deter any further colonization efforts close to the border since everyone would be too afraid to get close to it. Furthermore, the damage to the alliance and the current governing party's reputation would be immense. Nobody liked a government that failed to protect them, and the people would lose faith in it faster than a Krogan could fall into a blood rage. Andrew has some theories and has his people looking into the matter. Let me guess, I said, he's suspecting that someone is selling them information about the patrol routes. That's our working theory, Anita agreed. There's not much to support it, but the possibility alone is daunting. We don't know if it's one of our people, a Batarian spy, or if some opportunist of another species is behind it. The ace is looking into all these possibilities, and we can only hope they find the leak. And fast. While Anita listed the different possibilities, my only thought was that it hopefully wasn't the first option. If it came to light that a traitor in our ranks was responsible for the loss of life and the destruction of property amounting to millions, then it would crush spirits throughout Alliance territory. The only bright spot was that the pirates and slavers hadn't managed to take any humans as slaves until now, the Alliance military stopping them before they could get away with them. Yet, that could change in the blink of an eye. Just the thought that there was some kind of scumbag out there who embraced the possibility that some of his fellow humans would be taken as slaves for his own monetary gain made me sick. The Batarians weren't exactly nice to slaves of different species, as some escapees reported. Not that those reports changed anything. The council was too preoccupied with preserving the status quo to push for real change. Well, with the worsening relationship between the council and the Batarian hegemony, it could be only a matter of time until the council decided to set some new rules in that regard, even before the hegemony withdraws from the citadel. Still, that wasn't something I could influence better than Anita, so I would just let her do her job. She had a better overview of where to push to effect change. If Andrew has taken on the job of searching for the leak, then it will be found, I assured. Of course, he will. Else, he would have been ousted from his job long ago. If he doesn't find such a huge security risk, there will be a long line of people wishing to take the job from him. In fact, there is already a long line wishing to do so. There are. I asked dubiously. My question wasn't out to ask if there were people willing to do his job. His position was high up in the Alliance hierarchy and came with a lot of power and influence in the day-to-day business of the Alliance. So, of course, people were lining up to take the job. The real question was why Andrew hadn't gotten rid of them. He finds it amusing, answered Anita, who understood what I was asking. For him, it's like a relaxing hobby to make them run around like headless chickens while they try to cover their bases. As far as I know, Andrew ends up hiring those that can do it well enough. Besides, he told me that if he can't keep them away from his position, the one who ousts him deserves the job. That sounds like Andrew, I nodded. I could see that there was something that Anita wanted to tell me. She was obviously looking for an opportunity to direct the conversation toward the topic she wanted to talk about but couldn't find the right moment. As the good friend I was, I decided to just ask her. So spit it out, I said, and perhaps the words sounded a bit harsher than I intended if I interpreted her startled look correctly. There's something you want to ask and don't know how, I continued, taking care that my words came out lighter than before. You know me, there's nothing you can't ask. In the worst case, I say not, and that's it. You're right, sighed Anita. The point is, what I want to talk about is quite sensitive. It could get the Alliance in a lot of trouble if it got out that we are even marginally interested in that topic. And I wouldn't get into trouble. As long as you follow the correct procedures there shouldn't be. How far along are you with getting a research permit for AI? Oh. AI research. That was definitely a topic the Alliance should distance itself from. At least, officially. I didn't concentrate on that in the last few years. Dozens of other things kept popping up, but I still got people trying to make inroads in that direction. If I put a bit of pressure at the right points, I should be able to get a research permit in the next 6 months to a year. Most would think that AI research was completely prohibited by the Council, especially after the fiasco with the Geth and Quarians. Yet, all of the dominant species in the galaxy continued to look into the topic, the Solarians ahead of everyone. I think only the Asari banned research and development of AI unconditionally inside their territory, and they tried to push for a ban in the whole galaxy every few years. Something that always failed due to the Solarians' veto. Quite surprising since the Solarians and Asari were in agreement about most topics. Still, I could understand the position of the Solarians. They neither had the sheer military manpower of the Turians nor the biotic prowess of the Asari. Their intelligence and technology were their equalizers, and the utility of a functioning AI-1 that didn't plan your extermination wasn't something to be underestimated. Still, the research into AI experienced a setback after the Geth incident when the panic about any aspect of it reached new heights, and several labs got destroyed by terrified people. Centuries of research were destroyed. Conspiracy theorists claim until today that these attacks were initiated by the Asari. Personally, I thought that there was some substance behind the rumors, and the fact that the Asari insisted on sharper restrictions for any AI research did point in that direction. Furthermore, every council member could decide to send a spectre to inspect the research facilities at any time they wanted without any prior warning, something which Councillor Tavos did regularly. Interestingly, Tavos always sent 2 specters, one Asari and a spectre not of the species that owned the to-be-inspected facility. Apparently, there was some scandal a few decades back when an Asari spectre added not existing security flaws to her report that led to the shutdown of a research facility. The addition of a non-Asari spectre was ruled as the logical consequence but didn't stop the fact that Asari spectres were looking for any excuse to shut down AI research facilities. Over time, further regulations were put in place. For example, the facility had to be visited once before they started any work in them, and all flaws found had to be fixed before the next visit. Facilities could only be shut down when security risks were found on 3 different inspections after the first visit. Should any mistake found not be fixed by the next inspection, the facility can be shut down immediately. There were many more regulations and exceptions for special situations that I thought that the topic had to come up regularly in discussions between council members. Funnily enough, it was way easier to get a research permission as a private individual than as a government agency. Any government had to spring through so many hoops to open a single research facility that it wasn't funny anymore. Furthermore, any member species of the Citadel had to have an embassy for at least 25 years before they were even allowed to file a motion. Yet, the previously mentioned restriction didn't apply to individuals of said species. In short, I could legally apply for a research permit while the Alliance couldn't. The only stipulation was that I had to prove that no money or resources I used for the facility or research came from the Alliance. In short, I had to pay for everything out of my own pocket. Nothing too daunting for me since my pockets were rather deep. So, all in all, getting a permit and keeping it was just a matter of stubbornness to go through the bureaucracy and having enough money so that its cogs ran smoothly. Good, nodded Anita, bringing me back from my thoughts. You haven't told me a reason until now, I reminded her. You remember Major Ryder? She asked, and I nodded in response. Yes, Major Alec Ryder. N7, if I remember correctly. Wasn't he part of our escort when he first stepped foot on the Citadel? Correct. Major Ryder came to me a week ago with a project that he thought could give the Alliance the needed edge in regards to our position in the galaxy. And let me guess, I interrupted her. It had something to do with AI. Anita shot me a pained smile. Not hard to guess, right? I got a good picture of what he planned, and it looked like it would help us immensely, but, you know. The Alliance can't be seen involving itself with AI research at this point, I finished for her. Not at this time, no. We have neither the required years for a permit nor the political clout. The Alliance is the new kid on the block, so to speak, and our rise is still looked at with suspicion and doubt by the other species in the galaxy. Lust for power is just one of the things they say about us behind our backs, and should we involve ourselves with AI research, we will lose a lot of goodwill I managed to achieve during my years on the Citadel. And my reputation won't suffer? Or the Alliance's? You know, since I'm a human, too. I asked, raising an eyebrow in doubt. I thought about that, too, don't worry. There will not be any problems. You may be an Alliance contractor, but you're still an individual. There are no laws prohibiting you from obtaining a permit, even if the Alliance isn't allowed to yet. I don't know why that's so, but I think it's because this situation never happened before. Most Citadel members either were part of it for more than 25 years or weren't that interested in AI research after the new regulations came about. I had our embassy lawyers check the laws and regulations for the past week over and over, so it's perfectly legal. Of course, that will change after you obtain a permit, but the Council can't do anything retroactively. They will probably put you under harsh scrutiny, and if they find any reason to close your facility, you will be banned from AI research throughout life, but I have faith in you. She smirked at me and added, and nobody will think it unusual that you're obtaining one. Your diverse portfolio is thankfully helpful in that regard. Starships, weapons, armor, construction, mining, and don't you even own an ice cream factory? I leveled an unimpressed stare at her. Yet, laugh it up. It isn't like I haven't been made fun of for that by you and others at least once a year. What can I say? I liked the ice cream they produced, and the company was about to go bankrupt. Thousands would have lost their jobs, and saving those had been my good deed of the year. It gave me good PR, my name wasn't exclusively tied with tools of war and destruction anymore, and since then, the company recovered and brought in a small plus. So, what do you say? Can I arrange a meeting between you and Major Ryder? Anita asked, looking slightly nervous. I could understand her apprehension. Should I say no, then she had to tell Ryder that there was nothing she could do. Over the years, I had forgotten many of the smaller details of the Mass Effect games, but I remembered that Ryder left the Alliance when they weren't willing to fund his research. It had something to do with his wife, but what exactly? Well, it didn't matter right now. I would probably find out soon enough. The thing that mattered right now was that Ryder was an asset the Alliance couldn't lose. And I was probably their last option to keep Ryder tied even just loosely to the Alliance. 3 days from now, I said, and Anita's shoulders dropped slightly in relief. At Astra headquarters, Citadel branch. If he needs more time to get to the Citadel, the appointment can be pushed back a few days. That won't be necessary. Ryder is still on the Citadel with his family, assured Anita. She laid her hand on the side of my arm and squeezed slightly. Thanks for that, Oscar. That helps me a lot. I smiled at her and said, I believe I said I would help you if you needed me, didn't I? Besides, Major Alec Ryder wasn't someone I was willing to let go of. He developed the AI SAM, and something like that could become a game changer in our fight against the Reapers. And perhaps further beyond. October 3, 2173. 6:43. Ilium, Tazale System. Porto Decola. The sunlight coming in through the window hit my eyes, and I slowly returned to the waking world. Not that that was a good thing. I would have preferred to sleep a bit more, but I contented myself with staying in bed for a few more minutes. It was just so damn comfortable. Yet, even that had to end. I sat up, and the soft blanket smoothly slid down my naked torso. While turning sideways to get my legs out of the bed, I stretched my arms upwards to work out the kinks in my back. A satisfying pop came from my left shoulder, and I slowly pulled my arms back down, resting them on my knees. It was still early, but the sunlight was already flooding the bedroom, and my eyes had a hard time adjusting to the brightness. I had never been a morning person, but with every passing year, it got worse. Probably one of the symptoms of getting old. A soft murmur came from behind me, combined with the rustling of the blanket. A few moments later, a soft hand touched my back, and I closed my eyes, enjoying the warmth it provided. Already up? Asked a feminine voice, tinged with the tiredness of a barely woken person. Yeah, I responded, my own voice not much better. I'll have a flight to catch. It's your ship. Couldn't you just tell them to wait? We could spend some more time in bed, she said, trying to sound alluring, which was offset by the yawn that followed shortly. I looked over my shoulder, putting a warm smile in place while the hand on my back disappeared. While that sounds lovely, I can't. I dislike having to adjust my timetable, and if we stay in bed, I'll probably have to adjust several days' worth of meetings. And you know Cicerio. He would nag about the delay for months. My eyes wandered over the naked form of one Morala de Tiovi. Her hands were flat on the bed behind her back, pushing her upper body up, and I had the feeling she was pushing her chest slightly more in my direction than was necessary for her position. The blanket pooled around her legs, and through the light red fabric, I could appreciate the contours of her hips. When my eyes returned to her face, the first thing I saw was a small smirk. She had noticed my wandering eyes, and if I learned anything about her in the last months, then it was that she was proud of her body and loved it when someone appreciated it with due respect. Well then, she said with a fake sigh, get going. Perhaps I'll spend the rest of the morning in bed, enjoying it by myself. To accent her words, she used one of her hands to slowly trace the side of her body, disappearing beneath the covers and finding its way to the inside of her thighs. With an act of immense willpower that I refused to show outwardly because that woman knew what she was doing and would jump on any perceived weakness, I tore myself away from the sight. You do that, I chuckled and stood up. If my chuckle came out a bit weakly, then it definitely had nothing to do with the fact that Detiovi had almost convinced me to stay in bed and damn the consequences. I collected my clothes from where they were carelessly scattered on the floor and put them on. A quick check of the time told me that my shuttle would be here any minute, and I walked towards the bedroom door. I'll see you when you get back, she asked as I made my way through the room. I stopped at the door, turned to her with a smile, and answered, of course, yours will be the first address I'll visit that night. The sentence looking forward to it followed me after I left the room. I kept a smile on my face as I made my way through Tyovi's house to get to her personal landing spot. The house was one of her more private properties, away from the eyes of the public, and thus, perfect for our little affair. The shuttle was already waiting for me with an open side door when I arrived at the landing spot, and I didn't waste any time entering it. The door shut behind me just as I was falling into my seat, and my driver accelerated the moment my ass was firmly planted in it. The smile I had kept on my face during my way through Tyovi's house disappeared almost immediately. If someone looked at my relationship with Tyovi, they would see a secret affair between two public and prominent persons, perhaps even something with real feelings. Nothing could be further from the truth. We liked each other well enough after working together those last few months, but there were no feelings between us that would lead to any serious relationship. Or perhaps a better description was that we liked each other enough to work together. Both of us were trying to gain the upper hand in our partnership, and that wouldn't end for a long time. And the reason why we have sex? Well, it's claimed that Oscar Wilde once said, "Everything is about sex except sex. Sex is about power." Or did Sigmund Freud say it? The only thing that mattered was that the quote was correct. Tyovi and I tried to gain power over each other by trying to create some feelings in each other. Feelings that could be exploited. Was it morally wrong? Yes, definitely. Did any of us care? Definitely not. We both knew what the other was trying to do, but we kept the charade up because it was amusing. And the sex was great, not gonna lie. I had several lovers over the years, but just like with Tyovi, I kept my dalliances out of the public eye. But enough about her. My thoughts would turn to her again after I finished my business with Cicerio and I was on the way back to Ilium. I already got several concessions out of her after I managed to get her a permit to open up a branch on the Citadel. She was noticeably distracted by the endeavor to get her operations to run smoothly, so I had an easier time taking advantage of her resources without her knowledge. For now, I had to concentrate on what was before me. Cicerio was a stickler for punctuality and order. Like most Turians, I had the pleasure to get acquainted with more closely. Should I not meet the deadlines he set, then I could kiss my hope goodbye that I hopefully could convince him to introduce me to his contacts in the Turian military. And it was those contacts that were the foundation of Cicerio's influence and power. In terms of financial power, Nisco Ron and I were the powerhouses of the Circle of Alamina, and I didn't know which of us would come out as the winner if we ever compared our total assets. Cicerio was a small fish compared to us, and he wasn't exactly poor either. Having enough money to buy the number of weapons the Turian military wanted to get rid of, told me that his account had enough zeros to buy a small planet or at least a moon. Yet, his contacts were by far more valuable than any credits he had. Just being able to arrange this deal meant that his contacts in the Turian hierarchy had enough influence to make this deal possible. Furthermore, his contacts weren't just restricted to the Turian military. Cicerio knew people all around the galaxy and from all walks of life. Be they from the different militaries of the galaxy, its numerous mercenary groups, or people deep in the underbelly of galactic society. One had only to ask and pay the right price, and Cicerio would be able to get it. He could probably get hold of an old atomic bomb of Turian design. No matter how much the Turians, along with the Asari and Solarians, may decry the use of atomic bombs as barbaric, before they made contact with the Citadel, or perhaps before their unification war, the Turians had used nuclear bombs in their wars, probably, even more than humanity. The only difference between them and us was that the Turians hadn't used one on their one home world, as far as the public knows. Just a few of their colonies. The fact that their unique physiology made them more resistant to the typical fallout of nuclear explosions likely decreased their reluctance to use them, too. Fun fact, of the big three Asari, Solarian, Turian, only the Asari didn't develop a Fisher bomb or any of its diversions. The Solarians created one, but there had never been a situation where they had to use one before it became obsolete. And the Asari? They developed something just as deadly, only without the fallout. It wasn't a hard mental leap that the other galactic civilizations followed the Asari's example and created weapons of mass destruction that were just as deadly or even more so, but without the pesky side effect of radioactive contamination. And wasn't that interesting? The so-called greatest civilization of the galaxy didn't deprecate the creation of weapons that could erase the lives of thousands or even millions in an instant, but something that denied the user his spoils. For example, the immediate use of the area where an atomic bomb was fired, was called barbaric. It was hypocrisy at its finest, and it was so human that I knew we would have done and will do it, too. I couldn't help but chuckle quietly when I noticed how far my thoughts drifted away from the topic I had first thought of. History had always been one of my favorite subjects back in school, and the pasts of the other galactic civilizations were incredibly fascinating. And the more I delved into their histories, the more I was convinced that weren't so different as some believed. Of course, there were some differences that couldn't be ignored, like the fact that the Asari were a monogendered species, but if one closed their eyes and pretended that physiological distinctions didn't exist, it was easy to imagine that we were all one species. Our cultures, our ways of life, different because of the conditions of our environments we had to adapt to and not because we are different species. Nobody would say that the ancient Greeks and the Maya were two different species because they differed in how they went about their lives. At least, that was how I decided to see the world. It helped me to understand the inhabitants of the galaxy a bit more, and it would help me in the future when I would have to deal with their representatives in the name of the Alliance. A jerk of the shuttle brought me back to the present, and the pilot's voice came through the intercom. We left Ilium's atmosphere just now. It should only take a few more minutes until we arrive at the Sagittarius, sir. Wonderful, I replied, keeping the COMM channel open. Please tell me when we're only a minute out. Of course, sir. I'll tell you immediately. A quiet click signified the closing of the COMM channel, and the only sound left in the passenger cabin was the almost unnoticeable humming of the EZO core. The Sagittarius was one of the 4 ships that would be tasked with the transportation of the cargo Cicerio had acquired. Be it crates of weapons, ammunition, or something bigger like APCs or even tanks. The ships like the Sagittarius would be able to transport it easily. If they could carry thousands of tons of unrefined materials from the fringes of known spaces to whatever place they were needed, then they should be able to do the job. Else, I should probably look into replacing them. Those 4 ships, the Sagittarius, the Gemini, the Aries, and the Libra, were hopefully more than enough for Cicerio, but they would probably have to make multiple trips. The shipping manifest Cicerio showed me listed enough items to fill 4/5 of the loading capacity of the 4 ships, including the proper securing of the cargo, and I wasn't naive enough to believe that the manifest was completely accurate. Cicerio was probably holding back information about a good portion of the items he wanted me to transport, and it wouldn't surprise me if the total amount of crates doubled by the end of it. Furthermore, contrary to his promise, he hadn't told me long in advance when the deal would happen, and 2 of the ships I intended to send on this wouldn't have been ready before the end of the month. For that alone, I would take a pound of flesh from him and rework the contract we had agreed on a month ago. I should set up a second contract too, just in case he wouldn't let me specific crates to make sure I didn't transport anything illegal. A simple contract that I wasn't responsible for the content and that he took full legal responsibility. I wasn't an idiot, and I had no interest in taking the fall for him. Sir, we're close to the Sagittarius. Thank you, I answered, and prepared myself for the change in gravity that would happen when we entered the hangar bay of the ship. I took more look around the cabin of the shuttle and thought about spending some of the time we traveled in here. The Sagittarius wasn't a ship built with comfort in mind, at least not the kind of comfort I was used to. But I probably wouldn't. Spending some time around the decks of the Sagittarius, and talking with the crew members would help me keep my image up, and the people would have a nice story to tell of how they met the big boss and how nice he was. Thankfully, the trip is a short one, I thought with a sigh. October 6, 2173. 203. Turkan 5, Akirium System. Warehouse District of Lajarum. Levin Banks. Sneaking into the warehouse was as easy as Luck had said, something that was like a minor miracle in Levin's opinion. The times Luck had been correct in that regard could be counted with one hand, and there would still be fingers left. The opposite had happened far more often, to Levin's chagrin. He had stopped counting after the 30th time. Yet, Levin would have preferred if the intrusion into the warehouse had been more difficult than Luck's prognosis. Because somewhere down the line, it would come back to bite them in the ass, and that situation would be much worse. See, I told you it would be easy, said Luck, his voice just a bit louder than a whisper, and Levin did his best to hold back the sigh that wanted to escape his mouth. His once mentor and now friend couldn't help himself and utter these words, and from experience, Levin knew that Luck had just jinxed them. The last time he said those words, they were chased by a pack of guard Varen not 5 minutes later. Hopefully, it wouldn't end as bad and humiliating as that time. Trying to come up with an explanation about what happened while a nurse applied Medigel to his buttocks was an experience Levin didn't want to re-experience. One time was more than enough. Luck had noticed his unimpressed stare and made a dismissive gesture with his hand. Don't look at me like that, how should I have known that he had a pack of Varen patrolling the grounds? He argued, knowing exactly why Levin gave him that look. This time, I scouted and found all their security measures. And I checked for Varens. Twice. There are none. And you can't hold that incident over my head forever. You know just as well as I that anything connected with Boss Blasco isn't normal. That is something that Levin can't deny. One could wander through the galaxy for 5 decades or more and never meet an individual like Boss Blasco ever again. Since joining Luck in his quest to become rich, he had met the strangest people, seen the most incredible things, and had his worldview shattered more times than he could count. But amongst everything he experienced, meeting Boss Blasco was still and would ever be at the top of the list. After all, how many people could claim that they met a Hanner crime boss? Furthermore, not just any crime boss, but one deeply fascinated by human crime bosses of the 20th century and acts like them. Or, at least, acts like they're depicted by movies from that time period. Meeting a Hanner in a dimly lit office, sitting behind a desk, and smoking a cigar had been an experience for Levin, and afterward, he could say with pride that he was well on his way to seeing everything the galaxy had to offer. Before, he didn't even know that Hanner were able to smoke. How Boss Blasco rose to his position and how he managed to gain the loyalty of his lieutenants was a mystery shrouded in so many rumors that nobody knew for certain how it happened. Especially since one of his lieutenants was a Krogan. Some say he proved himself by pitting two rival gangs against each other and mopping up the survivors, others claimed he killed two Krogans with nothing but his tentacles, and the most outlandish rumors said that he defeated a Thresher Maw on foot, or tentacle by himself. Honestly, Levin wouldn't be surprised if those rumors ended up as the script of some movie. They were epic enough for that. Yet, Boss Blasco was only one of the incredible personalities Levin met on his travels with Luck. There was this Krogan landlord who had butted people if they brought too much dirt into his building and threw tenants out through the window if they missed the deadline for rent, the Batarian who was in charge of an animal charter, or the Turian who lived on a dumpster planet, searching for parts for his doomsday laser. The galaxy was a place full of interesting people, and Levin was never not grateful that Luck took him with him. And that's why he stuck with Luck, even if he got them in situations that had Levin fear for his life. He knew when push comes to shove he could trust Luck and vice versa. "Come on, don't just stand there," said Luck, waving Levin towards him. "The crates we're looking for should be somewhere over there." Levin followed after Luck, activating the flashlight function of his Omni tool on the lowest setting so that the light couldn't be seen from outside. Not that any light would escape the meters-high crates stacked on both sides of the passage. The atmosphere was eerie, and the only sound was the echo of their almost silent footsteps. Not even the wind howling outside the warehouse could be heard. "Are you sure that everything is going according to plan?" asked Levin, flashing his light in the direction from where they had come. "Yes, everything is going according to plan." "Stop being such a worrywart," assured Luck, who walked forward, his own flashlight hushing over the labels of the crates in search of the right one. "The security equipment is displaying a loop for the next hour, and we should be out and gone long before the time runs out." "If you say so," said Levin, not really reassured by Luck's words. "That's the one!" exclaimed Luck, his voice excited but not louder than a whisper. He walked towards the crate and put a code breaker next to the electronic lock. The two of them waited for almost 2 minutes, either for the signal that the crate was open or that the alarm of the warehouse was going off. With their track record, both were viable possibilities. Thankfully, it's the former, and the lock opens with a click that echoes through the warehouse. Slowly, as if he was handling a newly hatched Solarian baby, Luck opened the crate and shined inside with his flashlight. "Levin, my dear friend, we hit the jackpot," whispered Luck odd, and Levin could only nod when he saw what was inside the crate. There had to be at least 24 or more Turian military assault rifles of the last generation. A single one could go for several 10,000 credits easily on the black market, and now they got their hands on several dozen of them. Getting them all out of the warehouse without anyone noticing would be a hassle, but it wouldn't be that much of a problem for them. Smuggling the herd of biotic space cows had been much more difficult. Levin was allowing himself to smirk when he noticed the red point on Luck's back, which was soon followed by a second. His mind not really processing what he was seeing, he turned in the direction from where the red points were coming and saw that he himself had suddenly 3 red points on his chest, and the worst thing was they were moving. Understanding came slowly to him, but when it was there, it hit like a crash-landing space shuttle. He tipped Luck on the shoulder, and his tipping got more frequent when he was ignored. "What?" snapped Luck and turned towards him annoyedly. Instead of answering him, Levin pointed in the direction the red points were coming from. Slowly, like ghosts, they emerged from the dark, their weapons pointed at them, the muzzles not wavering for a moment. "Oh," was Luck's helpful commentary, and he was as frozen as Levin in the face of the very real possibility of death. A snap sounded through the dark, and in the previous silence, it sounded like the detonation of a bomb. The first thought going through Levin's head when the world suddenly turned bright was that the armed people before him had opened fire and that he would die. Thankfully, it was only the lighting of the warehouse. The fact that he almost lost control of his bladder wasn't important in comparison to the sheer relief that flooded him when he noticed that he wasn't dead. But that relief turned to dread quite fast when he noticed who walked through the rows of armed soldiers. After all, there was probably no human alive who wouldn't recognize him. "You know, in a situation like this, it's normal to raise your hands and surrender," drawled Oscar Dean Bren. Levin thought that was a piece of good advice. Chapter 33. October 6, 2173. 221. Turkan 5, Akirium System. Warehouse District of Lajarum. Levin Banks. It took a moment for Levin to comprehend Oscar Dinabrin's words. Not because they were complicated or spoken quietly, but because the situation was so out of Levin's comfort zone that his mind needed a few seconds to reboot. Yet, when his mind finally processed the words, Levin's arms wanted to shoot up, and he could only thank his subconscious that it managed to stop his knee-jerk reaction. A sudden and fast movement of his arms would have definitely earned him a bullet or two in the head. The people surrounding Dean Bren protectively had rifles pointed at Luck and him and didn't look like the kind of guys who appreciated anything that could become threatening to their charge. Slowly, ever so slowly, Levin raised his arms over his head, with his palms pointing forwards, to show that his hands were empty. Glancing to the side, he saw Luck still staring at the newcomers and that he hadn't moved an inch. It was like time did stop moving for him. Levin winced. It wasn't like he couldn't understand why Luck reacted that way. The situation was quite unbelievable, but not following the suggestions of the man in charge of the people with guns was unmistakably the worst decision. Thankfully, Levin stood close enough to his partner to kick his leg. Slowly, of course. It wouldn't do if Levin got shot for his efforts to prevent his partner from making the acquaintance with a bullet. Oh, yes, yes. Hands in the air. A wonderful idea, Luck stammered after Levin's kick got him out of his trance, and he proceeded to do just that. It felt like half an eternity, but less than a minute passed until Dean Bren broke the silence that had settled between the two groups. Well, now that we have worked out our respective positions, may I ask what you are doing here? I mean, it's always great to see two members of different species working together, but this isn't exactly the place I would have thought to wander upon it. Levin could feel the lump in his throat when he tried to answer Dean Bren's command. And it was a command, no matter how politely he asked. It was like he said, they knew their respective positions, and Dean Bren's position was the one that held all the power, most importantly, the one over Luck's and Levin's lives. So, not doing as Dean Bren asked was the same as playing with volatile fire. After understanding that, was it surprising that Levin found it difficult to speak? Luck hadn't the same reservations as Levin. Well, you see, sir, began Luck, and while his previous stammer had disappeared, Levin could still notice the nervousness clinging to his voice. I heard from a guy who has a friend who's acquainted with this guy who heard from a stripper who got this customer. It took less than a minute of Luck's talking for Levin to wish he hadn't kicked Luck out of his state of shock. There was nothing more Levin wanted to do than slap himself in the face. Luck's talking would throw them only deeper into trouble. It always had. Why did he expect that it would be different this time? Thankfully, the light smile on Dean Bren's face hadn't turned annoyed. Instead, Levin could see an ounce of amusement that grew more prominent the longer Luck talked. Was it possible? Would Luck's long-ass explanation help them this time? Contrary to everything Levin had experienced until now? Dean Bren held up his left hand to politely interrupt Luck and said, I think I get it now. You got information about this place, and, thanks to it going through multiple sources, you didn't know from who you were going to steal. Am I correct? Yes, sir. That's correct, squeaked Luck, looking at the guy who stepped closer to him with a rifle still trained on his head. Another nonchalant gesture from Dean Bren, and the guy took a step back. If Levin had to take a guess, the soldiers around Dean Bren weren't as amused as the man himself and probably thought Luck was disrespecting their boss with his non-stop talking. There were rumors galore about what employees of Ad Astra did when people disrespected or talked disdainfully about Oscar Dean Bren in their presence. Truthfully, most just got into an argument with the offending person, but there were also some that took things too far, most notably those in the Ad Astra security division. And Levin wasn't talking about black eyes or broken noses but extended stays in the hospital. Yet, those instances never made it to the public. The victim got compensated, the hospital bills paid, and the person responsible got relocated. If there were a department that dealt solely with such situations, it wouldn't surprise Levin. The stellar reputation Ad Astra sported didn't leave room to expect otherwise. All in all, Levin didn't want to learn if those rumors about the Ad Astra SD were truthful. The guys around Dean Bren were definitely part of the SD, and if they put civilians into the hospital for bad-mouthing their boss in public, what would they do to the two guys trying to steal from him? Suddenly, being killed wasn't the worst option anymore. Other options were far more terrifying. At least, it seemed like Dean Bren had tight control over them and didn't want unnecessary violence. So, continued Dean Bren, if you had known who owned these crates, you would have skipped this opportunity. Yes. Said Levin before Luck had the chance to answer. If Levin knew him well enough, and he did, then the answer to that question would put them deeper into the hot water than they were already in. Dean Bren looked at him and raised an eyebrow in question at the speed Levin had answered with. Slowly, Dean Bren turned to look at Luck, who fidgeted under the questioning stare. Probably not, would still do it, escaped Luck quietly, but the silence and openness of the warehouse allowed his voice to echo loudly. Fuck. That was the word that sped through Levin's head. Constantly. Repeatedly. Nothing, but this word filled his mind. You don't tell the most powerful human alive that you would steal from him to his face. You don't do it to anyone. That was probably the first lesson in thieving 1-0-1. Sometimes, Levin wondered if Luck was suicidal. Solarians had a much shorter lifespan than humans, and Luck may have left a decade to live, at best. Yet, that was no excuse to drag Levin into a surefire execution for a last blaze of glory. That was it. If they somehow survived, Levin would ditch Luck and do his own thing. Deep down, he knew he wouldn't do it. Levin had thought about it a few times. Whenever they got into such a situation, in fact, but hadn't gone through. So why should this time be any different? The guys around them were more like statues than people, disciplined as they were, but Levin could see how they all tensed after they heard Luck's admission. Yet, the person their fate hinged on just looked silently at Luck and blinked. He blinked and then blinked once more before he started to laugh. At first, it wasn't more than a chuckle before it got progressively louder until Dean Bren laughed loud enough that Levin was sure that people passing the warehouse outside could hear him. While their heads didn't move an inch, the security guys were probably looking at Dean Bren with the same incomprehension as Luck and Levin. Levin didn't understand the world anymore. He was sure he would be dead in the next few minutes, but here he was, looking at loudly laughing Oscar Dean Bren. Damn, chuckled Denbren after he calmed down from his laughing fit, it wasn't even that funny, but I couldn't help it. It was probably the most unexpected answer I ever heard, directly to my face, too. He took a step closer to Luck and slowly clapped. You are probably one of the most fearless people I've met. Was that good? Or was it not? Levin couldn't decide. His whole body felt as if gravity had increased tenfold. Dean Bren took one look at him and said, "Oh, relax. I'm not going to kill you. Perhaps dump you at the local police station for breaking and entering. After all, I'm a law-abiding citizen." Levin called bull on that but could still feel his body relaxing slightly. Denbren's first two assertions may be veritable, but the last one, that he was a law-abiding citizen? Never in his life had Levin heard a more bald-faced lie. If Oscar Dean Bren was a law-abiding citizen, then Levin was a protein. In his opinion, the only reason Dean Bren wasn't facing a jail sentence was that he was too powerful, too important, knew the right people, and could probably bury every shred of evidence of his wrongdoings so deep that not even archaeologists could find them. The man had probably broken more laws than Luck and Levin combined. The difference was that nobody dared to call him out on it. Besides, if Levin broke the law, it was a crime. If Dean Bren did it, it was a necessity. It was the simple beauty of the double standard between the average and the upper crust. Besides, continued Dean Bren, unknowing of Levin's thoughts, my name wouldn't have shown up in connection to those warehouses. I'm just the guy responsible for the transportation of those goods. And suddenly, it felt like a burden just fell off Levin's shoulders. They hadn't tried to rob Oscar Dean Bren personally. Well, he was still the guy responsible for transportation, in his own words, but the goods didn't belong to him. To Levin, it felt like their life expectancy rose by a large margin. They belonged to my business partner, Quintinius Cicerio. And as suddenly as his spirits had lifted, they plummeted once again. Quintinius Cicerio was a name Levin knew well. The Turian may not have the same amount of financial, political, or even social power as Dean Bren, but he had by far more connections in the underbelly of galactic society. It may very well be even worse. Instead of being on Denbren's shit list, they would become the two newest additions to Cicerio's. With Dean Bren, the only thing they would have to do if they got out of this situation alive would be to avoid the Alliance territory. He may be a giant in comparison to Luck and Levin, but his influence mostly restricted itself to where humans were the majority. If they lay low somewhere else in the galaxy, they could avoid Dean Bren's retaliation and continue their work unhindered. That wasn't the case with Cicerio, though. The Turian would put their names out there, and it wouldn't take 2 weeks before there was at least one person in every corner of the galaxy who hadn't heard their name and was on the lookout for them. Nobody would hire them anymore or buy the goods they acquired out of fear of pissing off Cicerio's associates for colluding with them. And nothing was more effective than the possibility of lowering one's position that would stop people from working with them. Levin's concern must have shown on his face because Dean Bren turned to him, and while his face retained a passive smile, there was a knowing glint in his eyes. "Don't worry," Dean Bren said, his voice adopting a soothing tone, "as long as we come to an understanding, there will be no need to inform Quintinius of this little incident." The casual use of Cicerio's first name spoke of a familiarity between the two that Levin hadn't known. There weren't even rumors about any sign of cooperation between the two. Yet, wasn't that an indication that Luck and Levin stumbled upon something that could very well kill them? If they went to such lengths to keep their relationship hidden, Luck's and Levin's deaths would be a small price to pay to keep it so. Of course, it had been Dean Bren who dropped Cicerio's name and told them they were cooperating, but if they had looked a bit deeper into the job after they had left, they would have found out that Cicerio owned the items in the warehouse. With Dean Bren appearing and telling them he was shipping the crates to only God knows where, the logical conclusion they would arrive at would be that the two people were cooperating. Instead, Dean Bren told them flat out so that he could control their reaction to this revelation. He took away a valuable piece of information from them before they even knew it existed. If Levin weren't so terrified of him at the moment, he would look at Dean Bren with stars in his eyes for pulling off such a move. Yet, there was a flicker of hope, and Levin was willing to grasp it and never let go. He swallowed his anxiety and asked, "You mentioned an understanding, sir? What kind of understanding?" Dean Bren's smile grew marginally brighter. "If I followed your partners," he nodded at Luck, "explanation correctly, then it seems like you know a lot of people in very different positions. Am I correct?" "You are, sir," agreed Levin as politely as he could. It didn't hurt to be polite, and it definitely didn't hurt his chances of staying alive. Different positions is an understatement, threw Luck in, and Levin had to suppress the urge to throttle him. I know a Batarian stripper, a Hanner crime boss, an L-Core fitness trainer. The kick Levin aimed at Luck thankfully shut him up. He ignored his partner's hurt look aimed at him and added, as you heard, we really do know some interesting people. A Hanner crime boss. Denbren whispered to himself before he shook his head almost unnoticeably. No matter. It's nice to hear that you got around so much to meet such different people. It seems like you would be perfect for the job I have in mind. A job? Repeated Levin and Luck, and while Levin's voice spoke of curiosity, Luck's was, in comparison, dripping with anticipation. I take it that you're interested. That was probably the most rhetorical question Levin had heard this month. The only question more rhetorical would have been, do you want to live? And those two questions were one and the same at the moment. Of course. Declared Luck enthusiastically. This job is a bust, so we need a new one to pay the bills. And a job from the most powerful human alive is sure to be interesting. And challenging. And I like challenges. There was a slight pause in Luck's torrent of words before he turned a bit sheepish. And a job from you will mean that we get out of here alive. The exact same thought had gone through Levin's head. If Dean Bren had a job for them, then they would have to be alive to do it. It was probably their best chance. And who knows? Perhaps it would even be lucrative for them. Still, there was one thing nagging on his mind, and, deciding to be brave, Levin asked, what about Mr. Cicerio? What about Quintinius? Said Dean Bren dismissively. As far as I am concerned, nothing has happened that requires his attention. I am sure there are more important uses of his time than him listening to my recounting of a routine inspection. There weren't enough words of gratitude in the galaxy to express Levin's relief. Nonetheless, he directed as many as he knew toward the different deities he knew. That was one less problem he and Luck would have to deal with. So, about the job, said Luck before the silence between them could get awkward. Dean Bren took a look around, held up his right hand, and spun his index finger in a circle. At once, more than 3/4 of the soldiers surrounding them lowered their weapons and disappeared into the darkness. Probably to check if there were more unwelcome guests around. The ease with which the soldiers disappeared got Levin to think. If the ones he knew were there could disappear so well that there were no signs of their presence anymore, how many of Dinabren's escort had stayed in the shadows? The total number could be double the amount of those he had seen. And wasn't that a chilling thought? There could still be muzzles pointed at them, even if the remaining soldiers put their guns down at Dinabren's sign. The fact that they lowered their weapons at all pointed to the accuracy of Levin's guess. Neither Luck nor he were known quantities, and if those guys from the Ad Astra security division were as protective of their boss as those rumors said, then they would have never done so, not even at their boss' request. You can put your hands down now, you know. There's no reason to keep them up anymore, said Dean Bren. Thank the Dolatrasses, sighed Luck, relieved, and let his arms fall down. Levin, however, took them down slowly, watching the reactions of the remaining soldiers. They didn't do so much as twitch, lending further credit to his theory that there was someone in the shadows with a gun pointed at them. Yet, he put the thoughts about that to the back of his mind. They were of no importance right now. It didn't change the outcome of what was going to happen. They would accept the job anyway. For what else could they do? They could deny it, of course, but that would put them into a situation they didn't want to be in. Either Dean Bren killed them now if they refused, or Cicerio would sometime in the future. What are the details of the job? Asked Levin, trying to get the conversation back on track. The faster they got to the point where they could agree to do it, the faster their survival was guaranteed. It's more a series of jobs, not a single task, explained Dean Bren. It will take a bit longer than just a few weeks. All right, nodded Levin. Of course, it would take longer. Otherwise, why would he have asked if they were well connected? Else, he would have sent one of his employees to get it done. But don't worry, it won't take that much effort from your side. It's something you can do along the way. So you can still run jobs for other people. And depending on how good you are, I'm willing to pay appropriately. I'm not someone who isn't willing to reward a job well done. Getting paid. Levin would have been content with the assurance that they would keep their lives. Was this Dinabren's way to keep them from running after they agreed to do the job? It was a hell of an incentive as well. Everybody knew that Oscar Dean Bren was a man that paid well. Probably better than any other client Luck and Levin had. So, what do you want us to do? Asked Luck, and Levin could hear a tinge of impatience. He was fired up by the prospective reward. I'm looking for a slew of items, weapons, armor, etc. Everything you can get your hands on. A single crate of any item should be enough. That sounds a little too easy for me, said Levin. There has to be more, or am I wrong? With your resources, you could easily buy them. You would be right, hummed Dean Bren, if I wanted the run-of-the-mill items. Furthermore, I don't know anyone who could get me the good stuff from the black market, at least without information spreading around about it. Levin was just about to ask why he thought he could trust them not to spread the information when he saw that Dean Bren's smile had gotten an icy edge. He didn't trust them at all. Dean Bren just saw an opportunity and took it, trusting his instincts. Besides, if his instincts were wrong, he wouldn't have to lift a finger to deal with them, a single word to Cesario, and they would be in Hell's Kitchen. We can get you that, agreed Luck, oblivious to Levin's thoughts. What were you thinking about? Turian, Asari, Krogan, or Elcor? How about all of them? And I don't want just the newest things. If you can get your hands on antiques or older models, it would be great. The gradual improvements will be a great help to my scientists, responded Dean Bren. Ah, a man with taste. We will send everything we find your way, nodded Luck. By the way, how are we going to do that? Dean Bren put a hand in his pocket and pulled out a chip that he threw toward Levin. The tiny chip was barely visible in the darkness, and Levin had to use both hands to catch it securely to avoid letting it fall to the ground. Put that one in any extranet terminal, explained Dean Bren. On it is a small program that will allow one of my employees to contact you over a secure channel. Then you will agree on a drop-off point. My employee will get the items you acquired, and you will get an appropriate monetary reward. Levin looked down at the chip in his hand. This small thing would be their only point of contact, and he couldn't help but think that it would probably send their location to their contact person, too. It's what he would do. And if there was more on it, he would probably never know. The chance that the data on it was heavily encrypted was very high, and any tampering with it would surely lead to it deleting itself. Thankfully, with everything clear now, Luck and Levin could bow out of this conversation and leave. And the sooner they left, the earlier Levin could breathe again without feeling like the next one could be his last. Just one more thing, said Luck, dashing Levin's hope that it would be over now. And that would be? Asked Dean Bren, and Levin could hear the curiosity in his voice. Apparently, he had also expected them to leave now. If we wanted our reward in something different than money, would that be possible, too? What kind of different? Precious metals? I guess they could be more useful in the Terminus systems. No, I thought about a new spaceship, corrected Luck. The one we currently have is breaking apart more than holding together. Besides, the cargo bay is comparatively undersized. The engines could be faster, too. Anyway, I thought it would be good to acquire a new one in the near future, and since we're going to work for you, a well-known producer of first-class ships, I thought it wouldn't hurt to ask. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities, hummed Dean Bren. Let's say we revisit the topic when you prove yourself good at your job, okay? Understood, sir, said Luck enthusiastically and saluted him. Dean Bren gave them a last smile and nod before he turned around and disappeared into the shadows like the soldiers earlier. The remaining soldiers followed shortly after, and only Luck and Levin remained in the warehouse. Well, said Luck, that was that. Quite a ride, don't you think? This time, Levin didn't hold back and kicked Luck in the ass as hard as he could. Hey, why did you do that? He complained and rubbed his behind. Because you're an idiot, said Levin as if that explained everything, and for him, it did. At least we got a job out of it, said Luck, steering the conversation in another direction. The discussion that he wasn't an idiot and didn't deserve this treatment would only go in circles. They had this particular conversation often enough. Their record was 113 minutes. Yeah, we got one, agreed Levin. There's just one thing. I somehow got a feeling that we just sold our souls to the devil. That's because we did, said Luck, but it's probably the best paying devil out there. So, it could be worse. And that was something Levin could agree to. Better working for the devil that pays you for your so than the one who takes it and leaves you an empty husk. Chapter 34. October 19, 2173. 1435 EST. Hades Gamma Cluster. Anatus System. SSV Hyderabad. Flight Lieutenant 2nd Class Roger O'Brien. Roger could think about a dozen other things he would prefer to fill out a maintenance report, but some things just had to be done. In particular, if one lived on a military ship. Sometimes he wondered if there would come a moment some idiot up the food chain would decide that there had to be reports about the number of toilet papers used. By the number of ridiculous ones that were floating around, it wouldn't be too surprising. His cousin, Iris, once told him her theory that their goal was to distract the crew members and direct their anger and bottled-up energy at the people demanding those reports to reduce altercations between them. It certainly sounded a lot smarter than anything he could come up with. And Iris studied psychology for half a year before she decided that healing the mind wasn't as interesting or exciting as shooting guns and went to join the Alliance Marine Corps. While most of his extended family had bemoaned her decision, Roger had been happy for her. After all, if she was happy, then what else did count? And she was good at it. She recently wrote him she finished the N2 course and got invited to the N3 course. Furthermore, she didn't elaborate on it apparently, it was hush-hush, but she got an offer to join some special program if she finished the N4 training with the same marks she finished her previous two. He got never invited to any special program, but he wasn't as good a soldier as her, so it was okay. She was her, and he was him. Every person is different. It helped to know that she would never be as good as him when it came to piloting or driving. When they were young, Roger trounced her in every simulation, and that stayed the same until now. Furthermore, it wouldn't take long until he could apply to the next round of assessments at Arcturus Station, only this last escort mission. And if he finished the tests with a good grade, it would show up in his file, and his chances for a promotion would shoot up. "Still writing that report?" asked a voice behind him. Roger turned his head to look over his shoulder and saw his wingman, Tobias Brenston, coming towards him. "You know how many things go into them. It doesn't help that it's a dull affair, too," responded Roger with a shrug. "Don't I know it," agreed Tobias. "I finished mine not too long ago. Handed it in and got me something to eat." "Lucky you," grumbled Roger. "I've been at it for an hour or two, and it still needs some time. Everything's in order, but I'm double-checking to be on the safe side. Always a good idea. It would be embarrassing if your fighter didn't even get into the air because of a part you thought was working but actually wasn't." "Like Jeremy?" asked Roger with a shit-eating grin on his face. "Like Jeremy," agreed Tobias laughingly. "I can't believe he forgot to reconnect the generator with the rest of the fighter after he finished his maintenance. And right before a drill, too. I'm still sure that the commander only screamed at him so much that he didn't start laughing at Jeremy's stupidity. I saw the corners of his mouth twitching upwards ever so often during his rant." "And I still say that you were hallucinating," countered Roger. "The commander and laughing don't belong in the same sentence." Tobias snorted. "Yeah, you're right, but we should stop talking about him, or he will appear behind us and start another of his rants." He looked over Roger's fighter and asked, "Do you want some help? I have some free time, and if two are working on it, it should be over faster." "That would be great," Roger agreed thankfully and handed him the tablet with the report open on the front. "Here, take this. My hands are dirty anyway, so it's better if I check the parts. Besides, I know what I already checked." "Good thinking. Double-checking is alright, but triple-checking is overkill." Roger went to the open maintenance hatch of his fighter and started to go through the list of parts he still had to check to make sure they were working properly. They were working in silence for a few minutes, only interrupted whenever Roger called out the parts he finished checking so that Tobias could mark them on the report. That went on until his hand touched one of the screws keeping an important part secured. "Hey, can you give me the screwdriver? One of the screws securing the primary turbo supercharger is a bit loose." "Sure, wouldn't want that part going its own way during a high-speed fight," answered Tobias and went to the toolbox that was standing at the side. "Still got the standard screws? Why shouldn't I?" Heard from Daphne that she was exchanging the standard screws for A23 screws. Apparently, the bigger diameter helps secure the turbo better. At least she didn't have any problems with it getting even slightly loose. And how did she get that through the commander? "Those screws are definitely not regulation, and that man would get on our cases if we even put a sticker on the insides of the cockpit." She filled out a request to use the A23 screws as an official experiment to improve the efficiency of our fighters. "As long as you make it official, and it could really improve their performance, the commander is okay with it." "Nice to know," grumbled Roger. "I'll fill one out the next time. To have more objects to compare or so." "Me, too," agreed Tobias with a nod and handed Roger the needed screwdriver. "But let us finish this one first before we even think about more paperwork." "Yeah, you're right. Besides," continued Tobias, "it could be that we'll be getting new fighters in the future." "Do you know something that I don't?" asked Tobias while making sure the screw couldn't move one bit after retightening it. "Heard a rumor from my friend on the Citadel." "You have friends everywhere, don't you?" "Hey, what can I say?" answered Tobias with a shrug. "I'm a popular guy." "You were just lucky enough to be born with a slightly handsome look, you ass," countered Roger. And it was true. While Roger could be called rugged with his bigger-than-average nose and eternally disheveled red hair, Tobias could charm anyone he met. Brown curly hair, dark blue eyes, and pearly white teeth. Add those features to his open and charismatic personality, and people flocked to him whenever they went out when they had shore leave. Yet, for some reason, Tobias couldn't hold a relationship for longer than a month. In his words, that was because he didn't want to bind himself so early in his life, but Roger knew it was because Tobias was an ass and an idiot deep down. A lovable idiot and a good friend, but an idiot nonetheless. "And I thank my mother for it every day," Tobias responded with a grin. Yeah. Instead of continuing to sing hymns in your mother's honor, could you please give me the ammeter? I want to check if the current flow is all right." "Sure thing. Oh, and by the way, is your mother still on your case?" "Last I heard, she wants some grandbabies," teased Roger. Since he had heard Tobias coming closer to him after finding the ammeter, he held his arm back, expecting Tobias to put it in his hand. Yet, after waiting a few seconds he still couldn't feel anything, so he turned his head back, only to see his friend frozen with a deep red face. "Hey, Tobias, are you okay?" he asked, concerned at seeing his friend so. "How do you know that?" whispered Tobias, and Roger could hear the shock and horror in his voice. "Oh, that's why. You forgot to turn off the loudspeaker the last time you spoke with her," Roger answered with a grin. But there wasn't anyone in the room. Melanie stood before it. And it was loud enough to echo through the door. "So it isn't just you, but her who knows too?" Tobias asked, horrified. "Not just us," chuckled Roger, and could barely hold back laughing out loud at the sight of his friend's facial expression. "She told the story in the mess hall. That's how I know. So I would say the whole ship knows by now. You forgot how much of a gossip she is." "Fuck." Tobias cursed out loudly. "Doesn't she know that some things should stay private? Didn't you tell her something 2 weeks ago, expecting the same to happen?" "That's not the same." Tobias dismissed the accusation, fleeing towards the arms of an age-old friend. "Hypocrisy." "Sure it isn't," said Roger with an eye roll. "Anyway, now that you're out of your state of shock, can you finally give me the ammeter? My arm's getting numb." "Here," grumbled Tobias and gave him the ammeter before continuing to curse under his breath. "So, what were you going to tell me?" "Something about a rumor you got from a friend on the Citadel," asked Roger, giving Tobias the opportunity to change the topic. "Right!" exclaimed Tobias, glad for the chance to shove the topic of everybody knowing about his talk with his mother to the back of his thoughts. "So, as I said, I got a friend that works as a security guard at the embassy. She sees and checks everybody that comes and goes. And do you know who came by a few months ago?" "No, but you're going to tell me anyway," responded Roger while connecting the ammeter to a different cable. "Oscar Dean Bren." "The Oscar Dean Bren?" asked Roger, turning his head away from the inside of his fighter to look at Tobias. After seeing the grin on Tobias' face, Roger knew that he was telling the truth. "Yup, the Oscar Dean Bren. The man who probably funded and developed more than half of our equipment. Our fighters came out of his factories, so who knows what else. Yet, we all know what he's done for the Alliance." "But I want to know about the rumor you're talking about," urged Roger. Whenever Oscar Dean Bren was involved, things got interesting. Dozens of rumors were floating around about the man, and if one started to believe everything said about him, then Oscar was a half-god sent by the heavens to lead humanity into a golden age that would last 1001 years. Complete bullshit, but Roger could understand why some people believed that. Yet, like his grandpa said, a man is a man, no matter what he does. Oscar Dean Bren may appear as all those things people said about him, but in the end, he was still a normal human. Still, even if he was just a man, it didn't diminish anything he created and achieved. Oscar Dean Bren wasn't slowly becoming a living legend for nothing. "I'm getting to it," replied Tobias with a hand gesture that said, "Patience." "So, he meets with our ambassador, which isn't really surprising. After all, who else is he going to visit there, right? Major Alec Ryder, the military attaché, is called to the ambassador a few hours later, and he leaves shortly after their talk. 2 days later, he comes back to the embassy and resigns his post." "Just the one at the embassy?" asked Roger. "Nope," answered Tobias. "Apparently, he resigned from the Alliance, too. As far as my friend knows, he got a job offer from Dean Bren and took it. It's what I would do. Ad Astra is probably paying a lot better than the Alliance. Thinking about leaving the Alliance and taking a job there. Wish I could," sighed Tobias. "I still have a few years of service ahead of me before I can even think about resigning. But after that? Who knows? If they offered me a job, I wouldn't say no. Don't think anyone would say no. So, I'll still have you as my wingman for a little longer." "You're not getting rid of me that easily," joked Tobias. "One can dream," sighed Roger jokingly. "Yet, you still haven't told me why you think that we're getting new fighters? Does Major Ryder specialize in engineering? Is he the one creating a new model?" "Don't think so. I heard that Ryder specializes in programming and computer sciences. But there was some buzz in the Citadel HQ of Ad Astra around the time Ryder resigned. Even my friend didn't know much, but she learned that there was a major shift in the priorities of the Research and Development Division." "A major shift? What does that mean?" asked Roger. "And if there was a shift, what did they prioritize before?" "I don't know any details, but they shifted their focus away from developing the new generation of dreadnoughts to other ship types." "Away from dreadnoughts?" repeated Tobias quietly to himself as he let his eyes wander over the different parts of his fighter engine to check if he forgot anything. "Sounds good to me," he said as he closed the maintenance hatch. "And what do you mean by that?" asked Tobias while going over the points of the report to double-check if they forgot anything. With the Treaty of Phyrexian still in play, the Alliance can't field many dreadnoughts. There's no reason, in my opinion, why we should concentrate on them if we could improve every other ship. If a frigate, for example, could hit half, or even just a third, as hard as a dreadnought. And since they aren't restricted by any treaty, we could build as many as we wanted, continued Tobias. Exactly, agreed Roger with a nod. The overall firepower of the Alliance Navy would shoot up. And, of course, there are other ship types, too. Cruisers, destroyers, carriers, and fighters. If they all got an upgrade, a limited number of dreadnoughts wouldn't matter so much to us. Tobias scratched his chin with his thumb and looked thoughtful. It would give us room to use different tactics and strategies. After all, the standard tactic in space battles is to form two lines and shoot each other, and the one with the bigger or more guns is usually the winner. It's the same tactic we used when we first invented guns. Any idea why that's still the usual tactic? Roger asked while cleaning his hands from the oil that got on them during the maintenance. Well, I think that's because. But before Tobias could voice his thoughts, a siren echoed through the hangar bay, and a voice called out over the intercom. Attention to all personnel. 2 frigates, Turian model, appeared on our scanners. Allegiance currently unknown. Alarm code yellow. Roger and Tobias looked at each other meaningfully and walked toward the lockers that stood next to the entrance to the hangar bay. Well, it's good that we're already here. So we can get our gear on quick, said Tobias while tipping in the code to open his locker. Its door opened with a quiet hiss. Roger did the same and took out his flight suit. I'm happier that I finished the maintenance on my fighter before the alarm sounded. I would hate to be grounded if we had to get out there, he responded with a smile. Always looking for action, hey. Don't say it like that. Aren't you the same? Guilty as charged, confirmed Tobias with a chuckle. Without further conversation, they put on all their gear except their helmets with the speed and grace of those who trained until they could do it without thinking about it even for 1 second. Shortly before they finished, the door to the hangar opened, and 2 of their fellow fighter pilots, Anya and Konstantin, entered. They greeted each other with short nods but kept silent otherwise. The situation wasn't too tense right now, but it could turn so in a heartbeat. So, they let each other have those remaining calm moments before they potentially entered into battle. Tobias and Roger moved away from the lockers and busied themselves with putting away the tools Roger used for the maintenance of his fighter instead of just standing around and waiting for further orders. If Roger had to start his fighter, all those tools lying behind it, they would be thrown around the hangar bay by the propulsion of the jet engine. They put their helmets on the ground and started to clean up. The door opened twice again as they worked and admitted 5 more 2-man teams into the hangar, who put on their flight suits just as fast as Tobias and Roger. Anya and Konstantin walked over to help them after they finished gearing up, and together they put all tools away before the last fighter pilot got their suit on. With nothing more to do, all pilots went to their respective fighters and entered the cockpit, and started with the pre-flight checkups. The order to fly out didn't come yet, but it didn't hurt to prepare. Roger was halfway done with his checkup when the intercom howled with a short but sharp alarm. Attention! Frigates identified. Pirate attack imminent. All combat personnel to their post. Fighters in the air. Alarm code red. A cold shudder went down Roger's back. If it was because of the suddenly tense atmosphere or anything else, he didn't know. But what he did know was that it came at the right moment to wake his mind fully up. And he would need all his mental faculties for what was to come. Anything else could mean his death. One moment of inattentiveness and it would be over. There was no coming back from death. And death was something Roger only wanted to experience when he was grey and old. He finished his checkups as fast as he could and put his helmet on. With expert movements, Roger connected it to the rest of the suit, and a flick of the wrist was all he needed to activate the connection. The slight looseness of his flight suit disappeared, and it nestled itself onto his body. It took just a moment longer, and the restricted field of vision of his visor expanded. The inner side of his helmet synchronized with the small cameras on the outside, and Roger could see as if he weren't wearing a helmet at all. A click sounded through his helmet, and the voice of the flight commander sounded, "Comms check. All units respond." One after another, the fighter pilots gave their all clear, and when it came to Roger's turn, he said, "Delta 2 here. All systems green." After everyone replied, and thankfully nobody had any problems with their fighters, the commander spoke again. 2 pirate frigates were identified not 10 minutes ago. They need another 10 minutes to be in firing range. Their expected target is the freighter we escort. The enemy sent out half a dozen fighters. Your task is to engage them and keep them away from our ships. When your task is completed, get close to one of the frigates, which exactly is to be determined. Keep the frigate occupied. Get into the air in 30 seconds intervals. Team Alpha starts in 60 seconds. From now on. 150 seconds until it was Tobias and Roger's turn to fly out. It would take 45 seconds until the jet engines had enough power to propel the fighter out of the hangar at the optimal speed to enter combat immediately, if necessary. The minimum time needed to get enough energy into the engine was 15 seconds and only to be done if the situation required it. Yet, an expert pilot could reduce the time to 10 seconds if he knew how to reroute the energy, and how much of it, from non-critical systems to the propulsion. The number of pilots who could pull it off was infinitesimal low, at least without ending in a fireball shortly after. The pilot had to assess the situation perfectly, so they wouldn't end up as an easy target for the enemy. In the end, most pilots who could do it didn't do it because the situations where a fast start like this was necessary weren't the kind one could go in half prepared. In the blink of an eye, 100 seconds passed, and Roger activated the start sequence. "Are you ready?" asked Tobias over COMM. "Yes," answered Roger shortly without his hands stopping for a moment. His eyes went over every screen, taking in every piece of data they displayed. "What about you? Is everything all right?" "Of course," Tobias replied. "A slight energy spike in the weapon systems but nothing too concerning. It's probably because of the new cables I installed. They always work better in the first 3 flights. If you say so. I hope you know what you're talking about. If I have to pull your ass out of the fire because your systems fail, you're going to pay the next 3 bar nights during our shore leave. Same to you. And make it 5. A small smile played over Roger's lips. The pre-combat banter between him and Tobias always helped him to release some of the tension that built up every time before a battle. Somehow, he knew that Tobias was the same. He was the one that started this tradition, and at the beginning, he was the one that sounded like the one who needed it the most. Over time, the hidden nervousness in his voice disappeared, but he never failed to make a few comments before any battle. It became something like a good luck charm for them. 10 seconds, said Roger and made sure that the most important notifications about his fighter's systems would appear on his HUD. Then let's go flying, responded Tobias. Roger counted the last 5 seconds down in his head. 4, 3, 2. When his countdown hit 0, Roger hit the release button for the brakes, and his fighter shot forward out of the hangar. He flew in a straight line before swerving right toward the enemy. From the corner of his eyes, he could see Tobias' fighter. He was to Roger's right and a little forward. Good start. Now, let's get closer, slow and steady, said Tobias. Alpha 1 has the lead during the approach. When we're close enough, she's going to assign targets, so that we're not all going after the same one. All right, confirmed Roger. We're going to proceed as usual. Of course, the others will do the same. There was an understanding between all fighter pilots of the Hyderabad. You eliminated your assigned targets as fast as possible and moved on to help the others. Safety in numbers and all that. Do you know if reinforcements are on the way? Roger asked. While there was no doubt that the Hyderabad could deal with the 2 pirate frigates, it wouldn't hurt to have reinforcements. How should I know? Replied Tobias. I was the whole time with you. And if you don't know, I don't know. It's regulation to send a message over the Alliance COMM channels, but we're quite far out. So, I don't know if anyone is close enough to support us. I'm sure the freighter did the same. Perhaps we're in luck, and there is someone close to us, mused Roger. Enemies in range in 2 minutes, came another voice, the voice of Alpha 1, over the COMM channels. Cease private chatter, and keep the channels clear for battle information. Our scanners are picking up exact data about their fighters. Your computers should receive your designated targets now. A quick look confirmed her words. His computers got the information, and Roger highlighted them on his HUD so that he could find them easily in the chaos of combat. He rolled his fighter a bit to the right before he got back into position, and saw that Tobias was doing the same. It was another of their signs that everything was all right, and it was also a way to say good luck. Roger pushed all unnecessary thoughts from his mind and concentrated on what lay before him. The only thought left was that at the end of the day, he would lie in his bed and pat himself on the shoulder for a job well done. Chapter 35. October 19, 2173. 1553 EST. Hades Gamma Cluster. Anitus System. SSV Hyderabad. Flight Lieutenant 2nd Class Roger O'Brien. Following the command of Alpha 1 to keep the COMM channels clear of chatter, Tobias and Roger stayed silent for the next minute. And it wasn't just them that stayed silent. It was like reality decided that most sounds were unnecessary at that moment. The quiet but steady humming of the engines? Gone. The occasional notifications of the systems? Muted. The echo of his breathing was the only thing Roger could still hear. He could feel his heart beating in his chest with unprecedented clarity. It was like the world was taking a deep breath before all hell cut loose. Yet, that moment came to an end when the voice of Alpha 1 calmly ordered enemies in range. Lock onto your targets, fire your missiles at my command, and accelerate to combat speed. Nobody vocally acknowledged her command, but it wasn't necessary anyway. It was the standard opening move of the Alliance in a battle between fighters and had become ingrained in their flesh and blood since they left the academy. A command to fire would have been enough, but just as the preparation for the move had become routine, so too had the call to prepare for it. Roger's targeting computer signaled that it had a firing solution for one of the pirate fighters, and not even 3 seconds later came the words, "Fire," through the comms in the calm and detached tone of a person used to ordering the deaths of other living beings. 2 missiles detached from Roger's fighter, one from each side, and accelerated toward the enemy fighter his computers selected. He watched how they got ever closer and how his opponent tried to change his flight path to dodge certain death. But, in the end, it would be of no use. The missiles followed the changed course, their inbuilt targeting matrices ensuring they could keep up with him. A skilled pilot could evade them with enough space between their fighter and the missiles, but that wasn't in the cards for the pirate. If it was because of a lack of space or skill, Roger didn't know, but, in the end, it didn't take long before the missiles made contact with the pirate fighter, and it exploded in a fiery ball of destruction. And his target wasn't the only one hit. Half a dozen fireballs bloomed in front of the Alliance fighters, yet everything was still silent. One would expect explosions like this to be loud, and they would be correct as long as they didn't happen in space. In that case, they would be utterly silent. Sound didn't carry without a medium, and it could be irritating at first until one got used to it. The disunion between expectation and reality could frustrate and distract an inexperienced pilot heavily. Seeing an explosion and expecting a loud boom but getting nothing was somewhat surreal. It was nothing like the videos of space battles one could find on the extranet. There were some programs that generated the expected sounds for the pilot, but Roger didn't use any of them. He got used to the quiet and didn't want to be distracted by the explosions happening around him at the wrong moment. Furthermore, they took up valuable data space that one could better use for other, more useful programs that helped operate the fighter. The pirates, those lucky enough not to have been targeted by the missiles, returned to their previous course of coming directly at Roger and his fellow Alliance pilots. Without waiting for any more orders from Alpha 1, Roger and Tobias broke from the group to the right in order to get a good line of fire on their next target. T7 is the next closest of our targets, said Tobias, and Roger decelerated his fighter for a moment to fly slightly behind him to create a staggered line. "All right," he responded, "then let's get him." It didn't take long until the mentioned target was in range, and with a press of a button on the top of his controls, Roger sent a burst of mass-accelerated bullets at him. The short flashes in the corner of his eye told him that Tobias was doing the same, adding his own bullets to the attack. This time, his target was flying a bit better, and without the targeting systems, it took 2 more short bursts before the pirate fighter got hit often enough that his shields collapsed. Another burst from Tobias ended his flight forever. Yet, before they could coordinate which target would be next, Roger had to bank hard to the left, evading a missile that came from above narrowly. Too narrowly, he thought, cursing himself for focusing too much on the target before him and ignoring his surroundings. A pirate fighter followed the flight path of the missile, and shortly after, an Alliance fighter was hot on his trail. "Target 9 is next," called Roger, eager to get the shock out of his system and get back into the fight. "Understood," responded Tobias, a sliver of relief in his voice. Nearly losing his wingman had shaken him, as it would Roger if he lost Tobias, but the two of them were professional enough to leave those emotions behind for the moment. In the middle of battle, there was no place for such feelings. Afterward, you could cry, rage, and scream as much as you wanted, but not before, or else you would be joining your wingman sooner than you wanted. It sucked, but that was life for you. And in return, you held every happy coincidence and moment close to your heart. The battle around was growing more chaotic as the pirates started to get used to the Alliance fighters and coordinated better among themselves. It got even more so when one of the 2 pirate frigates finally got close enough to add its point defense guns to the fray, and Roger had to look out for their lines of fire too. Suddenly, he noticed something, and a quick and simple plan formed in his mind. "Tobias," he called over the comms, "there's a pirate fighter coming up behind you. He seems to have you in his sights. Turn slightly right and shift more power to your rear shields. I'm going to take care of him." "So, I'm the bait," responded Tobias. "All right, but don't take too long. A few lucky shots too many, and the energy of my shields needs longer than necessary to replenish." They immediately started their plan. Tobias directed his fighter to the right in a slight curve while Roger decelerated and shifted his own to the left to make it look like they were splitting up their team. That way, it would make going after Tobias more tempting. Any second, Tobias would call over the comms that the pirate was on his tail, and Roger would change course to come up behind him. Yet, that plan went up in flames when his system started to warn him that something was coming up behind him. His eyes widened, and he wrenched the controls around to perform a barrel roll to the right to evade the burst of gunfire that flew through the position he previously occupied. "Fuck," he cursed, and over the open COMM channel Tobias asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "He didn't go after you. He went after me. He's sticking to me like a fly," Roger answered while trying to lose his tail with erratic movements. But no matter what he did, the pirate kept following him, and Roger was too preoccupied with evading the pirate's gunfire to even think about how he could turn the situation around. "Stay alive. I'm coming," said Tobias, and Roger tried to do just that. He swerved right and left and tried to roll to get behind the pirate, but none of his tricks to lose him worked. But that didn't mean that his maneuvers were without any use. They certainly helped to keep the damage to his shields low, but if it continued for a bit longer, then his shields were guaranteed to collapse at one point. Still, even that became a minor problem when his computer informed him that he was being targeted by the automated targeting systems of the pirate in preparation to send missiles after Roger. While he had multiple ways to counter missiles, from flying erratically to flares to confuse them, it wasn't a good situation nonetheless. "Where are you?" he called through the comms, hoping for a good answer. "Just where I need to be," came the calm response from Tobias, and the pirate that stuck to Roger's tail suddenly disappeared in a ball of flames. Roger dared to turn his head to see what was going on and could see how Tobias' fighter appeared out of nothing and settled to his right. "That took a bit too long for my tastes," chided Roger, but was relieved nonetheless that his friend got him out of this situation. Sorry, apologized Tobias, "I had to make sure that he didn't see me coming. There's not much cover around us to hide one's approach. The only thing that we could use is that asteroid field over there." Roger looked toward the field Tobias mentioned. It hung around the moon of one of the two gas giants that inhabited the Anatus system, and from the looks of it, it would provide enough cover to confuse the detection systems of any fighter-grade ship. Depending on the composition of the minerals in the asteroids, it could even fool and confuse the scanning abilities of the high-grade equipment installed on cruisers. "Too far away," dismissed Roger, still looking at the field. Something had caught his attention, but he couldn't put into words what it was. "He would have whittled my shields down to nothing if I had flown that way." "If you say so," said Tobias and accelerated his fighters so that he flew in front of Roger. "We've drifted a bit off from the main battle area. We should get back to it. It doesn't look like they need our help with the remaining fighters, but the Hyderabad looks like it." Now that Tobias mentioned it, Roger could see it too. The Hyderabad was fighting admirably against two pirate frigates at the same time. The Hyderabad was more modern and better maintained by alliance than the two pirate frigates and dished out a large amount of damage to both, but it was still in a fight of 2 versus 1. It would win the fight, Roger didn't doubt it for 1 second, but no matter how much more advanced it was, if it had to do it without additional help, the Hyderabad would limp out of the fight with some serious damage. "I understand, then let's get on with it," responded Roger, but before he followed Tobias, who was already directing his fighter toward one of the pirate frigates, he threw one last look at the asteroid field. For a second, he thought he saw something in it, but when Roger looked again, he didn't notice anything that could have caught his attention. He lightly shook his head, banishing any excess thoughts to concentrate on the battle. Yet, there was still a feeling that didn't let go, and that was that inside the field was something dangerous. "I will try to get as close as I can to the frigate," stated Tobias. "When I'm close enough, I'll send out my flares. Hopefully, it will overload their sensor enough to give you an opening to get your missiles through. Perhaps it would be better if I do that." "Don't you have more missiles than I do?" Roger offered, aware that he already fired a third of his missiles. "We should have the same amount. I also fired some in the opening move but missed my target. So that shouldn't matter that much. On the other hand, your shields are still recharging." "They're back at maximum strength," countered Roger. "You know that that's not what I'm meaning," sighed Tobias. "You know as well as I do that the redundancy needs some more time to recover after the shields were depleted under a certain power level. Don't worry so much. I'm going to be okay." A grimace formed on Roger's face. In all their missions, Tobias had a tendency to propose plans that put him in danger. To be fair, he always came out of these situations without any excessive damages to his ship or person, but it would only take one lucky shot, and Tobias's name would join the long list of those fallen in battle. "All right," agreed Roger reluctantly. While he would have preferred to do it himself, after all, he was the better flyer of them in his opinion, he knew that arguing with Tobias could take a while, and they definitely didn't have the time for that at the moment. The closer they got to one of the frigates, the denser the defensive fire got. The shields of Roger's fighter dropped some percentages every few seconds due to glancing blows hitting them, but thankfully, they never dropped to a level where a direct hit could take them out in one shot. Furthermore, the recharge time was still short enough that those lost percentages recovered before another glancing blow hit him. But it was just a matter of time until the redundancy systems that were responsible for the fast charge-up time overheated, and Roger lost that advantage. The same was true for Tobias too, and perhaps more important to his situation. After all, he was the one flying in front of their formation and thus the one the counter-fire from the frigate concentrated from. "Shields at 63% and dropping fast," said Tobias and confirmed Roger's thoughts that the fire from the frigates got too dense for them to advance any closer. "Shooting flares in 5. Get ready." At Tobias' command, Roger's hands flew over the controls, getting every remaining missile ready to fire. He didn't bother with engaging the targeting systems of the missiles. The computed flight vector would be enough to ensure they hit the frigate since it wasn't fast enough to change its position so that they would miss, unlike a fighter. Besides, the cyber warfare programs that were responsible to get an accurate lock on the frigate had to compete with their programs to deny such a thing, and the time needed to come out on top, if they even managed that, would take longer than their window of opportunity. Furthermore, most programs shared their data with other systems, and it could lead to their point defense systems targeting the missiles with priority. Flares away! Called out Tobias, and a group of shining red balls shot out from his fighter. Roger waited another second before he hit the button to release his missiles, which disconnected from his fighter and flew in a straight line into the mass of flares. They blended in with the lights, and since they were on a directed path, the signal interference from the flares didn't affect their flight. Most of the defense fire was concentrated on the flares so the missiles could fly unhindered for a time before they got too close, and some of the fire shifted in their direction. One of the 4 missiles was hit almost immediately, and a second one was hit shortly after. Thankfully, it was already close enough that the shockwave from the explosion hit the frigate. It didn't do much, but everything helped. The 2 remaining missiles hit the frigate unhindered, and the shielding at that portion of the ship started to waver. The shield didn't collapse, but its wavering was enough for the Hyderabad to capitalize on it. The powerful cannons of the Alliance cruiser concentrated their fire on that portion of the pirate frigate and brought the shields down. After the shields collapsed, the fire didn't stop and hammered into the hull of the frigate, punching through it in the process and dealing immense damage to it. In a fortunate turn of events, it seemed like the Hyderabad hit something critical as explosions started to appear all over the frigate. Taking no chances, the cruiser continued to fire on the same spot until the pirate frigate couldn't hold itself together anymore and broke in 2 at the point where it was continuously hit. Roger and Tobias watched this happen from a somewhat safe distance, having changed their course after Roger fired his missiles. Tobias' shield went down to just over 40% during the end of their attack, and if one direct hit at a place where the shield was weak, then it would have meant the end for him. Fortunately, this never happened, and now that they were out of the immediate battle zone and the frigate destroyed, Tobias and Roger's shields had the chance to regenerate and the redundancy to cool down. "Seems like our plan worked," commented Tobias happily. "A completely harebrained and insanely dangerous plan, but you're right, it worked," agreed Roger. "But we can't do a repeat performance, even with the rest of our fighter force." He looked towards the remaining pirate frigate, which had changed course, and put everything it had into its thrusters. "The frigate is flying hard toward the asteroid field, and it won't take long until the main guns of the Hyderabad will get out of range. If the pirates are smart, they'll reroute the energy from their main weapons to their shields, and even a barrage of missiles will be hard-pressed to get through." "I see what you mean," replied Tobias, and was about to comment further when the voice of Alpha 1 appeared over COMM. "Good work, Delta," praised Alpha 1, but didn't comment further on their maneuver. It wasn't her style to heap praise on somebody, and neither Tobias nor Roger needed it. They knew what they had done and were proud of their achievement. "New orders. Rally around the Hyderabad. We're going to chase the pirates for a bit to make sure they're not coming back." "What about the freighter?" asked Roger, wondering why they were leaving it without protection. "It continued toward the jump point to the next system while we distracted the pirates. We got confirmation that a group of Ad Astra ships is in the next system. They will be taking over our escort duties and make sure the freighter arrives at the mass relay safely." "Understood," replied Roger, feeling a bit better after knowing that their efforts wouldn't be wasted if more pirates were in hiding to ambush the freighter. Without any more questions, Tobias and Roger directed their fighters to the Hyderabad. The rest of the fighters also flew to it, and as Roger looked around he noticed that some of their comrades were missing. "Do you see Epsilon somewhere?" he asked Tobias. "No, I don't," Tobias answered after a minute. He opened the channel to the rest of their fellow pilots and asked the same question, "Hey, does anyone know what happened to Epsilon?" "Bad luck," came the deep voice of Beta 2. "Epsilon 2 got hit by a pirate, and while trying to avenge him, another pirate, who lost control of his fighter, rammed right into Epsilon 1's ship. I think she didn't even realize what happened before it was over." "Fuck," cursed Tobias, and Roger thought that this word summed up the situation perfectly. Everybody went into battle with the knowledge that they could lose their life or their comrades, but it would always be a shock to hear or see it happen nonetheless. The thought that he wouldn't see Epsilon 1 and Epsilon 2, Daisy and Mark, the next time he went to the cantina or work beside them in the hangar on their fighters, was one of sadness. He closed his eyes for a moment, and let the happy memories they shared flash before him before he shoved the thoughts to the back of his mind. Roger would deal with them later when he had the time to grieve for them. For now, he let thoughts of them strengthen his determination to see these pirates pay for what they had done. For the next few minutes, nothing extraordinary happened. They kept close to the Hyderabad and flew beside her, watching how the pirate frigate got farther away and closer to the asteroid field than them. Yet, it seemed like the frigate was slowly losing power since its speed dropped, and the Hyderabad had a chance to catch up. But something didn't feel right to Roger. There was this feeling of dreadful anticipation that just kept getting stronger inside him, and he could tell that there was something wrong with this situation. The pirate frigate hadn't looked like it was damaged enough to lose energy so fast that its speed would drop to this extent. Normally, it would have enough power to get to the edge of the solar system and initiate an FTL jump to the next one. Of course, exterior damage didn't equal internal damage, and the latter could be higher despite minimal signs on the outside if the Hyderabad hit something critical, but as far as Roger knew, the shields of the frigate hadn't failed for a single moment during the whole time of their battle. The Hyderabad slowly got into attack range but did so with less speed than before. Apparently, someone on the cruiser had the same feeling as Roger and counseled them to approach cautiously. It was this cautious approach that probably saved the Hyderabad from being destroyed by the surprise attack that came out of the middle of the asteroid field. Roger only saw how a few asteroids suddenly exploded before something hit the left side of the bow of the Hyderabad, and its shields flared up in a striking blue color. His eyes widened in shock. For a moment, he could only watch uncomprehendingly how the wavering of the shields settled down and the blue color disappeared. From the silence of the comms, it wasn't hard to guess that the others were dealing with the same issue he was. It wasn't anything special that kicked him out of his almost trance-like condition, he just blinked, and suddenly it was like the world came back into focus. Adrenaline shot through his body, sharpening his senses and reflexes. His eyes followed the trail of destruction inside the asteroid field, intent to figure out where the attack came from. "There's another ship inside the asteroid field," he called out, activating his comms beforehand. "Where exactly?" asked a voice he couldn't pin down. But it was one full of authority and command that Roger couldn't help but answer as precisely and fast as he could. "Vector 34-21-67, he dutifully answered after checking his onboard computers. "Understood," said the same voice from before, and only then did Roger notice that in his haste to inform the others, he hadn't just opened the COMM channel to the rest of the fighter pilots but to the Hyderabad too. A quick burst of shame ran through him, and he could feel his cheeks heating up at his mistake, but he squashed the feeling as fast as it came up. This wasn't the time to feel something like that. Besides, it seemed like his mistake helped identify the position of their new enemy for everyone. With this information, the Hyderabad would be able to counter the attacks of this new pirate ship. "Attention to all units," the voice which had talked to Roger spoke. "We identified the newly appeared vessel. It's a Batarian cruiser of the Dashak class. Be advised, it carries a fighter contingent which could already be hiding inside the asteroid field. Fighters, keep your eyes open. Use half of your remaining missiles to destroy the asteroids surrounding the cruiser. The debris should strain their shields enough for us to punch through them and take the ship out of the fight. Ignore the frigate. We will deal with it. The cruiser is the priority target. Captain Duvall out." "A Dashak cruiser, hey," said Tobias, and thankfully for Roger, who was still coming to terms with the fact that he talked with Captain Duvall, it was over their private COMM channel. "You can't tell me that the hegemony isn't involved in this. I mean, we all knew they were working with the pirates, but that cruiser isn't one that any 2-bit pirate can get their hands on. It's too modern by Batarian standards that they would let it fall into the hands of pirates without getting something out of it." "You can say that again," agreed Roger mockingly. "But that's exactly what they're going to tell the galaxy." "Oh, sorry, it was stolen. We had nothing to do with this attack." A harsh laugh came over the comms as Tobias's answer. "Wouldn't be the first time, after all. I bet when we blow the cruiser up, we're going to see a crew composed of only Batarians. But of course, they're not part of the hegemony but some pirates living out in the terminus systems." "You're probably right, but that doesn't change what we're going to have to do now. I just hope our reinforcements are coming soon. We just have to stay alive long enough for that. And I, for one, am aiming to greet them with the wreckage of a Batarian cruiser." "That's a plan I can get behind," laughed Tobias, with a bit of surprise at Roger's bold statement. What he didn't know was that Roger didn't feel as brave or bold as his statement led him to believe. Rather, Roger tried to convince himself with this claim that everything was going to be okay. Nonetheless, he followed his fellow fighter pilots into the death trap that the asteroid field was going to be without any hesitation. After all, they had a job to do, and it was one Roger wanted to see the end of. Chapter 36. October 21, 2173. 1809 local time. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. In other news, an Alliance cruiser was attacked by pirate forces the day before yesterday in the Anatus system of the Hades Gamma cluster. The Hyderabad was damaged immensely in the attack, and only the arriving reinforcements prevented the complete destruction of the ship. Dozens of Alliance members died during the attack. A speaker of the Alliance said that the investigation into the attack is still ongoing. He also mentioned that a higher number of patrols are going to be sent to the region to account for the increased pirate activities. Several colonies in the outer reaches expressed their concerns that they could be targets for pirate and slaver attacks beforehand. A gesture of my hand shut off the news feed, and I asked with skepticism, "Is the investigation truly still ongoing? Or is the conclusion something that is politically volatile?" "The latter," answered Andrew's hologram. It's another try of the Batarian hegemony to attack us by proxies. The cruiser was reported stolen by pirates 5 weeks ago, at least according to their files. However, my people found out that those files got backdated, and there exist records that it was in a Batarian military dock for repairs less than a week ago. In short, nothing that would give us an advantage in any Citadel court, especially not before the council. And if we got through with it anyway, the Batarians have more than enough reason to cry defamation, I concluded. It looks like that avenue isn't of use to us. Not that I ever expected it to be. The Citadel will only do something if confronted with irrefutable evidence. And what counts as such is open to interpretation. Unconsciously, I rolled my eyes. Irrefutable evidence could be anything from the word of a drug addict who was on the other side of the galaxy at the specified moment to bringing a judge to witness everything and broadcasting it on live TV. It all depended on the motives of those sitting in judgment and the agendas of the people behind them. At least tell me you're planning to address the issue. Who do you think I am? Scoffed Andrew. I always have plans. This one is no different. I already gave the green light for Operation Fervor. A whistle escaped me. Fervor, hey? Do you really think that's necessary? Yes, answered Andrew in a cold tone. The Batarians are cracking down on dissidents. Everyone showing even an ounce of displeasure with the current government gets redeployed to operations close to the terminus systems. Many of them suddenly become pirates that operate inside Alliance territory. And since the Alliance has a zero-tolerance policy towards pirates and slavers, they cease to be a problem for the Batarian hegemony, I finished. In theory, if one is able to ignore any and all moral and ethical problems, their way of doing things has its advantages. Sending those people who could become troublemakers for the current government on missions with a high probability of getting killed by the Alliance in such a way that one could shift all the blame onto the Alliance. The hegemony didn't just sacrifice the people that could become problems for them but wrote the narrative in such a way that those still sitting on the fence were anticipated to work, if not for them, at least against the Alliance. Are there any issues regarding that? I asked. News are traveling slowly, commented Andrew. And for the most part, the official hegemony news arrives at the aggrieved parties first. Spinning tales of how the big bad Alliance is at fault for getting their son, brother, husband, fill blank in here, killed. They're not very quiet about that, so even the people on the other side of the city will know about it in a matter of hours. Of course, the how and why will not be mentioned or designated as classified. The latter gives it an air of mystique as if they had done something of immeasurable value for the Batarian government. Nudge them in the right direction, give them room for interpretation, and people are going to believe whatever you want. Correct, agreed Andrew. It's not like we don't do it ourselves, so I don't believe we have any room to judge. Ooh? Anything I should know? I asked with a playful grin. I would tell you if I could, responded Andrew laughing, but you know how it is. Classified. A quiet chuckle escaped us both. Andrew's joke wasn't that funny, nor did it come unexpectedly. Yet, somehow we could still find some humor in it. Changing the subject, said Andrew, and his usual seriousness had returned to his face. I believe I should congratulate you. After all, you're now the first human to obtain permission to research AI legally. Thank you, I responded with a small bow of my head. It wasn't easy. Especially after the council itself got involved in the process. How did you get them to agree anyway? I haven't followed the proceedings as closely as I wanted, but I can't imagine they were happy with that. They definitely weren't, I sighed and smiled exhaustedly. I took a while to remove the roadblocks they put in my way, but it wasn't impossible. The council got involved too late to stop the process legally. I made sure to keep the process quiet until they got involved. After they noticed, I just notified the new friend I made here on Ilium to report the story. Miss Titiovi, I guess? Asked Andrew. Correct. She was happy enough to run the story, especially since she got exclusive rights to it from my side. And since there was no evidence of any wrongdoing from your side during the process, the council couldn't do anything to stop it, am I right? Absolutely, I confirmed. Furthermore, the interest of the press put some more pressure on the council too. Anything they did could be seen as trying to undermine the laws they themselves put into place. And nobody likes a government that ignores their own laws. You're talking as if that wasn't happening anyway, laughed Andrew. If you got a position in the government, there are always decisions to make that could lead to that. You should know that, Mr. Ex-Minister. Of course. I know that, but if anyone asks I will always say that I didn't have to make such a choice since there were always better alternatives. Are you telling me you don't? I put on my best scandalized face as if I was truly asking the question and didn't know that Andrew probably went against Alliance laws daily. I see what you mean, said Andrew. And I, too, would never break or go against any of the laws the Alliance Parliament put into place. Not even when they're limiting my ability to protect the Alliance. I rolled my eyes. Now you're laying it on too thick, I said, to which I got a dismissive grunt over the connection. Anyway. Only the most naive and oblivious people believe that their governments are squeaky clean and that nothing is happening behind the curtain. Yet, everyone is happy to pretend that they are. A lie, or perhaps it would be better to call it an illusion, people prefer to believe in than to face reality. Furthermore, they get angry when it's shattered, continued Andrew. The actions that come to light often go against the prevalent current moral codex of society, and even if individuals don't see anything wrong with the actions the government has taken, society demands from them to take a certain stance if they don't want to be labeled as outsiders or different. Every society has to deal with something like this. How many Alliance citizens would call for your imprisonment if everything you did ever came to light? I would say they're not even going to call for my imprisonment but for my execution, corrected Andrew with a smile that was a part grimace. And even if I showed them why I took those actions, how many lives my actions protected, society would still decry me as the bad guy. Silent praise, loud condemnation. Going against the law is wrong, so you're bad. It's an easy logic. Perhaps too easy, but it keeps most people from thinking that breaking the law is all right. The pressure of society's expectations keeps them in line better than the laws themselves. How did we get to the point that we're starting to discuss philosophy? Asked Andrew jokingly. I just congratulated you on your AI permit. I don't know, I chuckled. It just happened. Yet, I still have to warn you, said Andrew with a serious expression. Since the news of your permit got out, there has been a wave of resentment against you. Let me guess. AI opponents. Correct, he confirmed and added, and they're not just popping up in our territory where I can monitor them. It doesn't surprise me that I'm making enemies with groups of the other species. There has been a large distrust toward AI since the beginning, led by the Asari, and that distrust has turned into outright fear after the Geth uprising. And some of those groups are known to not shy away from extreme measures if they feel that someone could be unleashing a new AI threat onto the galaxy. Are you telling me that I'm now the target of some extremists? I asked incredulously. You have been the target of extremists and nutcases since you became one of the most famous humans of our time, and now you're astounded about some AI opponents? Asked Andrew with a raised eyebrow. To be fair, he wasn't wrong. While my popularity among the Alliance citizens was high, there were also people, and not just those opposing me in the political or economic arena, who wanted to see me fall, or in the worst case, dead. One of the more interesting groups among them, back in the Alliance territory, thought I was a being from beyond the stars, sent to lead humanity into a golden age that would last for eternity. How that belief also translated into that eating my heart would grant them powers to rule over the galaxy, I will never understand. It's just that I didn't have time lately to keep up to date about such things. My dealings here on Ilium are picking up the pace, and I have to keep ahead of the other circle members. Oh, anything interesting happened? The deal with Cicerio is through. The weapons and gear got delivered to his warehouse. From there, he is slowly distributing them to different smaller warehouses without my assistance. Seems like he doesn't want to risk me muscling in on his territory. Yet, if I know you, you got more out of this deal than he anticipated, right? Of course I did, I answered with a pleased grin. I got the names of his suppliers, contacts, distributors, and customers. The time isn't right to make a move yet, but the organization of the plan to slowly reduce Cicerio's support base is complete. I'm just waiting for a bit. If I move so shortly after we work together, he will know instantly that it is me who is pulling the strings. You're going for those at the edge of his influence sphere first, correct? Guessed Andrew. Slowly moving inward, eroding his support while masking all your tracks until it becomes irrelevant if he discovers your involvement because he has become irrelevant. I couldn't help but sigh. It's no fun if you're guessing my moves. The suspense just went out the window. It's what I would have done, he shrugged. I'm ordering such moves almost daily, so forgive me if it isn't that interesting for me. Yeah, I waved his comment away. All in all, Andrew had guessed my strategy correctly, at least for the most part. I wanted to slowly work on the unimportant aspects of Cicerio's business and turn them to my side. Yet, I wasn't willing to wait for too much longer after that. Instead, I was planning to move against the Turian directly and put him in a situation where he wouldn't be able to do anything. So instead of slowly turning him irrelevant while taking over, I wanted to acquire everything he had in one fell swoop. The thing Andrew hadn't thought of was that Cicerio wasn't my only target. The whole circle of Alamina was my target. Cicerio's contacts and weapon distribution, Nisko Ron's stocks, Nessara's properties, Datayo V's media and communication empire, and everything else those four owned. Not to forget, the secret funds the circle shared and only opened for cooperative projects. In the end, everything would belong to me. Was I perhaps too greedy? What use did I have for such funds if I could generate the same amount with my assets in less time than I would need for my plans to come to fruition? I asked myself this question more than once, and I always came to the same conclusion. I didn't need them. Yet, I would do it nonetheless. I decided on a course of action, I decided I would do this, so I would do this. The monetary gain was a minor objective anyway, but not unimportant. After everything I found out about my fellow circle members' assets, the money would be enough to pay for a second ruler class, especially now since developing the necessary technology was finished. And who knew how much there was in the circle's fund? It wouldn't surprise me if there were even more in it. After all, the circle existed for centuries by now. It wouldn't be far-fetched to believe that there were enough funds to match the amount my companies generated in a year. But in the end, that wasn't what truly interested me. It was the opportunity to take over their connections and assets outside the Alliance territory. It would take me, as a human, decades to gain the same amount of influence with the other species that those four cultivated over their lifetimes. Take Nessera's properties, for example. She owned land on all homeworlds except Tuchanka and Renok. It would take longer than the rest of my life to buy enough land on Thesha to build a small mansion. And that land would probably be on the other side of the planet from their capital. Just having her as an intermediary was enough for now. I was actually coming back from a meeting with her. Thanks to her help, I was now in the process of buying a sizable plot of land on Palavan, the homeworld of the Turians. The land was close to the second largest city on the planet and was known as the city with the most developed industrial center on the planet. I had no specific plans for it yet, but considering the prices were lower than usual at this time, it fell under the category of nice to have. Of course, that also meant dealing with Nessera and her nervous nature. The woman seemed like she was constantly under pressure, and that did make dealing with her a chore. I was glad everything was finished as far as personal dealings were concerned, and I only had to deal with her by electronic communication. "Sir, we're approaching the landing platform," came the voice of my driver over the intercom. I didn't recognize the voice of this particular driver, but it wasn't too surprising. They got replaced regularly to prevent them from spilling my travel plans to any of my enemies. After all, not everyone was as loyal as Janet, my old driver, and I couldn't expect her to follow me through the whole galaxy whenever I went to a different planet. I liked and owed her too much to demand that of her. Now, she was only driving me around whenever I visited Terra Nova, something I hadn't done for some time. Perhaps I should find a free spot in my calendar for that. It would be a good idea to visit the university there, too. Talk to some professors and students, and show some concern for the ongoings there. It would be good PR and uplifting for the school spirit if the patron of the university showed up from time to time. "Thank you," I replied to my driver and turned to Andrew. "It seems like I have to end this call. It was nice speaking to you. Perhaps we can meet in person the next time I'm in Alliance territory. That way, we can talk more openly. You know I'm not going to tell you everything, right?" said Andrew. "You're not part of any government agency at the moment. But I'm still the biggest Alliance contractor, and nobody revoked my security clearance from my time as the Minister of Economics." "You mean, nobody dared to even suggest it?" scoffed Andrew with a smile. "That too. I'll look forward to it," Andrew replied to my previous question before his expression turned serious once more. "And don't forget what I said about those anti-AI fanatics. I may have some people out there, but not enough to keep everything under control. Don't worry, my own security forces should be more than enough to cover the gaps." "If you say so," said Andrew, not sounding overly convinced. I waved away his concerns, and after the usual farewell phrases, I ended the call. Just a moment after that, the shuttle landed, and I got up from my seat, walking toward the door. It opened with a hiss, and I suddenly got hit in the face with a strong gust of wind that forced me to squint. Through my squinted eyes, I could make out shapes running towards me, setting off the hairs on my neck. Something was wrong. I forced my eyes to open, relaxing momentarily, when I noticed the shapes were 4 of my security guards. Yet, that went out the window too, when I saw what kind of expression was on their faces. I hurriedly walked out of the shuttle and toward them, my eyes flitting around to find out what had them so worried. There was nothing that stood out immediately, but perhaps something happened inside the building. "Sir," screamed one of the guards over the howling find and the engine of the shuttle behind me, "get back into the shuttle." "What?" I screamed back, having not understood his last words. The wind was just too loud to understand him clearly. "Into the shuttle now!" he screamed again, louder this time and loud enough for me to understand him. It took me half a second to process his command, but as soon as my brain did, my body was in the process of turning around. If someone you hired to protect you gave you such an order, and with such concern and desperation in his voice like this one, you followed that command without questioning it. I wouldn't be that kind of idiot that got killed by ignoring the people I paid to ensure my safety. Yet, following that order made no difference as the shuttle door shut close, and the engines started howling as more energy got sent to them in preparation to take off. I jumped backward, landing on my left foot, and turning on it to my security guards to run toward them. Apparently, my idea of exchanging drivers every so often wasn't the failsafe I believed it would be. I knew I didn't recognize the voice of my driver, and I hadn't even seen his face. Was he new, or was he even one of my people? The shuttle slowly lifted off the ground, and I took another 2 steps closer to the guards, who were also coming closer to me. It would only take one more step, and the guard closest to me would be within arm's reach. Suddenly, I noticed something that sent a chill through my whole body. The eyes of the guard before me widened to an almost comical size before his mouth opened slightly in absolute horror. Something was happening behind me, and I had to squash the urge to turn around to see what it was. Whatever it wasn't good, and the farther away I was from it, the better. The security guard raised his right arm, holding his hand out for me with an expression of sheer determination, and I took it without hesitating even for a single moment. He pulled me toward him while slightly turning his body sideways, and the moment I was halfway past his body, he got behind me, shielding my back with it. The next thing I remembered was how I was flying through the air before hitting the ground hard and skidding over it. My whole body felt hot, and there was a loud ringing in my ears, drowning every other noise. I felt a weight on my back, pressing me to the ground. It was uncomfortable, but at the same time, it was making me feel safe. My thoughts were a mess, I couldn't keep a hold of any of them before it slipped my grasp and another took its place. The pounding headache wasn't making it any easier. I didn't know how much time had passed when the weight on my back finally disappeared. Hands grabbed me under my shoulders and lifted me to my feet, and I saw the face of a human wearing the outfit of one of my security guards. His mouth was moving, but I couldn't understand a single word he was saying, the ringing in my ears still too loud. Thankfully, the ringing was slowly receding, and I could make out other sounds around me. The first sound I could make out was something familiar to me. It was the staccato of firing guns. Was there someone shooting around me? Were we under attack? As that thought flew through my mind, it was like a veil lifted from my perception. Adrenaline was shooting through my veins, the ringing in my ears disappeared completely, and I could finally hold a thought longer than for a few seconds. What's going on? I asked. The words came out as a wheeze, and even that took effort on my side. We're under attack, sir, said a voice behind me, and I thought that statement was quite obvious. Who? Unknown, sir, replied the security guard helping me stand. And unimportant for now. We have to get you inside, sir. It isn't safe out here. The mobile shield won't hold for much longer. I turned my head sideways, ignoring the sharp stab of pain in my neck, and out of the corner of my eyes, I could see the blue, shimmering wall of a mobile kinetic shield generator. Furthermore, I noticed how small ripples appeared all over the shield and understood we were under fire. The security guard pulled me forward, and I did my best to put one foot before the other to get to the entrance of the building. More and more security guards poured out of the building in our direction, armed to the teeth. Some of them had riot shields strapped to their arms, and positioned themselves behind us, walking slowly backward to protect our backs. The closer we got to the entrance, the foggier my mind became. Perhaps it was the feeling that everything was going to be alright that resulted in that, or it was because the adrenaline boost was slowly losing its potency, but my head started to pound like wild, and the pain in my neck and back became more pronounced. We were only a few steps before the entrance when somebody cried, RPG. And I got shoved to the ground. Thankfully, the rocket exploded some distance away, and we got only pelted by small debris. Seconds after that, we passed into the building, and I was more pulled than walked through the lobby until we reached a medical team that took over my care from the security guard that had escorted me to them. I wanted to ask his name, he definitely deserved a raise after today, but the darkness that had sat around the edges of my vision for the last minutes, wouldn't wait anymore. The last thing I remembered before everything turned back was the shouting and cheers from the people outside. Chapter 37. June 10, 2173. 1827. Citadel, Widow System. Ad Astra HQ. My eyes snapped open, and I sat up, looking all over my office in a panic. I could feel how my heart was beating in my chest at a tempo as if I had just run a marathon. It took me almost a minute before I calmed down enough to get my bearings. Grabbing the bridge of my nose, I closed my eyes and shook my head slightly, muttering, "Don't get so worked up, Oscar. It was just a nightmare." Coming back to the Citadel after months of absence and staying only for a short time filled my schedule with appointments with people and events only I could attend. Be it people who wanted to speak with the big boss at the top and not someone they perceived as below their station, or my appearance in the departments where my employees from other species worked. Everything had to be handled by me while I remained on the Citadel, since nobody else could take over my duties for just a moment without offending anybody else. That, in turn, led to me not sleeping enough for the last few days, and was also why I just woke up in my office chair. I lifted my arms above my head, interlinking my fingers and pulling my shoulders upward. Satisfying cracks sounded out of my shoulders and back as I pushed my hands slowly backward. There was nothing better, in my opinion, than a bit of light stretching after waking up to get rid of the remaining dizziness of sleep. My eyes wandered to the clock hanging on the wall to the right to check the time. The clock had been a gift from an associate who had been immensely grateful to have been chosen for a particular task. It wasn't like he was the best choice, but I wanted to hire a local business instead of someone perhaps a better competitor, from out of the solar system. Supporting local companies always sounded better in the press. Anyway, my associate was grateful to be chosen that he procured an old clock face of a clock tower that was some 100 years old when I mentioned to him that I was interested in history. It had a storied history to its name, and I told its tale to more than one person who stepped into my office. In fact, my office had more than one object with a rich history behind it. Curiosities, gifted by others or collected by myself. Talking about them always helped to break the ice during a tense meeting or get the other person to relax. The clock face was just the biggest one in my office and spared me the need for other clocks apart from the one in my Omni tool. It was right around 6:30, and in another 15 minutes, I would have a meeting to decide if Ad Astra opened a new branch in a new technological direction. My hand moved to the intercom to my right, and I pushed the button to connect me to the front desk. Carol, I began, is my 7:15 appointment here? No, Mr. Dean Bren. He hasn't arrived yet. I will ask at the front desk. Perhaps he already entered the building. I will call when I know more. Thank you, Carol. You're a dear. Pushing my chair back, I stood up while rolling my shoulders to get rid of the rest of the kinks. My steps brought me to the clock face's left, and I slid my hand gently over the wall. With a soft click, a part of the wall separated itself from the rest, sliding a bit back before disappearing to the side and into the wall. A small bathroom was behind the door, and I stepped into it to throw some water in my face and check if my clothes were still looking good. Looking neat and orderly was a vital aspect of every business meeting. Nobody wanted to make a deal with someone who couldn't even be bothered to take care of themselves and their clothes. Something like that didn't inspire trust in their abilities and in the person themselves. Taking a towel from the side of the wash basin, I dried off the remaining water on my face before dumping the towel in the basket for used ones. I left the hidden bathroom, and the door behind me slid seamlessly back into its original place. Without previous knowledge of its existence, nobody would be able to notice it without any tools to help them. Mr. Dean Bren, Carol's voice rang out from the intercom, your appointment arrived at the front desk and is currently coming up to your office. Ah, wonderful, I responded after walking over to my desk and pushing the button to respond. Please show him in when he arrives. Of course, Mr. Dienerbin. Do you need anything else? If you could prepare a selection of drinks for us, that would be great. Coffee, hot and cold water, and some tea bags should be enough. I will bring them in when they're ready. You're a dear, Carol, I thanked her and closed the connection. I took a seat on one of the 3 couches placed around a small table to wait for my guest. Bringing my Omni tool up, I checked my emails and the news while I waited. Thankfully the wait wasn't long, and I barked a short enter. When the soft chime rang to announce that there was someone in front of my office. The door opened silently, and Carol entered the office with my guest only 2 steps behind her. Carol was a short woman, barely exceeding the 1.5 m mark, and that was with high heels. Yet nobody who stood before her would ever dare to think of getting on her wrong side. She kept her long dark brown hair in a strict fishtail braid that went over her left shoulder, and together with her white blouse and black pencil skirt, both without any wrinkles, she was a picture of professionalism. But it was her eyes, those dark, almost bordering on black, eyes that stopped anybody cold. She told me once that growing up in a community with very few cultural and ethnic varieties while having a British mother and a Korean father hadn't been easy for her. She had been the only one that looked different and, as children were wont to do, had often been the target of their childish cruelty. It took her a while, but she perfected a look that promised retribution if the opposite party didn't stop whatever they were doing. Of course, back then, she had to carry out that retribution if that look went ignored, which only helped to solidify the message that look carried. Thankfully, she didn't need to carry out any retribution anymore, but if she had to use that look, the message in her eyes was still clear to see for anyone. But if it ever came to it, I was sure that she wouldn't hesitate to do whatever she thought was necessary. Major Alec Ryder, military attaché to the human ambassador, she introduced with a slight bow to me, more out of formality than anything else. Thank you, Carol, I said with a smile, getting up from my seat and walking over to the 2. If you will excuse me, she returned, and I dismissed her with a slight nod. Thank you for bringing me here, Ms. Yoon, said Ryder with a deep voice, somewhat rough from a life of shouting orders in the heat of battle. She gave Ryder a sharp nod and left the room to bring us the refreshments I asked for. As I got closer, I got my first good look at Ryder. He looked older than I remembered. What, of course, wasn't that much of a surprise since we hadn't seen each other in years. If I was honest, he was looking closer to the hazy image I had from the Mass Effect Andromeda game than the young man he had once been. Yet, that could have been just my imagination. After all, with every year I spent in this world, my memory concerning the details of the games had grown hazier. The important plot points still stood out, but smaller, less important details started to disappear with time. And then there were the things I never bothered to remember in the first place. For example, I still remember that there was a side quest in the first game concerning protein data disks, which would be mighty useful things to have, but on which planets they were, that's something I never bothered to memorize. And it's not like I could look up those things on a wiki page somewhere. Turning my thoughts back to Ryder, I observed him more closely as I held out my hand for him, which he grabbed and shook with a firm squeeze. His face was clean-shaven, and if I had to guess, he probably did it this morning, as no new hairs were coming out, which would have been easily seen as black hair tended to stand out on white skin. Along with that, I noticed that he looked rather pale as if he hadn't seen the sun in quite some time. Furthermore, there were light shadows under his eyes, like he had only recently gotten enough sleep to keep functioning at peak conditions. It's good to see you again, Major Ryder. What has it been? 10, almost 20 years since the last time. I greeted him with a smile. I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking, Mr. Deanbren, he answered with a smile of his own, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Nonetheless, I could see that it was genuine. Ryder's eyes moved over my face and all over my body in quick motions, probably analyzing me, just like I did to him. I let go of his hand and pointed toward the sitting area. I'm sure we could use some comfort while we discuss. So why don't we take a seat? Carol should return with some refreshments soon anyway. That's not necessary, Ryder tried to refuse while moving to one of the couches and sitting down. I took a seat on the one opposite of him and made myself comfortable. It may not be necessary, but I'm still doing it. Or rather, Carol is doing it. There won't be any rumors of me being an inattentive host as long as she's working for me. If you insist, conceded Ryder with a quiet chuckle. I don't want Ms. Yun's efforts to go to waste if she's already doing this. I haven't yet met anybody who would dare to waste her efforts. There's nobody brave enough to do so. Not even me, and I'm paying the woman, I joked. I could see how Ryder's posture slowly relaxed. From the moment he sat down, he was almost as stiff as a board, and his whole body just screamed tense to me. If it was because of me, this meeting, or something else, I didn't know. But thankfully, my joking and light attitude helped him to get comfortable. It wouldn't do either of us any good if one of us was stressed during the whole meeting. She seems like a formidable woman, commented Ryder, and as if summoned by his words, the door to my office opened once again. Carol entered with a tray held between her hands. As she got closer, I could see the assortment of drinks and cups placed on it, and a small bowl with a few tea bags stood on the side. She placed the tray on the table between us and asked, "What do the gentlemen want to drink?" "I think we will be able to pour the drinks ourselves." "Thank you, Carol," I said with a nod to her, trying to dismiss her. "It will be no problem, Mr. Deanbren. You have worked hard the whole day, so let me take over such mundane tasks." "You certainly deserve to be pampered a bit," she responded, and while her words may or may not have driven some heat into my cheeks, her smile froze the blood in my veins. She wouldn't take a no for an answer, so I just gestured toward the tray and said with a sigh, "Then I would like a coffee, please." "Of course, sir," Carol answered, and the ice in her smile disappeared like it had never been there in the first place. She took a cup, poured some milk into it, and filled it with coffee before taking a spoon and adding a drop of honey. "Just like you prefer it, sir," she said, handing me the cup before turning to Ryder. "And for you, Major. A coffee, as well," he said, already knowing that there would be no back talk allowed or assurances that he could do it himself. It didn't take long until Carol prepared Ryder's coffee and left the office, but only after reminding us to call on her if we needed anything. An offer, which was more of a command than anything, we acquiesced to with silent nods. "So," I said after a few moments of silence during which we enjoyed our coffees, "I guess Anita already talked with you about the reason I asked for this meeting." "Yes, she told me about it," Ryder admitted. "Furthermore, she also said it was her idea to arrange this meeting." "That's in the eye of the beholder," I waved his words away. "In the end, it was still my decision to hold this meeting. Anita may have pushed the first stone, but I'm going to try to make a building out of them." "And what made you decide to continue with this course?" "AI isn't a topic that is well liked in Citadel space," inquired Ryder. "I should know since I've dabbled in it for personal reasons." He looked somewhat uncomfortable when he evaded to outright state his reasons for delving into a subject that could cost him his career in the Systems Alliance military if the wrong person heard about it and decided to do some damage control. Humanity's situation is nowhere near being a proven entity in the galaxy. We're surrounded by sharks that would like nothing more than tear us apart and use us for their own benefit. Some would like dear friends while using us to bolster their power, while others would like nothing more than to collar us and keep us as their pets. In essence, you want to give humanity an advantage that the other galactic entities can't replicate without stepping into a territory they themselves declared taboo, concluded Ryder. Exactly, I agreed enthusiastically. I haven't followed this avenue as consistently as I perhaps should have done, but I'm trying to rectify this mistake right now. Anita highly recommended you, and I'm inclined to follow her advice. If she thinks you are capable and trustworthy enough not to develop an AI that is going to kill us all and prove the Council's fears, then, of course, I'm going to reach out to you. So, are you interested? Ryder leaned back into the couch, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. All the while, his eyes never left my face, trying to find any trace of deceit. He was wary that much was clear to me. The offer was probably too good to be true for him to just accept it. It wasn't like I didn't understand his hesitancy. The stress he must have lived with had to be enormous. At any moment, he could have been dismissed from his position in the military if the wrong people found out about his research. And now, there was me. Someone with enough power to legitimize his research and the assets to support him at every step. Ryder began hesitatingly, choosing his words carefully, inclined to take you up on your offer, Mr. Dean Bren. I have to admit, my reason for delving into this subject is not entirely centered on improving humanity's position among the rest of the galaxy. Instead, they're more in the selfish category. Yet, I can also see how the ideas that are swirling in my head could improve the lives of humans across the galaxy. The military is only one of the possible fields where it could improve the lives of thousands. I nodded along with his explanation, already knowing why Ryder had started his research. From the games, I remembered it had something to do with his wife, and after some research into the Ryder family's circumstances, I had a better picture of the situation. It wouldn't surprise me if you know most of the reasons why, he continued. I do, I admitted unashamedly. It wouldn't do me any good to deny knowing anything. If anything, it would only work to the contrary. Should you decide in my favor, I'm sure we can work something out that will benefit your wife's health. I know I shouldn't have done it by the way he glared at me for bringing it up, but I couldn't resist the opportunity to dangle a carrot in front of his face. Please don't glare at me like that, I lifted my hands in surrender. I take care of my employees and their families. It's been a company policy since the beginning. Why do you think people are running over each other to work for me? His glare lessened before he started to chuckle. I guess I should have expected you to do this. I don't know if you are trying to coerce me or if you are just that nice. I would say it's a little bit of both, I admitted. Well, grunted Ryder, at least, you're not denying it. I can work with that. Does that mean? Yeah, he said, bringing a smile to my face, I'm taking your offer. It was only a matter of time before someone found out about my side interest. Avoiding a dishonorable discharge is probably for the best. And by working for me, you still can support the Alliance with your talents and research. Just with much better funding. My last comment brought a sly smile to his face. That's one of the parts I'm most looking forward to. Truthfully, looking into AI development is a costly endeavor, and not one the Alliance would be happy to cough funds up for. I had to use my own savings, and those are slowly drying up. He sighed deeply. Furthermore, I'm not sure if I'm happy with the course the Alliance is currently undertaking. How so? I asked, my eyebrows furrowed. If something was going on that I or anyone else didn't notice, I had to know about it. It's just that the development of the military orientates itself too closely to what the other galactic superpowers did and do. Currently, we follow in the footsteps of the Turian's emissary. More ships. Bigger ships. I feel we're not applying our talents the best way we could. There was some truth to what Ryder said. No. Scratch that. There was a lot of truth to his statement. The Alliance and even I concentrated on increasing the standing military forces and the number of ships available. And not just that. The thought that bigger and better also meant more firepower had taken root in our heads. One only had to look at the monstrosity of a ship currently under construction in the Olympus system. The ruler-class ships would become an essential part of our power as a galactic entity and a mighty weapon to wield against the Reapers, but did it deserve that we focused only on it and those that would come after it? I found the answer to that question shortly after asking. And it was a resounding no. The more we focused on the ruler class, the more we neglected other parts of our military. For example, the current generation of fighters worked well, yet they could be better. We had some carriers, but there could be more. Besides, their modularity and the modules themselves could use an update too. We should re-examine our focus, I whispered to myself, yet loud enough that Ryder perked up when he heard me. Look at the parts that could use an update, and do it. My voice got slowly louder as I saw more and more possible applications. And not just the military. We should take a good look at our whole infrastructure. How do we get our materials? How do we build the things we need? How can we make all those parts more efficient? I looked up from the part of the table I had been staring at and directly into Ryder's eyes. He flinched back for a moment before gathering himself. Perhaps he was taken back by the fire in them that would continue to burn in them for the rest of the week as I sent out orders to restructure many of my operations and the priorities of my think tanks, or so would Carol tell me later. I should write you a check for a bonus, Major Ryder. Not even part of the company officially, yet your counsel was already invaluable. Plans were forming in my head. The names of people I had to talk to appeared like they were written on a list. Some of them would eagerly follow my orders and suggestions, while others would need some coercion, a bit of shouting, or outright threats to do so. Started Ryder hesitatingly, before swallowing once and continuing with a strong voice, am glad to hear that I could help. More so that you also see that we could do things differently from what we're doing now. I didn't see it before, I admitted. Perhaps I was also stuck in that line of thought. Yet, sometimes all you need is someone telling you what they see from the outside to change your perspective. And all those saying about new perspectives? Well, it seems they're true, Major. Not a major for much longer, I think. I think if you call me Alec that would be for the best. Mr. Ryder doesn't sound right after all the time I was called Major Ryder. If you think so, I said, a grin slowly appearing on my face. But for now, you're still a major, so until you sign the contract, I'm going to call you Major Ryder. That should be all right, right, Major Ryder. Ryder just let out a suffering sigh at my attempt at teasing him before shaking his head. I should never let you meet my wife. She likes to tease me fiercely. You two would get along well. Perhaps too well for the sake of my sanity. The humor that had appeared in his eyes during our short banter disappeared and was replaced by an inquiring look. How long do you think it will take to build a lab and get it running? Now that I have some backing, I'm itching to get to work. It will take some time, I answered, thoughtfulness replacing my own humor. Getting the permit will take something over a month, 2 at most. The groundwork had been done a long time ago. I can't start building a lab before I have the permit in my hand. Otherwise, it would look like the council's decision was a safe bet for me, even if it is. The public and the council won't like that, and the latter is spiteful enough to delay the proceedings as long as they can if they're feeling slighted. Then comes the security checks of the lab. The first time by my people, after which we're going to close any security gaps we can find. The time after that, it's going to be council inspectors, and getting them to give the okay for the facility is going to be a whole different kind of beast. In the end, I would say it's going to take something between 8 months to a year. Well, responded Ryder, it's certainly enough time to get my affairs in order. And it's enough time for my resignation to go through the hell that is the Alliance military's bureaucracy. Is it truly that bad? Not always, answered Ryder with a snort. Sometimes it's worse. Chapter 38. As some of you wrote in the review section and asked me to do it. The previous chapter is flashback chapter and happened a few months in the past from where the story is now. I put it there because I wanted to finish the part where Oscar met with Ryder, which I mentioned often enough in the last few chapters, and I thought because Oscar blacked out in chapter 36 that now would be a good point. Hopefully that cleared up some confusion. I hope you like the new chapters and have a good day, my dear readers. October 22nd, 2173. 1423 local time. Arcturus Station. Arcturus System, Arcturus Stream. Location, redacted. Ace Officer Oliva redacted, ID, AISO 028XX23X2. The conference room was a gathering of infinitely busy people. One always had to be aware of one's surroundings, or someone would run into you and knock you to the ground without any words of apology. Not because they were assholes, but because they didn't even have the time to utter a simple sorry. Everyone was on edge. Thankfully, everyone here was a professional, or else it would only be a matter of time until someone snapped, or so Olivia thought as she looked over the data displayed on her desktop pad for the nth time. She couldn't allow herself to miss even the tiniest detail. Somewhere in those reports could be a hidden hint. And if it was there, she had to find it. Else, Director Clark would have her head. This matter was too important to leave even the slightest part to chance. Suddenly, a quiet settled over the room. There was no more whispering between people or the clicking of keyboards. The only sounds one could hear were the ones of shoes hitting the floor. Andrew Clark moved around the room like a predator. Every person he came close to could feel how a cold shudder went down their backs and looked relieved when he passed them without acknowledging their existence. Olivia had always known that Director Clark was a dangerous man. Yet, that hadn't been something that could be discerned by looking at him. It had been more of a gut feeling than anything else, since the director possessed a mask only the most experienced and observant agents could glimpse behind. But today, it was like the director left the mask in his office and wore the danger it usually hid like a cloak. The most discomforting thing was that while he used dangerousness and aggression like a leaky faucet, his face showed none of these emotions. Instead, it looked like stone. Not a single twitch of his facial muscles betrayed the storm of emotions that brewed behind it, and Olivia couldn't help but shudder at this display of absolute self-control. Director Clark unhurriedly took his seat at the top of the conference table. 2 guards, whom Olivia hadn't noticed until now, took their places to each side of him. It was unnerving that she was so distracted by Director Clark's presence that she completely ignored the 2 openly armed people walking only a few steps behind him. Perhaps, unnerving was the wrong word for it, and the more she thought about it, the surer she was that scary was a more apt word to describe it. Yet, what was the scary part? The fact that Director Clark's presence could hide 2 armed men? Or the fact that Director Clark had the ability to change his presence in such a way that at one time one couldn't look away from him while at other times, it was so minuscule that people easily overlooked him. I don't want a recap of the events that brought us here, started Director Clark, and even the last murmurs that persisted inside the room died down in a flash. If any of you doesn't know them or forgot the details, then that person should leave the room now and hand in their resignation by tomorrow. This agency has no time for fools, especially in times of crisis. Director Clark's cold eyes swept over the room and fixated on every person for a moment before moving on to the next. When it was Olivia's turn, she could feel his cold gaze drilling through her eyes and into her soul, looking all over her, and finding her wanting. She was glad when his eyes moved on, and took a slow breath after having forgotten how to while Director Clark's eyes were on hers. Yet, somewhere deep inside her, there was a feeling of disappointment. At her herself. The way Director Clark seemingly dismissed her as nobody of importance. Olivia wanted to change that. She wanted to prove to the director, and herself, that she could do it. What it was that she could do it, wasn't something she thought about. The director finished his look around the room, and since nobody made any moves to leave the room, he nodded to himself once and continued as if nothing happened. How goes the analysis of the possible shocks in the aftermath of the failed assassination of Oscar Dean Bren? On the other side of the room, a nondescriptive man in a black suit, brown hair, and eyes that looked like they desperately needed sleep stood up with a tablet in hand and said, "We're still collecting more data to come up with a more detailed view, but we have a preliminary assessment. Please be aware that should any piece of information of significance come in, the situation could change drastically in response to it." There were nods all around the room, and with a simple hand gesture Director Clark bid the man to continue. While Mr. Dean Bren is a big player in galactic economies, his impact on the political scene is minimal. At least, as of this moment. Most of the galaxy treats the assault like a juicy piece of news and doesn't concern themselves further with it. The places where Mr. Dean Bren has holdings, except the Citadel and Ilium, are adopting a wait-and-see approach to the situation, and we can expect that nothing should change as long as Mr. Dean Bren has a speedy recovery. And the Citadel and Ilium? Inquired the director. The business partners and employees of Mr. Dean Bren on the Citadel are somewhat in an uproar. They are incensed about the attack but are already calming down again. Ad Astra's reputation and stock market value took a hit with Citadel brokers, yet depending on the way Ad Astra will respond to the attack, that won't be a problem for long. Do we have to intervene? Asked a woman with short blonde hair, 2 seats down on Olivia's left. Not at this moment, no, responded the man. If one had asked Olivia when she first got her current position as an operation coordinator in the Ace why Ad Astra's and its owner, Oscar Dean Bren, well-being, and reputation were a concern for the Ace, she would have answered that it shouldn't be. After all, Ad Astra, large as it was just another company. True, it probably was the by far largest human company in the galaxy for now, and simultaneously the largest employer in the Alliance, yet that shouldn't make it a matter for the Ace. Only after she started to organize and coordinate Ace operations across the galaxy, she fully understood how interwoven Ad Astra was with the Alliance military and the Ace. Dozens upon dozens of fake companies to create new identities for agents were under the banner of Ad Astra. Do you need to transport a hit team to another planet? Suddenly, there was an Ad Astra freighter that needed new mechanics. And one shouldn't forget the quite staggering amount of money that Ad Astra funneled through its books to keep Ace operations running and its agents equipped with the newest technology. She didn't even want to think about everything that kept Ad Astra connected with the military. However, one thing was absolutely sure. Should Ad Astra be destroyed, the Alliance's war machine would collapse in months, if not weeks. It would perhaps take years to rebuild it, and it wouldn't show the same rapid growth it did now for another decade after that. Not many knew that, and Olivia knew those few that did would prefer to keep the knowledge hidden from the public. Thankfully, plans were already in motion to reduce the dependence on Ad Astra, and, as far as she knew, Oscar Dean Bren was part of these plans. Yet, at this moment, those plans weren't nearly enough advanced to let anything drastic happen to Ad Astra, lest the Alliance would suffer for it. Still, continued the man with his analysis, while the Citadel situation is currently under control, if anything happens, the mood could turn quickly, and it could become a second Ilium. What's happening on Ilium? Oliva blurted out, and a few heads turned in her direction at her sudden question. The man blinked, not having expected Oliva to interrupt him, but continued without missing another beat. Ilium had become a literal and metaphorical battlefield. Oscar Dean Bren made many enemies from all walks of life on Ilium, and they're now smelling blood in the water. Cooperate enemies try to tear up his Ilium branch and assimilate its parts, while, at the same time, gangs are attacking his workers and holdings. It is too coordinately to be a simple coincidence, but we don't know who holds the strings in the background. Should the situation continue for much longer, Ad Astra will be forcefully evicted from Ilium, and that will send shockwaves through the galaxy. I will defer the decision to the director, but it's my recommendation that we send in some teams to help control the situation. Everybody looked toward the director, who didn't seem concerned about all the sudden attention directed at him. He only closed his eyes for a moment to think before opening them and saying, "I will take your recommendation under advisement. Please continue your report for now." "Of course, sir." Olivia could see how tense the man had suddenly become and wondered what he had to report that had him so nervous. "The situation inside the alliance is precarious," he said with a tone of finality. "Especially on the outer colonies. The attack on Oscar Dean Bren caused an outcry of anger and disbelief. Many are baying for blood. The fact that only members of the other species were part of the attack has become a rallying point for those with xenophobic tendencies and their viewpoint that the aliens attacked Mr. Dean Bren because they wanted to prevent him from continuing to advance humanity is gaining ground on all planets belonging to the alliance. On some of the outer colonies, attacks against aliens were perpetrated by the locals in retaliation for the assassination attempt. Nothing serious like that happened in any of the more developed colonies, but the mood is shifting in that direction. It won't take long until we are going to hear about assaults from those colonies. The fact that there are individuals and groups fanning the flames of xenophobia to further their agendas doesn't help in the slightest. Is there any recommendation on what we should do?" asked someone from the other side of the room, but Olivia couldn't identify who exactly asked the question. "The best would be if Mr. Dean Bren showed himself to the public and assured them that he is all right. If he drops some comments about cooperation with the other species too, everything should calm down in short order." "That will have to wait for some days," interrupted Director Clark. "Mr. Dean Bren is currently unconscious and being treated for his concussion. His personal doctor assured me that he would be awake in the next 2 to 3 days. Another day of rest after that and he will be good to go. I will personally contact and ask him to give a short interview about the attack to calm the public." Director Clark let his gaze wander through the room and said, "I trust you all will be able to keep the situation under control for a few days." "Yes, sir," came from every person in the room, Olivia included. "I will send some teams out to keep an eye on the situation in the bigger cities," threw in Maurice Vasquez, a fellow operation coordinator whom Olivia only just now noticed to be present in the room. Many of the operation coordinators knew each other from either seeing each other during general meetings or when two operations were about to interfere with each other and the coordinators had to sort out the mess. Olivia and Maurice didn't know each other well, having only met during general meetings about the current climate and situation of the galaxy. Their usual operation areas didn't have a lot in common since Olivia directed operations outside the alliance with a focus on the Batarian hegemony while Maurice was one of the operations coordinators entrusted with the internal security of the alliance and homegrown threats like Cerberus. Some of my contacts implied that some of those newly risen resentments against aliens are the work of Cerberus. Furthermore, there are clues that the attack against the Turian family on Amaterasu was instigated by a Cerberus agent or at least a sympathizer. I already sent a team to investigate and they should get back to me in a matter of hours. When I get their report, I'll forward it with my recommendation on how to proceed to the chief analyst." "Good work," replied Director Clark simply with a short nod, but the comment brought a smile to Morris's face as if he had been praised to the heavens and back. "I expect the next 5 days will be a golden opportunity to infiltrate Cerberus and other likewise-minded groups. The current chaos and resentment are the perfect recruitment ground for them. Shouldn't be too hard to slip 1 or 2 people in unnoticed." Olivia had to suppress a snort. Chaos like that made it easier and harder at the same time to slip agents in. It was true that those groups recruited more people during those times, which made it easier for a mole to be placed inside an organization. Yet, those organizations, at least the halfway competent ones, also expected to get some moles during such periods, and kept those recruited away from sensitive information longer than if they had been recruited during normal times. "Perfect timing," muttered the person to her right to his partner. "There's a new batch of trainees that need some infiltration training. Sending them through the Cerberus gauntlet should be good for them." This time, Olivia couldn't hold back the slight smile that threatened to appear on her face. The Cerberus Gauntlet, as it was called, was a training course that was only possible thanks to the relatively weird relationship the Ace had with Cerberus. It all started when, instead of incarcerating or killing caught Cerberus spies, Director Clark sent them back to Cerberus without any repercussions. Cerberus's response was to send the Ace agents they caught back to the Ace unharmed, and ever since Director Clark started the tradition to send in trainee agents to infiltrate the lower Cerberus ranks and test how long they could stay undercover until they were discovered. Something along the same lines was true for those agents training in counterintelligence. Every trainee chosen for the Cerberus Gauntlet was told that this was a mission of utmost importance and that failure could mean their death. The trainees of course took those words to heart and went at it with the desired zeal, while the higher UPS waited to see their faces after their almost certain failure in the beginning phases of infiltration, and they got sent back with a nice try. Of course, this agreement only applied to the lower levels of secrecy and unimportant positions and information. The higher one climbed in Cerberus, the more dangerous it was for the agent if they were discovered. The same was true if a Cerberus agent got their hands on something important. If that happened, then the experienced part of the Internal Security Division got involved and the Cerberus agent disappeared to be never seen again. "How is the situation with our most violent neighbor?" asked Director Clark after the rest of the report about the internal situation of the Alliance finished, something that Olivia cursed herself for not listening more closely to. But the moment Oliva heard the director talking about the most violent neighbor, her back straightened, and her focus was back to where it belonged. After all, the Batarians, the Alliance's most violent neighbor, were her operations area. Our latest reports indicated that the Batarians are preparing a pirate incursion of unprecedented numbers. It seems like they want to use the current unrest in the colonies to attack while we are distracted. The Batarian government is using the situation to get rid of more and more undesirables and strengthen its grip on its population. If they should proceed unhindered, it could become a disaster for the Alliance. Operations Coordinator Dove called Director Clark, and Oliva looked to him after hearing her name. I gave you the green light for Operation Fervor 2 days ago. I know it hasn't been much time, but how far along are you with the preparations? It would only take a few more hours, sir, responded Oliva, and added after she noticed the surprised expression on the director's face, if one could call a raised eyebrow a surprised expression, but it was Director Clark, so Olivia took what she could. I made it a priority after the news of the attack came out. Distracting the Batarians had changed from an objective in the near future to one that had to happen immediately. The only thing left is to wait for the event. I already had that. The guys in IT forged the fake data trail to our scapegoat. Wonderful, good work, OC Dove, praised Director Clark with a nod, and Oliva couldn't help the smug smile that she got when she was genuinely praised by the director of the ACE instead of getting an implied compliment. I await your confirmation that everything went according to plan in the next 24 hours. And with those few words, the responsibility and the accompanying pressure on Olivia's shoulders increased tenfold. After telling everyone present that she finished her preparations, she downright boasted about it for ACE proportions. Her head would certainly land on the chopping block if anything went wrong. And with delicate operations like Fervor, anything could happen that would lead to a mission failure. An itch appeared on her neck, and Olivia had to stop herself from scratching it. It was a tic of hers that always appeared when her nerves started to get the best of her. Director, she asked, and seeing him nod she continued, may I be excused from the rest of the meeting? I want to make sure that the operation runs smoothly and that nothing changed from when I got the last update from our people on site. He gave her his okay with a quick hand gesture before moving on to the next topic on the agenda, and Olivia left the room as quickly as she could, ignoring what was going on around her. She had left the room and walked down the hallway, turning a corner before leaning against the wall with her right arm on the level of her head. A deep breath later, she hit the wall with her right fist and raised her head with a determined expression in her eyes. She said that Fervor would go according to plan and she would make sure it did. There would be no mistakes. The director and the ACE counted on her to run this operation smoothly, and she would prove to them that their faith wasn't undeserved. With purposeful steps, she walked toward her office. She had to make a call to the team on site. October 22, 2173. 1821. Urshspat. Volar System, Kite's Nest. City of Akakur. Agent classified, codename, Heathen. He felt the wind caress his face like a lover's touch, and perhaps he could even enjoy it if it wasn't for the abhorrent smell that threatened to make him barf if he took too deep a breath. Yet, he ignored it to the best of his ability. There could be no distractions, there could be no failure. His last talk with the operations coordinator a scant few hours ago made sure to impress that notion on him. A sigh left Heathen's mouth before he lifted the sniper rifle back up to look through the scope. The sight that greeted him was of a crowd of Batarians standing in front of a stage. Heathen looked around a bit more until he found his target a bit left of the stage and aimed at the target's head, his finger on the trigger. He put a bit of pressure on the trigger, but not enough to fire, before easing up and removing his index finger from it. Now wasn't the moment to finish his hunt. Heathen had been trained to see every mission like a hunt, just like every other member of Project Artemis. During a hunt, one had to be patient, able to stalk their target unnoticed, find the best position to strike, and wait for the opportune moment. And all of that without bringing yourself into danger. Of course, everyone who finished the Artemis training course got the best equipment available to perform to their maximum potential, but they were trained to do the same without any tools to help them. It didn't help that the training itself was beyond challenging and at times downright impossible to accomplish, but every graduate could call themselves one of the best snipers in the whole Alliance. Heathen had been originally part of the Alliance Navy but chose to change to the ACE after finishing the program. It seemed like the logical conclusion to him after he honed his current skill set to be razor sharp. It could also be because he liked the thrill of the hunt. Of course, he had joined the Alliance with the reason to protect it, the same reason as so many other people, but over time, he discovered he had a knack for sniping and started to like it. It wasn't the act of killing that appealed to him, but the preparation, the needed skill to be successful, and the moment when he pulled the trigger and everything came together. Whenever he started to hunt, he also began to live and breathe it. Even his current name, Heathen, was part of his hunt. His real name belonged to the person Heathen was outside the hunt, but during it, he was just whatever codename got assigned to him. He was a hunter right now, not a person. A simple thought brought up the collection of video feeds from the various cameras he placed around the building, checking if anyone entered it since his last check and if his exfiltration route was still open. There were some movements from the person next to him, but Heathen paid him no attention, checking the feeds was more important for the moment. Satisfied with what he had seen, Heathen closed the feeds and sent a quick look next to him to examine his unwilling partner for this hunt. The Batarian was still deep asleep, but the slight movements indicated that the drugs were slowly losing their effect and that it wouldn't take long until the Batarian returned to the world of the living. Not that Heathen expected the operation to take so long in the first place, so he just shrugged with his shoulder. The faint sound of cheering reached Heathen's ears and he brought the scope back up to his eye. His target had just entered the stage and started with his speech. It would take a few more minutes until the priest of the pillars got the crowd excited enough. The ace had chosen this particular priest as a target because he was a fervent proponent of the more considerate slave laws and a thorn in the upper class's collective arses by not conforming to the party line like so many other priests. The hegemony couldn't simply get rid of him because his flock, as the priest called them, on Urshspat was large and loyal. Normally, the ace would just let him do as he did, but lately, his speeches had lost a lot of their usual fire, and information suggested he was getting involved with the sister of a relatively wealthy slave owner on the other side of the planet, and intended to court her. So it had been decided, to use the last remaining flames of the priest's speeches to create a fire that would hopefully spill all over the Batarian territory. After all, he was about to be assassinated by one of the hegemony's agents on the orders of a slave owner. Or that would be the official story that all the evidence would support. The Batarian to Heathen's side had been seen as he entered the building, and would be found after the act dead with a bullet in his head, put there by himself after finishing his job. Just like some of the most fanatical government agents were trained to do from birth when there was no escaping unnoticed. The armor the ace acquired and Heathen took great care to dress the Batarian in pointed in that direction of thought too. It wouldn't hold under intense scrutiny but would be enough to incite the crowds and drive them into a blind rage. And after the rage subsided it would be too late to stop the wave. The crosshairs of the Kishok harpoon was trained on the priest's zero head as he got more and more into his performance. Heathen's finger wandered to the trigger and got ready. The priest lifted his antique copy of the Pillars of Strength into the air, pointing with his other hand to it. Heathen let the air in his lungs slowly escape and increased the pressure with his index finger until the trigger relented. The stabilizers of his custom armor engaged and kept the recoil of the gun low. The harpoon-like spike flew unerringly straight toward its target, and when it arrived, nothing much remained of the priest's head. He laid the rifle on the floor next to the soon-to-be-dead Batarian and took a deep breath to break the remaining tension in his body. And now to my least favorite part, Heathen mumbled, looking at the Batarian on the floor, and ignoring the panicked cries from across the city. Chapter 39. October 24, 2173. 1:23 local time. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra Branch HQ. Secure Medical Ward. It was as if my consciousness returned to me with the snap of my fingers. One moment it was the deepest of blacks, and the next, I returned to the world. A groan escaped my lips as I instinctively closed my eyes after foolishly opening them, only to be blinded by the light. I could hear people suddenly rushing around, but my only concern was whether it was possible to go back to sleep. The bed I was in didn't feel like mine, yet it was comfortable nonetheless. The thought brought me to a standstill. This wasn't my bed? Yet, I couldn't remember in whose bed I would go to sleep. There was no reason I would sleep in another's bed right now, or was there? A rush of memories assaulted me, and I bolted upright from my lying position. Thankfully, a pair of hands stopped me from falling back when my vision turned black for a moment. "Easy there, Mr. Dean Bren," I heard a voice say. "You got a bad concussion and even with our advanced equipment, it will take some time to fully heal. So, please take it slow in the meantime." My vision was still somewhat blurry, but I could make out the basic contours of a face in front of me. It was the face of an older gentleman with a distinguished presence. His black hair was peppered with white or grey streaks, and even the neatly trimmed beard encircling his face bore the marks of time. I tried to ask what happened, but whenever I opened my mouth to say something, my throat felt parched and only a dry cough escaped. "Please wait a moment, sir," said the man, whom I finally could identify as Dr. Herman after the remaining fog on my mind lifted. "A glass of water should suffice to deal with your speaking difficulties." He handed me a glass of ice-cold water and held 2 small pills in his left hand which he offered me with a kind smile. "The pills are nothing special but should help you with any lingering pain. One is a mild painkiller and the other is a headache remedy," Dr. Herman explained when he saw my puzzled expression. "The latest test showed that the swelling inside your head is receding nicely, but it wouldn't surprise me if you still felt discomfort. Normally, as your doctor, I would recommend that you remain in bed for the foreseeable future. Yet, if I know anything about you, Mr. Dean Bren, I expect you will probably reject my recommendation. Hence the painkiller and the headache remedy." I took both the glass of water and the pills from his hands with a grateful and apologizing smile before putting the medicine in my mouth and swallowing them with the help of the water. The feeling of the pills in my throat wasn't very pleasant, but it was thankfully over quickly. The water, on the other hand, helped alleviate the constant dryness that made me feel as if I were eating sand. "Thank you, Dr. Herman," I said after putting the empty glass on the stand next to the hospital bed I was laying in. Since the world didn't look like a blur anymore after my eyes finally got used to the artificial light, I finally took a look around the room to get a feeling of where I was. I recognized the room as one of the private ones of the medical ward inside the Ad Astra HQ here on Ilium. The room was well equipped and had a clean, sterile appearance. The walls were adorned with holographic displays showing vital signs and medical data of the patients fortunate enough to rest there. There were no actual windows, as the medical ward itself was placed in the center of the building's 26th floor for better security in case of attacks, but a holographic display to my right showed a nighttime view of NOS Astra as if there had been a window in its place. "What happened?" I asked after I was sure that this time actual words would come out of my mouth instead of coughs. "I can't give a complete recount of the events," stated Dr. Herman, "since I got only called in after the attack was already over. But I notified the vice commander when you showed signs of waking up. She should arrive in a few minutes." "She?" I asked, not understanding why the doctor was using that word. Wasn't Ajax Double the vice commander of the local Ad Astra security forces? "I'm sorry to say that Vice Commander Double died in the line of duty," explained Dr. Herman with a remorseful expression. "I heard he was a good and dutiful man. Ad Astra will mourn his loss." The doctor was only giving the usual condolences, yet I appreciated it nonetheless. It wasn't like I knew the previous vice commander well either, but the man gave his life protecting mine, and that wasn't something I took lightly. "That she will," I responded in a solemn tone before a determination welled up inside me that I hadn't felt for some years. "And Ad Astra will not only mourn his loss but find those responsible and respond in a manner befitting the situation." Dr. Herman looked taken aback at my declaration of essentially declaring war on my attackers before a grim expression settled over his face. "Good," he said. "There were more dead than just the vice commander, and even more were injured. I am not fond of playing the role of coroner in addition to my duties as a life-saver. I much prefer the latter. Much more rewarding in my opinion. And during those duties, I got to meet many of those that lost their lives in the attack. They were good people. Rough around the edges but good and honest people nonetheless. I'm going to look forward to what is going to happen." The doctor's not-so-subtle approval of my intention of making those that participated in the attack and those who backed them from the shadows didn't surprise me in the least. Ad Astra was a tightly knit family. If you were an employee of the company, even those on the other side of the galaxy would help you even if you had never met them before just because you were working for the same company. It was a mindset I carefully cultivated over the years with me as the head of the family. The trust and respect each employee showed each other not only reduced any workplace friction but made it harder for other companies to poach my people or turn them against me. And such an open attack against the company? Well, that only meant that everyone was closing ranks against the threat from outside and got ready to retaliate in the names of their lost brothers and sisters. I had no idea how the employees inside Alliance territory were taking the news of the attack, but since my more devoted employees, I refused to call them fanatical, least of all because that would shine a bad light on me and my company. We weren't a cult after all. Came from there. I did not doubt that there were rising tensions, especially among those who were more xenophobic than the rest. There was a knock on the door and the good doctor went to open it as he was one of the few people whose Omni tool had permission to open it as a security precaution while I was unconscious. Meanwhile, I was already making a list of things I had to do after leaving the bed now that the doctor gave me his quiet permission to go back to work as long as I didn't overdo it. One of the first things on my agenda would be to hold a series of interviews that would hopefully help to calm down the situation. Of course, firstly I would have to be briefed on the situation, as giving an interview without knowing all the available facts and information would leave me vulnerable to unexpected questions. Right now, I had to show an image of strength, that this attack wouldn't hold me down in the least. Furthermore, I had to curb the xenophobic tendencies that had undoubtedly sprung up. Holding only those behind the attack responsible and focusing on those that tried to use this moment of weakness to their advantage would hopefully accomplish just that. Since there was no doubt that some rivals inside the Alliance tried to do just that, and those were human, it would distract from the issue that my attackers were exclusively aliens. At least that was the impression I got from the few tidbits I remembered from the actual attack. Yet, it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Human mercenaries, while not unheard of, were still rare in the galaxy. More and more human mercenary groups were popping up in recent years, and established groups like Eclipse started to let humans join them, but the total numbers were still on the low side. Furthermore, getting the typical human mercenary to attack Ad Astra, and me specifically, without any thoughts of going behind their customers' back and informing my people about the impending attack wasn't an easy task. It would mean that the person behind the attack had incredible pull not only on Ilium but throughout the galaxy, the Alliance included, to gather the necessary people. I hear the door open with an almost silent hiss, but didn't look who entered as my previous thought played through my mind again and again. The person behind the attack had to have incredible pull and had to have planned it for a long time. That person either corrupted, blackmailed, or threatened one of my shuttle drivers or got someone to infiltrate the group of drivers, or else he wouldn't have tried to get away as soon as I got out of it. While an investigation would show which one of those options was the case, I personally hoped it wasn't the latter. It would speak of a plan that had to have been long in the making and a disturbingly large security leak. The security measures and checks here on Ilium may not be up to the standards of say Earth, Terra Nova, or the Citadel, but they were extensive nonetheless. Getting a mole in and having him there for at least a year should have been impossible. I was interrupted in my thought process when a woman at the end of her 20s stopped next to my bed and coughed to get my attention. She was dressed in the official uniform of the Ad Astra security forces and had a stern expression on her face, but I could see sparks of relief in her brown eyes at seeing me up and about. There was a burn scar at the upper left of her forehead that disappeared into her dark brown hair and gave the woman the air of someone who had experienced hard battles and survived. Not completely, but mostly. "It's good to see you recovering, boss," said Vice Commander Cheryl Olivier, her rather high-pitched voice being in stark contrast to her warrior appearance. "Thanks, I feel rather well, all things considered." "How is the situation?" I asked, coming right to the important points. Congratulating Cheryl on her new position was superfluous and in bad taste. She got her position because the previous vice commander died in the line of duty and not because of her merits. Oh, she would have gotten the position in time anyway. From what I heard, she was ambitious and dedicated enough to work her way up, yet, I didn't think that she imagined she would get the post as vice commander so soon or in this way. Vice Commander Olivier straightened up at my question and replied in a completely professional tone, "The building is currently on high alert, and all security measures are activated, at this moment. Every member of our local security forces is in the building and even sleeping in the basement barracks when they're off duty. No aircraft is allowed to approach the building above the 3rd floor, and even should a shuttle get through the AA turrets targeting them, every entry point is shielded by a double layer of kinetic shields. The engineers are making sure that the power reactors in the lower basement floors are running smoothly and not overheating due to the energy they're outputting. Every employee wishing to enter the building has to go through double and triple checks of their identity and respond with the appropriate passwords concerning if they or their families are under pressure from outside sources. The same applies to guests. Those are also accompanied by a security officer outside of uniform for the duration of their business here." She took a short breath before finishing with the sentence, "In short, Mr. Dean Bren, sir, we're on our war footing right now." "Excessive?" I asked to get her personal opinion if the standard protocols were too much in this situation. "No, sir," Cheryl answered without a moment's pause. "The situation outside makes it clear that the measures we're taking are absolutely appropriate." "The situation outside?" I asked. "What's going on? Is there a war going on?" I asked the last question jokingly, but the expression on the vice commander's face told me that I wasn't too far off. My face suddenly felt slightly cold, and I could feel how the blood left it. In a manner of speaking, Cheryl slowly answered, "You are right." "In what manner?" I gritted out, feeling how my temper was beginning to rise at her evasive answer. Cheryl's posture had slowly relaxed as she rattled down the security measures of the building, but hearing my growl put the tension right back into her shoulders and a hint of nervousness flitted through her eyes as if expecting I would bite her head off when I heard the news. It wasn't like it was her fault anyway. The aftermath of events like the attack was solely in the hands of the people trying to take advantage of them, and I counted myself as such a person. There was no point in trying to deceive me by saying I wouldn't. After all, there were numerous examples of accidents in Ad Astra's mining branch that I used to portray myself as a caring and concerned employer to get good PR. "We are under attack from all sides and on all levels we're operating on," began Vice Commander Cheryl, and I was rather impressed that she kept every hint of nervousness from my piercing stare out of her voice. "Our IT department has to fend off numerous cyber attacks, not just at our servers but those of our closest associates on the planet as well. Those businesses are under attack on the stock market, too. Someone is trying to buy up as many shares as they can. If this continues, our analysts agree that we're going to lose a lot of our influence on the planet. Furthermore, they tried to buy a chunk of shares of Ad Astra Ilium too when our stock prices fell to the floor in the wake of the attack, but our brokers put a stop to that before more than a 20th of our total shares got away from our control." "That's nothing unusual," I commented. "We had to deal with those issues since we opened the branch here on Ilium." "True," she admitted, "but the scale is unusual, for both the amount of buyers and cyber attacks. The latter is unusually coordinated too. In fact, everything is unusually coordinated. Everything seemed to start at the same moment and took us by surprise. We were slow to respond to all the sudden fires springing up and couldn't smother them before some of them turned into bonfires. I'm guessing those two problems you mentioned aren't the bonfires." I guessed warily. "No, sir. That would be the gang war happening on Ilium's lower levels." "A gang war?" I choked out surprised. That was definitely a surprise and an unwelcome one at that. No wonder the vice commander was nervous. It wasn't something that was openly known, as that would be the height of stupidity, and the source of never-ending fodder for the press, but Ad Astra had some relationships with the gangs here on Ilium. To be truthful, not just here on Ilium, but on every planet that housed more than a simple warehouse. After all, it was much easier to pay those gangs than constantly keep an eye on them. Threatening them with complete destruction if they broke the agreement was mostly enough to keep them in line. The added benefit of them keeping an eye out for trouble caused by gangs we weren't bribing couldn't be ignored, either. As long as our gangs didn't do anything too outrageous or dealt in things we, or better said I, couldn't condone, they were paid a good sum of money and had easy access to a selection of our armaments. Nothing groundbreaking or advanced, just upper selection for the civilian market to much better prices than the public. That wasn't something I liked to do, but it kept the peace better than leaving them alone, and as long as they only pointed those guns at other criminal groups, the division inside Ad Astra's security forces that dealt with the eradication of problematic pests wouldn't have to pay a visit to them. Of course, nothing was perfect and the vermin exterminators, as they were called inside the forces, had often to make an example first before our criminal associates got the message and behaved like we wanted. And if they didn't, well, then they would shortly stop to exist, and the group we approach next would have a very good example of what happened if they also thought the rules we established didn't apply to them. What is the level of the current damage? I asked to get a better picture of the situation. It was one thing to know that there was a war going on that involved some of our assets, but should it just be some minor altercations that got misnamed as such, then I could relax and let the security division handle it without much input from my side. 2 of the 5 minor groups who chose to ally with the Black Varens and the Bloody Clubs have been eradicated by the other side. The other 3 are hanging on a thread. Intelligence suggests that at least one of them will either run away and cut every tie to the Black Varens or switch sides. And how are the Black Varens and the Bloody Clubs doing? The Black Varens and the Bloody Clubs were the 2 gangs my analysts recommended to approach to get an in into Ilium's underworld. Contrary to their violent name, the Bloody Clubs were rather peaceful and non-violent for a street gang. They got their name from the weapon of their founder, Paverica, a Solarian. Of course, I wouldn't trust any of those gangs further than I could spit without additional information about their general behavior and history, and thus I found out that they started as a group of vigilantes that rose up against the gang which had been terrorizing their neighborhood. I didn't know the name of the latter, but that wasn't important since the Bloody Clubs eradicated them. The actual event behind the name was that their founder beat a mook of the terrorizing gang, a Krogan at that, dead with nothing but a normal steel pipe after the mook killed his brother for the heck of it. The original reason for the founding of the Bloody Clubs disappeared, but they kept existing and transformed during the following 20 years into a criminal gang themselves whose main specialty was running protection rackets. Nowadays, they were still doing that, just under a new overlord. They were keeping an eye out for our business at the docks and the smaller shops that were under Ad Astra's patronage. The Black Varens, on the other hand, were just like the animal they named themselves after. They were attack dogs that couldn't be controlled but directed in specific directions, as long as you had enough treats to keep them entertained. At least, they knew what would happen to them if they entertained the idea to bite the hand that feeds them. One of their subordinate groups already had a not-so-nice meeting with Ad Astra's vermin exterminators. They are not doing very well. The enemy's opening move killed around 2/5 of their overall strength. Until now, almost half their people got killed, and if we hadn't intervened then it could very well be that the Black Varens, the Bloody Clubs, and their subordinate groups would have been destroyed in one swoop. And what were the costs of this intervention? That the vice commander actually visibly winced at that, told me that things would go from bad to worse after her next sentence, and I tried to prepare myself for the inevitable shock and following anger that would come up inside me. We lost 10 security personnel belonging to the strike teams, and 2/3 of our local exterminators. To me, it felt like the world had suddenly gone silent and started to spin a little. I slowly lay back down, my head hitting the pillow on the bed softly, and I concentrated to keep my breathing calm and steady. Losing 2 complete strike teams wasn't good, but not unexpected. They were well trained and could hold their own in any kind of situation, yet should they be surprised or confronted with too many opponents at once, they could be easily overwhelmed. But half of the local exterminators. They were Ad Astra's Special Ops Division, for crying out loud. Most of them were N4S and up that had been discharged from the Alliance military for various reasons, and before letting them get snatched up by Cerberus or other groups with not so noble intentions, Ad Astra gave them a chance for a new life. All of them had a certain quality that you just couldn't get elsewhere. 4 out of 6 former N-school graduates dead in a gang war. What kind of shit was going on since I fell unconscious? How? I rasped out and took the glass of water Dr. Herman, who I had completely forgotten was still in the room until now, held out to me. It tasted somewhat strangely, the doctor had probably added something to calm my nerves, but I still drank the whole glass in one go. An ambush specifically planned to take them on. They took out 2 of the attacking gangs before Eclipse showed up and got involved. The prior fighting exhausted our teams, and they decided to retreat. It was then that Eclipse sprung the trap, and in the chaos, they managed to kill 4, while the remaining 2, Asher and Cordelia, managed to flee and inform us about what happened. I hope Eclipse suffered for that, I muttered darkly before perking up, noticing a detail I hadn't before. Eclipse. Yes sir, answered Cheryl my unasked question. It seems like whoever is behind our current troubles managed to get a contingent of Eclipse mercenaries on their side. We also know, thanks to identifying one of the bodies as an Eclipse lieutenant, that it was them that orchestrated the attack on HQ. It's unknown if Jonas Satiris is also involved or even knows what her men are up to here on Ilium, but we're currently trying to find out. Chapter 40. October 24, 2173. 1:54 local time. Ilium, Tesale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra Branch HQ. I walked into the command room with purposeful steps. The shower and fresh clothes helped me feel truly alive again. Even the remaining vestiges of my headaches had disappeared. Perhaps it was the pills I had been given by Dr. Herman or the hot shower followed by a cold one. In the end, it didn't matter why, and I was just happy that the annoying fog that had impeded my thoughts wasn't around anymore. Vice Commander Cheryl Olivier had waited for me outside the room with 2 Ad Astra security guards and escorted me to the command room. The Vice Commander led the way from the front, and the 2 guards were only half a step behind me to my left and right sides. They weren't taking any chances with my security, and a discreet look from me revealed that they were hypervigilant about anything that was going on around them, even inside the building. Perhaps, they acted a bit too paranoid. An attack on me inside the heart of Ad Astra's building was almost an impossibility, but I couldn't hold it against them. After all, an attack outside the building had been improbable too, yet the events a few days ago showed them that improbable didn't mean impossible. I would give it a few weeks before this new level of vigilance returned to the previous one. Well, a few weeks after the Ilium situation got resolved. On our way to the command room, I got a grasp of the general atmosphere inside the building. Everywhere we passed, there was tension in the air, and the closer we got to the command room, the thicker it became. Yet, I could also feel how some of that tension disappeared whenever some of my employees got a look at me, walking tall and uncowed through the halls. I had made sure, even before I left the bathroom, that my expression showed no signs of worry and that the only emotion anyone could glean from it was the steely determination to bring the situation to a satisfactory end. When I entered the command room, the hairs on my arm stood up, and I could feel the electric tension of the room washing over my whole body as if I had just another shower. The first word that came to mind when I observed the ongoing was controlled chaos. On the left and right sides of the room, people either sat at holographic workstations analyzing the incoming pieces of information or running around coordinating with their fellows. The far side was dominated by dozens of smaller video screens centered around another much bigger screen where information about the ongoing operations on Ilium got displayed. At the same time, several live video feeds played, showing ongoing operations on the lower streets. The middle of the room was slightly elevated, and a table displaying a holographic model of the operational area filled most of the space. Standing right in front of the table with her back turned to me stood a woman with short cropped blonde hair. Her head moved up and down to look at the holographic display and the video feeds in front of her, probably comparing the two sources of information. I could only see her back, but I recognized her immediately. Anything else would have been embarrassing for me. After all, if I didn't recognize the commander of the local Ad Astra security forces, it would mean that I wasn't in the condition to make decisions that could cost people's lives. As I walked toward the center of the room, I got a better look at the commander of my security forces, and a small frown appeared on my face. If Commander Catherine Abeba had to be described in one word, the word I would choose would be stern. She was a no-nonsense woman that didn't take kindly to people joking around on duty. Yet, there were also instances where she overlooked people breaking regulations, especially whenever she recently talked with her daughter, that was living with her ex-husband on Amaterasu. In the same manner, the people under her command knew to give her a wide berth when she talked to her ex, since doing that always put her in an unforgiving mood. I didn't know if it was true, but rumors were floating around that she made people run laps around the whole building for breathing too loud. "Commander Abeba, what's the situation up here?" I asked as I got closer. She turned her head and looked at me with her poison green eyes, that somehow meshed very well with her slightly darker skin tone. "Could be worse," Commander Abeba grumbled, her voice a soothing alto. "Our forces are still getting pushed back at the Lele docks, but they're holding the line better now than a few hours ago. Our current position is well defended, and it will take the enemy more than a few tries and dozens of people to dislodge us from it. I won't lie and say it will hold indefinitely, but our men will take their pound of flesh before they're forced to give it up." "Very good. We will need the docks to keep the company running," I commented, scratching my chin with my index finger as I thought about the situation. "Furthermore, the Lele docks are much too close to HQ, in my opinion. If the enemy takes them, it will take too much time for additional forces from outside the system to land and make their way here. By the way, what is the response from Ilium's government? I can't imagine that the police forces are doing nothing after this sudden outbreak of violence." "In that regard, you would be wrong, Mr. Dean Bren," responded Commander Abeba negatively while shaking her head. "Officially, this isn't more than a minor altercation between two rival gangs, and the government officials only released a travel warning to the area. The Ilium police force sent 3 teams to investigate, and only 2 returned. And those two swear that they saw nothing that would require any obvious show of force from the police department and that they didn't know what happened to the third team. In their words, this gang war should be over in less than 2 weeks, and the best they could do would be to let it happen. Somebody is making sure the conflict stays under the radar. Someone with enough influence in the government and police circles. Else, the police wouldn't sit on their thumbs. They got a slew of bad press last year, and they wouldn't miss this opportunity to present themselves in a good light otherwise, I deduced. Commander Abeba grimaced, and the tightening of her face highlighted the small scars that were all over her face from the dozens of conflicts she had been in. Whatever the reason, she said, on the one hand, I'm glad that we won't have to worry about their involvement. After all, they could hinder us just as much as our opponents. On the other hand, they probably would have been decent help. She thought for a moment about her statement before she scoffed quietly. Well, there would be more people, at least. I know what their equipment is like. Good enough for the smaller gangs around the plant, but since we're dealing with a platoon of Eclipse mercenaries here, they wouldn't be more than a short distraction. What is your recommendation? I asked, turning the topic away from Ilium's police force and their non-existent help. How should we proceed? I don't know all the details, and military tactics and strategies are your area of expertise anyway. Having more men on the ground would be a good first step. But I don't know where I should get them from. There is unrest at all our branches after the news about the attack on you got released, and most could only spare a few men. Not enough to justify sending them here, and traveling around to collect them all would have been a time-consuming endeavor. Furthermore, most of our forces are bound to the border between the Alliance, the Batarian hegemony, and the Terminus systems for anti-piracy operations and to keep our interests safe. Any projections on how my appearance on the news would change that? I asked. The slight unrest should calm down after that, at least, I hope so. It would free up more people. While that is true, we can't bank on that. And even then, with the fighting happening in the Batarian hegemony, we still can't get our most experienced people from the border. After all, the fighting could easily spill over into the Alliance. Fighting inside the hegemony? It seems like some important events happened while I was unconscious. The confusion I felt must have appeared on my face as Commander Abeba was about to explain, but before she could utter a word, I held up my left hand and shook my head negatively. Getting the abridged summary about the galactic events of the last few days could wait for a few moments more. The problem at hand was far more important right now in my eyes. So we need numbers and people with experience, I mused. In the best case scenario, it would be numbers with experience. If we sent for every person the different branches could free up, we would have the numbers at least. And among them, there will be people with experience. But it won't do us much good. Most of them will get slaughtered if they encounter trained Eclipse mercenaries. They're trained as guards and for policing actions, not for fighting like soldiers. Our forces here had the same problem. The people under my command are slowly adapting to the challenges they face, but it cost us good men. I pondered on the question for a few moments. We needed more people on the ground, and they needed to have some experience in battlefield tactics and going against opponents that knew how to handle the weapons in their hands. Sadly, Commander Abeba was right. Most of Ad Astra's forces were simple security guards, and even our strike teams wouldn't be enough to turn the tide by themselves. Besides, there weren't enough of them, and almost all were in positions where withdrawal could spell disaster. Furthermore, it wasn't just people we needed. We needed equipment too. The commander hadn't spoken of it yet, but I knew the equipment our troops here on Ilium used wasn't the best we had in stock. In an ideal world, our troops would use the newest generation, but those were reserved for the Alliance military. To prevent the accusation that I was building a private army, I signed a few agreements that prohibited me from equipping my security forces with the same gear I supplied the military with. Not that a single generation between the models would make a significant difference, but it kept my detractors quiet. It created an illusion of superiority for the Alliance military, and that image was important. Besides, it also created the image that I put the protection of the Alliance as a whole before my own self, and that kind of image would only further help me when I started to concentrate fully on politics. Yet, as my thoughts turned to the equipment issue, an idea suddenly popped into my head, and a sly smile crept onto my face. "Sir?" questioned Commander Abeba when she saw the smile on my face. "Do you have an idea?" "I would like to think so," I answered cryptically and turned to one of the communication officers running around, identifying him by the color of the border of the Ad Astra Security Forces patch sewn to the right shoulder of his uniform. "Please open a connection to Commander Svensson on Praxium 3. The security code is XX23A453GF Sparta." The communication officer acknowledged my order with a salute and ran to his station to open the connection as fast as possible. Commander Abeba looked at me with a questioning look but decided to stay quiet for the moment and trusted that I knew what I was doing. I stood to Commander Abeba's left and leaned slightly forward with my hands on the holographic table to support my weight as I looked forward at the biggest screen on the opposite wall. At first, it still showed the bird's eye view of the current operational area before it turned into a black screen with the writing establishing connection. It didn't take long before the screen changed once again and showed the bored face of a man in uniform. He wore a pair of black glasses and the brown eyes behind it were half closed. All in all, the person I suspected was Commander Svensson's secretary looked like he had just woken up. Since I didn't know the time on Praxium 3, that could very well be true, but it still somehow annoyed me to see such a lax attitude. And the moment when the secretary opened his mouth didn't help in the slightest to reduce that feeling. "You reached Commander Svensson's office. How can I help you?" he asked, yet didn't look up from whatever he was reading. "I would like to talk to the commander," I said and did my best to not let the annoyance I felt influence my tone. Apparently, this so-called secretary hadn't even checked the connection code, or else he would have seen that it was a priority 1 code, specifically my code, and he would have put me straight through to the commander. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, I wasn't aware I would need one," I responded. "The commander is a very busy man. If you leave your name and a preferred time, I will check if the commander is available then." I could almost physically feel how my thread of patience snapped, one fiber after the other. "How about now?" I growled, the aggression and annoyance clear in my voice. "And my name is Oscar Dean Bren. So put me through to Commander Svensson, or I will make sure that you won't find another job inside Alliance and Citadel territory for the rest of your pathetic life. I neither have the time nor the patience to deal with this kind of shit." The secretary finally looked up, and I felt a good bit of satisfaction in the way his eyes widened in shock and fear at my words. His whole demeanor changed in the blink of an eye, and he choked out a fearful, "Of course, sir." "At once, sir." He pushed a few buttons on the keyboard in front of him, and the screen changed again to black before the picture of another man appeared. This one looked far more awake and ready than the previous one. And that was one fact that I was glad for, else I probably wouldn't be able to calm down in the slightest, and the commander wouldn't hold on to his job for much longer. Yet, I knew that Commander Svensson wasn't the kind of person I would have any problems with from here on out. Commander Svensson was a man in his late 50s with dark blue eyes and blonde hair with dozens of grey streaks. His weather-beaten face spoke of a life that was by no means easy, but the deep laughter lines that looked like they were carved into his face, also added to the story that there had been enough happy times too. He looked up the moment the connection was established, and his eyes widened minimally when he saw who was calling him. "Sir, it's good to see you awake," Commander Svensson greeted me and threw a hasty salute. "My men have been a bit restless since they got the news. They already wanted to pack their things and travel to Ilium to give whoever's behind this situation a piece of their mind." There was a joyful glint in his eyes, and an easy smile played over his lips. "Glad to hear that," I answered with a smile, thankful that it seemed like I chose correctly. "In fact, I would like to see that happen. And as fast as possible, too. We could use the help here on Ilium." "What's happening on Ilium?" Commander Svensson asked. Any hint of joy at seeing me unharmed disappeared and got replaced by seriousness. "A gang war and some tussles with Eclipse mercenaries. All staged by whoever's behind the attack on me. We need more people with experience on the ground. That's why I called you. I definitely have more than enough people that know which end of the rifle to point at the enemy. And I don't even have to ask them if they're willing to come, but to relocate my people will ruffle some feathers. And not just of those in the military, some desk jockeys in the government will also try to get in the way. Leave that to me," I declared with finality. "While some will try to get in the way, the people I know that will help me are better placed than those. Furthermore, when I call my associates, I'm going to call it a live-fire exercise or that we're going to test the equipment in high-stress situations." Commander Svensson blinked a few times before he started to laugh loudly. "Live-fire exercise, hey? The men are going to love this. While our staged battles are great training, and we learn every kink and quirk of our equipment, nothing can replace the experience of an actual battle. Any doubts that your men can handle this? As you said, they're very well trained, but they don't have any actual experience." "They won't hesitate if that's what you're worried about," declared Commander Svensson. "It is true that they're not real soldiers, but they won't lose to anybody else in the Ad Astra security forces." He scratched his head with his right hand, looking a bit sheepish. "Well, except for those guys on anti-piracy duty. Those guys are pretty hardcore when they get going. My guys can hold their own on the ground, but they got put down and hard at that when it came to boarding exercises. Then it is good that we will need them on the ground. How fast can you redeploy?" "It will take a day to get everything ready, so I estimate that we will be on Ilium in 72 hours from now on." "All right, 72 hours is the deadline. I believe we will be able to hold out for so long," I said while glancing to the side to see Commander Abeba's reaction. She responded with a nod to my unasked question, but I noticed that she looked a bit tense, so I guessed that while we would be able to hold onto our current positions for so long, it would take a lot out of the men defending them. "Try to be faster than this if it is possible. Or send in a vanguard, and bring the newest toys in with the second wave. We need those men as soon as possible." I'll do my best, sir, responded Commander Svensson with another salute and ended the connection, to begin with his work. As far as I knew him, he would get to work right this moment, and it wouldn't take more than an hour or two until all units under his command would scramble to get their things ready as fast as possible. And me? I was just happy that the manpower issue got solved. It was one less problem on my list. I turned my attention to the communication officer who established the connection to Commander Svensson and said, "Please check which transports are the closest to Praxium 3 and redirect them there. They will need more than the 2 frigates that are there. Use the priority code Oleg 4435 Den. It should make things run smoothly. As long as their operators aren't as dense as that secretary." I whispered the last sentence more to myself to vent the remaining annoyance I felt, but Commander Abeba heard me and agreed with a grunt. Apparently, she felt the same as I did. Not very surprising as she was a stickler for the rules, but since that guy wasn't under her command, she couldn't censor him for his conduct. Instead, she asked me the question that had been burning on her tongue since I asked to be connected to Commander Svensson. "If I may ask, Mr. Dienbren," she began, hesitating momentarily before she continued, "but who is Commander Svensson? I haven't heard of him before today." "Not very surprising," I answered. "Commander Svensson has been in Ad Astra's service as the commander of the testing corps for nearly a decade. He lost his leg during his time in the Alliance military, and can't act as a regular commander anymore. Yet, his mind is still as sharp as ever, and he has a knack for finding new and inspired ideas to use tactics and equipment outside the usual standards. He's heading the testing corps, a unit that is charged with testing every piece of equipment that comes out of Ad Astra and its subsidiaries' factories before the Alliance gets the chance to add them to their arsenal. They test everything, from weapons and vehicles to mundane things like backpacks. Furthermore, they do it in every environment possible. Urban, mountains, deserts, jungle, and grassy plains. While Praxium 3 doesn't have all those terrains on the planet itself, the surrounding moons and planets have them. The star system is perfect for the testing process." "And how many people does he have under his command?" "Around 200 people," I said, noticing how her eyes widened at my words. 200. She repeated unbelievingly, especially since she hadn't heard of the unit before today. It only got to this number 2 years ago. Before that, they only had around 40, but Svensson came up with some good arguments during a meeting with some Alliance brass to get permission to increase the number. It is to simulate ground warfare more realistically and whatnot. In exchange, they are not allowed to operate outside the Praxium system, but since these are extraordinary circumstances, I'm sure I can bend the rules for some time before anyone tries to use the situation for their benefit. I will use up some goodwill for that, but that will recover in time. Right now, responded Commander Abeba after pulling herself together after learning about Ad Astra's hidden strength, I don't really care. I just want those men here and finally get back at Eclipse. Agreed, I added before changing the topic. And since our manpower problem is now solved, what can you tell me about the situation in the rest of the galaxy? Your second-in-command mentioned something about the Batarian hegemony. There is conflicting news coming out of there, but most speak of a planet up in arms because of the assassination of some kind of religious man. Apparently, some Batarian noble ordered his execution, and the lower classes are up in arms about it. The most outrageous rumors claim that the whole planet is rebelling against the ruling class. Oh, I said, interest shining in my eyes, and I could feel how a smile started to stretch over my face. Please tell me more. It sounds interesting. And it was interesting. I didn't know if that was Andrew's intention or just a beneficial side effect, but everything that caused the Batarians trouble was sure to benefit the Alliance. Chapter 41. October 25, 2173. 5:32 local time. Ilium, Tesale System. NOS Astra, Spaceport Area. Tanya Folly, Ad Astra Security Forces. The first rays of the sun started to paint the top of the skyscrapers in a bright mix of orange and yellow. Tanya had to crane her neck to look up, something quite uncomfortable with her armor on, but for a moment, she felt at peace, and her weariness disappeared. The night had passed without any incident. No attack by Eclipse or any of the gangs they had allied with. Yet, her team's captain kept them on guard, and with every minute closer to the time their replacement would arrive, he got more paranoid about an attack. Still, Tanya could understand his apprehension. The last few days hadn't been easy for anyone of the Ad Astra security forces. Fight after fight, people died left and right, and the enemies seemed never-ending. It was exhausting. And after all that, Eclipse wouldn't try to push their position for almost 10 hours. She tried to not let her thoughts ruin the moment of peace she got, but she couldn't help but to start sharing the feelings of her team's captain. Something was going to happen, and soon, she just knew it. It took only one look around, and she knew that whatever was going to happen would hit her team hard. Half her team was barely keeping their eyes open, and adrenaline boosts could only do so much when the mind was tired. Her captain had pushed them hard this night during their guard shift, but Tanya couldn't resent him for it. After all, Ad Astra's security forces were stretched thin, and they couldn't rely on their so-called allies, this damned criminal scum, to pick up the slack. Especially after the last time, when a third of the gang members on guard turned around and fired on their own people. Fucking traitors, Tanya swore in her mind. I always knew it was a dumb idea to trust them. They only remember the word loyalty when you hold a gun right into their faces and forget it just as fast when you turn around. When a person suddenly appeared next to her, Tanya unconsciously tensed, waiting for an attack before she glanced to the side and visibly relaxed when she recognized him. It was her partner Boris Svetkova, who had decided that he rested enough to keep her company for the rest of their guard shift. Anything unusual? He grumbled, his voice thick with an accent that Tanya couldn't identify and had never truly cared enough to ask about after she found out Boris detested talking about his early life. Nothing, she responded before adding, and that is something I worry about. So, you and the captain think alike? It's less thinking alike than being cautious. Eclipse attacked in regular intervals. We could almost set the clock after them. And now they're not doing anything? I don't trust this calm, Tanya responded, shaking her head. When you put it that way, it sounds reasonable. Boris took a deep breath and looked around warily. So you believe they want us to relax our guards before striking? It's what I would do. Exhaust the defenders by keeping them in suspense before attacking when they least expect it. If that's the case, I would have attacked more than an hour ago. I heard somewhere that our performance is minimal around 2 or 3 am. While she didn't know if Boris's statement was scientifically proven, Tanya thought there had to be some truth to it. After all, around that time, she always felt more tired, but if she stayed awake some of the tiredness disappeared. If that was the case for others, Tanya didn't know, and, if she was truthful with herself, didn't particularly care to find out. There was a reason why she had become a member of Ad Astra's security forces and not an academic as her mother had hoped. But you're forgetting one thing, she replied after she had mulled over Boris's statement, we're not dealing with other humans. Do you believe those fucking aliens care about us? They got their noses too far up in their asses for that. If anything, as Eclipse is mostly consisting of Asari, they would attack at a time when they are at their weakest. And what time is that? Asked Boris, but one look at him, and one could see that he wasn't expecting Tanya to know the answer to his question. Something she confirmed with an uncaring shrug. How should I know? I haven't studied Asari biology or any other alien biology. Didn't see the appeal. All I know is that if you shoot them, they die. Just like any other living being. What else is there to know? Her response was answered by a sigh from Boris and a shake of his head, his way of showing her that he disapproved of her uncaring nature towards the other galactic species. They often had arguments concerning that issue. He was of the opinion that as members of Ad Astra, they should try to set an example for the rest of the human race. Tanya, on the other hand, couldn't give a rat's ass about the other species. Her father had died on Shangzi thanks to the Turians' overreaction, and most of her biases started after the event. Intellectually, she knew that the other species weren't to blame for the loss of her father. Hell, even most Turians weren't to blame. But she had been left with a very low opinion of aliens, and almost everything she found out about them hadn't helped revise the picture. She was about to throw a snarky comment toward Boris, and perhaps start the argument once again. After all, it would certainly be more entertaining than staring into the concrete jungle around them when suddenly someone started screaming. Boris and Tanya's heads whipped around to locate the source of the scream. It was Boris who spotted the screamer first. One of the various gang members that loitered around and were supposed to support the Ad Astra members rolled around on the ground, his right hand clutching his left shoulder. A dark blue pool of blood slowly spread under the Turian. It took a few seconds for everyone to realize what was happening, but the moment someone shouted, "We're under attack!" they threw themselves at the defense barricades. It was just in time, too, as moments later, the rattle of dozens of mass accelerators echoed through the docks, and the barricades got hit by hundreds of bullets. "Why isn't the shield generator running?" shouted a voice from somewhere, and Tanya recognized it as her team's captain's voice. "I don't care what happened," he shouted after a momentary pause, "just get it running, or we're going to have to mop up a lot more blood than necessary after we're done with fucking those Eclipse assholes up." "Well," said Boris, barely loud enough to be heard over the screaming and gunfire, "they did attack. I would prefer it if I had been wrong," Tanya spat out before glimpsing over the barricade and firing a burst from her rifle at some Eclipse mercenaries that, sadly, had enough luck to duck behind a wall without being hit. And missing the opportunity to say, "I told you so?" "I think not," returned Boris while taking a grenade off his belt. His thumb hit the activator, and his head shot up and down to take stock of the situation. He didn't need a second look before he threw the grenade, and a small smile played over Tanya's lips when she heard the screams of Eclipse soldiers after the grenade exploded. "Good throw. Thanks. Now let's give them hell." During the fight, Tanya lost every feeling concerning the passing of time. She only concentrated on keeping herself and Boris alive. Peeking out of cover, shooting at the targets she could see, and ducking whenever shots hit close to her. Absent-mindedly, she followed her team's captain's order to retreat to the secondary defensive position after the shield generator rebooted, and it was clear that it somehow didn't get enough energy to create a decent enough shield to cover the primary defensive position without sacrificing its much-needed integrity. When the call to retreat came, she helped Boris drag a wounded Ad Astra officer behind the next set of covers. The man was barely conscious and pumped full with medicaments and Medigel, but he still had an iron grip on his rifle, firing at the enemy lines without care, just to give them covering fire. After they finally got behind cover, one of the field medics ran over to take him off Tanya's and Boris's hands, and without even taking a moment to take a deep breath, the two of them ran back to their positions to support their comrades. She only started to lose her narrow-minded focus on the battlefield when she heard the familiar noise of a shuttle's engine coming up from behind their defensive line. Apparently, Boris heard it too, as he spun with her into cover, and they trained their rifles in the direction the shuttle was coming from. Tanya let out a sigh of relief when she noticed the colors of the shuttle and the symbol painted on its side. Next to her, Boris let out a relieved, "It's about time," and turned back towards the fight to give enough covering fire to let the shuttles land without too many problems. It wasn't like Tanya wasn't relieved too, but there were some things that confused her enough to not turn her attention back to the battle immediately. The model of the shuttle wasn't one she recognized as being part of the vehicle fleet at the Ad Astra headquarters here on Ilium. It looked far more like a military transport than the shuttle that flew her and her fellow Ad Astra officers to this position. Furthermore, right next to the Ad Astra logo, an additional sign had been painted. A sign she didn't know. Yet, she didn't fear it was a trick of the enemy. They had to be allies, or someone would have them notified that an unknown vehicle had entered the airspace behind them. Of course, the security codes they had to send to get close to their position could be faked, but to do so would have taken far too long to be of any use. Any remaining doubt she harbored in her heart disappeared the moment the doors of the shuttle opened, and more than 20 fully equipped soldiers sprang out of it, their armors painted in Ad Astra's colors and with the company's logo proudly displayed on their chest. The soldiers, for they couldn't be anything else with their armor, the heavy weapons, and the general air around them. Definitely not normal security officers ran to the barricades on the side where the fighting was the most vigorous and didn't even take a moment to sound out the situation before throwing themselves into the battle with zeal. Likewise, the hovering military transport didn't lose any time after it deposited its cargo before taking off to make space for the second shuttle. Just like the first one, its side doors opened, and another 20 soldiers jumped out, the short distance to the ground not bothering them for a moment before they ran forward to support the defenders. 4 of them positioned themselves close to Tanya and Boris, and she finally got a better look at them. The armor they wore covered their whole bodies and looked to be thicker than the one Tanya wore. But despite the obvious extra weight, they moved with a speed and grace that she or anyone else in the security forces would be hard-pressed to imitate. They worked like a well-oiled machine, trusting their team members without hesitation. Hesitation itself seemed like a word they didn't know. Their every move spoke of a conviction that had to be the result of months, if not years, of training. Every time one of them got out of cover to fire a few shots, the returning fire from the enemy got less and less. It didn't take much longer, at least in Tanya's opinion, before the enemy completely stopped their attack, and when she turned to Boris, she saw that he was looking over the barricade, and a sharp smile stretched his lips thin. He turned to her, and she could see glee dancing in his eyes when he opened his mouth. "They're retreating," he said happily before repeating it a bit louder. "They're retreating." Cheers rang out all around her, and Tanya couldn't help herself but join in. She grabbed one of the newly arrived soldiers and without any warning hugged him as tight as she could while repeating, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The soldier in her arms seemed at first a bit confused before patting her back awkwardly with his left arm. He chuckled lightly and said, "Just doing our job, miss. Ad Astra protects its people." "Where do you guys come from?" asked Boris, his voice rumbling a bit more than usual. "I mean, I'm glad that you're here, but I never heard of you or seen you before today. You could say we're the guys testing every new plaything that Ad Astra's sub-companies develop. And this is the first time we got sent anywhere. Normally, we stay at the testing facility," responded another of the soldiers after taking his helmet off. The soldier turned toward Boris and winked, a grin playing over his face. Tanya had to suppress a snicker when she got a look at Boris's face. He looked like he absolutely didn't understand what just happened, and before he could, a voice called out. "Jackson, Pierce, stop flirting and get your asses over here. We're gonna patrol the area. Alpha and Beta are pursuing the enemy to make sure that there isn't a chance for them to regroup. And our job is to take out any straggler or eclipse in hiding." The 2 soldiers that talked to Tanya and Boris straightened their postures and responded, "Sir, yes, sir." They gave short nods before putting their helmets back on and running toward the position where their apparent captain was waiting for them. "Well," said Tanya, "that was that." "Hey," grunted Boris with a grimace. Seeing his expression, Tanya stepped next to him and bumped him with her shoulder. She didn't manage to get him to move with her bump, but she didn't try too hard in the first place. Now, don't be like that. He seems cute, Tanya teased with a playful grin on her face. Boris slowly turned his head toward her and regarded Tanya with the most deadpan look on his face that she had ever seen on his face. You know fully well that I have a fiancé, and I don't think that she would be amused if I start a fling with someone I don't even know. Well, you could be right about that, Tanya responded, the playful grin not lessening in any way. She certainly can be vicious if she thinks someone is intruding on her territory. Her time at the Batarayan border and the constant fight against pirates and slavers did make her a lot more confident these past years. But I'm still of the opinion she would be more amused than anything. Margaret would never think that her teddy bear would cheat on her. I guess if you think so, then there will be no problem if I tell her that you are trying to set me up with someone so that I won't miss her, right? Said Boris and started to walk away. The playful grin on Tanya's face froze, and she looked at Boris retreating back, her eyes widening in horror when she finally registered his words. Now, wait a moment. She called after him, taking long strides to catch up with him. There's no need for that. Come on, let's talk about it a bit more. October 25, 2173. 2143. Urshspat. Volar System, Kite's Nest. City of Akakur. Takerbojek. He slammed his glass down on the table, the alcohol that had previously filled it to the halfway point burning his throat and warming him as its effect spread through his body. Taker lifted his left hand, signaling the barkeeper to refill it again with the same drink he had ordered since he entered the bar almost 2 hours ago. He only kept one pair of eyes on his fellow Batarayan as he refilled the glass with the deep purple alcohol just below the brim of the glass. A flick of his wrist activated Taker's Omni tool, and he transferred the necessary credits with a little bit of extra for the service. The young Batarayan manning the bar this evening would certainly need it, especially with all the chaos currently happening in the city. A few extra credits could go a long way in getting out of hairy situations. The hegemony soldiers stationed around the city had the tendency to kindly suggest that citizens should support them monetarily or something unpleasant could happen to them when the stationed soldiers were not in top form due to lack of funds. Tarek snorted as he thought about their thinly veiled threats and protection racket. He had been stopped often enough by soldiers who acted more like thugs than anything else to know what was happening in this city. Sometimes they didn't even bother wrapping their threats in niceties and straight out demanded his money. It disgusted him how far the standard of the hegemony's soldiers had fallen in the 10 years after he finished his service with them. Back then, his commander would have punished anyone who even thought of committing such shameful acts. And with the creativity of his commander concerning punishments, they certainly would have never thought about doing it twice. Besides, doing it twice would have meant execution by his old commander. Perhaps it was a bit harsh, but Tarek absolutely agreed with his old commander that such behavior reflected shamefully on the whole hegemony. Yet, that could also be because he had been a purge trooper, an elite, among the best of the best. They defended the hegemony's honor, they protected the most important people of their society, and it was them who got called whenever the hegemony needed its best soldiers. Tarek had fought for the hegemony against the traitor Vakil and his army of Vorsha slaves, he had fought when the pirate lord Jurden Klax thought that he had any right to the planets close to the Batarayan border, even if they had been officially part of the Terminus systems, and Tarek would have continued to fight if it hadn't been for the injuries he sustained during those fights. Nowadays, he was simply a mid-level clerk with a cushy job in the colonial administration, a job that was as interesting and exciting as it was dangerous. In short, not at all. Yet, it did pay the bills, and Tarek knew it could have been worse. Fighting had been the only thing he had ever learned, and for the first few years, he had been completely over his head with the few tasks assigned to him. Thankfully, he had learned, else even his previous position as purge trooper wouldn't have saved him from being shuffled to a position that would have been undoubtedly worse. After all, he could have been sent to a backwater colony and asked to categorize soil samples. Nonetheless, while it wasn't what he had dreamed of, he was grudgingly satisfied with his current position. If it wasn't for those disgraces in the street, Tarek thought grumpily. Were the regular forces always this shameful? I didn't spend much time there after basic training, but I would have noticed it, wouldn't I? As long as my brethren are holding themselves to the old standard, I will have to accept it. He had only caught glimpses of some purge troopers in the city, most of the time, he had been too far away to get a good look at them, but the colors of their armor were distinctive enough to be picked out in a crowd. Hopefully, his hopes were true, and their moral code and behavior were like he remembered, as not even his past as a purge trooper would help him if they tried anything. After all, it hadn't helped with the regular forces. Tarek lifted his glass and took a generous sip of his drink before setting the glass back down and turning around on his seat, leaning his back against the counter. His eyes moved around the dimly lit bar, searching for escape routes and potential hostiles, just like the moment he had first entered the establishment. A habit that had never left him in the past 10 years and would probably never leave him for the rest of his life. It was too deeply ingrained in his being for that to happen. There was some movement on the left edge of his visual field, and Tarek managed to focus on it without making it obvious that he had noticed it. Thankfully, he identified them as the 5 young Batarians who had come here to drink and moan about their lives for the last few days. The longer they were here, the rowdier and louder they got, and while some of their statements could be constructed as borderline rebellious, they still kept within their given rights. It was the usual moaning of young Batarians who hadn't found their place in their society yet and were unhappy with the restrictions they had to adhere to, thanks to their caste. In Tarek's opinion, these youths would need a few more years of seasoning before they realized that while they had only a slim chance of being promoted to a higher caste, the only thing stopping them from trying was themselves. Tarek's father had managed it, even if his forefather did a lot of groundwork, so why shouldn't anybody else manage it, too? And if you can't do it? Well, there was nothing stopping you from making it easier for your children to achieve it. After all, Tarek did it too. Perhaps not for his own children, as he had decided that this wasn't what he wanted, but nothing stopped him from supporting his brother and his children from achieving more than they could on their own. Before his thoughts could turn fully to the rest of his family, the door to the bar was pushed forcefully open, and a group of hegemony soldiers stalked into the room with their weapons held loosely in their hands but nonetheless at the ready. They spread out through the room, eyeing every patron critically. It was obvious to Tarek's eyes that those soldiers were better trained and more disciplined than those he saw in the streets, and the reason why became obvious a few moments later when a Batarian in purple armor entered the room, his helmet magnetically attached to his belt. The sight of a purge trooper so close to him forced Tarek to jump from his stool and straighten his posture, especially after he noticed the rank insignia of a lieutenant on the purge trooper's left shoulder. His sudden movement caught the attention of the present soldiers, and around half of their numbers snapped their heads toward him while the rifles in their hands twitched. The other half kept their eyes on the rest of the patrons, looking for suspicious behavior. Yet, despite his sudden movement, nobody showed the slightest inclination to apprehend him. Perhaps it had to do with the purge trooper, who looked at him with an appraising look. 4 eyes were trained on Tarek, and the upper 2 eye ridges were scrunched together in deep thought before they returned to their normal positions. The purge trooper walked toward him, his steps full of confidence, and stopped a few steps before Tarek. "You former military?" he asked, his voice a deep rumble, yet to Tarek's ears, it sounded a bit forced, like he was trying to give himself a deeper voice. Tarek had met people who had done something like that before. They thought a deeper voice gave them a more distinguished aura and projected authority better than otherwise. It only worked on those with not much field experience as soldiers of the hegemony, and most that used that technique disregarded it after they had enough experience under their belt to be confident enough to project their authority effortlessly. To be fair, those with high-pitched voices needed that technique to be taken seriously, and some never stopped after using it long enough to become a habit. A single look was enough for Tarek to decide that the purge trooper in front of him belonged to the group for which it had become a habit. The relaxed stance of the trooper was too full of natural confidence to be anything but. 23rd Purge Trooper Regiment, discharged 10 years ago with full honors. Responded Tarek, saluting the man before him, which got him a respectful nod back. 19th Regiment under Major Viker, said the still unnamed Purge Trooper, something Tarek knew he wouldn't get. The names of Purge Troopers would never be spoken loud in any public setting in case of them getting back to unsavory elements that would look to use them for their own needs. "I heard a bit of the 23rd, continued the lieutenant as if he was just making pleasant conversation, but Tarek noticed that most of his attention was focused on the room around him. What he was searching for wasn't Tarek's concern, and he had no intention of getting unnecessarily involved. "If I remember, it was heavily involved in the Great Pirate Hunt more than a decade ago." "Did you participate?" "From the beginning to the end, sir," answered Tarek, a bit of pride at his accomplishments during the campaign swelling his chest. The Purge Trooper lieutenant hit his chest, right over his heart with his right hand, showing his respect in the common way among the Purge Troopers. "The hegemony thanks you for your service, brother. May your deeds never be forgotten and engraved in the pillars of glory." Tarek responded with the same gesture and, after choking a bit, said, "Thank you, Lieutenant. May your name echo among the greatest of us." With a simple nod, the lieutenant acknowledged Tarek's words before turning around and walking toward a badly lit corner. 2 of the present soldiers joined him and positioned themselves a foot behind his 2 shoulders. "You are a difficult man to find, Takavek, very difficult. But I think your luck has run out now," said the Purge Trooper, barely loud enough for it to reach Tarek's ears. "I did my best," answered a voice, coming from a person in the corner that Tarek couldn't see very well, thanks to the bad lighting. "Yet, I believe you have me at a disadvantage. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Could you please rectify that?" While Tarek knew it wasn't his duty to aid the soldiers and the Purge Trooper, he couldn't stop himself from trying to listen to the conversation. Perhaps it had something to do with the sudden tension that filled the room like fog and could be cut with a sharp knife, but the extremely cocky and confident tone of the person in the corner of the room set his nerves on edge. Something was going to happen, and Tarek wanted to be ready to spring into action if it was needed, the quiet voice in the back of his head compelling him to do so. "No," responded the Purge Trooper sharply, his expression and tone giving no room for negotiation or further questions. "Pity," I would have liked to make further conversation. As you insist on being difficult, can we please go on? State your business and be gone. The disrespectful tone elicited a growl from Tarek's throat that was thankfully quiet enough not to draw more attention to him than his short exchange with the purge trooper had already gathered. Takavek, you are under arrest for the instigation of a revolt against the government, abetting other so-called revolutionaries, aiding and collaborating with foreign instigators, and treason against the hegemony. Stand up slowly with your hands over your head, or we will be forced to use violence. Is it treason if I have lost all faith in the hegemony years ago? Is it treason if those in power see us as nothing more than cattle for them to use as they see fit? Is it treason that I want my fellow Batarians to live free of the shackles placed on us from the moment of our birth? The Batarian in the corner had gotten louder with every sentence until he practically screamed the last one in the face of the purge trooper, who looked decidedly unimpressed at this change in volume. The same couldn't be said for the two soldiers at this side. They looked increasingly uncomfortable and shifted in their places, nervously fingering their weapons, their eyes flitting around. Tarek noted that the patrons of the establishment followed the conversation with interest, some with perhaps too much interest. Furthermore, those patrons mostly kept passive faces, but thanks to Tarek's experience, he could see traces of anger and fury in their faces, and he knew that the situation could deteriorate at a moment's notice. In the way you're doing it, responded the purge trooper, his relaxed demeanor not flinching in front of this performance of aggression. Yes. The purge trooper's answer cut through the tension like a hot knife through butter, and for a blissful moment, it was like Tarek could breathe freely again. It also had the additional effect of stopping the rant dead in its tracks. The Batarian in front of the purge trooper blinked, all four eyes showing confusion at this cold response before they took on a look of acceptance. Well, if you say so. It seems like those in power have spoken. They ignored our words, and when we turned to drastic means to get them to hear us, they blame us and call us traitors to the Batarian race. It was them that drove us to this point, and instead of taking responsibility, they decided to eradicate us. The Batarian's voice was filled with a resigned defeat that struck Tarek like a hammer blow. He truly believed in his words. But no more, I say. The previous fire returned to his eyes and voice, and the two soldiers at the purge trooper's side took a step back, surprised by the sudden change in the Batarian. Meanwhile, the purge trooper continued to view him stoically without any indication to stop him in his rant. That was something Tarek didn't understand. If it was him in this position, he wouldn't have allowed the Batarian to speak for so long, especially not in front of a crowd where some young impressionable Batarians were present. Yet, the purge trooper lieutenant did. Was it part of a plan? Did he know something, or was he hoping the Batarian would reveal something while he ranted? It was as he thought about the last option that something the purge trooper had accused the Batarian of came back to the forefront of his mind. One of the accusations was the aiding and collaboration with foreign instigators. Could one of the other political entities try to incite a rebellion within the Batarian hegemony and use this unrest to push their agenda? Tarek shelved this line of thought for the moment as the rebellious Batarian continued with his rant. We will fight back against the oppressors. May the pillars be on our side and strike those undeserving of their mercy down. He pointed toward the purge trooper, and Tarek noticed movement in the corner of his eye. A slight turn of the head was enough to see what was happening, and before his brain could completely process the information, his mouth was already moving. Gun. Everybody down. Tarek threw himself on the floor, the gun in the hands of a Batarian firing 2 shots before the air was filled with more bullets as apparent collaborators of Takavek pulled out their guns, too. Some of the soldiers reacted slowly, surprised by the sudden violence, but most of them raised their rifles in time to fire back without mercy, killing the attackers in a shower of bullets while their kinetic shields stopped the bullets of the attackers. As sudden as the violence started, it ended just as fast, like a flash of lightning illuminating the night sky. And like thunder followed a lightning strike, the screams of the other patrons followed, too. The soldiers did their best to reassure those caught in the violence with more or less success. Meanwhile, Tarek slowly stood up, shaking off the glass splinters that fell on his back when some stray bullets hit the bottles on the shelf behind the bar and took stock of the situation. Thankfully, none of the soldiers or the uninvolved bystanders had been badly injured, and the worst injury had been caused to the barkeeper by the falling glass splinters. Tarek heard one of the soldiers speaking into his omni-tool, calling for a medic, but the unheard tone suggested that there were no serious injuries and that the attackers had been killed. As his mind turned back to the attackers, Tarek's head snapped toward the purge trooper, who stood still in the same position, calmly holding a pistol right in the middle of Takavek's eyes. Did you think we wouldn't be ready for such an action? We entered the establishment ready for an attack from the onset. I could certainly try. I won't ever surrender without a fight. While Takavek tried to feign confidence with his words, the fact that all 4 eyes were focused on the muzzle of the pistol in front of his face betrayed his nervousness. I'm sure, drawled the purge trooper with a tone that conveyed his disbelief. Our interrogators will be glad you still have so much fight in you. They get bored if their interviewees spill their secrets too easily. With a nod of his head, the purge trooper ordered 2 soldiers to cuff Vec and take him away. Probably to a prisoner transport that was waiting outside. They marched him out of the room, just stepping aside for a moment to make way for the medics who entered the room, and Tarek let out a relieved sigh when they left the room. The lead medic scanned the room and ordered his assistants around while walking over to Tarek as the worst injured. The barkeeper stood right behind him, leaning on the bar, blood slowly dropping on it from a wound right above his right eyes. A simple application of Medigel and the gash was closed. It didn't take long until the rest of the bystanders got treated, some getting a mild sedative to calm their frayed nerves. It didn't take long, with the purge trooper standing in the middle of the room and ordering the remaining soldiers to clean the place up before nothing but a few bullet holes in the floor and walls reminded of the sudden burst of violence that had happened here just a few minutes ago. After all but 2 soldiers, who stood right next to the entrance, had vacated the place, the lieutenant walked, his steps calm and sure as always, toward the barkeeper, who had gotten a clean bill of health from the lead medic, and coughed silently. I and the Batarian hegemony are deeply sorry that it came to such violence on your premise. Are you the owner of this establishment? The barkeeper, still slightly shocked and under the influence of the light sedatives, shook his head and answered, his voice barely above a whisper, no, sir. I'm not. The owner only comes by once a week and the last time was 2, or was it 3, days ago. He won't show up in the next few days. He took a moment to think before continuing. But, if he hears about what happened, I believe he will come if he's still in the city. Then let me transfer some funds he will need to refurbish and repair the damages. It's only right if the hegemony pays the damages, as they were caused by one of our operations. I will not have people say that there was any truth in that traitor's words and that the hegemony doesn't take care of its citizens. The purge trooper held up his left hand, his Omni tool flaring up in a brilliant orange, and the barkeeper, too baffled by what was happening, copied him, his own Omni tool also flashing. I believe this number of credits should be enough, said the purge trooper, lowering his hand as the barkeeper stared at his Omni tool, his eyes widening at the number displayed. Take around a day's wage for yourself, see it as hazard pay. But I trust that most will find its way to the owner, correct? The last word was less of a question than a hidden or else, but from the expression the barkeeper wore as he nodded dumbly, Tarek did not doubt that the owner would get his money. The issue of reparations done with, the purge trooper nodded respectfully in Tarek's direction, who returned the gesture and left the bar with the last 2 soldiers turning on their heels and following him out the door. Just as the last soldier left, the atmosphere in the room lost the last bit of tension that was always present whenever a Batarian in uniform was present, and Tarek took a deep breath, letting the air out slowly to let go of the last remaining tension in his body. He sat back down at his usual place at the counter and turned to the barkeeper, his eyes turning downward where his glass was still standing almost completely full. While it hadn't toppled over, he could see some glass splinters floating around in the liquid when he lifted the glass to inspect it. Could you make me a new one? He asked the barkeeper, holding the glass toward him. The barkeeper looked bewildered at Tarek and eloquently asked, "Hey?" With a roll of his eyes, Tarek repeated the question, "Could you make me a new one? This one has some splinters in it. And after the action just now, I certainly need a stiff drink." Thankfully, there was no need to repeat the question a third time as the barkeeper silently took the glass, poured the drink away, and, after taking a look at the glass, threw it in the trash before grabbing 2 new ones and putting them on the counter. Instead of pulling Tarek's usual go-to alcohol from the shelf, the barkeeper grabbed a bottle of a much more expensive alcohol from the top and filled the 2 glasses with a generous amount. At Tarek's questioning look, he just shrugged his shoulder and said, "I need a drink too, and after what just happened I'm certain the boss will forgive me if I take a bit from the good stuff." The barkeeper held up a glass full of a violet liquid, and with a thankful nod of his head, Tarek accepted the glass. Tarek smelled an interesting mix that reminded him of some kind of flowers and freshly fallen rain as he lifted the drink and took a tentative sip. The drink was, in Tarek's opinion, pretty decent, but the subtle notes of the alcohol weren't to his taste. Apparently, the barkeeper thought the same as he pulled a grimace and said, "For that price, I would have thought it would be better." "Quite so," agreed Tarek, and threw back the glass, drinking the rest in one gulp. "Tastes like something the damn blue menaces drink. The bottle comes from a Sari space, so it's likely. Perhaps we just don't have their refined taste." The 2 chuckled at their barb at the Asari and their projected aura of luxury. Tarek didn't know any Batarian outside those of higher standing who didn't enjoy throwing barbs at the Asari, and even among those there was no shortage of mockery against the self-perceived rulers of the galaxy. "I would prefer to stay with my usual if it's no bother," said Tarek and held out his empty glass to the barkeeper. While emptying his own glass, the barkeeper pointed down to the counter with his free hand and put his own glass next to Tarek's after gulping down his drink and shuddering at the taste. He grabbed the bottle of Tarek's go-to drink and filled the 2 glasses to the brim. It would take the whole bottle and a half after that before Tarek decided to call it a night. The troubles that gripped the planet were forgotten, at least for the rest of the night. October 25, 2173. 2208. SUV Pythia. Unnamed star system. STG Captain Morag. All systems green, we're safely in the star system. I want a full scan of the system. Called Morag out from his position, looking at the data that was displayed on the display in front of him. I want the system mapped as soon as possible. Any sign of life is to be reported immediately. And I want to know if there is a mass relay in the system. Furthermore, get the communication beacon running. We have been out of contact with the Union for almost 20 standard rotations. Who knows if there is still a civilization to return to? After finishing, the Solarians on the bridge began to follow their captain's orders with the usual efficiency that Morag expected of them. There was no loud chatter, all communication happened silently enough so that everyone would still be able to hear the captain without him having to scream if he had more orders to give. It didn't take long before the results of the first scan of the system appeared on Morag's display, telling him that the system had 4 planets, none that showed any signs of advanced life forms with the capability of space travel during the preliminary investigation. This didn't mean that there wasn't an as of yet undiscovered species living on one of the planets, but the composition of the planets indicated that either there was no budding civilization or they had evolved to live on a desert planet as the other 3 were gas giants. No signs of any mass relay in the system yet, said one of the officers. We haven't been able to confirm if there is one on the other side of the system, but we don't think that there is one. The usual readings didn't show up. It could be in a nearby system, but to confirm our hypothesis, we would need to deploy our more powerful scanning equipment to check how far away the systems are. Permission granted, replied Morag, eager to get things done. The more accurate data they would get from the equipment would be a blessing when they returned, and he had to report his findings to the STG committee that was in charge of overseeing this mission. How did the drive hold up? He asked when a Solarian wearing a closed lab coat stepped next to him. It held up well. A little bit overheated, but that was expected after the long time we kept it running. Nothing outside the security parameters, answered Dr. Zelkati, his eyes shining gleefully. It did take too long, murmured Morag disdainfully. The travel time was within expectations, countered Dr. Zelkati without missing, his enthusiasm not diminishing at Morag's comment. From what I know, the humans can do it in a quarter or a fifth of the time. And they have at least a decade more than us in experience with this kind of engine, the doctor chided. You can't expect us to be on the same level, especially without their help. And since Command doesn't want the humans to know that we managed to replicate their unique form of space travel, it will take some time before our DR drives can compete with theirs. Knowing that the doctor's words were correct, Morag pressed his lips together, stopping his thoughts about the situation from being verbalized. Instead, he let out a sigh and nodded his acceptance. Furthermore, continued Dr. Zelkati, look out the window. We are the first Solarians, maybe even the first life forms, that visited this system. If that isn't enough to get your mood up, then I don't know what will. Quieter, but still loud enough that Morag was able to hear it. And to think that the humans enjoyed this privilege for decades already. I'm quite jealous. Morag had a hard time not making any snide remarks or rolling his eyes. Yes, the humans were impressive, he heard it often enough out of the doctor's mouth who couldn't stop praising them for their invention. Besides, he could admit it, after all, he knew how much effort his fellow STG members put into the project and how often they hit a roadblock during their research. Nothing to say about the failures that happened. There was still an enormous hole on Surkesh where an STG base had been. Yet, he also knew enough about humans, that he knew that they descended from a primates, an animal that still existed on their home world. An animal that liked to throw feces at each other. There was a reason why STG members called humans shit-flingers while off duty. Captain, we have a tentative connection with the nearest STG relay, reported the communications officer, a young Solarian who had joined the STG only a few months ago. Wonderful, said Morag, clapping his hands, is it encrypted? No, sir, the young Solarian replied. The connection is barely enough for a data transmission. We neither have video nor audio, and I don't think a real-time conversation is possible. I thought we dropped some relay beacons while in transmission? They should stop this problem from happening in the first place. Are they inactive? Well, that's the problem, sir. There are no relay beacons. None at all. Morag looked at the young communication officer stumped, thinking about what to do now. After a few seconds, he ordered, then send a text message that we safely arrived in the system and that we will continue with our mission parameters as discussed. Data will be transferred after our return or when we have an encrypted channel. Use the standard STG code. The young Solarian nodded, showing that he understood his order, and hurried away to fulfill them. Hummed Dr. Zelkati. You have a theory, stated Morag, not even bothering to ask him to share it. The doctor would do so on his own without any prompting. Something that was at times useful, at others, absolutely maddening. We deployed the relay beacons while we were inside the dimensional rift. I think that they are still inside, or drifted so far off our path that they could be all over the galaxy. Perhaps one STG listening post got suddenly a better signal than before. If that are your two predominating theories, I sincerely hope it is the former. Should one of those beacons be found somewhere where it shouldn't be, then it could cause a diplomatic incident. Well, we will probably never know, said Dr. Zelkai and ended the topic decisively with an uncaring shrug. We should concentrate on our mission and return home when we are done. I need to confer with my colleagues about the data I collected during transit. Our version of the DR drive should see massive improvements in the coming year, and if I'm not mistaken, we will level with the humans in the next 3. That is something I like to hear, answered Captain Morag with a smile on his face, the first since he accepted the mission. It wouldn't take long, and the Solarian Union would be, once again, the galactic civilization that stood at the top of technological advancement. Developing their own version of the DR drive was just the beginning. In Morag's mind, a new age had just begun for the Solarian people. Chapter 42. October 25, 2173. 1809. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Temporary Eclipse Field HQ. Damn it. Cursed Nesta over and over again while kicking a crate with her armor-clad foot. During her last kick, as her temper flared up, a blue haze with some violet slices coated her leg, and when her foot met the crate, it flew through the room and hit the opposing wall with a resounding crack. How could it go so wrong? And so fast at that? The Eclipse lieutenants behind her exchanged meaningful looks with each other. It wasn't like they had known that their operations on Ilium would receive such a setback and that the human company they got hired to attack would fight back with an unprecedented amount of ferocity, but in hindsight, they could agree that everything went downhill from the moment they accepted the job without looking deeply into the matter. And now they were paying the price in men, resources, and reputation. Maybe we should consider pulling out. One of the 2 Solarian lieutenants present spoke up but closed his mouth with a snap when Nesta turned around and fixated him with a furious expression. So, you want us to give up? Run away like a varan with its tail between its legs? The proud mercenary company with a history tracing back centuries fleeing from an upstart human company that doesn't even specialize in fighting. Would you like us to become the laughingstock of the galaxy? And what do you think Sadaris will do to us if that comes true? Hey! A shudder went through the whole group as they imagined the reaction of Jonah Sadaris when she heard that they bungled this mission, especially since Yera took this mission without Sadaris' knowledge, and all her lieutenants agreed with her decision. Perhaps it hadn't been their brightest idea, as Sadaris wasn't notably known for her ability to share power, but the promised money and assets that would have gotten if they finished the mission successfully would have curbed Sadaris' temper and put them into a higher position within Eclipse. Yet, right now, they were in danger of ending up as paste on the floor if Sadaris heard about their exploits. If there was something she hated more than disobedience, then it was failure. And what they were currently facing was certainly a failure of epic proportions. What about the Shadow Broker's agent? Couldn't she help us out? After all, with her help, we killed those human elite teams, the second Solarian suggested after Yera offered her opinion on the proposed retreat. Impossible, Yera shot the idea down. The agent got hired over our benefactor, and she told me it was a one-off deal between her and the Shadow Broker. Besides, that agent isn't on Ilium anymore. We wouldn't have so many problems otherwise. She didn't mention that involving the Shadow Broker on their own would reduce the promised payment substantially, and Sadaris due and their own expenses were already high enough that there wouldn't be much left for them. We will have to continue with what we have, she continued, hiding a wince as she calculated the chance of coming out on top. It was lower than she would have liked, something around 50%. Normally, she wouldn't engage an enemy unless their chances were around 70% at their lowest, but the sudden reinforcements on the enemy's side put that to rest. Furthermore, Yera didn't know how much more the enemy could bring to the field. In the worst-case scenario, their chances would sink to 20% or even lower. Deep in thought, she didn't notice the video screens of the surveillance equipment they had set up in this temporary field HQ and the people it showed that were on their way towards this room. If she had, Yera would have been relieved that they wore armor with the Eclipse colors and emblem proudly displayed, and on the other hand, she would have been absolutely terrified because she would have recognized the Asari leading the mercenaries. In the end, it was the polite knocking on the door that brought Yera and her lieutenants out of their thoughts, and her first reaction was to scream, "I thought I told you fuckers that I don't want to be disturbed while we're planning out next steps." Apparently, her choice of words had been wrong because the next time, it wasn't polite knocking that came from the door, but a loud crack as a fist, shrouded in deep blue biotics, crashed through it and left a hole big enough to push a head through. Yet, it wasn't a head that came through but 2 armor-clad hands that gripped the sides of the newly made hole. Yera and the 2 Solarians watched with horrified expressions, their hastily drawn weapons shaking slightly in their hands, as the 2 halves of the door slowly and with a terrible screech got pushed apart. Every second the door took to open fully was akin to torture for Yera. She didn't know who was on the other side, but she knew it wasn't the humans, and in her mind, that was by far more terrifying as that probably meant someone higher up in Eclipse hierarchy had noticed the absence of her group's usual reports and had come to investigate. As Yera finally got over her state of shock, the door was already halfway open, and the screeching suddenly stopped before there was a blue explosion of biotics, and the doors were thrown open fully in one go. A crash echoed through the room and probably through the rest of the base, and Yera could see how some cracks appeared on the side of the doorframe caused by the power that had thrown the doors aside. A small cloud of dust had been thrown up, blocking the sight of Yera and her lieutenants for the moment, but that didn't mean they couldn't hear the slow clicking of approaching heels. It took only a moment longer before they could finally see who had arrived at their temporary base, and when Yera saw the Asari that entered the room in front of a number of other Asari, Solarians, and Mechs, her eyes widened in recognition of her immediately. And while the Asari, who was obviously leading this team, wasn't Jonas Sadaris, this only slightly reassured Yera as the possible outcome changed from long and painful torture followed by death to getting messily killed. Sadly, not a change that would allow her to see the beginning of the next day. Now, said the Asari, entering the room and not even looking at Yera and the two Solarians. Instead, she was more interested in the scuff marks on her gloves. Is that the correct way to address a superior who came by to see how you're doing? Of course not, Ms., we just didn't expect you, stammered one of the Solarians toward Cholera Aeri, one of Jonastri's top commanders. You're right, it isn't, she agreed and didn't even look up at the Solarian, who had answered and completely ignored his presence as she crossed the room toward Yera. And you, my dear, should know that I insist on good manners. Or has your promotion to the leader of your own little subgroup caused you to forget everything you learned under me? Yera gulped as she looked into the ice-cold eyes of her former direct superior and was instantly reminded of the times she watched Aeri punish unruly members of Eclipse who were part of her group. Sometimes, she still heard their begging when she tried to sleep. I'm sorry, mistress, I haven't forgotten what you have taught me, Yera answered and promptly looked toward the ground to try to avert the madness that hid behind the frigidness of Aeri's eyes. Good, said Aeri and patted Yera's cheek. Every time Aeri's hand made contact, Yera couldn't help but twitch as if she was expecting to be hit. While I don't doubt that you remember my lessons, I think reminding you of them will help you become better than you currently are. After all, we will have enough time to work on that while we are here. We? Yera asked, and when her voice trembled a bit at the thought of spending more time in the presence, nobody noticed it or ignored it completely. Of course we, my dear, Aeri repeated in a sing-song voice that belied the danger the woman was. After Jonah heard how much trouble you had from your newest contractor, she was of a mind to personally pay you a visit and take control of the situation. Sadly, her timetable didn't allow for such, so I volunteered to take this mission. After all, you were once one of my subordinates, and I feel like this is somehow my fault because I didn't train you as best as I could have before you took on your own command. But that is something I will rectify in the next few days. You will be one of my lieutenants again, and I will only let you go after I'm satisfied with your performance. While she talked, Aeri softly put her hands on Yera's cheeks like a lover, and the tone she spoke with wouldn't have been out of place when a mother talked to her child. Yet, Yera didn't feel any of the love or safety a child would. The horror she felt at the thought of being Aeri's subordinate was great enough that she couldn't keep it from her face, but instead of being put out, Aeri's smile grew even bigger at the sight of it. What about my lieutenants? Asked Yera. What lieutenants? I think she means us, said one of the two Solarians, raising his hand as if to report for duty. Aeri glimpsed at him before sighing and letting Yera's face go. She took a step back, her arms hanging limply at her side. Then, as fast as a lightning strike, she drew her shotgun with one hand and took aim at the Solarian who had spoken up. A bang echoed through the room as Aeri pulled the trigger, and the Solarian's head turned into a fine red mist. Her arm was still straight after she had pulled the trigger, the slight shine of active biotics the only hint that she used them to mitigate the recoil. I repeat, what lieutenants? Said Aeri, her sing-song tone coming through once more. The remaining Solarian lieutenants took this as his chance to leave, and he didn't waste a second before he started to run out of the room. Yet, he didn't come far as Aeri snapped the fingers of her offhand, and the Mechs, like the machines they were, started to fire their guns as one, shooting the running Solarian from all directions until he was lying on the floor drowning in a pool of his own blood. And even then, the Mechs continued to fire at the obviously dead man until their weapons overheated. They would have continued to fire if Aeri hadn't snapped her fingers again to return them to their rest positions. One of the lessons we will have to go over is how to choose competent subordinates. I do not doubt that it was their fault that this operation stagnated so much. Or was it your fault? The way Aeri looked at her let Yera's blood freeze in her veins. It was the look of a predator that was looking for the slightest miscalculation on Yera's end, and if she remembered her mentor as well as she thought she did, then there was only one possible answer that would let her avoid certain death. I don't know, mistress, answered Yera demurely, knowing that a definite yes or no would be the wrong answer. It could have been my fault, but I'm willing to look for my faults and correct them. As I thought, said Aeri with a smile on her face. You haven't forgotten the first rule I established. Always be on the lookout to better yourself. If you keep that in mind then there will be no problems going forward. Yero let out a sigh of relief at knowing that she had chosen correctly and that her former or perhaps once again mentor hadn't changed in the last 30 years. Now, continued Aerie, and her smile turned bloodthirsty, tell me all about those humans you have so many problems with. And we will see if we can't come up with a plan that will see them put in their rightful place. Right underneath our boots. October 25, 2173. 2129. Ilium, Tesale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra HQ, Ilium Branch. Listening to the reports coming in from the different teams around NOS Astra and our operations area brought a smile to my face. I hadn't expected that the tides would turn this fast after our reinforcements arrived, but they had blown all my expectations out of the water and then some. Commander Svensson's men were truly among the best Ad Astra had to offer. Yet, a nagging thought at the back of my mind told me that this whole affair wasn't nearly over but going into the next act instead. I couldn't pinpoint why I felt this way and was about to write this feeling off as paranoia. But something stopped me from dismissing this thought completely. Call it premonition or instincts or something along those two. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to prepare for the worst-case scenario if my feelings were correct, and I didn't get to my position without listening to my instincts or vague feelings from time to time. Sometimes, our subconsciousness knew better than our consciousness after all. I just got another message from our logistics squad at the docks, said Commander Abeba, and I looked up from the data pad I had been reading. Any critical damage sustained during the fighting in the area that could have impeded the safe landing, discharging, and loading of our ships is now patched up, and, in their words, the only work left is of a cosmetic nature and can wait for a few more rotations. Wonderful, I exclaimed, with a bright smile on my face. I was worried when the reports came in that told us there was a real danger that the docks could be inoperable for some time if they weren't fixed quickly. And I think we can go with their suggestion that cosmetics can wait for the moment. Any recommendation on their next job? Commander Abeba lifted her right hand to her chin as she thought about my question. Absent-mindedly, she stroked with her thumb over her chin, as she always did when she considered the pros and cons of a decision. The corner of my mouth twitched in amusement at this unconscious gesture. I would prefer to send them to Checkpoint Gamma first. The work on the defensive structure there is somewhat behind our schedule. I know we didn't give them much time in the first place, but they are more behind than the other 4 checkpoints. And how is the danger prediction for Checkpoint Gamma? Don't you think we shouldn't concentrate on where an attack is most likely? I asked, not out of any real concern that her reasoning was wrong, but because I decided to play devil's advocate for most of the decisions as there weren't enough people left to question Commander Abeba without feeling the pressure of rank. While it's true that checkpoints Delta and Epsilon are closer to where we suspect Eclipse's base of operations, and they are not that much further with their defensive structures, we have to keep in mind that we're not dealing with a fixed front line. Eclipse and the other mercenaries they hired could go around and attack Charlie without coming up on Delta or Epsilon scanners. Furthermore, if we lose Charlie, those two will be cut off from our direct supply line, and it's highly possible that they will fall in short order if they get surrounded on all sides by enemy forces. It's better, in my opinion, to fortify Charlie so that we can send reinforcements in all directions from that point. As Abeba voiced her thoughts on the issue, I nodded along with her words, only listening half-heartedly, keeping one eye on the new data appearing on my data pad. Sounds like you already have a well-thought-out plan in mind, I said after she finished relaying her points. We will do it this way. Can't see anything wrong with it. Commander Abeba must have noticed that I hadn't followed her deliberations with much enthusiasm as she gave me a look that would have sent some of her subordinates running before she let out a sigh and shook her head tiredly. Is there something interesting going on, sir? She asked, noticing that my eyes were focused on the data pad before me. You could say that. It's another piece on the current events in the galaxy. Are they talking about the mini-war we're fighting here on Ilium? She asked, and it was a good question, in my opinion. Should the rest of the galaxy look too closely, I would probably have no other choice but to retreat from Ilium before it turned too ugly, as that would have hurt my political aspiration in the long run. They still see it as just a minor skirmish. There's a greater focus on the turmoil in the Batarian hegemony. That one looks like it's going to turn into open rebellion on one planet any day now. Besides, if you're looking into news from and around Ilium, the only piece that's really interesting is the attempt of the Citadel Council to intervene and the consequences thereof. I couldn't help the smirk that appeared on my face as I thought about that little tidbit. The Citadel Council, in all their glorious and unimaginable wisdom, decided to try to intervene in the armed conflict that I got involved in. Of course, it had nothing to do with me being a person of high public interest in the Alliance and with my rising reputation outside it, and they would never try to curb my inhumanity's influence by doing so. Sadly, they hadn't thought about the consequences of trying to dictate terms for the end of the conflict by basically ordering the Aseri matriarchs of Ilium to intervene. Those matriarchs didn't like being ordered around and pointed out, with all the politeness and hidden viciousness only beings with over 800 years of life experience had, that Ilium wasn't part of the Aseri republics or inside Citadel territory, and thus the Council didn't have any say about what was happening on the planet. Overall, that had started an apparently ancient discussion about the rights, privileges, duties, and everything else of Ilium's relationship with the Citadel and vice versa. Thankfully, no one had any interest in me after that, and I continued to safeguard my interests with every method available to me. It's nice to see that sometimes, you don't have to do anything to keep noisy people away from your things. As long as we keep this between us and Eclipse and their employers, we will be fine. Ilium's government and its Asari matriarchs won't involve themselves so long the rest of the planet can continue to operate in its usual fashion, I finished, and Commander Abeba had a relieved look on her face. That's good. I have enough on my plate with making sure our people are safe. I wouldn't have liked to get involved in a political shitstorm too. Despite her fears of this becoming political, I wasn't as concerned. I gestured dismissively at her worries and said, you wouldn't have to deal with them anyway. After all, that's one job I would take over completely. And even if I wasn't here, the guys in the PR department are more than enough to deal with it. They would probably come up with a solution that would let us come out of this smelling like roses, no matter how much shit gets thrown around. Perhaps I should involve them anyway. Even if there was no huge problem that would necessitate hard work on their side, it would be better to nip any potential problems before they could grow into something annoying. Commander Abeba looked like she wanted to continue to discuss the placement of the coming second wave of Commander Svensson's men that would be coming in the next 1 or 2 days and would bring with them some mobile armor, but before she could get a word out, one of the communications officers ran over breathlessly and said, Sir, there's a highly encrypted call coming in for you. We traced the signal, and it comes from the planet. There was only one word in the message to describe what this call is about, and it says Alamina. Does this mean anything to you, sir? I had already wondered when this call would come. After all, the fighting wasn't exactly quiet, but until now, the other members of the circle had kept themselves out of my affairs, and perhaps I would have preferred to keep it that way. No matter, I would tell them that I had it well under control and try to keep them neutral in this. Should they offer any support, I would decline. The favors they would certainly expect in return for any help were not something I was willing to pay, especially since any support they could offer me would only be a drop of water on a hot stone and nothing more. Reroute the call to the secure conference room. I will be taking it there. Furthermore, please make sure that nobody can listen in. I turned toward Commander Abeba and added, I don't believe this will take long. Continue to plan our next offensive, and we will go over it when I'm done with this. Without much further ado, I got up from my seat and walked out of the command center in the direction of the secure conference room. A short elevator ride later, and I was on the right floor. Getting into the room required me to put my hand against the holographic lock, and seconds later, the door opened smoothly without any sound beyond the click it made after I entered the room, and it closed again. A low-key humming started to sound as the holographic projector started to warm up, and the counterintelligence measures did as well. Just as I took my seat, the projections of 4 different people started to form around the conference table, and I critically watched each of them, trying to see if any of their body language could give me a clue who had called for this meeting in the first place and why. At first glance, I didn't notice anything, but after a few moments, as everybody got comfortable and I shared a respectful nod with Nisko Ron, I saw that Quintanius Cicerio looked tenser than he usually was during a meeting like this. Narrowing my eyes, I decided to get some people to check on his latest activities. More out of caution than truly believing him to be involved in my current troubles with Eclipse. It was better to be careful with things like this than to be blindsided. Besides, the only one I trusted in this group to not stab me in the back was Nisko Ron, and that was only because he would lose far more than he would gain by breaking his connection with me. Morala and I may have a mutually beneficial agreement, and our sexual activities may be fun, but I wouldn't put it past her to turn on me if she got an offer that would better her position. Cicerio, that one was as mercenary as they come. Our previous deal wouldn't mean much to him. Should anyone pay him, he would support them against me without a second thought. But the one I knew the least about how she would act was Ayala Nessara. Her shyness and bashfulness made it hard to keep any conversation going beyond a certain point. Furthermore, it made her hard to read. If anything, she could already be part of the attack on me since the first attack happened after I flew back to Ad Astra's HQ after I finished a deal with her. Yet, my thoughts about their possible involvement were stopped when Cicerio started to speak, beginning the meeting, and confirming for me who had called for it in the first place. It's good to see you all present. I called for this meeting to discuss Dinabrand's ongoing war against Eclipse, and what it means for the rest of us. Furthermore, I got a message from our unofficial 6th member, the Arbiter. This news got me to perk up. Anything involving the Arbiter, the one who stayed in the background and made sure that any contracts and agreements between Circle members were honored, was bound to be interesting. Chapter 43. October 25, 2173. 2146. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra HQ, Ilium Branch. Secure Conference Room. So, what does our mysterious and impartial 6th member have to say? And why did she contact you and not any of us? Normally, she would send the message to all of us at once so that everyone knows the same, asked Nisko-ran, and despite being interrupted every few words due to his respirator, the sarcasm and a hint of suspicion were clear to hear in his voice. Hearing Nisko-ran speak that way surprised me quite a bit. In the few months we knew each other, he always kept any emotion out of his voice whenever the circle met, trying not to offend anybody or give any of his cards away, and even if it was just us, it took effort on my side to derive anything from the tone of his voice. So, to hear it so clearly did take me by surprise. I do not know why the arbiter only contacted me. Perhaps it was by design or by necessity. Just like it is with you all, the arbiter ignores any of my messages unless it concerns access to the circle's funds, replied Cicerio, clearly annoyed by Nisko-ran's suspicion. I'll forward you the message so nobody can say I'm lying. I'm sure all of you will find the usual identifiers that prove that the message truly comes from the arbiter. Nobody is accusing you of faking the message, said Nessera softly, and as Cicerio turned to her, his eyes turned softer for a moment. It's just that it's different from what we're used to. And any deviations from an established pattern always rouse some suspicion. With everything that is currently happening on Ilium, it is only prudent to question such deviations. Her words seemingly helped to cool the tempers before they could become heated, and any annoyance that Nisko-ran and Cicerio displayed toward each other disappeared, at least for the moment. We will check the message after you send it to us, I said, trying to push the conversation onward, but that's just standard protocol, at least for me. And I'm sure the others do that as well. So, can you please tell us what this message says? I'm sure you have noticed, but I have a slight mercenary problem that needs my attention. After all, that was one of the reasons why you called this meeting, right? Otherwise, you would just have sent a message yourself. Perhaps I wasn't using the most diplomatic or delicate approach, but I didn't want to wait until one of them deigned themselves to direct the conversation that way. Every minute I wasted with meaningless chatter was 1 minute where the whole situation with Eclipse could change in a dramatic way, and I wasn't in the mood to waste anything at the moment. The burning look Cicerio sent me for interrupting the time he looked at Nessera like a love-struck puppy was offset by the grateful look and approving nod Nisko-ran sent me. He, just like I, had better things to do and would push the meeting forward whenever it started to drift away from important topics. Some you win, some you lose, I thought to myself as I took in the two completely different looks I got. And after comparing the two, I definitely came out ahead in the balance. While Cicerio had been an alright partner, Nisko-ran was by far the more important between the two of them, so anything that won me just that little bit of favor from him was worth Cicerio's temporary annoyance at me. The Turian would get over it, and if not? Well, he outlived his usefulness for me anyway. Right, said Cicerio slowly, and narrowing his eyes at me, his mandibles flaring, we have to discuss Dinabran's actions. After all, the actions of one circle member can fall back on the others. I narrowed my own eyes as I noticed the hostility hidden in Cicerio's words. How I earned it, I could only guess. Maybe some of the mercenaries supporting the local Eclipse chapter were some of his customers, and with my personnel eradicating them like weeds in a garden, his profits had to take a massive financial loss with their demise. No matter what, I wouldn't apologize for that. They attacked me first, and if Cicerio took on such poor excuses of mercenaries as customers, then it was his own fault. In fact, the arbiter's message contains some points concerning Dinabran's conduct. While she does not condemn Dinabran's actions, as they were clearly in response to being attacked by the opposing party first, she does notify us that the circle funds are currently unavailable and that this fighting has to be done with their own funds. She does not want the circle funds to be used in something that could lead toward the destruction of Ilium. When Cicerio finished relaying the arbiter's message, he sent me a smile that wouldn't have been out of place on a shark's face. Apparently, I really had done something that burned more than a few bridges with him. It wouldn't matter to him that I had done it unknowingly and unintentionally, just that I had done it. Please, interjected Nisko-ran before I could respond to Cicerio's taunting smirk, forward the message to us now. I would like to confirm its contents for myself. His smirk lessening, Cicerio turned to Nisko-ran for a moment before looking down and tipping with his claws on a terminal in front of him that I couldn't see as the holographic projection stopped a bit above where a human's belly button would be. A ring notified me that the message arrived, but I didn't look down. In fact, my eyes hadn't left Cicerio's form since he finished talking. I took everything in. His posture, which muscles twitched, how often his mandibles moved, in which direction his eyes flickered, the intonation of every word he uttered. Something was going on, that much I realized. Yet, what had triggered this antagonism? Was he backing my still unknown opponent? Was he it? Questions upon questions appeared in my mind, and before I knew it, the meeting continued as Nisko-ran confirmed the content of the arbiter's message to me and the others. So, now that you have confirmed that I relayed the arbiter's message without adding or removing parts, what should we do? After all, Dinabran's actions have consequences for us all, and I was about to propose a business venture that would need some of the circle funds to get off the ground without straining my resources. I wanted to scoff at Cicerio's statement. While he knew some powerful people all over the galaxy, if one broke his essence down, he was nothing more than a glorified gunrunner. Any business venture he proposed that would need circle funds would certainly be nothing more than a gigantic shopping spree. Or perhaps he wanted to buy a small fleet of frigates and cruisers or a dreadnought. There was nothing else that I could think of that Cesario would show any interest in as a worthy business. If Nico Ron hadn't been wearing his environmental suit, I would have seen the same expression on his face that I was trying my best to suppress. Yet, there was something else in his posture. Turning my attention away while at the same time not trying to be obvious, I studied him. It wasn't even remotely obvious. It wasn't even something physical, and perhaps a holographic image wasn't the best medium to convey those feelings, but somehow, I knew that there was a growing aura of suspicion around Nico Ron. I ignored Cesario when he opened his mouth again to try to turn the others against me, even once mentioning that my membership in the circle should be questioned as it endangered each of their own operations. It was obvious that the only one interested in his words was Nessara, but only to reassure him that it wasn't necessary and that his worries were unfounded. Everyone else just let his words wash over them without caring much about them. In the end, nothing was decided, and the meeting ended without much fanfare. Yet, before I cut the connection, Nico Ron turned toward me and threw me a meaningful look. There was nothing that indicated what he wanted from me, but instead of leaving the room after the meeting ended, I waited in my chair, leaning back and relaxing for a moment. It didn't take long before the intercom activated and the voice of the COMM officer came through. "Sir, we got a request for another secure connection. The sender's signature reads as Nico Ron. Shall I put him through or not, sir?" It took me only a moment to decide. Put him through. And make sure that the connection is secured with our highest encryption protocols, even higher than the ones for the previous meeting. There wasn't any immediate response, but I could hear the light tipping sounds of fingers hitting a holographic keyboard. "Of course, sir. Our side is secured. I can't say anything about the other. We're rerouting the connection over several server nodes and hiding it among the usual chatter of Ilium's business district." "Very well, put him through." It took only a few more seconds longer before the holographic form of Nico Ron reappeared directly in front of me on the other side of the conference table. I believe I won't have to voice my doubts concerning whatever idiocy Cesario wanted us to believe. Nico Ron began without any preamble. I rolled my eyes and answered, "You mean his constant deriding of my actions? His constant wailing that my actions restricted him in his actions? The only thing I believe him in is that my actions cost him money. But that is his own fault for having such partners who thought going against me was a good idea." "You will not hear any different from me," agreed Nico Ron. "Yet, there is more to his actions than you believe." "How so?" I asked, leaning forward in my chair, interested in what he had to say. "You must know that I've been a member of the Circle for far longer than Cesario, so I know that he had problems with an up-and-coming mercenary company, not unlike the situation you're in right now. Of course, that mercenary company wasn't anywhere close to Eclipse, neither in manpower, connections, or resources, yet alike nonetheless." I nodded at Nico Ron's recounting. "And I guess that at the time, there wasn't any meeting or member who tried to censor him. Or am I wrong?" "You would be correct with your guess. So that makes Cesario's actions quite hypocritical." "I wouldn't be the first time with a hypocrite. Hell, I'm one at the times, too. And I'm sure you did have your moments as well." "That is a statement I can't refute," he agreed. "Yet, that isn't the only thing that got me suspicious." "Please come to the point," I said with a sigh. While it was interesting, I knew that Nico had something far more important to say than this. At the time, the Arbiter allowed Cesario to draw from the Circle funds to support his endeavors against that mercenary company at a zero interest rate. Blinking was all I could do after Nico dropped this particular piece of information. That wasn't what I had expected when this second meeting started. "What?" was all I could say. I had the same reaction when Cesario relayed the Arbiter's message. It just doesn't make sense that the Arbiter is changing their approach. Of course, it could also be that the person who uses the persona of Arbiter changed in the last few years, yet I haven't noticed any other change. Not in their choice of words, nor in their approach. This was the first time they completely changed their way, and I don't like it. "You wouldn't contact me if that was all your suspicion was based on." "It's nothing more than a hunch right now, and if I know you even a little bit, you wouldn't say anything to anyone if a hunch was all you had." There was a moment of silence between us where we just looked at each other, not saying a word. Because I was waiting for an answer, and Nico, because he was considering how much he wanted to share with me. As you know, the financial world of Ilium is my playground. I know the stocks, the various deals the banks here make, and how to follow a money trail further than most. You also know that information here on Ilium is its own currency. And when I heard about your problems, you searched for the money trail to sell the information to me, probably in exchange for the half of the shares I control, I finished for him. Instead of answering, Nico just nodded in my direction, confirming my thoughts. There wasn't any reason to be upset with Nico. It was just business for him. He saw an opportunity to gain something and acted accordingly. If I had been in his position, I would have done the same without any hesitation or second thoughts about the person I wanted to owe me. Yet, it seems like something was wrong on one end of the money trail, or else you wouldn't hesitate so much, and we would discuss a price about now, I continued, bringing an end to the slight pause between us. Sounds about right. But when I followed the money, something unexpected came to light. At first, everything was as I expected. Eclipse, some minor mercenary groups, and some gangs got paid to attack you. Some more than others, but that was to be expected if one takes into account how much they can bring to bear in Eclipse's case. The money got sent over 3 or 4 dozen fake accounts and middlemen. I couldn't follow the money to a singular source, the ones obscuring the trail were very good at what they were doing, yet I could identify some of the accounts where the money went through. And what I found does concern me. For a moment, Nisko stopped to take a breath, and to me, it seemed like he had to fortify himself before he could speak the words he wanted to say out loud. Some of those accounts are under the control of the Circle. When I processed Nisko's words, I jumped up, throwing my chair to the floor in my haste, and hammered the palms of my hands on the table in front of me. What did you just say? I almost screamed, a growl escaping my throat in my anger. Is that the truth? What the fuck is going on? Perhaps it wasn't that surprising to me if I took into account Cicierio's sudden hostility. Yet, there was something wrong with that picture. I can understand your anger, Nisko responded with a calm voice, trying to get me to calm down. It was just as shocking to me when I found out. Furthermore, I know for certain that Cicerio knows about 1 or 2 of those accounts, too, since he had to repay his loan into those. Yet, that can't be everything, right? Cicerio knows about 1 or 2 of them, as you said, but more than just 2 accounts belong to the Circle. You wouldn't be so shocked and suspicious if you didn't suspect the Arbiter to have their hands in this mess, too. Correct. There is no way that Cicerio knows about the others. A few years back, I tried to identify as many accounts belonging to the Circle as possible, just for fun. Of course, I didn't find them all, but after that, I knew which signs to look out for to identify them. And the only one who knows them all is the Arbiter. Any theory why the Arbiter would support those mercenaries? I asked, knowing that Nisko had been a member of the Circle far longer than I and, as such, had more time to get to know the Arbiter. I don't have the slightest idea. Yet, I suspect one more thing. And that would be: the first time money got transferred from those accounts to those of the mercenaries was a week before the initial attack on you. The only logical conclusion is that the Arbiter is behind the attacks and the mercenaries. And Cicerio is following her orders, too. Probably to rise above his station, I grumbled. A long and tired sigh escaped me. I think I should thank you for your information. At least I know now my enemy, and I only have to look into their identity. It will be troublesome but doable. I sent him a wry smile. Now, let's talk about what you want for that information. You already told me so much without previous payment, but I don't want to owe you anything in the future. Nisko shook his head negatively. I don't need payment for that. This is too important for me than to put a price on it. I raised an eyebrow in response to his words. And is it too presumptuous of me if I ask why? I never expected you to do anything for me out of the good of your heart. It is not. I believe in the Circle and its original idea to support each other to elevate us to greater heights. It turns back to my old mentor, a Solarian who introduced me to Ilium's financial world and trained me to take over his Circle seat after his death. And how did he die? I asked, my eyes narrowing in suspicion. Nisko raised his hand and made a gesture of refusal. I know what you are suspecting, but don't worry, there was nothing unusual about his death. He died of old age. After his death, I got half of his assets, a third went to the Circle, and the rest was shared between the few brothers he could stand. Looks like you want to protect the idea of the Circle in memory of your old mentor. I nodded at his explanation. It wasn't something I could personally understand, as I never had a mentor. But I could draw some parallels in how I would act if someone threatened anything I hold dear. That's right. I also could only rise to the position I now have thanks to the support of the Circle, so to learn that the fundamental idea is being undermined by the Arbiter, the one person who should be absolutely impartial, is something I cannot condone. After Nisko finished his declaration with more passion in his voice than I ever heard him use in front of anyone, a moment of silence passed between us. Yet, instead of letting it continue, I decided to ask an important question that would lead us on the correct path to follow through with it. So, what should we do about it? We don't know who the Arbiter is. We don't know if it's the same person that we had always thought the Arbiter was or if it's just someone who can imitate her very well. The last point would at least explain their sudden change in approach. I already thought about that problem. The data I collected when I tried to trace the money flow back to its source should help us in our endeavor immensely. While my contacts are more oriented toward the financial world, I also know the contact details of a few very discreet and capable information brokers here on Ilium. Getting them to help us out was quite easy after paying a small amount of advance payment. They should get back to me in a few days at the latest. And what kind of role have you prepared for me? I don't think that you just want me to be the muscle in this operation, ready to bust in the right heads at the right moment. You would be correct in your assumption, nodded Nisko. As much as it causes me pain to admit, but your resources are by far vaster and more diversified than mine. I will give you the data I have collected so far, and I would like you to start investigating the Arbiter from a different direction than I do. If we compile the information we will come across during our investigation, I believe it will be easy to find out their identity. My suspicion is that the Arbiter is someone close to the Circle, probably a former member at that. In that case, the Arbiter would know how the Circle operates. It would also explain how the Arbiter is selected. You mean in the way of, I benefited from them once, others will benefit now. I couldn't help the scoff that escaped me. That sounds a little bit too idealistic to me. Most people in our position are driven by greed. And there is no place for goodwill if it causes you to lose out on millions of credits. I wouldn't exactly say it that way. Rather, I believe that when the Circle's funds grow, the personal wealth of the Arbiter grows, too. That sounds a lot more believable to me. And I guess that also explains why the Arbiter is targeting me right now. My dealings here on Ilium are coming close to an end. Other areas need my overview far more, and because of that, the explosive growth of the Ad Astra Ilium branch will slow down and put more focus on stabilizing our hold. Right now is the best moment to try to take over when there are still openings to exploit. Perhaps, perhaps not. I don't really know if your suspicion is correct. Your reason doesn't make very much sense to me. After all, even if your Ilium branch doesn't grow anymore, it will still bring in a tidy profit for us all. Of course, it didn't make much sense to him. I just thought up this reason for him to give an explanation for the Arbiter's behavior. It wouldn't do for Nisko-ran to investigate me and the reason for this escalation. I had been truthful when I said that my time here on Ilium was coming slowly to an end. Other places needed me more, or perhaps it would be better to say I wanted to be elsewhere. Furthermore, my people were getting ready to move against the other members of the council before this whole mess had started. Perhaps the Arbiter had found out about that or had at least suspicions without concrete evidence, or she would have brought it up with the rest of the council to unite them against me. Anyway, I had been ready to take from the other members what I could before turning my back on them. The council, at first, had sounded like a good opportunity to further my goals, grow my wealth, and make connections with important people, yet, in retrospect, I could tell that most of the time I invested had been a waste of time. The results didn't measure up to the amount of effort I put in. The connections were pretty decent, with important people within the Turian military and the seedier side of the galaxy, yet the growth of Ad Astra's wealth had been minimal for such an important world as Ilium. Perhaps it would change in the future, with humanities and my own place more solidified in the eyes of the galaxy, but for now, most of my potential customers still went to established companies. Of course, it was slowly changing, but that was the key word, slowly. I could spend the time needed to change that slowly into a mediocre better at the Citadel. I had been away from Alliance and Citadel politics too long to further my power base in that direction, and the longer I did, the further I would undermine my support in the Alliance by myself. I took a small breath, returning my concentration to the here and now. How will we exchange information? While I'm confident in my cybersecurity that nobody will be able to listen in on our conversation from my end, I think transferring such sensitive data shouldn't be done over such a connection. I think the same way. I believe you should send a courier to my office. There I will hand over a data disk with the information you need. I will send over one right away. The faster we can get started with our investigation the better. Nothing more needed to be said, and Nisko cut the connection with one last nod and a promise that the data disk would be ready when my courier arrived. I leaned back in my chair, a small, satisfied smile playing over my lips. I'm getting closer to you. I hope you have put your affairs in order because when I'm finished with you, you won't have the chance to do anything ever again. Chapter 44. Hey everyone. Hope you had a good holiday season, and that you are getting ready for the new year. I just wanted to say that I love you all and that I'm thankful that you are sticking with me for all this time. Even if I'm an author with inconsistent update and so on. I'm especially thankful for all your reviews which always get me thinking, hey that's perhaps a good idea, maybe not that way but. You all help me develop this FIC into something more, and I just want you to know that. Lord of Steel, your reviews are always a joy to read, just wanna say it. Anyway. I wish you all a good start into 2024 and hope it will be better for you than 2023, no matter how good or bad it was. Yours. ZK. October 26, 2173. 8:37. Ilium, to sale system. NOS Astra. En route to Ilium Financial Cooperation. Cheryl Olivier suppressed a sigh that wanted to escape her. She couldn't completely stop it, but, in the end, It sounded like she was releasing a long, drawn-out breath. It shouldn't bother her so much to be without any armor but a kinetic shield generator hidden within her belt. Yet, seeing her colleagues sitting kitted out in complete armor sets on the seats on the other side of the shuttle and to her side, she felt like she was going to walk into a battle zone underdressed. Perhaps she was thinking too heavily about this. It was a simple retrieval mission, and combat was very unlikely. The assault team was only here for the worst-case scenario. One of them would escort her as a guard, but that wouldn't be out of the norm, especially since she dressed like a wealthy businesswoman. Going anywhere as members of Ad Astra would attract attention due to the current events surrounding the company, so it was imperative to, at least, try to keep a low profile, and walking into the building of Ilium Financial Cooperation decked out in full gear wasn't the way to do so. "We're arriving at IFC's landing pad on the 25th floor in 5 minutes, echoed the voice of the shuttle's pilot through the intercom. Cheryl nodded to herself and answered, "Good. Bring us in nice and slow. We don't want to look like this is even remotely relevant or out of the ordinary. It's just business as usual." "Understood." After giving the pilot his orders, she turned to her fellow security officers to address them. "Let's get over the mission one last time. I don't want any misunderstandings to ruin the mission. Mr. Dean Bren is counting on us to do this quickly and quietly. So, don't go shooting at everything that looks like a threat," she finished with a teasing tone to elevate the tense atmosphere before she could settle in their minds. Her simple efforts got rewarded with chuckles, and Cheryl allowed herself a slight smirk. "Don't worry, Vice Commander, we won't. We will wait here and only come out when the situation requires it. And in here, there's nothing we could shoot, not even to dispel boredom. The only one you have to worry about is Donut. He's the one escorting you. I would really prefer if you wouldn't call me by my nickname, Diril. Not during a mission, and especially not in front of the Vice Commander," whined the one called Donut by his team leader. "Oh. Now you're caring about your dignity? Need I remind you that the last time we had to look presentable? And the powdered sugar all over your uniform? The good one? Just because you couldn't resist their call right before the ceremony? There's a reason why we call you Donut," replied Diril, a teasing smirk plastered over his face, one that didn't waver in the slightest even when Donut looked like a scolded puppy. "That was one time. It never happened again. And it's been almost 2 years by now," came the complaint that got swiftly ignored. By now, even the last vestiges of tension had disappeared with the small laughter that went around at this display of tomfoolery between teammates. Yet Cheryl knew she had to return some of it to keep officers focused on their mission. "Now that I know that I will be escorted to our target by Donut," she ignored the suffering groan coming from the person in question, "we will go over the plan once again." She looked every security officer in the eye, one after the other, to make sure everyone was listening to her. "We will land on the 25th floor, make our way into the building, and up to the 40th floor, to the office of Nisko Ron. When we arrive, we will accept a package that we will promptly deliver back to HQ. The outline of the mission is quite simple, but as we know, situations can quickly change and without any warning. The most problematic thing will not be getting the package but its safe delivery to Mr. Dean Bren. I don't know what is inside, but it's significant for Mr. Dean Bren and our efforts against our enemies here on Ilium. And because of that, we can assume that the enemy will do their best to hinder us. So, be prepared for anything from the moment we have the package." "Why just after that moment? Wouldn't it make more sense for the enemy to prevent us from getting the package in the first place?" asked Thompson, another member of Diril's team. "While they won't swear on it, the analysis teams assume that we won't have any trouble before that because the enemy is trying to keep the fighting limited between our two groups. Dragging in outsiders with enough resources to back them to be a threat to the current balance is suboptimal for them. And an attack on IFC's building wouldn't just drag our benefactor to our side, but dozens of other important people too. That's why we will probably only have to deal with Eclipse or another enemy group on our way back to HQ. Nonetheless, we have prepared a few scenarios if this prediction doesn't hold up," interjected Diril smoothly, taking over Cheryl's explanation without pausing. "An attack before we arrive, an attack while you're in the building, an attack when you are leaving the building. We're ready to jump into any scenario with a plan ready to be employed." "That's good," replied Cheryl, pleased that the team chosen to support her during this mission was taking it so seriously and had prepared accordingly. A jerk shook the shuttle, announcing their arrival at the landing pad, and it didn't take much longer after that before the shuttle touched down on it. With but a touch, Cheryl disengaged the belt and stood up, her hands gliding over her business suit to ensure she looked presentable and wouldn't shame the company. Furthermore, she ensured that her weapons were out of sight and that the bulge of her pistol didn't show through her suit jacket. Not far from her, Donut ensured the same, yet additionally checking if his weapons were fully functional and easy to draw in a pinch. He finished his inspection with a halfway satisfied nod before drawing the pistol from his side with his left hand. His Omni tool flared up momentarily on his left arm, and his right hand input a few commands. "I just adjusted the magnetic pull a bit. It felt a bit too difficult to draw quickly, Donut commented when he saw Cheryl's questioning look. As long as you ensure the magnetic pull is still strong enough. It would be embarrassing if your pistol falls to the ground when you walk around. Donut turned to his team captain, and even if he wore a helmet that hid his face, Cheryl could picture the indignant look on his face quite clearly. Don't add more embarrassments to my story, whined Donut. It's bad enough that you always bring up the Donut story whenever we meet new people. The chuckle that went through the group got cut short when a door closer to the cockpit opened, and a short burst of wind swept through the shuttle's interior. All right, guys. This is it, announced Cheryl, confidence in the success of their mission evident in her voice. Donut, let's get going. The rest, be ready for anything. We won't let you down, Vice Commander, answered Daryl with a sharp salute, copied by the rest of his team. There was nothing more to be said, so Cheryl left the shuttle with Donut following her shortly. The sun was peeking out between the skyscrapers, warming her face and blinding her momentarily, unused to the bright light after traveling under the artificial light of the shuttle's interior for around half an hour. The wind was blowing gently, ruffling her hair slightly. Despite being on the 25th floor, it was unusually gentle and, contrary to belief, not very cold. Cheryl decided to take that as a good omen for the success of the mission, as thinking otherwise would only make her paranoid. Donut patiently waited behind her as she enjoyed the warmth and gentle breeze, yet despite his willingness to let her set the pace, he asked, "Shall we get going, ma'am?" Without turning to him, Cheryl answered, "We shall," and moved forward with measured steps. They approached the end of the landing platform, where two security guards were waiting for them. One of the two Turians held up his hand and called, "Please stop there. We got a notification that a representative of Ad Astra would arrive here. I assume that's you, but I need to see some identification before I can let you go further." "That's no problem," answered Cheryl, her voice raising a bit in volume so the two guards could hear her clearly. She activated her Omni tool, sending an identification certificate showing that she was a member of Ad Astra along with the official notice that they would arrive today. The Omni tool of the guard who asked for the identification flashed up, and the Turian's experienced eyes flew over the information it displayed. It didn't take long before he confirmed to his partner that everything was in order. The guards walked out of the way, and the first one said, "You're good to go. Please remember that brandishing weapons within the premises is cause for immediate eviction and legal prohibition from entering again for at least a year for you and your company. Furthermore, depending on your committed offense, your company has to pay an appropriate fine." Cheryl raised an eyebrow at this sudden exposition of sanctions when someone got caught swinging their weapons around. Sensing the question on her tongue, the Turian decided to explain his actions. It's standard procedure whenever someone shows up with an armed guard. Some people got impudent when they got evicted and fined. They said they didn't know the rules. As if. Anyhow, now it's the procedure to explain everything in detail so that nobody gets any ideas. "I see," answered Cheryl slowly, understanding that some idiots always tried to play dumb when they got caught. The one who tried it with IFC was probably paying a far heavier fine after trying than he would have done otherwise. If he had been powerful enough to win this case in front of the courts, he wouldn't have the need to threaten anybody in the first place. "Anyway, everything's fine, so you're clear to enter. Have a good day, ma'am." Without much further ado, she walked into the building, Donut following her only a few steps behind. The hallway they entered was relatively empty, with only a few people walking around from one office to another. Its decor was chaste and tasteful. There were no overt displays of wealth. That was something that the people who rented offices in the building did in their own rooms. Yet, Cheryl had expected at least something more than the few plants and statues placed around. Perhaps she was on a too low floor for that, since she knew from talking with members of Ad Astra that had been here on business before that the higher you went in the building, the more wealth got displayed through ancient statues and paintings that would cause art collectors to salivate. The group of two didn't speak or even acknowledge anyone they met on their way toward the elevator, walking silently. The few people they met stepped out of their way, the aura of purposefulness surrounding them enough to avoid Cheryl and Donut. After walking around for a few minutes, they found the elevators and patiently waited until one arrived. One more person, a tenant with an office somewhere on this floor, joined them during the wait, but the Asari kept her distance from them. A soft ding announced the arrival of the elevator, and a handful of people exited it. The mix of Asari, Valis, and Solarians went around the pair of Ad Astra members who entered the elevator afterward. Only a pair of Solarian and Valis were still in it, and after taking a look at the panel, Cheryl noticed that they were moving in the same direction they wanted but would exit 2 floors before them. She pushed the button for the 40th floor and moved to the back of the elevator. Donut stood at her side, a few centimeters removed from the wall to not hinder drawing his rifle if needed. The Asari that had waited with them for the elevator hadn't entered with them, and Cheryl guessed that she wanted to go down instead of up. The elevator stopped 3 more times on their way up, either to let people out or in. Nonetheless, it didn't take 4 minutes until Cheryl and Donut arrived on the 40th floor. They left the elevator, followed by a Turian that had entered 3 floors down. Coming out of the elevator, Cheryl could immediately see the difference in decor between this floor and the 25th, where they had entered the building. While it was still tasteful and not cluttered with displays, the used materials were definitely of a higher standard. The small desk at the other end of the small lobby they had arrived in was constructed out of a kind of marble that could be found only in a small, out-of-the-way solar system inside the terminus systems. Its markings sparkling in soft rainbow tones were unmissable and caused by the unique makeup of this particular solar system. The cost of mining and transportation could ruin smaller companies. Yet they were a sought-after luxury good for those inside the Citadel territory who could afford it. Cheryl didn't want to know how high the rental fees on this floor were to use such a material for a simple lobby desk. Not intimidated in the slightest by the subtle display of wealth and power, Cheryl approached the desk and the Asari behind it so that she could point them the right way toward Nisko Ron's office and let him know that they had arrived. "Excuse me," she said quietly, to not let her words echo through the lobby and to let eventual listeners know about their business. "We have an appointment with Mr. Nisko Ron. Could you please let him know that we arrived? He will know who we are. And please, could you point us the correct way?" The Asari, dressed in an outfit that hugged her curves tightly, looked up from the computer on her desk and looked at Cheryl and her escort critically as if to decide by their image alone if they were permitted to be here. "Certainly," the Asari answered, raising her left hand to her ear while her right tipped a few buttons in front of her. "Good morning, Antilla. Here are two humans who claim they have an appointment with Mr. Ron. No, they haven't told me from which company. They said Mr. Ron would know. Of course, I can wait a moment." She let her hand down to her computer and continued to work, ignoring Cheryl and Donut after asking them to wait for a moment. Cheryl's lips twitched in annoyance due to the rudeness the Asari showed them. She didn't know if it was because the Asari thought they were unimportant or because they were humans. Had she known for which company Cheryl and Donut worked, the Asari would have never acted in any way that could have been described as discourteous for fear of it getting back to her superiors. Yet, that wasn't possible without drawing too much attention toward them, so Cheryl held her tongue instead of giving the tirade she deserved. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait for long before the receptionist held her hand back to her ear and nodded at whatever was said. After she finished the one-sided conversation, she looked toward Cheryl and said, "The office of Mr. Ron is down this hallway," pointing toward the right. "You take the fourth side corridor to the left and walk down a bit further. It's office number 35. They await you. Have a nice day." And as if there was nothing more to say, she returned to her work immediately. Cheryl turned around toward the right hallway, not bothering to thank the receptionist. Donut threw her a last dismissive look before following his charge. Within minutes, they arrived at the correct side corridor and began walking it down. They were at the door with the number 28 painted on it when Donut suddenly grabbed Cheryl's arm and pulled her back, getting her to stop walking. "What's wrong?" she asked confused. "I don't know, ma'am," answered Donut, his tone sounding just as confused as she was feeling. "It's too quiet." "Too quiet," repeated Cheryl. She concentrated on their surroundings, trying to find anything wrong or at least something that would explain Donut's hesitance to go further. "It seems like you're being paranoid. It's good to see that you're vigilant, but you shouldn't overdo it." "Perhaps it was nothing," agreed Donut with a nod, yet Cheryl could still notice that he wasn't absolutely convinced. "Besides, we're inside the IFC building. They wouldn't dare to do." She was about to finish her sentence when an explosion happened down the hall around the position where she assumed Nisko Ron's office happened to be. Before she could do anything more than blink, Donut grabbed her and threw her down to the ground, positioning himself over her to shield her body from the shockwave and any debris that could be sent their way due to the explosion. Yet, it wasn't debris that came their way but another explosion. One much closer to them. The shockwave of the explosion threw them over the ground, and while they were rolling, Cheryl could feel how her kinetic shield strained and finally broke. Donut did his best to shield her body, and Cheryl knew that without his help, she would be worse for wear than the simple bruises she would take away from this. She felt the shockwaves weaken, and for a moment, she thought that it was over, but there was a soft rumble that got slowly stronger. Her eyes widened when she understood what was going to happen. Cheryl was about to warn Donut when the ground beneath them started to crumble, and they fell. The last thought going through her mind before they crushed on the ground was fuck. It could have been seconds or minutes, yet Cheryl somehow knew it hadn't been hours that she had been unconscious. Her eyelids fluttered, irritated by the dust floating around. Slowly, ever so slowly, they opened, and the first thing inside her view field was the armor-clad chest of her guard. At first, she didn't know why she saw this particular sight, but with the sudden impact of a lightning strike, her memories of the last few minutes returned. She pushed herself up from her position at Donut's side and tried to get a picture of the situation as fast as possible to formulate a plan. They weren't trapped under rubble, which was the first thing she noticed. Parts of the ceiling were gone, and a few streams of light lit up the place beside a couple of flickering lights. And where there was real light, there also had to be openings for fresh air to get into. After coming to that conclusion, Cheryl could at least drop one potential problem from her list while they waited for someone to rescue them. Typically, she would have looked for a way to rescue herself, as her pride as the vice commander of Ad Astra's local security forces would have demanded it. After all, she hadn't risen to her position by being a damsel in distress whenever the situation turned worse, but one look at Donut was enough to know that he needed her help. Her escort, who had valiantly tried to shield her from damage, was breathing erratically, and one look at his face, after Cheryl had pried off his helmet to let him breathe easier, was enough to notice that he was barely clinging to consciousness. It wasn't hard to guess why. A slab of metal and cement lay on Donut's left arm, crushing it under its weight. Against such a force, even the best of armor couldn't do much. "Everything's going to be fine," said Cheryl softly, her voice hoarse from the dust she had breathed in. She didn't know if it was to reassure her guard or herself, as she was pretty sure that Donut wasn't in the right state of mind to process anything happening around him. Yet, the young man surprised her by chuckling. "I can't feel anything from my left arm, so I know it's pretty bad." A glint had returned to his eyes that had been previously absent. "But it's not too bad overall. An arm is much easier to replace than a life. Do you think the boss will pay for one? My bank account isn't full enough to pay for a new state-of-the-art arm." The fact that Donut could make jokes under such circumstances caused Cheryl to shake her head. "It should be covered by the company's health insurance." "Something like that," she nodded towards the slab, "probably counts as a workplace accident." Donut chuckled before he winced and grimaced. "Probably should stop laughing. It hurts." A small smile played over his lips. "On the other hand, even breathing hurts right now. So it doesn't matter anyway." A tense yet relaxed atmosphere surrounded the two. It would take a while until disaster teams could be dispatched and Cheryl could get a clearer picture of the situation. Meanwhile, the only thing she could do was boot up the medical programs on her Omni tool to treat the slim cut on her forehead that she only noticed after blood had run into her eye, and to stabilize Donut's condition as best as Cheryl could with the feeble materials she had on hand. At the same time, in an apartment not far from the IFC building with a perfect view of the destruction the explosions had caused, Avalis and Solarian watched how the first disaster teams arrived at the scene. It had not expected them to go so far as to blow up part of the building. A sniper or an assassin? That was what I had expected, but to go so far? It seems like the Arbiter is getting too sure in their position if she decides that a bomb is the way to go. She could step on the toes of some very powerful people with that. "It won't fall back on her," replied the Solarian to the Valis mumbles. "I have ensured that the official story will blame a violent anti-establishment group for the bombing. Of course, your colleague, Mr. Dean Bren, will probably suspect the Arbiter or Eclipse, but that doesn't concern us. That wasn't why she hired the shadow broker's services." "He's not my colleague anymore," said the Valis. "Nisko Ron died in that explosion, remember? You were hired to accomplish that, after all." "And we accomplished that," responded the agent of the shadow broker. "Nisko Ron doesn't exist anymore, and as long as you hold your end of the deal, he won't reappear. Because in that case, the shadow broker would have no other option but to fulfill the contract, even if the original client is dead by that time. People can't be allowed to think that the shadow broker's word doesn't hold true. It would shake the system, and something like that cannot be allowed at any cost." "I understand," answered the Valis, formerly known as Nisko Ron. "I stroke a deal, and I intend to hold on to it. It helps that most people other than Valis can't recognize us if we wear a different environmental suit. So, where am I going, and what will my name be going forward?" Instead of answering, the Solarian handed him a datapad with the necessary information. "The Citadel, hey," said Nisko Ron, more to himself than to the shadow broker's agent. "At least, I will continue my occupation as a banker and financial advisor. Easy to come across information for the broker, too. But that name. Couldn't you have chosen something better than Barlavon?" Chapter 45. October 26, 2173. 1328. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra HQ, Ilium Branch. A frown found its way onto my face as I observed the destruction of the IFC building displayed on the screen. A dozen or more disaster teams were currently busy with rescue operations or trying to stabilize the debris before parts of it could fall to the ground, potentially hitting someone. Thankfully, Cheryl and Donut, who had been in the center of the disaster, had already been evacuated, and apart from Donut's crushed arm and a light concussion on Cheryl's part, nothing serious had happened to them. The doctors were currently trying to make sure that Donut's new stump after his crushed arm got amputated, since it was beyond saving, was clean, not prone to infection, and prepared for the time when the robotic replacement arrived so that it could be attached immediately. The rest of the team I had sent to the IFC building was unhurt due to the fact that they had been flying in a small circle around the surrounding buildings, close enough to be able to react but far enough to be not caught in the explosions. All of that should have helped to improve my mood, yet it was undeniable that this mission had been a disaster. I didn't get the information on the Arbiter and her dealings, no idea about the bank accounts used to finance my enemies, and the one member of the circle I could count on to support me was dead. Nisko Ron's body had been found alongside the body of his secretary, buried under the rubble of what had previously been his office. The body of the Valis was unrecognizable as the epicenter of the first explosion had been directly under his office, and the shockwave had done a number on his body. Only through comparing the body's DNA with the one saved by his personal doctor was identification possible. I got the confirmation that it had indeed been Nisko Ron only a few minutes ago, causing my mood to plummet. The glimmer of hope that Nisko wanted to use a decoy or double during the meeting with my representatives and that it had been that person who got killed died when I got the news. The only thing stopping me from declaring this mission and all possible information lost as the officials at the scene prevented my people from searching the area was that I knew how crafty the late Valis could be. It wouldn't surprise me if he had taken this scenario into account and prepared a last fuck you toward the Arbiter and anyone who wanted him dead. Yet, I didn't know which form that would take, and I could only wait until this possible fallback plan started to kick into gear. There wasn't even a single clue to begin my search, so at the moment, my opportunities were limited to keeping Eclipse contained and hoping my own investigations into the identity of the Arbiter would bear fruit. I hated it. It was like I could only stay passive for the moment, a situation I disliked immensely. Eclipse was staying under the radar, preparing who knows what with the reinforcements they smuggled onto the planet, and my scouts were having no luck finding their location after they seemingly abandoned their previous main base. It was concerning, to say the least. Without any new information about Eclipse's movements, any action taken would only be a response to theirs. The reactionary way wasn't something I was sure we could or should allow. If anything, it was possibly the worst we could do. Reports about the things Jonas Sadaris and those she counted among her most trusted commanders were the things of nightmares for anyone with a halfway decent moral compass. Hostages, blackmail, executions, if any enemy ever became enough of a headache or incurred their disdain or anger, were the means Eclipse responded with to break them. I had already issued a warning to my employees about it and to be more careful and report anything they found unusual or out of place. Already, some of my higher-placed employees noticed people following them after their working hours. A few security officers followed them discreetly but couldn't follow them back to their base. Afterward, the stalkers seemingly disappeared, yet the unease in my chest remained. Eclipse was planning something that would hit me hard and force me to act, and I didn't know what. That the situation was frustrating was the least I could say. While I watched the news feed, I heard someone approaching me from behind. The fact that none of the guards placed around the room reacted was enough to tell me that it was someone I could trust without reservation. Well, without reservation in certain matters. A disaster, isn't it? I sighed when the person was close enough. And I'm not speaking about the mission failure. The senseless loss of life is always a disaster, replied Commander Abeba, the calm expression on her face not covering the emotions held in her eyes. I wouldn't call it senseless, I countered. Their deaths had meaning. A meaning they didn't choose to or would have ever agreed to, but a meaning nonetheless. Sir, responded Commander Abeba, and I could hear the question in that single word as if she had formulated a whole sentence. It's a warning to us. A single precision strike to kill Nisko Ron would have been enough if the only objective had been to deny us information. Even a smaller bomb that would have taken out the retrieval team, too, would have been better. Yet, they chose to do something like this. Now, what do you think does that tell us? That they are willing to do whatever is necessary to achieve their goals. The answer came with an amount of certainty behind it that was at the same time confident as well as hesitant to commit to it fully. In parts, I agreed with a nod. Of course, there's the point you have made. Another would be a demonstration of power and influence, the certainty to get away with such a grand display. There are already whispers that this was the work of some extremists who fight against the capitalist oppression of this world. A lie, no doubt. Yet, it is one the masses and most of the people harmed in this attack will believe. It shows us how far the reach of the enemy is and their influence on this planet's government that the investigation into this incident will lead in that direction and end there, too. I would have thought that Ilium's matriarchs wouldn't back down if something like that happened. That would only apply if our enemy was the one to conduct this attack, I responded, a small smile finding its way onto my face. I thought you said it was them who did it. Asked Commander Abeba, and I could see her confused facial expression from the corner of my eye after she positioned herself next to me. You confuse organizing and conducting, I replied. Our enemy organized the attack, yet, it was a third party who conducted it. I imagine the Arbiter, who I believe is behind the attack, hired the shadow broker. He's the only one with enough power and blackmail material to even get Ilium's matriarchs to dance after his music. Anyone else, and they would have a horde of angry, powerful Asari after their asses. And how do we prevent the Arbiter from hiring the shadow broker again to do the same to us? Asked Abeba, the worry plain to hear in her voice. I could understand her. The shadow broker was a formidable enemy, and I was kicking myself 1,000 times and more for not writing down the planet's name or even the name of the solar system where he hid when I still remembered it. I should have expected it, really, that over the course of my life, I would forget details about the Mass Effect games. In my defense. No, There was no defense. I had been arrogant or perhaps negligent, and now it came back to bite me. Thankfully, after recognizing my mistake, I took the time to note down important pieces of information, like the protein beacon on Thesha, and hid that information. Of course, I also made sure that in the event of my death, this information would find its way toward Andrew, the only person I could trust to use it in a way that would aid the Alliance more than only himself. I have it handled, I said, trying to reduce Commander Abeba's apprehension. It only worked slightly, forcing me to elaborate. I sent one of our agents to an information broker confirmed to work for the Shadow Broker. The broker is relatively low in the hierarchy yet has the means to contact the Shadow Broker. Our agent will make the offer that we will pay him to do nothing. Is that wise, sir? As much as I dislike the idea, wouldn't it be better to get the Shadow Broker on our side and have him strike against the Arbiter? She asked, and I could hear the obvious disgust at the idea in herself for even thinking and voicing it. After all, the commander wasn't the kind of person who liked working with what she described as the scum of the galaxy, and she had, on numerous occasions, argued against cooperating with Ilium street gangs in matters of security. That she had even been willing to entertain the idea spoke well of her newly acquired flexibility in such matters. Yet, while my following words were probably not the ones she wanted to hear, she looked relieved nonetheless. I would rather that this stays between us and the Arbiter. Involving a third party, especially one as powerful and ambiguous as the Shadow Broker, would only invite a bidding war between us for his services. I avoided the word loyalty because I knew that the broker's loyalty was only to himself. Besides, even if we continuously win the bidding war against the Arbiter, we never can be absolutely sure about the Shadow Broker's motives. He will always try to get us under his control. And while the saying goes to keep your enemies closer than your friends, I am loath to do so with an enemy as nebulous as the Shadow Broker. I finished with a sharp smile that reflected my unease at the thought of letting the Shadow Broker's agents close enough to allow them to snoop around unimpeded. A single nod from Commander Abeba signaled to me that she understood my reasoning. Silence descended between us as the topic got closed with my last words, and the commander stood quietly at my side as we watched the news feed together. My right index and middle finger tapped the armrest of my chair in a random rhythm as my focus drifted away from the ongoing events at the IFC building and to what measures could be taken to take away the initiative from Eclipse and the Arbiter. I didn't know how often I already mentioned it, but I disliked being on the back foot with those two, yet without further information, it would be hard to seize the momentum and direct how our war would continue. As I was thinking about a possible way to draw the Arbiter out into the light and eliminate her, which also would probably end our problems with Eclipse, my thoughts were interrupted by rapidly approaching steps that echoed through the room. Commander Abeba tensed next to me and turned toward the approaching person, her hand twitching toward her pistol, ready to draw it if it became necessary. She relaxed marginally after she identified the person, and curious as I was, I also turned toward the newcomer. The man coming closer to us was relatively young, mid-20s at maximum, if I had to guess, and wore the simple black suit pants combined with a white dress shirt out of his waistband on one side, probably from running here. That he had been running was easy to infer from his red head, the sweat on his brow, the slightly heavy breathing, and his general disheveled appearance. The standard employee identification hung on a strap around his neck, identifying him as a member of the analyst division. I raised my eyebrow in curiosity. What happened that was so important that caused this young man to make a mad dash? As he came closer and was only a few steps away, Commander Abeba calmly ordered, "I think that is far enough. Please identify yourself and tell us the reason for your coming." Despite the calm tone she used, the unspoken message of "come any closer, and I don't care who you are. You will regret it," was heard loud and clear, most of all by the young man who froze mid-step with an expression that conveyed his thoughts about what possibly could happen to him very well. I'm sorry, sir, for coming in unannounced," said the young analyst quickly, his voice slightly squeaking in the face of unspoken but promised violence if he did the wrong thing. The light smile I sent him helped calm him down enough that his voice returned to its usual level when he continued, yet he still spoke a little faster. If that was usual for him, I couldn't say without meeting him a second time. "I'm Harrison Gober, and I've been working down in information for a few months," he continued, and it was good to put a name to the young man instead of just calling him that. "We got a data package from an unknown source a few minutes ago, at best half an hour ago, and, well, with most of us busy with going over the incident at IFC with a fine-toothed comb, it fell to me to watch the video, and, well, I don't really know how to say it, but..." Harrison got more and more quiet toward the end until he completely stopped, looking extremely uncomfortable with whatever was displayed in the video. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in curiosity, yet something in my gut told me I wouldn't like what he had to say about it. Nonetheless, I probably needed to know about it, my own and Harrison's sensibilities be damned. "Spit it out," I said, my tone harsher than I intended, causing the young analyst to jerk slightly in his place. "Of course, sir," he answered, pulling up a datapad I hadn't noticed previously. "It's better if you watch it on here. I think it's better not to use the big screen." The content is disturbing and would probably cause panic if shown too publicly. Mr. Connelly ordered us down in information to keep a lid on it for the moment until you decide how to proceed. Something ugly twisted itself into a knot inside my stomach. Connelly was the head of the information division, and normally, he wasn't a man prone to exaggerations. Instead, it was more likely he did the opposite. So when he said that the video could cause a panic among the staff, it was almost certain that it would cause one. "Show me," I said, projecting more confidence than I felt. Harrison tried to hand me the tablet after opening the video, but Commander Abeba intercepted his attempt, taking the data pad for herself and holding it in front of me so we both could watch it. A little paranoid on her part, but I didn't voice any objection after the last few weeks we had, and it was probably better to let her do as she wanted concerning my security. It would be less of a hassle than arguing with her. Simple tipping on the tablet started the video, and I immediately had to stop myself from snarling at what I saw. There were 4 humans, 3 men and 1 woman, on their knees, their faces bloodied, and their hands and arms pulled backward, probably cuffed, too. Yet, what truly raised my hackles were the Eclipse soldiers positioned around them. Their weapons visible, but not trained on their prisoners. "Is it on?" asked a female voice from the off-screen, and a moment later, an Asari stepped into the picture with a smile on her face. Some would call it a serene smile, one that someone content with their life would wear, but that wasn't what I was seeing. Instead, I saw the smile of someone who enjoyed the casual cruelty they inflicted on people just because they could. It was enough that an inkling of what was to come settled in my mind, and I had to actively fight the anger and disgust that rose up inside of me to continue to watch the video. "Hi, there," the Asari said, "I hope that the big bad boss of Ad Astra is seeing this because, well, it's a message to you. My big boss is quite cross with you and your doings against our newest employer on Ilium. The fact that our Eclipse is getting pushed back by a small-time security force of some company, a human one at that, is not doing us any favors for our reputation. So, Jonah wants to make a statement and issue a warning that you should take heed of." The Asari pulled a pistol from her side and skipped behind the bound hostages who started to beg and plead. "And she gave me the choice of how the warning should be issued," the Asari continued, and a cruel smile appeared on her face. "So, I gathered a few of your people, nobody important, I assure you, but perfect for what I intend to do. See, if I'm willing to do this to some random employee of yours, who's to say what I will do to one with actual importance to you?" When she finished, she leveled the pistol at the back of the head of the rightmost hostage and pulled the trigger without hesitation. I reflexively closed my eyes as the shot sounded out of the tablet, and I took a deep breath to calm my rapidly beating heart. Furthermore, I could feel how the blood in my veins turned cold and yet, at the same time, unimaginably hot. Commander Abeba let out a snarl next to me. Right now, she looked and sounded like a wild hound, ready to be let off the leash to hunt down those who had offended her and finish them off in a very bloody way. I was tempted to do so. I forced myself to keep watching, yet whatever happened in the video didn't want to settle inside my mind. The ringing in my ears got more deafening with every second as I watched how the Eclipse Asari made grand gestures and wild claims about how Eclipse would grind my company to dust, executing the remaining hostages along the way. Every time she shot one, the corners of my mouth twitched in anger, and as the video ended, Harrison took the tablet out of Commander Abeba's still hands. I continued to stare at the place where I just watched innocent people being executed for the crime of working for me. My eyes turned toward the young analyst, and I didn't know what he was seeing, but he jerked back in fright when my eyes met his. "What did you find out?" I asked, my voice thick with anger. "The Asari is an Eclipse commander with the name Cholera Aeri. We don't have much about her personal history, but we do know that she is one of Jonah Sadara's top commanders. Reports indicate that this," he hesitatingly gestured toward the tablet in his hands, "isn't the first time she employed such a method to intimidate her opponents. It will be the last time she does. I will personally make sure of that," interjected Commander Abeba with a furious expression. "Did you identify the hostages?" I asked calmly. "And more importantly, have you found the location in the video? I want their bodies back. They deserve a proper burial." The sudden calm that fell over me somehow didn't feel right to me. I wanted to scream, to throw things around, and yet, all I could feel was calmness. "We know the names of the hostages, and Mr. Connelly already ordered some of the other analysts to identify the location. I don't know if they made any progress while I was coming here," came Harrison's response. "Bringing them home is our first priority," I said while closing my eyes. "Also, arrange for their families everything they would need to have a good life. A pension, college funds for the children, and so on. Somewhere deep in Alliance territory. Furthermore, warn everyone that they could be targeted by Eclipse and tell them that if they came with their families to Ilium, we will take over the costs for their relocation." I kept my eyes closed as Harrison left the room to communicate my orders. I kept my eyes closed as Commander Abeba asked me what we should do about Eclipse. I kept my eyes closed as my heartbeat slowly calmed down, and a burning cold started to flow through my veins. And when my eyes opened, I wouldn't have recognized the look in them if I had looked into a mirror. The look of someone ready to burn down an organization of immense influence and power and happily dance on its ashes. You asked me what we will do about Eclipse. I asked, a deadly calm seeping into my words that had Commander Abeba standing at attention immediately. I'll tell you what we will do. I don't care if the Sayuri, or however she is called, did this on Sateris' orders, I don't care if Sateris knew about it, and I definitely don't care if this will take years, but it will be done. I turned toward the commander and fixated her with a stare that would have lesser people quivering in their boots, and even Commander Abeba took a step back reflexively. Contact every captain, commander, and lieutenant in the Ad Astra security forces and tell them that every Eclipse member is now on our blacklist. There will be no negotiations with them. There will be no mercy. Eclipse wants power so much that they would stoop to such measures? Then, we will help them realize that actions do have consequences. I wonder if they will still be so quick to use such barbarous measures against us if they won't be able to take any step without fearing that we come around the corner to put them down quickly. Perhaps I was overreacting, yet I couldn't help but do it anyway. Eclipse had hit me where it hurt the most. And now, I wanted blood. And I wouldn't just be satisfied with getting even. I would hurt Eclipse so much that their very survival as an entity would hinge upon not getting in my way ever again. Commander Abeba looked at me silently, her thoughts unknown to me, but it took only moments before she nodded resolutely. Without any more words, she left my side to contact her fellow commanders to begin to spread the word about my decision. With a deep and heavy sigh, I leaned back in my chair. The coming weeks would be difficult, yet I had decided to follow that course, and I would follow it to the end. And who knows? Perhaps the Alliance would be better served if no Eclipse member ever dared to step foot in its territory. Chapter 46. October 27, 2173. 3:34. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Operations Chief Lucas Pirret. The shudder going through the shuttle broke Lucas out of his light slumber and back to the present. An annoyed grunt escaped his lips before he could stop it, causing the person next to him to bark out amusedly, "Ha, finally back in the world of the living? And here I thought I would have to shake you awake when we arrive, leader man. We have worked together for almost 2 years by now, Torsten. After all this time, you should know that I always manage to wake up by myself before we arrive. I just hate the time it takes to travel to our destination, so why shouldn't I conserve energy by resting my eyes whenever possible? Or are you jealous that you haven't mastered the ability to doze off whenever you want?" Lucas finished with a teasing tone, glancing to his side toward his teammate Torsten Bauer. Torsten barked out a loud laugh that echoed through the interior of the shuttle, managing to draw the attention of the rest of the team toward them. A big smile appeared on his face, a face many would call cute or the face of a pretty boy. Lucas wouldn't be ashamed to admit out loud that he found Torsten attractive with his soft yet distinctive facial features, light blonde hair, and warm hazel brown eyes. A face that wouldn't be out of place on one of these supermodels that appeared in and on every fashion magazine in Alliance territory. The only difference between one of them and Torsten was that his teammate had a body like a tree trunk. It created a strange contrast, making Torsten stand out in any crowd without really trying. "Perhaps a bit," Torsten admitted. "Every time we fly out for a mission, even if it's just training, I feel restless. Like I can't wait for the action to begin. To relax, no matter the situation, is something to admire, in my opinion." "Oh, look, Ellie. Leader Man and Teddy Bear are having another of their bro moments," cooed the woman sitting on the other side of the shuttle in front of Lucas and Torsten. "Shay," answered the blonde woman with a rose tattoo covering the right side of her face with a chiding tone, "you shouldn't make fun of them. I think it's nice that they can talk this way with each other without rank getting in the way." Ellie put a hand on her left cheek, tilted her head, and sent Torsten and Lucas a beautiful, indulgent smile. "Do you also have the feeling like we're just two small kids to her?" whispered Torsten so that only Lucas could understand him. "I have that feeling every time I talk with Elizabeth. At least, it's better than being constantly teased by Shay over every little thing," Lucas answered while raising his volume so that the last sentence carried over to the purple-haired woman, who responded with a grin. "What can I say? Whenever we're together, I am overcome with the desire to tease you. It's just my style. Just like my hair color." She went through her hair with her hand, throwing the end of it into the air in an attempt to look cool. "Your roots are starting to show," said Ellie, freezing Shay in her position. "Damn, it's because we've been on duty for so long without any breaks or time for me to reapply the color. I can't stand the brown. We need time off, ASAP. Can't you shut up?" "We're close," the voice of their last teammate interrupted. "We're not here to play around like during our training mission. This is serious. Mr. Dean Bren is counting on us." "There it is," cooed Shay. "Antiano Bagella's intervention. The straight arrow of our team. What would we do without you, Tonio?" Antonio just scoffed in response and turned his head to the side, a frown clearly plastered over his face. "And, Of course, he's fangirling about the big boss. Shay continued. And that's enough, Lucas said and clapped before she could continue further. Shay, you shouldn't tease him so much. You know he doesn't tolerate it as much as Torsten or I. Antonio, don't believe we don't know how serious this is. We all saw the faces of the retrieval team when they returned. They chose us to do this mission, and I believe I can speak for everyone here that we don't intend to do anything less than our best. This mission isn't just important for our superiors but the whole of Ad Astra, down to its janitors. Lucas turned his head around, looking every member of his team in the eyes, and got determined nods back from them all. Eclipse started something they didn't realize would come back to haunt them, and we are just the opening act. I didn't hear much about the counterattack, but from what I heard, it's clear that at the end of it, there won't even be a single piece of equipment with an Eclipse logo left inside the Alliance territory. Complete eradication, hey? Said Torsten. Can't say I'm a fan of this course, but I also can't fault it. And there is no better target than Eclipse if it has to happen. You don't fuck with Ad Astra and expect to get away with it, especially not if they're targeting those without any stake in this conflict. Couldn't have said it better myself, agreed Shay with a bloodthirsty smile that sent light shudders down Lucas' back. He knew that the promise in her smile would come true and that she would cut a bloody and gory path through Eclipse's ranks until she got close to their commanders, close enough to put a new smile on their faces with her trusty blade that she kept close since before he got to meet her. It was obvious to Lucas that the woman who introduced herself as Shay had some problems, and after he got access to her file, thanks to his position as her team leader, he understood why she hid behind a facade of cheerfulness that hid a desire for violence. He never talked to her about it, nor did he ever call her by her true name. Lucas accepted her as she was and only intervened when she was about to go overboard, putting her back on the right path. In return, Shay never disobeyed an order from him, thankful not to be judged or pitted by him. And Shay wasn't the only one with a troublesome past in Lucas's squad. Even he himself had things that he didn't want to talk about. Yet, that didn't matter to him or his superiors as long as none of those pasts interfered with the mission. Their spotless mission record and the good results they got during training exercises spoke for themselves, and no matter how often or how loud the other squads whispered behind their backs, his team had enough self-confidence to ignore them easily. Lucas could feel how the shuttle decelerated beneath his feet. He looked toward the pilot's cabin and at the holographic display placed there and saw they were closing in on their designated drop zone. A simple nod and look were enough to direct his team's attention toward the display, and everyone understood what he meant. Torsten was the first one to put his helmet on. The security seals hissed as the combat suit cut itself off from the outside world to prevent any dangerous substances from reaching Torsten. Intelligence didn't know what gear Eclipse was packing but guessed that different chemicals, especially those boosting biotic powers, would be present. Because of that, they were given special combat suits that were almost completely sealed off, and only air could come inside through heavy-duty filters that would catch anything that wasn't part of a normal atmosphere. The rest of the team, Lucas included, picked up their equipment, too. It took less than 3 minutes until everyone got combat ready, checked their weapons, and assembled at the side door they would use to exit the shuttle. A small smirk appeared on Lucas' face, hidden by his helmet, at the effectiveness his team displayed. A small shift in direction announced the shuttle's descent, and a few moments later, the door slid to the side, showing them a dark and dirty alley. Without much fanfare, they jumped out, dropping a few meters to the ground and immediately scanning their surroundings for potential hostiles. Finding nothing, Lucas gave the order to slowly move toward the end of the alley. Taking point, he was the first one, closely followed by Shay. In the middle of their formation were Ellie and Antonio, their medic and engineer respectively. Torsten took the position of rearguard, keeping an eye on their backs until his heavy guns were needed at the front. They would move silently, trying their best to avoid detection until they arrived at the building that HQ had identified as an Eclipse base. Once there, they would look for an opportunity to cause maximum damage. And this time, maximum damage didn't mean a surgical strike that would throw the enemy into chaos but to kill and destroy as many Eclipse assets as possible in one heavy strike. It wasn't Lucas' favorite tactic, but it also wasn't something they had never trained. In fact, they were pretty good at it. Probably the reason why they had been chosen for the mission in the first place. When they arrived at the end of the alley, Lucas held up a fist to signal his team to stop and slid along the wall to get a look around the corner without being in the open. Cameras, 1 on 3, the other on 9. Antonio, you're up, Lucas said over the team channel after he peeked out into the crossing alley and pulled slightly back to make room for Antonio. His teammates linked to Lucas' previous position and took another look before firing up his Omni tool. Instead of the usual bright orange, it was a dark blue, which didn't light up the alley like the standard edition would have done. It wasn't a revolutionary development, but the function of changing the color of the Omni tool became a godsend for everyone who relied on stealth to accomplish their mission. And right now, Lucas was thankful for the added function. It didn't take long before Tonio's Omni tool shut down, and he said, "Cameras are on a loop right now for 5 minutes. I checked if they were connected to a larger network or if somebody else hacked into them. They're not. It's just for the buildings here, completely uninteresting. Unless some Eclipse goons are sitting at the monitors there, it won't be a problem. And even then, we still have 4 minutes and 36 seconds. Then let's not waste them, replied Lucas, moving back to the front and leading out into the next alley. The team moved across the alley quickly yet silently. The echoes of their footsteps were muffled, and with the existing noise from the city, they were practically unhearable. Now and then, they had to stop to let Tonio hack another camera and put its video into a loop to prevent any evidence of their presence from existing, but in the end, they made good time toward the Eclipse base. They arrived at the last checkpoint 5 minutes before their estimated time, and Lucas used the additional time to repeat the information about the area in front of them to push it back to the forefront of his team's minds. The last information we got about this place counts 23 Eclipse guards and 1 captain. At least a dozen security mechs, if not more. The latter ones shouldn't be too much of a problem. If our scouts didn't screw up royally, they should be older models that will go down in 2 or 3 glancing blows, so 1 good shot to the chest should be enough too. I looked over the info, too, added Ellie. If what I saw is correct, then it's the Varkey's MK.3 they're using. Tonio should be able to change their FFI in a flash. Not a bad idea, admitted Lucas and turned to the team's engineer. Think you can do it? Perhaps, said Tonio after hesitating for a moment. Friend-foe identification is a bit tricky. Furthermore, even if the hardware is older, I can't say anything about the software they're running on. Could be standard, with some tweaks to it, or an Eclipse engineer put his own software on them. I'll try it and let some of my Puppet Master programs do their best, but don't expect any miracles, especially when we're under fire. We won't expect any miracles, assured Lucas, the kind smile on his face unseen. We're going in with less information than I would like, but then, the level of information I would call satisfying would be when I know what each Eclipse member had for breakfast and how many bolts are in each mech. The small joke got his team to chuckle a bit before Lucas cut it off with another detail about the raid. Anyway, the guard mechs aren't what I'm worried about. It's the biotic enhancers and the mobile combat platform. The heavy mech is a known quantity but dangerous nonetheless. It's gonna be your job, Torsten, to bring it down, and as fast as possible at that. Don't worry, leader man, answered their biggest member, patting the 3 rods fastened to his right thigh. Those babies should make kindling out of the heavy mech in no time. Then the only thing remaining is the biotic enhancers. Shay put the conversation back on track. Think I should try some of those? Her biotic powers pulsed slightly around her hand, the blue wisps raising into the air harmlessly. Absolutely not, denied Lucas with a firm tone, shooting the idea down before it could even get any traction, and Shay knew that whenever Lucas used this tone of voice, there would be no negotiation. We don't know how a human would react to the chemicals. What I know is that it's hard even on the Asari among Eclipse's numbers. It amplifies their power, and the damn thing is, I don't know how much, so keep your eyes peeled for any biotic glow, but what I know is that the Asari that have taken it are acting far more unstable than one would expect for a band of mercenaries. Alright, so keep away from anything looking bad. I'm screwed up enough as it is, don't need chemical-induced madness on top of that, agreed Shay, holding up her hand in surrender to show that she had completely dismissed the idea. Nice that you finally acknowledge that you're mad, joked Torsten, earning an offended hey from the purple-haired woman. All joking about unsafe mental states of certain members aside, commented Lucas, which got another and louder hey. That thankfully was toned down by the automatic acoustic adapter in his helmet. Whenever you see somebody firing up their biotics, make them a priority target. I don't want to see any one of you thrown around like a ragdoll if we can help it. Understood, came the replies of his teammate. The rest of the plan should still be on your mind. If not, I'll be very cross with you when we get back. For now, let's get going. I want this mission finished fast. The cantina is bringing out my favorite dish today, and I want a second helping before it's gone. It would be the last bit of humor they allowed themselves besides mid-battle quips until all the mission objectives were completed. It was like an unspoken command got ordered as everyone put their game faces on almost simultaneously. Due to their helmets, nobody could see each other's faces, but the sudden tension in their postures told everyone that now was the time to get going. Lucas held up his left hand, his right tightening around the handle of his rifle, and waved his pointer and middle finger in the direction of the Eclipse base to signal his team that they were moving out. Step by step, they got closer to the warehouse Eclipse had repurposed as a base, and the closer they got, the more careful they moved. It wouldn't do to be discovered right on the front porch with no possibility of a quick retreat. If that happened, they would have to fight on the same ground as Eclipse, and Lucas wanted to prevent that. It would be far better to stack the deck in their favor with a successful devastating strike from the darkness than fighting it out with 2 distinctive lines drawn. Due to his momentary attention lapse, he didn't notice Shay activating her camouflage configuration, disappearing from sight. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion, but he knew she would have a good reason to split from the group without telling them her reason. That reason became quite clear a few seconds later when they heard a grunt, followed by the muted sound of a body dropping to the ground a few meters to their right. A few moments later, Shay reappeared among the group. "Guard was coming our way," she reported. "Took him out and hid the body." Her report was broken down to the important bits, and unlike her demeanor outside of battle, but Lucas had trained with her to keep it short and simple until the lesson soaked in. Lucas gave a nod in response and scolded himself silently for not noticing the guard's approach. Thankfully, his team was there to make up for his deficiencies, just like he covered for them when they missed something. Every member understood they could count on their teammates to have their back. While there would be the usual teasing and taking jabs at each other for embarrassing situations during downtime, none of that was malicious, like Lucas had seen among other less cohesive teams. The infiltration went well, and they only had to kill 3 more guards on their way. A single guard post wandering around got eliminated by Shay while invisible, and the 2 Eclipse soldiers standing close to their entry point got taken out by the silenced rifles of Tonio and Lucas. From then on, it was pretty easy to sneak onto the second floor of the building, where they could overlook the main area and plan their approach more in depth. "I see 3 containers, and if I interpret the energy readings correctly, then the mechs are stored in them," said Tonio after activating the scan function of his helmet. "The one with the heavy mech among them?" asked Lucas. "Isn't here. Just security bots, they must keep the heavy mech somewhere else, outside, or have shipped it off already." "Anticipate that it is one of the first 2 options," Lucas said. "The third one would be the best, but don't count on it." "Is the jammer ready yet?" "It's powered up and ready at your command," answered Ellie, who had put the small machine on the ground and tipped a few buttons on the side of it. "Wait another minute before you activate," he ordered and got a nod in return. Lucas pointed toward one of the containers with the mechs. "Fire one of the rockets at that container when we start our assault. It should throw Eclipse into chaos, enough to make use of the confusion and take the majority out before they realize what's going on." "Lucas," interrupted Shay, "check out the Asari at the right end of the hall. Doesn't she seem familiar?" Following Shay's direction, Lucas turned his head and activated the zoom function. He got a good look at her face and understood what Shay meant. A simple voice command was enough to take a picture and send it through their facial recognition databank to hopefully get a positive reading back quickly. And he got one back, almost fast enough to call it instantaneous. "Holy shit," Lucas cursed, "it's Nesta, the former leader of Eclipse here on Ilium. I think we hit the jackpot with this mission." A plan quickly formulated inside his mind, taking the new variable into consideration. "Okay. Change of plans," announced Lucas and signaled Ellie to wait with the activation of the jammer for a moment longer. "We have a person of interest on the ground. Intel would never forgive us if we let her escape or just shoot her, as much as I would like to do it. So, we will still start with the bang," he nodded toward Torsten, "but instead of just killing and destroying everything in sight, Ellie and Shay will hit Nesta with enough electrically charged bullets to cause a starship to short-circuit. Of course, not literally. That would kill her," he added as a precaution, knowing that at least Shay was likely to take him by word. "Do you have to take the fun out of it?" asked Shay with a pout. "Yes," came the answer shortly, as Lucas wasn't in the mood to play around right now. "After she is down, Shay will extract her to a hidden location while she's invisible before she rejoins us and takes the closest group of enemies from behind. In the meantime, Ellie, Tonio, and I will take the fight to the ground, distracting everyone from the fact that their commander is down so that they won't notice her disappearance. Torsten will stay here and give us covering fire with his Gatling gun. When you see the heavy mech, don't hesitate to fire your second rocket. Ellie will then target it and quickly disable its shields before you fire your last rocket." "Understood. Understood," came the reply from 4 different mouths at once, and Lucas could only nod in satisfaction at the determination he could hear in that single word. "Good, then let's get ready to show Eclipse the meaning of hell." He checked his rifle for any abnormalities before training its sight on the nearest Eclipse mercenary's body. Taking a deep breath, Lucas steadied himself to take the shot when the explosion sounded. It wouldn't do to know of the coming explosion and still miss his target. After all, he wasn't a rookie anymore. Putting his index finger on the trigger, his last thought put a slight smile on his face. In less than an hour, it would be over, and the guys back at HQ would owe them a few drinks for a successful mission. Chapter 47. October 27, 2173. 421. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Operations Chief Lucas Pirret. He didn't know when it all went pear-shaped, but it had to have happened at some point. Was it when they started their attack? Was it when Nesta proved herself to be so full of biotic-enhancing drugs that even an electrical charge enough to power a starfighter for a few moments wasn't enough to put her to sleep? Or was it when the second heavy mech, even more armed than the first one, crashed through the rooftop right into the middle of the main hall? If Lucas was completely honest with himself, he would say that he didn't care for the exact moment, just that it did happen. And that he wished that it would be over soon. To think that the first few minutes went relatively well for the 5-member team, and yet, now all they could do was hold out long enough for reinforcements to arrive and save their collective asses. 10 minutes earlier. Lucas' finger applied a bit of pressure on the trigger of his rifle, ready to fire a short burst of bullets toward the Eclipse mercenary in his sight. Normally, he would have aligned his shots with the head of his target, but considering that the first act of their assault would be an explosion, he instead aimed at the body to account for any sudden movements. Long-distance jammer is running, announced Ellie, one of his teammates, and right at the moment of her announcement, the display of his helmet informed him that their connection with Ad Astra's network had been severed. All right, acknowledged Lucas without ever moving his eyes away from his target, Torsten. It's your show now. Got it, replied the mentioned man and detached one of the 3 tubes attached to his right leg. He flipped the tube around in his hand so that he was holding the opening of his tube toward one of the containers standing in the main hall of the building while his left hand came up to his right forearm to brace it against the recoil that would come from firing the mini-rocket. It shouldn't surprise Lucas how much destruction a rocket that was barely longer than his hand could cause. After all, he had seen and used some of the things that came right out of the labs for field testing. Yet, the gap between the rocket's size and the amount of destruction it could cause still sent shivers down his back whenever he thought about it. Thankfully, they would never be released on the open market because they were too dangerous and too easy to hide for them to fall into the hands of someone with nefarious reasons, and, secondly, they were far too expensive. The 3 rockets Torsten carried probably cost more together than any average person could make in a decade. And now they were about to blow up that amount of money in a fiery explosion. Well, it wasn't his money, and Lucas was glad he was on the side of the people firing them. It was only a very quiet sizzle that announced the impending launch. The next thing he knew was that one of the containers containing Eclipse's mechs got turned into scrap metal, which flew all throughout the main hall, hitting Eclipse mercenaries and collapsing their kinetic shields. A few unlucky ones, standing too close to the explosion, got thrown around and crashed against the floor or the walls with sickening crunches, and Lucas hoped for them that their deaths had been swift. He may not no, scratch that. He may hate Eclipse and what they had done to the innocent members of Ad Astra, but he still could hold life itself dear and not wish suffering onto anyone. That's why, when he saw that his target's kinetic shields collapsed due to the metal flying around, Lucas didn't hesitate and fired a short burst into the Solarian's body, dropping him to the ground dead. He felt more than heard how the 3 rifles of his teammates went off almost at the same time as his. The sudden release of energy, the energy of around a dozen bullets firing towards their targets, more than half of them electrically charged, and the fact that they were standing close to each other sent vibrations through his body intact with every bullet release. His crosshair moved from target to target, always jumping toward those whose shields had collapsed or were about to. Anything else would take too much time, and the sudden confusion and panic after the explosion wouldn't hold for much longer, losing them their momentary advantage. It wouldn't take much longer until Eclipse regained some of their equilibrium and started their counterattack. Sadly, it happened quicker than he had expected, and the form it took almost took him completely by surprise. Only a shouted, biotic projectile from Shay made it possible for him to jump a few steps back from the edge and curl his body together before the ground under his feet gave away, and he and the rest of his team fell down toward the main hall. Falling from any height and landing awkwardly on one left side could potentially lead to injuries, something which was especially dangerous in the middle of combat, but Lucas' combat suit's padding and his training helped him mitigate the force of the fall into a roll onto his stomach. Without wasting time, he pulled his rifle forward and fired wildly into a group of Eclipse mercenaries. Instead of trusting in their shields and using the opportunity to take him or a member of his team out while they were disorientated, the mercenaries threw themselves behind cover, wasting their golden chance. A hand grabbed his right leg and started to pull him backward. The grip wasn't too hard, and the pull was not uncomfortable, so he took the chance of it being one of his teammates pulling him to keep firing to give them much-needed covering fire. Luckily, his gamble paid off, as he found himself behind a crate when the hand let go of his leg. He stood up in a crouch, turning slightly toward the left to see Torsten giving him a thumbs up. "Sound off!" Lucas ordered, hoping that everyone got away from the nasty fall without any serious or hampering injury. "Ellie and I are all right," came Shay's immediate response. "I'm fine too," answered Tonio, and a second look toward Torsten showed him that Tonio was behind the same crate as them. Torsten responded much the same, if only for Shay's and Ellie's state of mind, as they weren't behind the same cover as the 3 men. "What happened?" asked Lucas, wanting to get a picture of what happened while he peeked out behind the crate to get a reading on their current situation. "That bitch happened," growled Shay, throwing a grenade toward a group of mechs that were starting to come out of one other container and toward their position. "What she means is that while we hit Nesta with enough electric bullets to bring any other Asari down to the ground with spasms, she only fired up her biotics to stop a second round of bursts and seemed right as rain to me," explained Ellie, clarifying Shay's previous statement. Lucas had to pull his head back quickly as enough bullets flew through the place where it had been before to ignore his shields and turn his head into mush. He took a deep breath, taking a short moment to calm his heart from this near-death experience so that the adrenaline wouldn't hinder his thought process. Think you can turn those mechs against Eclipse? He asked Tonio while returning to taking pot shots at every Eclipse mercenary who dared to stick their head out of cover. Getting the current situation under control was more important right now than asking about their newly acquired special target. First thing I tried, came the answer from the team's engineer immediately. Their inner functions and systems are blocked off from any outside signal. It seems like someone got intelligent and made it so that they could only be accessed by their ports. How the fuck are they giving orders to them then if any outside signal is blocked? Asked Torsten, swinging his Gatling gun around to fire away at a group of mechs coming from their left. Signals still can get through, corrected Tonio. Just not any dealing with their main systems. Orders still get through, too, and if I had the key, I could change them, but that would take far too long. Yet, I can do this. Tonio's Omni tool brightened up in a glowing orange, having activated his combat configuration, which shut off any unnecessary applications, including the color change for stealth operations to make room for more important processes, and threw his hand toward a group of 4 mechs walking between 2 crates. At first, nothing visibly happened before the first mech started sparking, followed by the other 3. Something like a warning shout could be heard from behind one of the crates, but the warning came too late to change the outcome as the group of mechs exploded, and the shockwave threw 2 mercenaries out of their cover. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, Lucas quickly fired a burst into one of the mercenaries while Shay took on the other. Now that we have a bit of breathing room, said Lucas. Can you tell me why the floor suddenly collapsed? Nesta reformed the biotic barrier she used to stop our bullets and fired it as a projectile right at us. Thankfully, her aim was off, and she only hit the supporting pillars right below us. I think she took some of those biotic-enhancing drugs. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be as strong or have terrible aim. At least, there is some trade-off with those drugs. Would be mighty unfair if there wasn't a downside to them, threw Torsten in, his voice shaking a bit from the vibrations of his Gatling gun. I think it's about the sudden surge in power. If you're not used to it, then you can't control it, and if the person taking those drugs gets used to them? Well, then you're fucked, came the helpful comment from Tonio. So, it's probably like with any other addict. The more they use it, the more they get used to the side effects. Alright, we can talk about that later, interrupted Lucas before the discussion could continue, but we have more pressing concerns right now. He pulled back into cover, stopping his defense against the still oncoming Eclipse and mechs to let his rifle cool down. Overheating in this situation wouldn't help in the slightest. Does anybody have an idea? Killing them all. Came Shay's unsurprising answer. That's still our end goal. I was asking about ideas on how we end up at that outcome, Lucas sighed. Advancing from 2 sides? Push them from 2 sides and eliminate everyone between us? That way, they won't be able to pressure us from all sides, suggested Tonio after taking a quick look at the situation. Not possible, disagreed Torsten while changing his Gatling gun's heatsink with one of the spares magnetized to his back. He secured the one he replaced in the new one's old position, where the heat could slowly dissipate, after which the heatsink would become usable again. There's a gate on the right side. If anything, that's the way the heavy mech is going to come from, and I wouldn't want to be close to that thing when it's coming in. Good argument, Lucas noted before he came to a conclusion. Here's what we are going to do, he announced and got everyone's attention. Or at least all the attention they could spare while keeping Eclipse busy. We're moving in 3 groups along the left side of the hall. 2 with 2, and 1 with 1. Shay, you're going to be the one. Only move and attack when your camouflage is active. I don't want them to get a clear reading of your position. Tonio, you and Ellie are moving together, slightly behind me and Torsten. Leave enough space between us to force Eclipse to see us as 2 separate groups. That way, we can pressure them from 2 different angles. Just don't keep too much distance that they can separate us from each other. Shay, keep an eye out for anybody trying and take them out before they can do this. Understood. Came the reply immediately, and Torsten and Lucas got ready to change their position further toward the left. They would play the vanguard of their group and pull most of Eclipse's attention to them so that the others would have a slightly easier time moving forward. Something that would be much easier thanks to Torsten's Gatling gun, which definitely couldn't be overlooked. Now, Lucas ordered when he heard that the number of bullets coming their way and crashing against the crates lessened for a moment. He made sure not to overtake Torsten by too much, keeping himself close to his teammates so that they would arrive at the next piece of cover roughly around the same time. Due to his heavier equipment, Torsten couldn't sprint as fast as the lighter Lucas and would become the single target of opportunity if he was the only one not behind cover. Yet, with Lucas out there, too, Eclipse would spread their attention to the 2 of them. Thanks to that, the damage to their kinetic shields wouldn't be as high and, hopefully, not collapse while they were moving. Behind them, Lucas could hear how the rifles of Tonio, Shay, and Ellie went off, giving them much-needed covering fire that reduced the amount of Eclipse mercenaries that dared to stick their heads out. Yet, that didn't prevent some still daring to get out of cover, and the mechs didn't care about it in the first place. Out of the corner of his eyes, Lucas could see how the readout of his shield slowly dropped ever lower as more and more bullets crashed into his shield, and he knew that Torsten had the same problem. He threw himself into a forward roll when the next crate was only a few meters away. His feet barely positioned themselves correctly on the floor when Lucas turned around and fired his rifles into a group of mechs targeting Torsten, destroying 3 of the mechs with rapid fire. He gave Torsten enough time to fully dive behind cover. "Did they get you?" he asked when he heard a pained groan coming from behind him. "My shield broke on the last meters," replied Torsten while fiddling with his Omni tool. "One in the arm and one in my side. But Medigel should fix the issue, no problem. I'm going to be at 100% in a moment." Waving his Omni tool over the hit parts, Torsten applied enough Medigel to seal the wounds and numb the pain for a time. He couldn't afford to be distracted by flashes of pain whenever he moved wrong. The Medigel was only beginning to work when Torsten grabbed his Gatling gun, which he had dropped at his side, and returned to turning mechs into scrap metal. "Ellie, Shay, move forward." The command was given, and Lucas knew his 2 females would wait for an opportune moment to run for the next cover. And with Torsten's and Lucas' renewed pressing, this moment came sooner than later. The 2 women ran toward the cover Tonio was waiting behind and slid behind it in less time than Torsten and Lucas had needed for their cover change. Shay only took a moment to gather her breath before she activated her camouflage system and crossed the distance between her and Lucas. Thanks to her invisibility, she crossed the open space without becoming a target and reappeared moments later next to Lucas. "Already here?" he asked, not taking his eyes off the enemy. "Thought it would be better if I defend this position whenever the 2 groups are moving," Shay explained, and Lucas understood what she was saying. That way, there would be no empty gaps between the 2 groups after Torsten and Lucas moved to the next cover, and they would always have 2 or 3 attack vectors. It would be more dangerous for Shay after the enemy caught on that she was moving unseen when they got attacked from a position they previously thought vacated. Yet, Lucas had faith in his teammate that she knew the risks and prepared herself appropriately. He gave her a short nod to signal that he accepted her adjustment of their plan. Instead of talking more, he already eyed the next piece of cover that would put them firmly on one side of the mass of Eclipse mercenaries and mechs. "When Torsten and I reach the next position, wait for a moment and concentrate your fire on Eclipse. 3 grenades should move them out of their positions enough to eliminate a good chunk of their forces in one go. We should also keep an eye out for any biotics," added Tonio. "Right now, we're dealing only with mechs and the usual Eclipse grunts. And I don't like that we're not seeing any combat engineers or biotic users, and the heavy mechs is also unaccounted for." "Good point," acknowledged Lucas without missing a beat. The circumstance that no biotics had been thrown their way since the attack that got them to the ground level worried him. There shouldn't be more than 1 or 2 handfuls of Asari at this location, but every single one was able to use biotics. "They're probably preparing a trap or big counterattack. Using the grunts to soften us up and then hit us with a devastating attack," Lucas concluded and shared his thoughts with the rest of the team to get them to keep an eye out for anything unusual or indicating that the attack was coming. Nevertheless, they had to keep moving to make the best of their current advantage of only being up against the grunts. Should they not use it and the battle evolve into trench warfare, the enemy would have too much time to prepare, and when they hit, Lucas and his team would have to fight against their heavy hitters and their grunts at the same time. Over the next few minutes, Lucas and his team slowly advanced along the left side of the hall, taking only small or grazing wounds if Eclipse managed to get through their shields and armor while changing their cover. Their confidence that they would get out of this situation, no matter what Eclipse decided to throw at them, rose with every mercenary they dropped to the ground. Yet, the situation changed at the drop of a hat. Perhaps overconfidence made the team sloppy, or maybe it was just plain surprise that caught them off guard. In the end, Lucas would replay the next seconds over and over again and never see anything, never think of anything that could have changed the outcome. The advantages had been on their side, their position had been well, and the crate they used as cover thick and sturdy enough to stop all kinds of calibers. But nothing could stop bad luck from happening, and that was what Lucas decided to categorize the fact that when a literal hail of bullets flew through the closed gates on the other side of the hall, Torsten's side had been a few centimeters out of cover. The bullets tore right through his shield and armor, turning his side into a bloody mess. Torsten screamed and pulled himself into cover, reflexively putting a hand over his wound to try to stop the bleeding. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The curses spilled from his lips without stopping, and with a hand pressing on his wound and distracted by the pain, Torsten didn't think of activating his Omni tool to dispense the Medigel. Thankfully, Lucas had already dropped his rifle and ducked behind cover to activate his own the moment he heard Torsten's pain scream. A wave of his hand was enough to start the diagnosis function of Torsten's combat suit, which identified the breach and automatically ejected Medigel and an emergency paste that closed the hole in his armor one after the other. The pain-killing components of the Medigel didn't take long to kick in, and Torsten's previously erratic breathing calmed down. "How is it?" asked Lucas, his voice full of concern for his teammate and friend. "It hurts, but I won't let it stop me," replied Torsten with conviction, and there was no doubt in Lucas' mind that he would soldier through the pain and support his teammate no matter the cost. Normally, I would say take it easy for a few minutes, but I don't think we even have a few seconds to take a breather, said Lucas while glancing over the crate and looking toward the gate from where the bullets that hit Torsten came from. A steel claw grabbed onto the side of one of the slowly opening gate doors and pulled it to the side to quicken the process. In the gap between the two doors, the metallic face of a mech appeared 2 meters above the ground. Yet, to call it a face would be a disservice. Instead, it was a dark gray, almost black globe with dozens of ominously glowing red lights that functioned as its eyes. Only half its body was visible through the doors, but Lucas could recognize the heavy armor around its main body painted in Eclipse's colors, protecting its vital systems. Here, a staggered double shot at that thing should bring it down, gasped Torsten, the pain momentarily returning as he turned his torso to grab the 2 remaining rockets at his side. He rolled one over the ground to Lucas, who took it while asking, "Think that should be enough? As long as we hit roughly the same spot. One to break its armor, the other to turn it into scrap. And if that doesn't work?" Lucas had to ask about the scenario where it didn't work. He had to have all possible information to react quickly if things didn't go the way they wanted. As long as nobody misses, it will be damaged enough that it will go down with enough rifles pointed at it. And if we miss? Well, then we're dead. Then better not miss, Lucas said, grimacing at the thought. "I don't plan to," came the confident reply from Torsten despite the fact that he was beginning to feel a bit lightheaded. Meanwhile, the gate's doors had opened wide enough for half of the heavy mech to be visible from the inside, and it slowly lifted its right arm, the arm with the heavy Gatling gun attached to it. Despite the danger, Torsten and Lucas didn't hesitate to prime their rockets and lean out of cover to get a good shot at the heavy mech. The rockets fired without much problem, and the 2 men immediately leaned back into cover to avoid the sudden gunfire coming from the heavy mech. Due to his unintended jerking back when he saw the Gatling gun pointed in his direction and the lightheadedness he felt, Torsten's rocket was slightly off from its intended target, and, instead of hitting the torso like Lucas' rocket, it hit the equivalent of its neck. The shields of the heavy mech couldn't deal with the power behind the rockets at all and collapsed almost instantly. The rest of their power shredded its armor but couldn't reach any truly important system deeper inside. "Did it work?" called Torsten, his head and ears ringing from the explosion. Lucas took a quick peek over the crate and, at first, couldn't see anything besides the smoke created by the explosion. Yet, it didn't take long until he noticed the glowing red eyes inside of it, and he pulled his head back, cursing loudly. Its eyes are still glowing, so it still had energy. "Not for long," announced Shay, and Lucas' head shot up to look, uncaring of the fact that any Eclipse mercenary could have used his sudden freezing to take a targeted shot at his head. At first, he didn't notice her. Only after the systems of his helmet outlined Shay's form on his display did he understand that she took the opportunity of the smoke and the confusion left by the explosion to use her invisibility to get close to the mech. She used the mech's right leg to give herself a small boost and jumped up to its eye lever, 2 grenades in her hand, which she dropped in the opening of its armor created by the 2 rockets. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she turned around and sprinted back to cover as fast as she could, her camouflage running out halfway. The Eclipse mercenaries closest to her tried to react quickly to her sudden presence, but before anyone could do anything, a second explosion happened, ending the heavy mech for good this time and taking the few grunts too close to it who had wanted to check up on it with it to a fiery grave. "That was reckless," scolded Lucas more out of habit than anything. "It worked, didn't it?" responded Shay, and every member of their team could hear the cheekiness in her tone. "Next time, tell me when you are going to save our asses with a crazy idea. A little support from one of us could make it at least a little bit safer." "Knew you would understand, leader man." "Did anybody else notice the lack of gunfire?" interjected Ellie, who had until now kept herself out of the team's conversation to keep an eye on the battlefield. "Now that you mention it," replied Lucas and slowly leaned around the crate's edge to take a look. There were still some Eclipse members in the hall, but they weren't shooting anymore and, furthermore, they were retreating to the other side of the hall or toward the gate to retreat. "They're leaving," informed Lucas, and a small smile appeared on his face. "Couldn't get them all, but we definitely hit them hard." "But," a frown replaced the smile, "where are their elites? We only faced the grunts, and not once did one show up who could use biotics or used their omni tools like combat engineers would do." Before any of his teammates could reply, his heads-up display announced an incoming call from headquarters. The frown deepened. The call should be impossible to get through as long as their jammer was active. "Ellie, Shay, check the jammer," Lucas ordered before accepting the call. "Great, we're finally getting through," said a male voice with audible relief in his voice. "Your signal appeared again a minute or so after you activated your jammer, and then your signal got distorted, so we couldn't contact you. It took us a while to get the signal strong enough to reach you." "The jammer is off," called Ellie when she found their jammer where they first dropped down into the hall. "It got hit by debris." The implications let the blood freeze in Lucas' veins. Their jammer stopped working minutes after the beginning of their attack, which must have given Eclipse the ability to either call for reinforcements or coordinate their members around the warehouse to a far better degree than Lucas had previously thought. Anyway, continued the voice of the operator at HQ, support is on its way. ETA, 3 to 5 minutes. But you should get out of there fast. There's an Eclipse transport coming, and it's carrying something big. Suddenly, something crashed through the roof of the building and created a huge cloud of dust when it landed right in the middle of the hall. As the dust disappeared slowly, Lucas could make out the silhouette of a mech that was at least a meter taller than the heavy mech that had tried to enter the hall. And with every second that passed, the mech got more visible, and the dread that Lucas felt got more intense. I think your warning came a little too late, he answered the operator, speaking for the first time since the call began. 3 to 5 minutes, you said. He repeated while unconsciously checking over his rifle with a pained grimace on his face. Tell them to hurry up, else I don't know if we will still be here when they arrive. Lucas ended the call and looked around for his teammates. He found them easily, and one look at their body language was enough to know their thoughts about fighting this machine. Yet, they would do their best to try and survive the next 5 minutes until the reinforcements arrived. At least it can't get any worse, commented Torsten with a despondent chuckle. Hope you didn't forget me. Screamed a shrill voice from the other side of the mech, and after a quick flash of blue light, an Asari appeared on the shoulder of the gigantic mech. I still have to skin you alive for all the trouble you caused. The manic smile on the face of Nesta promised a painful end, and the pulsing blue biotics around her body didn't help calm down anyone's nerves. You were saying? Came the sarcastic question from Ellie, who never really used that tone with anyone. I take back what I said and stay quiet from now on, promised Torsten without hesitation. Doesn't really help now, but I take what I can get, Ellie replied. 5 minutes guys, Lucas reminded. 5 minutes, that's all we need. Yet, he knew that those 5 minutes would probably be the hardest 5 minutes of their lifetime, but that didn't mean they would try and do it. With a silent shout, they threw themselves back into cover to survive the coming onslaught. Chapter 48. October 27, 2173. 426. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Operations Chief Lucas Pirret. 3 minutes. It took only 3 minutes for Nesta and the heavy mech to reduce Lucas and his team to nothing more than barely living sacks of flesh. Lucas held back an agonizing scream of pain as he dragged himself over the ground toward one of the crates carelessly thrown around the hall by Nesta's biotic powers. His broken leg sent waves of pain through his body with every little jolt. The only positive Lucas could think of was that somehow his team, down to the last member, was still alive. Hurt beyond hurt, but alive. It was a miracle on par with resurrecting the dead, or perhaps it was a chance with a probability lower than that human history would repeat the same as it happened if everything got returned to the beginning of time itself. Somehow, a wry smile appeared on Lucas' face. Damn, he muttered to himself, the pain is making me philosophical. The thought if his thoughts really were philosophical appeared in his mind, making him chuckle. Oh, did the pain turn you mad? That would be one explanation for your chuckling in this situation, said a voice coming from behind him. The clicking of her heels sounded unusually loud in his ears, even above the cackling of the fires burning through the hall. Then again, I know everything about how pain can turn a brain into mush. My mistress is a master at this. She can bring you right to the edge and back as often as she wants to. And when she does it enough, you crave that feeling like nothing else I've ever encountered in the galaxy. I had almost forgotten how good she is at that, but thanks to your boss, she returned and showed me the pleasure of pain once again. Nesta was positively swooning at the end, yet even if he couldn't see her, Lucas definitely could hear an undercurrent of fear and apprehension in her voice. Quiet, almost non-existent, but there nonetheless. With clenched teeth, Lucas tried to turn onto his back to look at the Asari that slowly started to get closer again, her steps slow and measured like a predator stalking its prey. He could feel how every single nerve, bone, and cell of his body protested, and he knew that the only reason it didn't fall apart was the liberal use of all his Medigel supplies. All over his body, the bones that had been on the verge of breaking decided as one to show him the middle finger, and with a crack that sounded like a tree in the process of falling during a storm, they broke. His helmet, even if it hadn't been cracked open like an egg, would have done nothing to muffle the scream that literally tore out of his mouth. Oh my, tittered Nesta, a hand before her mouth as if to hide the smile that threatened to split her face in two, that sounded like it hurt. The first thing Lucas saw after the pain receded enough to focus on anything else was the amusement and madness dancing behind Nesta's eyes. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he lamented that it wasn't anything else. Perhaps he should have stayed on his stomach, less painful, too. Now, don't look so disappointed, Nesta frowned playfully, don't worry, I will turn the few minutes that we still have together into something that you take with you into whatever afterlife you humans believe in. Lucas' head, the only thing he could move without feeling enough pain to paralyze him, slowly turned toward the right, where he assumed one or two of his comrades lay. Perhaps his head was worse off than he thought, as Lucas could barely make out their forms. Yet, even with his blurry vision, he could see two shapes, and the display of his helmet, covering only his left eye, showed him that the two were still alive, even if their life signs were steadily turning toward non-existent. Maybe, just maybe, if Nesta took her time with him, the reinforcements could arrive in time to kill her and the mech and save his comrades. And if he got her talking, perhaps Lucas' own life could be saved, too. Trying wouldn't make this worse anyway. Before he could say anything, another scream left his mouth when Nesta stepped onto his broken leg, grinding her heel as deep as she could. "Where are you looking?" she shouted, her biotics flaring up around her. "I am the main attraction here. Don't you dare ignore me." "Fuck you." Lucas gasped, spit trickling down the side of his mouth. "How ordinary," scolded Nesta, her demeanor turned calm as if her previous outburst never happened. "If you have to insult or curse me, do something uncommon. Anything else is boring." She stepped off his leg and skipped around his body, crouching down next to his head. With gentle hands, she grabbed it and turned it so that Lucas could look her in the eyes. "I think this helmet is a little in the way. Let me help you lose it." Her thumbs went through the opening of the helmet to get a better grip, and with a minor strength adjustment with her biotics, Nesta ripped the helmet in two and off Lucas' head. Without being held up, the back of his head painfully hit the ground, and without the helmet, there was nothing to give him even the slightest bit of protection. Lucas could already feel how parts of it turned slightly wet, and there was no doubt in his mind that he now had a new open wound that would also need to be provided for. "That's better. Now I can see your whole face without anything getting in the way," Nesta said with a pleased expression. "Why? Did you say something? Why do you want to see my face?" Lucas whispered, having almost no energy to talk and doing his best to form even a few simple words. "Silly question. It is so that I can see the expression you are going to make when I start to break the little that is left of your body." Perhaps it was the lack of energy, or perhaps he was already in shock, but Nesta's statement didn't send a shiver down his back or call up a feeling of dread inside him as one would expect in such a situation. "You weren't like this before," Lucas continued, trying to keep the conversation going. The longer he got her to talk before she started to torture him, the better. Any second more could decide if he was going to live or not. "The reports didn't say anything about that." "Well, it seems your reports didn't cover anything, or," Nesta stood up, walking around a bit, "perhaps it was the reunion with my mistress that did it to me. After all, she was the one who brought these new biotic enhancers. She said it was her own concoction. And I have to say, the power is worth it." As if to demonstrate her power, she lifted one of the bigger crates around the hall, which had to weigh anything between 500 kilograms and a ton, with her biotic powers without any visible exertion, and threw it across the hall where it opened a hole in the wall. See? That's the power my mistress gave me." She said something about side effects, but what do I care? Nestat started to laugh, and Lucas could say with absolute certainty that one of the side effects had to be losing one's mind. Nothing else could explain the deranged look the Asari had on her face. Yet, Lucas didn't dare to even show his thoughts on his face, he wouldn't be able to keep the disgust of it, and anything he did could turn her attention back to him, better to let her get it out without interruption. It was to his advantage anyway. Every second she spent laughing about a joke only she understood was better than her making her promise of making him scream, and it couldn't take long anymore before the cavalry appeared. Eventually, Nesta stopped laughing and turned back to Lucas. In the blink of an eye, she shortened the distance between them and crouched once again next to him to look him in the eyes, but this time, Lucas could see something else behind the madness dancing in hers. Perhaps it was his addled mind, but Lucas would swear he saw something akin to a cry for help hidden in them, the desire for everything to end. "What are Eclipse's plans? Why are you doing this?" Lucas didn't know where the question came from or why he asked them. No enemy, even to gloat to a dying foe, would ever reveal their plans lightly if they were in their right mind. Yet, Nesta didn't appear to have full control over her mental faculties if the sudden changes in her mood were any indicator. "Do you really think I would spot Eclipse's plans for the future so easily?" asked Nesta in return, a chuckle escaping her. "You must think me a simpleton, don't you?" It wasn't like Lucas was disappointed that it didn't work. The chances that she would reveal anything, even just the slightest morsel of information, was next to nothing. No, even if she had revealed anything, the chances of his survival were low anyway, and any information he obtained would be lost with his death, anyway. Despite this, getting her to talk, distracting her from her objective, and keeping her here was Lucas' true goal. "But as your life is only measured in minutes, and because I want to see the look of despair on your face when I tell you what is going to happen to the company you decided to serve with your whole being. It's going to be wonderful, and the only thing I regret is not being able to see the look on your boss face when it happens. Thanks to that asshole, I'm on thin ice with the rest of Eclipse's commanders, and I think payback is a wonderful thing." It seemed like the gods of luck and chance were smiling upon Lucas today. Maybe it was just Nesta's desire to see him suffer, and Lucas considered psychological torture the worst option between it and its physical counterpart, but he would endure it with a smile on his face as long as he could if it raised his chances of survival. First, we will do it again, Nesta began slowly, whispering like she was sharing a secret just between the two of them. We get some of your simple employees and create a scene right out of a horror hollow vid. Again and again, until all your little drones flee from Ilium like they should have done in the first place. Then we will slowly, ever so slowly, hunt down everyone who stayed. Apprehension welled up inside Lucas alongside disgust. Targeting their civilians to break Ad Astra's spirit was a deplorable tactic but one that would be effective nonetheless. Yet, Eclipse didn't think far enough. While it was true that if Eclipse was successful in getting them off Ilium, there would be nothing Ad Astra could do to them without turning the matriarchs of Ilium against them, there would be nowhere to hide for Eclipse in the rest of the galaxy. The only places they would be safe from Ad Astra's retaliation would be inside the territory of the other council species and deep inside the terminus systems, far away from any place where they could become powerful again after Oscar Dienbren was finished dismantling their organization. Haha, Lucas couldn't help himself letting out a small laugh at the thought, no matter that it hurt to do so. I know, it's going to be a grand amusement, replied Nesta, lost in her mind and thinking wrongly that he found amusement in Eclipse's plans. That's not it, he rasped, his dry throat making it harder to talk with every passing second, yet he continued talking anyway. It's just that you think that going so far for a single planet, no matter how important Ilium is for the galactic economy and how influential your employer, the Arbiter, is, that it is worth making Oscar Dienbren and the whole of Ad Astra your enemy. Either you overestimate your reach, your power, and everything else you believe to possess, or you are underestimating to what lengths my boss will go to avenge the damages you are doing to him and his company. Oh, I don't think so, countered Nesta, her voice dripping condescension. Eclipse existed for centuries. We're the greatest mercenary organization in the galaxy, and not even the Blood Pack, as much as they would like to call themselves it, are our equals. So what could a tiny human company do? You're not even half a century old. You think age is something important to humans? That just because we're a younger species we can't compete or even stand up against those that want to suppress us just because they have more experience. Don't make me laugh, we adapt to new circumstances fast enough to crush any opposition. Thanks to your deal with the Arbiter, you have entered a hell of your own making. Don't you think I know that? Nesta screamed, and for a moment, Lucas could see how some sort of clarity returned to her eyes, which burned with the fire of hate. Thanks to that bitch, my previous commander returned and took everything away from me. Everything I worked so hard for since I joined Eclipse a century ago. Just because she promised me that it would be an easy job and that Ad Astra would fold easily. And now, there's a war going on. A war I'm made responsible for even if nobody calls it one openly yet. But when I'm done with you and your companions and your whole bloody company, I will take on that bitch and make her wish that she had never been born. Always trying to appear like an Asari barely out of her maiden years, but in reality, she is almost old enough to count as a matriarch. Isn't that hilarious? How vain can you get? Own your age, bitch. Lucas could only watch as Nesta once again ranted like a madwoman, but this time, he tried to concentrate as much as he could on every single word she screamed out into the world. He dearly hoped that one of his teammates was still conscious and listened to this as well, as he still didn't know if he would survive long enough to report everything he heard. A small movement in the corner of his eyes got him to refocus for a moment before a smile appeared on his face as he recognized what was going on. He suppressed it before Nesta turned her focus back to him and could ask about it. And that guy that follows her like a lost Varan puppy. Doesn't he have any pride the rest of his species boasts about at every opportunity? As if he will be anything more than a toy she uses until she's bored with it and throws it away. As if she will ever help him get big in the weapon industry, A&D. Nesta got interrupted during her rant as the hulking mech that stood still in the middle of the hall suddenly moved, and an electronic voice echoed out of its speakers, incoming shuttles detected. Affiliation, Ad Astra. Conclusion, hostiles are incoming. Time until arrival, 4 minutes. Recommendation, retreat due to enemy numbers exceeding safety levels. Lucas wondered if Nesta would even contemplate retreat. Her violent mood didn't lead him to believe that she would act rationally at all and stand her ground even if she would be overwhelmed by Lucas' reinforcements. Furthermore, she had no idea about their combat potential. The mech had only detected the number of Ad Astra's shuttles but not what they were carrying. They could bring in 2 mechs themselves, and those would probably be able to turn Eclipse's mech into scrap each without much problem. Yet, Nesta surprised him. Her shoulders slumped, and she turned a disappointed look toward him. Well, it seems like our time together did come to a rather abrupt end. I enjoyed it, and thank you for listening to my rant. It was good to get everything off my chest for once without worrying about anything getting back to my boss. The only thing I can do now, Nesta walked closer to him, holding up her right hand, which started to glow with biotic power. With every step, the glow intensified until it became hard to look at, is to quickly finish you off. You heard some things I can let people know about, especially our enemies, and I can't let you repeat them when your friends arrive here. Don't worry, your team will follow you soon into whatever afterlife you believe in. Despite the immediate threat of demise, Lucas couldn't stop himself from smiling slightly and letting out a quiet giggle. Perhaps his head injury and the blood he was still losing did affect him more than before. Nice to see that you're as happy as I am about this, said Nesta, but Lucas replied almost immediately, it's funny that you think that my friends aren't here already. What? The look on her face was a mix of disbelief and surprise. My mech would have no tea. She didn't finish her next words as suddenly a glob of blood forced itself out of her mouth, staining the front of her armor in it. The culprit was a broken short sword that penetrated her lungs and came out from the front. A shimmer behind her revealed Shay, her face bloody and bruised, her armor broken in places, and Lucas was surprised as he saw the extent of her injuries that she even managed to move in the first place. And that's that, bitch, growled Says fearfully. The look in her eyes made her look like a wild animal. She pulled on her sword while pushing Nesta with her shoulder as she didn't have the strength anymore to do it by herself. It got free with a wet splat, and Nesta, an expression of disbelief etched on her face for the rest of eternity, fell to the ground right next to me in a heap. The relief I felt at her demise was short-lived, as it didn't take long until the mech reminded us of his presence. Attack on commander detected. Demise confirmed. Commencing annihilation protocol. The mech lifted its arms, the Gatling gun on its right starting to spin slowly and becoming faster while the left loaded another rocket in its chamber. But, it wouldn't be able to do anything with its preparations as, suddenly, a dozen shimmers appeared all through the hall. The visible disengaging of the cloaking devices of 2 hunter teams made Lucas' heart jump in joy. Just like the single command of fire, said in a deadpan voice without any tone inflection. And with the command came a great number of mini rockets that fired at the hulking mech that had been frozen by the sudden appearance of a dozen new signals, confusing its sensors. Probably before it could compute the new inputs, the rockets hammered into the mech, creating an explosion that caused Shay, who was already standing on shaky legs, to topple over, falling to Lucas' side, the side free of Nita's corpse. The hulking mech didn't fare any better than anything Lucas' team had encountered and battled before Nesta's arrival. In truth, it fared even worse, as the explosions atomized much of the mech so that there wasn't even much scrap flying around from its destruction. It didn't take long until 2 people rushed over to Lucas and Shay's sides, sliding on their knees and activating their Omni tools. Status critical but not in danger of death. Broken leg, broken ribs, fractured head, concussion, and dangerous blood loss. How does yours look? Asked the soldier kneeling at my side, having given a kick to Nesta's body to make room for her. Around the same for her. It's a wonder she managed even to move. The others are also in the process of being stabilized until the evac arrives. They're bringing a shuttle with proper field medics. They should be able to hold them together until they arrive back at the base. My team is alive. Lucas managed to say, suddenly feeling very tired. Probably the absence of any tension being the culprit, he reasoned as best as he could. Don't speak, scolded the soldier next to him. Save your energy. But yes, it's a miracle, but your team is alive to the last person. Going against that crazy Asari and her monster of a mech after fighting against all those, the soldier waved her free arm over the hall where dozens of destroyed mechs and dead Eclipse soldiers were lying around, and with only 5 people. It's no wonder that your team was sent in the first place. If everything had happened going to plan, we would have probably only arrived for the clean-up without anything to do. Get them out of the warehouse, ordered another soldier, the markings on his Ad Astra armor identifying him as a captain. The evac transports are arriving in a minute or two, and I want them ready for transportation ASAP. Yes, sir. Replied the 2 combat medics and proceeded to throw 2 slabs of metal on the ground. The slabs started to expand until they became proper stretchers. The 2 medics helped Shay and Lucas onto them, and with a command through their Omni tools, the stretchers started to slowly, as to not exaggerate their injuries, lifting into the air until they hovered around the elbow height of an average human. Another command and the stretchers started to move, once again slowly, forward toward the torn open doors of the warehouse. Lucas didn't know when they made it out, as he felt like they just started to move when, in the next moment, he was already outside looking at the underside of a descending shuttle. It occurred to him that he was momentarily blacking out, as the next thing he noticed was that his injuries were seen to by another soldier with the markings of a field medic instead of a combat medic and that he was already inside the shuttle. He felt how his thoughts slipped out of his grasp, going from I have to tell them what I learned to I hope my team is alright before resigning himself to giving up the fight against sleep. The last thought that went through his head was I hope I'm gonna wake up. Chapter 49. October 28, 2173. 1609 Earth Time. Somewhere in Alliance territory. Bordering the Adicant Traverse. It had almost been 2 days since an order went through the Ad Astra network to all higher-ranking personnel of the Ad Astra security forces. Every ship captain of a frigate or higher received the message. And not only those in command of a ship that could be classified as a warship if someone wanted to categorize them, The message to get battle ready arrived at every outpost where Ad Astra security forces were present. Be it an outpost with around a few hundred members or a minor one with just a few dozen. It wasn't public knowledge, and even most Ad Astra personnel had no idea how many people worked for Ad Astra's military arm. And to call it anything else but Oscar Dienebrand's private army would have been an underestimation. If that part of the company ever split from the main body, it could easily find work as a private military company or mercenary group that could rival Eclipse or Bloodpack within a few years. Even now, it could probably conquer a small planet and hold it for months on end. Yet, it was part of a company with a well-developed military supply structure. And that was the deciding point that enabled the Ad Astra security forces to punch much higher than their weight class. Eclipse had century-old connections and a reputation of professionals on their side, while the Blood Pack could call on the ferocity and battle prowess of Krogans. Both had been established in the galaxy long before humanity ever appeared on the galaxy's radar. No mercenary company in the known galaxy considered itself their equal or ever thought of going against them out of fear of being mercilessly destroyed by one of the two mercenary behemoths. Yet, the Ad Astra Security Forces, or AASF as they painted proudly on their armors, would never fear direct confrontation with them. Because why should they? They had exceptional training, the newest equipment, state-of-the-art vehicles, and a support structure that could outcompete those of the militaries back when Earth had been all humanity knew. If a smaller unit has better equipment, support, intelligence, and training, it can take on a much larger enemy and emerge victorious, especially if they're also employing superior tactics. And nobody inside the AASF thought that Eclipse was their superior in any of those categories. When the order for mobilization first arrived, many people in charge of carrying it out didn't know what to think about it. There had been no announcement from the Alliance that they entered a state of war, the only scenario they had thought to be the reason for such an order. Yet, they followed the order nonetheless. Some were grumbling about it because their vacation times were cut short, cancelled altogether, or for other reasons. None of them had served in the Alliance military previously. Those just acknowledged their orders and prepared. It took some time until the reason for their mobilization trickled through, and with the reason came the identity of their enemy. To say that the story of how Eclipse had kidnapped and executed simple workers at the Ad Astra Ilium branch just to make a statement had silenced the grumblings about their cancelled vacations was the same as to say that the sun was hot. It didn't manage to describe the sheer anger everyone felt. Among the lower ranks, it came out visibly. Many cursed Eclipse to 7 hells and back, and even more threw everything they had into training, going into it with a focus that their trainers hadn't thought possible before. A problem that those in charge only half-heartedly addressed was the rising xenophobic tendencies many of those that could be called grunts showed. Slurs against Asari and Solarians, or mocking the Turians. And the other species didn't get away unscathed by their remarks either. Thankfully, that problem wouldn't turn into a greater one down the line, as a speech from Oscar Dienebrand over the internal network of Ad Astra directed their anger and hate towards a single target, namely Eclipse. Every member of Eclipse had become persona non grata overnight in Alliance territory, as it didn't take long for the news to trickle into the civilian sector, on the down low, of course. Companies and private individuals who had either thought about hiring the mercenary organization were in the process of hiring them or even employed them heard about Ad Astra's stance on the mercenary company and, in a wave of solidarity that had been partly out of the desire not to get lumped in with them, cut off any contact with them. Those who had hired them for ongoing jobs paid them for their time but booted them out even faster. Anyone else just dropped any and all contact without giving any explanation. The sudden drop in potential business opportunities didn't hurt Eclipse's coffers and reputation at all, as they conducted most of their business in the Adikentraverse, the Terminus systems, and the Outer Council space, but it stopped their incursion in human-controlled space. A case that wouldn't change in the foreseeable future if it would change ever. The administrative section of Eclipse couldn't explain this decrease in work for a time, but for them, it also didn't take long to come up with a possible explanation. One that would prove true as well. Especially after 3 groups of Ad Astra warships made up of a cruiser and 2 frigates each, disappeared into the swirling blue vortexes created by their DR drives. Their destinations? 3 Eclipse bases located on uninhabited planets from where Eclipse directed their operations in those sectors. In the following days, there would be no more bases. October 30, 2173. 11:03 Earth time. Shadow Sea, Adikentraverse. Lacas, Redua's system. Mix knew that he wasn't important in the grand picture. He was a small-time grunt in Eclipse's operations. The only thing that prevented him from getting sent to fight at the front of any conflict was his slightly above talent with machinery and data. Well, slightly above average meant a lot if one applied the Solarian standard. That meant he was still better than more than 80% of the galaxy. At least, that was what he told himself to keep his spirits up when everything else seemed bleak. Like the planet they were stationed at. He didn't care that there was a mass relay that could connect them to the rest of the Adikentraverse if they traveled only one solar system further. Or that this place was perfect for when they finally could start getting operations inside the Alliance territory. Well, for that, they would have to travel through at least half a dozen secondary relays as the humans still didn't want to open the primary relays in their direction, citing some nonsense about safety precautions and council protocols even if the council itself had given them their permission. In the end, nothing of that mattered to Mix as he started out of the window, looking over the bleak landscape he had called home for the last 7 months. It wasn't even an interesting bleak he looked at. A bleak that changed sometimes after a storm like the desert planet he had been previously at. The heat and dryness had been hell on him and his skin, but at least the view had changed sometimes. Yet, this time, it was only dry and cracked earth. A dead planet if he ever saw one. Perhaps there were some rare minerals found on it if someone started to look for them, but that wasn't why Eclipse was here. It was out of the way, and nobody would look for them here. For who would travel to a system containing a dead planet, a scorching planet that could be summed up as a single big volcano, and a gas giant with storms so devastating that they ripped apart ships before they even entered its atmosphere? Nobody. And that made it the perfect planet for Eclipse to build a hidden base. Mix sighed as he let his eyes wander over the sensors he had to watch today. They had a rotating schedule to watch these sensors for anything out of the ordinary, like approaching ships. If Mix noticed anything unusual, he would have to contact the repurposed SS cruiser in orbit they used to transport their troops to their mission to either fight the invader off, mostly if they were pirates, or hide when the Alliance or any other with any government-affiliated organization traveled through the system. Since he had arrived on this planet, they had only 2 incidents where they had to sound off the alarm, and one of them had only been a survey vessel that had walked away as soon as their initial scan had finished. It hadn't even been a deep scan, but only to check if any of the 2 planets had a breathable atmosphere, which Locus didn't have, much to Mix's displeasure. Taking walks to clear one's mind shouldn't only be possible within the base, in his opinion, and wearing a helmet wasn't something he liked very much. The other incident involved a small pirate vessel that their cruiser had destroyed in a flash without much resistance. The loot they got from it had resulted in a slight raise for that month's paycheck. Nonetheless, the frequency of anything interesting happening was almost zero, and the only thing that appeared on the sensors was the meteorites that got loose from the gas giant's ring and flew in their direction. Yet, as Mix was about to open up the interesting novel he found on the extranet on his Omni tool, the sensors beeped. He could do nothing else but frown as he looked at the unusual readings the sensors gave out. Never before had he seen such values, and even the 6 analyzing the data could not give a definite answer about what was going on. Perhaps it was caution or perhaps boredom, but Mix decided to contact the guy who currently sat at the sensors of the cruiser to get a second opinion and to warn them about the unusual occurrence if they hadn't got the same readings. This is base sensors. We got unusual readings in quadrant H6Q1V9. Did you get the same? And do you see anything? You aren't too far from that position and should easily get visual confirmation. We got the same readings, probably a bit earlier than you and in higher intensity. We're closer after all, came the reply of an Asari. The captain already is getting closer to observe whatever is happening. Shouldn't take much longer, we. Instead of continuing, the Asari trailed off before screaming, probably toward her captain. The readings spiked suddenly in intensity. We should be safe at this distance, but if we get closer, our shields won't be able to hold the radiation off. Mix heard another voice in the background, slightly muffled but still clear. Stop the forward engines and engage the backward thrusters. Decelerate and then move back to our current position. I want every eye trained on that piece of space. I want to know what's going on. The voice of the captain sounded urgent but not panicking, something Mix interpreted as that the situation wasn't unsalvageable. Taking precautionary measures, Mix activated the base alarm via the keyboard in front of him and set the alarm level on code yellow, which meant that there was a situation whose danger level couldn't categorized at the moment but nonetheless required caution. Cruiser, give me a play-by-play, asked Mix, wholly interested in what was happening. Finally, something interesting happened at this forsaken base that wasn't just some meteorites or pirates dropping by. Cruiser is currently holding position, the radiation values are still rising, A&D. The sensor officer stopped her narration once again and this time, Mix had a sinking feeling in his stomach that it wasn't because of some new readings on her screen. 3 blue vortexes just opened in space. I don't know what's happening, but I've never seen something like this in my 500 years of life. Mix didn't notice how the door behind him opened, and a Solarian and a Turian entered the room until one of them laid their hand on his shoulder, causing him to jump in fright, whirling around to face them while his hand twitched toward the pistol at his side. The 2 newcomers took a step back, holding up their hands in a non-threatening gesture, and Mix relaxed as one of them, the Turian, said, "Just wanted to check up on why you issued the yellow alert. The boss wants to know the reason. Something is happening up in space right now. I don't know what, but it's unusual enough to warrant the alert," Mix responded while turning back to his station, activating the speaker function so that the sound wouldn't only be sent to his ears. "The vortexes are getting bigger and start to swirl faster," came the continuation of the sensor officer's narration before a shocked gasp escaped her. "How? There's something coming out of them. Is that?" The disbelief in her voice was plain to hear. And not just from her. The communication channel wasn't the best there was, but the background noises of the crew should have come through if nobody was speaking directly into the microphone, but all Mix and his two new companions could hear was the background humming of the cruiser. Something that only should have been possible if there was nobody capable of making noise. It spoke of the shock the whole crew must be under at the thing they were seeing. Mix couldn't stand the sudden tension that hadn't only descended on the cruiser's crew but inside his room too, and screamed into the microphone, "Tell me what you're seeing. What's happening?" His scream was enough to partially release her from her state of shock, but at the tone she used to answer Mix's question, all three realized that whatever she saw didn't mean anything good for them. 3 ships just appeared out of these blue circles. Right in front of our noses. I can't describe it. It's just impossible. Another voice suddenly shouted inside the cruiser. We're being targeted by them. Putting all energy in the shields. The sudden blaring of alarm sirens could be heard over the speakers, followed shortly after by explosions and more shouts from different members of the bridge crew, trying to give all available information to their captain. For the 3 listeners down on the planet, it was hell having to listen and being unable to do anything. They couldn't do anything but stand still and listen. It was like they were frozen in their places. The thought of upping the alarm level of the base crossed through Mix's mind, but he couldn't get himself to move. Our shields are down. We won't survive another salvo. Screamed someone, followed by someone else's, they hit our engines. We can't get away. We have to evacuate. Captain, give the order. Yet, their captain remained silent. She knew that there was no escape. They were dead in space, without any means of running away. Their shields were down, and the only planet they could reach was Laka's. She also knew that these enemies weren't just here for them. They would go down to the base and turn it into dust. Why else would they have arrived with so much firepower on their side? With their sudden appearance, even the cruiser would have been enough to destroy this outpost. They were here to make a statement. The captain didn't know who was so angry at Eclipse to embark with so much firepower to destroy an outpost, but they had to be powerful and very angry if that was their reaction. Furthermore, and that was the most important thing, in her opinion, she knew that the only thing she could do and retain even a sliver of her dignity and pride was to accept that she would die in a few seconds. Like the rest of the crew who were trying to deny the inevitable. Their fates were sealed, and as the captain saw the flashes coming from the 3 warships in front of her ship, she barely had enough time to close her eyes and relax her body. After that, she felt nothing. Down on the planet, Mix stared silently at the screen. The connection to their cruiser had cut off almost 2 minutes ago, but the only thing he managed to do was force his hand to move toward the button that would set the alarm level to red and press it. Between the emergence of the ships out of the anomaly and the destruction of their cruiser, not even 3 minutes had passed, but to him, it had felt like an eternity. Every second he had listened appeared to him as if some cosmic entity had drawn out until they could pass off as hours or even days. Of the pair of a Solarian and Turian that had previously entered the room to investigate what was going on, only the Solarian remained. The Turian had bolted out of the room the moment it was clear that the cruiser had been destroyed. Probably to inform the base commander of the fact. One had to love Turian discipline, even if something unexpected happens, they manage to get their priorities straight. We should probably get going. Get ready to fight the invaders off, whoever they are, said the Solarian behind Mix in a low voice, laying a hand on his shoulder to give him some comfort after the shock they just got and to bring him back to the here and now. Finally returning back to reality, Mix shook his head. I've to stay here and keep an eye out on the sensors. His hands flew over the keyboard, activating more screens in the process that showed the outside of the base. I also got some access to the cameras from here. It would be better if at least someone keeps an eye out from an outside perspective. Knowing where the enemy is attacking is as important as the fighting itself. If our guys don't know where to fight, they're going to get massacred. If you say so, answered the Solarian with a shrug, buying Mix's explanation without much protest. In truth, Mix wanted to stay away from the fighting as long as possible. He knew his way around a battlefield if it came to that, but that didn't mean that he was any good at it or that he enjoyed being thrown into situations where he could lose his life from any kind of accident or inattention. Perhaps, some would call him a coward, but Mix would reply that his strength lay in supporting his comrades, be it from the backlands on the battlefield or off of it altogether. And any Solarian would agree that, as long as there was a choice, one should always play to their strengths. The Solarian was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly noticed something on one of the camera screens. He pointed at it and asked, "See that? Do you know what that is?" Mix frowned in reply and put some commands into the keyboard to get the camera to zoom in to get a better picture of the 3 grey blobs that had appeared on the screen. As it got closer, Mix's heart started to beat faster every time the resolution of the camera adjusted itself to give out a detailed picture. It didn't take long for the 3 grey blobs to become detailed enough to identify them as 3 starships, probably those that had destroyed the Eclipse cruiser a few minutes ago, especially as they came closer as the camera was zooming in. "They are coming directly at us," whispered Mix harshly. "How do they know where they could find out base?" I should, at least, have gotten a warning from our sensors that they were scanning the area. This way, I could have employed countermeasures to give us time to prepare. They're not sending out boarding shuttles, noticed the Solarian, his face going as pale as possible for a Solarian. Why are they not sending shuttles? I don't know, answered Mix frustrated, furiously tipping on his keyboard to direct any and all sensors toward the 3 warships his systems categorized as 2 frigates and a cruiser. The sensors couldn't make out any signs of their affiliation, but they could get some information about their mass, size, and anything else that could be of use to Eclipse right now. Mix's eyes narrowed in thought as he noticed that the ships were getting slower in their approach as if they were about to land on the planet's surface. While he could believe that the 2 frigates could possibly achieve this, there was no way the cruiser with its sheer mass could do it, too. Perhaps it would provide an area of air superiority to protect the 2 frigates while they were vulnerable as they landed. The next thing he noticed caused him to throw that theory out of the window, bury it, and himself right with it. They are turning their sides toward us, he said quietly. The other Solarian didn't understand the significance of the event right away and had to ask, and that's important why? Mix turned toward his fellow Solarian whose breath stopped in his throat when he saw the hopelessness, the fear and the despair in Mix's eyes. It means they don't intend to send a single person down here to try and take the base or any of its values. They are here for one thing, and one thing only. And that would be? Asked the Solarian, his voice conveying the dread he felt. He knew exactly what those unknown invaders were here for but needed someone else to say it out loud. Death, replied Mix gravely. They are here for our deaths and nothing more. Somehow, he felt far more calm after he spoke out his thoughts. No, it wasn't calmness, it was acceptance. How can you stay so calm? Screamed the Solarian, working himself into a panic. We have to warn the others. Evacuate the base. Anything. And what would that change? Asked Mix, turning his hollow eyes toward his comrade. There were no survivors in space. If even one escape capsule got away, I do not doubt it would be hunted down. There is no escape. The enemy's ships are too close, and their sensors will pick up any shuttle trying to leave. Furthermore, our cruiser was the only way to travel to another system. The best we could do would be to run away until we were exhausted. It would be only an extension on our lifespan counted at most in hours. Mix took a deep breath. And my calmness comes from the fact that I understand and accept this outcome. That's all I can do right now. Accept death. The Solarian could only shake his head in denial. There has to be something. I can't accept such an outcome. I have to do something. Mix watched how the Solarian ran out of the room, desperate to prove Mix's words wrong. In response, Mix could only smile sadly. There was no escape, that much he knew. But if he was honest with himself, he would have liked to deny it, too. To have hope until the last moment when his life ended in the cannon fire from those ships would have been far better than to sit here and watch. Alas, his mind didn't work that way, and an empty hope that he knew to be false couldn't and wouldn't change that. His fingers flew over the keyboard one last time, activating the music player he had installed a few weeks ago when he had been bored to death. A few more clicks and a song from the time he had been still young and full of dreams about the future started to play. A tear slid down his cheek. I wish I had more time to fulfill at least one of them, he said to no one but himself as he watched how the warships started to rain down fire on their base. The destruction of the Laka's Eclipse base had only been the opening salvo of Ad Astra's retaliation against Eclipse. The bombardments of bases repeated 2 more times the following week. The 3 groups of Ad Astra warships appeared out of nothing close to their Eclipse enemies and took them by surprise, eliminating and destroying everyone and everything. It was the kind of statement that had not been seen since the Krogan rebellions. Furthermore, the rest of the galaxy heard about the destruction only in rumors, and nobody knew who did it. Of course, Eclipse speculated that Ad Astra was behind it, but not once did those speculations leave Eclipse's ranks and survived more than a few days before far more outlandish or believable rumors buried them under their sheer amount. Yet, Ad Astra's war against Eclipse had only just begun, and when the curtain opened to the next act, the galaxy would see the winds of change blowing through it. Whether it wanted or not. Chapter 50. October 30th, 2173. 1709 Ilium time. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra Branch HQ. I couldn't help the smile that appeared on my face as I read the reports from my operatives. They came in from around the Alliance territory, speaking of the first results of our actions against Eclipse. So far, everything seemed to go how I wanted, but I held no hopes that it would continue without any bumps along the road. Something like the mess that happened 3 days ago here on Ilium. Some would call it a mission accomplished and be done with it, especially with the information we got from the leader of the group I sent for this mission after he woke up from his medically induced coma. Yet, it came much too close to failure to be truly happy. Those analyzing the battle were still arguing if it was the presence of the buffed-up mech or the drug-enhanced Asari that gave problems to the team. Both played their parts and were threats on their own, too. At least, that was my take on the situation. A warning to all active teams went out to keep their wits about them whenever they noticed something in that direction, to not be surprised by a sudden shift during battles. My eyes flew over the notification that appeared on my datapad, and I let out an annoyed grunt as I read it. "Bad news, sir?" asked Commander Abeba, taking her eyes away from the big display in front of us showing half a dozen ongoing stakeouts to give me a side glance. One of my contacts inside the Ilium Courts of Justice informed me that a judge had taken too much interest in our latest operations. First of all, the one where we took out Nesta. The officers coming to investigate after the turmoil we caused were sent on their way without much trouble, but they still made their reports. Furthermore, more than a few things got destroyed. We may have paid off the owners, but still. Anyway, it seems to me like this judge is taking an interest in our affairs not because of that, as I know nobody tried to sue us, and even if they did, we would have taken care of that outside the courts, but because of some political agenda. Maybe it's just a distraction by the arbiter, but perhaps I can use it for our advantage. How so, sir? Asked Abeba, and I sent a wry smile her way. Don't know yet, but there's always a way to take advantage of a situation. You just have to learn what advantage you can take from it. Not how. How would you figure out the how if you don't know what you want? I asked in return and got a pensive hum back as a response. Commander Abeba thought about my counter-question for a moment before she nodded to herself and returned to observing the main display. Since beginning to work more closely with her, I noticed some things about how Commander Abeba did things. For example, how she didn't answer some questions immediately but thought about the answer for a few moments longer than others would have done. From time to time, she didn't answer at all, like she had done now. The first time it happened, I was surprised, but I hadn't commented other than raising an eyebrow in response to her behavior and letting it go. The surprising thing was that she gave me her answer a few days later out of the blue. And it was a well-thought-out answer at that. When I asked her about it, she told me that whenever she had the chance, she tried to see if her thoughts were applicable in reality or needed to be adapted and modified. It was something her grandmother taught her when she was young, so she tried her best to keep it. Of course, her job didn't let her do it very often, as her position required quick decision-making skills, but she tried to do it when she had the chance. As I gave her a side glance, I could already see how she tried to apply my words in reality, and I was sure I would get her answer sooner rather than later. I looked down at my datapad before sighing and putting it on the small desk next to my chair. The rest of the updates about the operations against Eclipse in the Skylian Verge could wait, as most would only talk about the preparations to raid new bases. I had already finished those about the finished operations, so I thought it would be better to concentrate on the ones right in front of me. After all, knowing how the Eclipse defenses of the base on planet XYZ were didn't help me in the slightest, as I wasn't the one going to attack it. That was one area I would always leave to the experts. The most I had done in the area was to get my personal shield updated to the newest model, or prototype without any performance issues, my company produced, and to get better acquainted with the handgun Commander Abeba figuratively forced on me. I had never been very inclined to use or carry weapons, as that was what I paid my bodyguards for. Yet, the situation with Eclipse and the sudden attack on me right at the center of my power here on Ilium showed me that it was better to be prepared for all kinds of situations than to be a sitting duck. That said, I wasn't completely unfamiliar with the use of guns. One couldn't produce as much as I did and not have an idea of how to use them. It would be quite embarrassing for me. Furthermore, some of the people I associated with were avid hunting fans and had invited me to one or two of them. That had been an interesting experience, but not impactful or fun enough for me to make hunting into one of my hobbies. To get back to my point, I knew how to hit the target, and after a few lessons under Commander Abeba's watchful eyes and instructions, my aim got good enough to hit the target's inner 3 circles consistently. There was no way I would ever be able to take part in any military operation and come out of it alive if I was at the front line, but that didn't bother me in the slightest. My battlefields were the conference rooms of the galaxy, and I like to think that the position of the guy pulling the strings from the background suited me more by far. At least I could defend myself now if I got put into a situation where it was needed. I looked up toward the display spanning half of the wall before me, the same screen the commander was observing. The screen divided itself into 4 bigger pictures in the middle, while the sides were occupied by 3 smaller ones on each side. The middle showed the same operation area from 4 different angles. The sides showed only one view from each of the 6 ongoing stakeout missions. A small white number at the top left of each picture was the only hint to identify which mission the recording belonged to. The numbers didn't tell me anything as I hadn't learned them by heart, but if I wanted to know, I just had to ask Commander Abeba, who did know. I saw no need to do so. Instead, I asked, how are the preparations proceeding? Operations XLK2 and 6 are ready as they come and can start at any moment, but the other 4 still need some time until I'm satisfied with the gathered information. I don't want any of my teams to run into something unexpected. But we are still on schedule. Of course, the raids will start simultaneously at 2300. I have no doubt that the information I'm waiting for will be collected by then, and there will be nothing Eclipse can do to stop us. They expect us to only know about the locations they had abandoned. Not a single scout of theirs noticed our agents arriving while they evacuated and following them to their new bases. Getting Yara Nesta's Omni tool had been a lucky break for us. She definitely hadn't expected to die and for the Omni tool to fall into their enemies' hands because it was a treasure trove for us. The information about bases, supply routes, and members wasn't anything to scoff at. Thanks to it, our operations against Eclipse had progressed more than the last few weeks together. Thankfully, our experts managed to crack the Omni tool's encryption before the information on it became useless. Time had been the deciding factor. If it had taken too long, the information would have become useless or, even more dangerously, used against us. The thought that the information had been planted for us to find came up during discussions after deciphering the encryption, but that would have meant that Nesta considered the possibility of getting caught or killed, something that went against the psych eval our analysts created. Another possibility had been that she was used as a pawn by the new commander of the Eclipse forces, but the amount of information found was too big for that to work. Besides, not even 3 hours after we got the information, our agents confirmed some of them to be correct, and over the next day, everything else was confirmed, too. After that, it happened in a flash. Agents and officers with enough experience with staying out of sight were sent to observe Eclipse's movements. In return, Eclipse, after disseminating the information of Nesta's death, scrambled to clear out their current bases, lending even more credit to the info we pulled out of the Omni tool. Their orders were to observe and follow only, nothing else. Attacking them at that moment, during their relocation, would do far less damage to their cause and infrastructure than waiting until everything got relocated. This way, everything would be in one place instead of at least two. It would also help to focus our forces as they weren't endless, even if they were probably larger than Eclipse's. Furthermore, the chaos of their relocation would help us find connections to other places and people that hadn't been mentioned in Nesta's Omni tool. As of now, that avenue of investigation hadn't proven very fruitful, but I was sure that after today, there would be a flurry of activity that would lead to new targets. "Here's the report you asked for," said a new voice, and I turned toward my right to see who it was. Somewhere from the depths of my mind, I got the picture of the same young man. A second later, I recognized him as the same analyst who brought me the infuriating video of Eclipse killing my employees. "I hope you bring me better news this time," I joked with a slight smile. The young man, whose name I still hadn't asked about, returned the smile brightly with a slight twinkle in his eyes. "Yes, sir," he answered, "we identified the Asari in the video. It took a bit longer because we wanted to create a complete profile before we gave you the report. The others said you would rather have all the information at once instead of piece by piece." "They informed you correctly," I said and took the data pad he offered me. Placing my hand on it and letting the device scan my handprint unlocked its content, which I skimmed quickly for anything marked as urgent before returning to the beginning to read it again, but more carefully this time. Some people wondered why I had people bring me the reports in person instead of just sending them to my Omni tool or personal data pad. The reason for that was two-sided. Firstly, it was much more secure this way than sending them by mail. Even using the house intranet wasn't completely secured against people with enough time, skills, and dedication if they wanted to steal some of our secrets. Any wireless mail could be intercepted, and the use of datapads that only allowed the transfer of data in close proximity to special terminals was how I had decided to protect the company's secrets. The other reason was that the people who brought me the information mostly knew about the content already and could give me the short version while highlighting the important bits, in their opinion, so that I wouldn't have to rifle through unnecessary details before coming to a decision if the matter was urgent enough. "Give me the cliff notes while I read," I said. "Yes, sir," replied the young man, and from his confident tone, I guessed that some of his colleagues had already briefed him that this would happen. "Her name is Cholera Aerie, a matron of around 650 years of age. Meaning that she's close to the biotic prowess of a matriarch. Actually, most of us analysts believe that since she's been part of Eclipse for around half of her life, her control of her biotics has already reached the level of a matriarch. The recommendation of the department is that a direct confrontation should only be conducted either by a team of highly trained special forces N5 and up, overwhelming numbers with mech support, or, the most highly recommended option, assassination. Did you get that, Commander?" I asked, turning away from the young analyst for a moment. "I did, sir," responded Abebo with a frown. "It seems it will have to be overwhelming numbers or a few good teams with the surprise element on their side. Sadly, we don't have any teams on the level of N5 here, and the only people who have a similar skill level are currently tasked with your protection, Mr. Dean Bren. I dislike the thought of asking them to change their duty." "Neither will be necessary at the moment," I rebuked. "Overwhelming numbers mean high losses, and that isn't something I am willing to condone. It's a huge loss for the company at a time when such desperate measures aren't needed. No matter how tempting the target may be. I will ask around for a professional. There are enough people who either owe me a favor or would want a favor from me. Are those sources trustworthy?" asked Commander Abeba, worried about possible consequences if the wrong people knew about it, sending a glance toward the young analyst. In return, I dismissively waved my hand. It's not a big deal. I trust the people here to keep this to themselves, I said to Abeba while looking at the analyst, who nodded. He would probably bring the content of my words to his grave. The people I would owe a favor to are ones I've worked with a lot over the years, and there are none more trustworthy in the galaxy. And those who owe me favors would have by far more to lose if they publicized what they did for me and, more importantly, why they owed me the favor in the first place. Nothing gives you more power over a person than knowing something about them they don't want others to know, the young analyst commented before shrinking back after Commander Abeba sent him a scathing look for speaking out of turn. A good observation and a correct one at that, I praised, giving Abeba a look that got her to nod apologetically toward the young man. A small advice for you, I continued, looking toward him. Before speaking, always take into account the characters of those who listen to your words. The person you want to impress with your insights may appreciate it, but those surrounding him may not. Those can hamper your path forward, and as much as I lament it, even Ad Astra isn't free of those willing to trample over others to rise to the top. I am guilty of that behavior, too. You, too, sir? The young analyst asked, and his eyes showed the doubt he felt. I am no saint. I try to do my best for humanity as a whole, especially for those choosing to place their trust in me, but to rise to my current position, I had to walk over more than one metaphorical body. And literal body, but this wasn't what I should have to spell out. Either the young analyst realized that the galaxy didn't allow one to keep their morals completely intact when trying to rise to the top, or he would one day not continue forward. But back to the matter at hand, I said, clapping my hands lightly to dispel the slightly uncomfortable aura that started to surround us. What else can you tell me of this Cholera Aerie? She's wanted on 23 planets, with an arrest warrant spanning the whole Citadel space. As far as we know, she got sentenced to death on 3 Turian border worlds with no possibility of appeal. What did she do? I asked, raising a brow. Death sentences without the possibility of appealing were no joke, especially on Turian worlds. Turians rarely sentenced someone without that person standing trial in person, but if it ever got to the point where they judged someone guilty, that sentence stood. If she got ever caught on any other Turian-controlled or governed world, the chances that she would get the death penalty there were 100% as long as the judge wasn't corrupt. Setting off a bomb in a space dock to kill her target and more than a dozen bystanders, torturing and killing a highly placed colonial government member, and drunken manslaughter. Among the 7 victims were the sons of the local defense force chief and the daughter of the wealthiest businesswoman of the planet. And they haven't caught and killed her yet. She committed 2 of those crimes almost 200 years ago. The sentence wasn't revoked, and death penalties don't become invalid, but the warrants get lost in their systems with the years. During those years, she kept mostly to the terminus systems until the heat died down. One would expect that with 1,000 years of experience with Aseri, the systems of the Turians wouldn't lose track of their criminals. Furthermore, their discipline shouldn't allow this to happen at all, commented Commander Abeba without looking away from the screens. I couldn't say why that, replied the young analyst. I'm no expert on Turian security systems. I would guess that she didn't return to the planets where she got sentenced to death, I said. Other planets would need to request the information over the extranet, and getting non-local information about warrants, even those of a criminal with a death sentence, can take a lot of time. The further away the system where the crime happened is, the longer it will take. If she didn't commit a crime or has a warrant in a neighboring system, it would probably take too long to get the information before she disappeared again. Furthermore, I would guess they keep only a temporary copy in their system of all requested data to not clutter their space with data from hundreds of planets. There will be only 3 permanent copies. One on the planet where the crime happened, a central data center in Turian space, and the last one with CSCC's database. The Alliance uses a similar system, but there are propositions to build more data centers at important crossing points to keep the lag time short enough for the local authorities to react. Sadly, the budget committees are in no hurry to approve the project, even if it's sensible. Both of my listeners rolled their eyes at my words, and Commander Abeba scoffed a near silent, idiot politicians. There hadn't been many problems yet. That made these data centers not a necessity. And as long as a system works without them, they will be slow to approve any expenditures. During my time in the government, I did something similar. Redirect assets from projects with low priority toward those with higher ones to get them finished more quickly, I explained while reminding Abeba subtly that I had been one of those idiot politicians too. I couldn't help the smirk that appeared on my face as I watched how the commander's body stiffened for a moment as she realized that she had indirectly insulted me. The smirk vanished from my face as quick as it had appeared, and I turned toward the young analyst who had, after seeing the smirk, a slight smile on his face, too, knowing I had only dropped the bit about my government time to tease the commander and to watch her reaction. A nod from me signaled him to continue with his report. As I said, Cholera Aerie spends much time in the Terminus systems, where she got a reputation as one of Jonastree's top commanders. Her exploits show a picture of ruthlessness, efficiency, and the willingness to do everything she can to guarantee the success of her missions. She has built a reputation among the hundreds of minor merc groups of someone who is better avoided unless that someone has a particular death wish. As a result, she keeps most of the mercenaries allied to, or in reality, under their command, Eclipse in line by her mere presence in the region. That gives us a picture of the person we're dealing with. Is there anything we can use for our benefit? I asked, rubbing my thumb over my lips unconsciously. Arya Tilok, the Queen of Omega, has something against her. Rumor is it that Tilok told Strees that if she ever sends Aerie even into Omega's system, she will shoot anything wearing Eclipse's logo and color without thinking twice. Nobody knows what happened between those two, but what everyone knows is that if Tilok ever gets her hands on Aerie, the latter will be pulverized into too many atoms to count. Interesting but not usable, I replied, shaking my head. Aerie is too small a fish for me even to contemplate dealing with Tilok. If I were to ask her to deal with the problem or even suggest a partnership, it would make me look weak. No. Tilok is someone I will not approach until it is absolutely necessary. Is there anything else? It seemed unremarkable at first, began the young analyst, but when I searched for Aerie's name in Ilium's criminal databank, there was less of a record than I expected. He took a moment to take a deep breath before beginning his explanation. I mean, there were records of her destruction of property, extortion, arson, assault, and so on. But there was no warrant, and every single fine got paid in full. Yet, something seemed suspicious to me, especially after finishing with her psychological profile. Because the list of charges had numbered less than expected and the reasons for those had been not too violent, inserted Commander Abeba in between pauses. The young analyst nodded seriously. Compared to the records within Council space, it is way less than expected. I entertained the idea that she hadn't been sent to Ilium very often and tried to hold herself back so she could return to Ilium when needed, but the theory seems unlikely if we take into account how she acted with the hostages she had taken from our company. That's right, I mused. Her actions had been bold and without care for consequences or repercussions. Furthermore, even if she is a model citizen here on Ilium, her reputation in the Terminus systems would warrant at least a warning issued to the local authorities to be on the lookout for her. So, if I follow this line of thought to the end, then you're thinking that someone made most of her files disappear. Someone with enough connection in the government to pull it off. That's the idea, sir, he responded. I'm currently trying to find out where those files disappeared to and who is responsible for it. Do you think that will get us closer to the Arbiter? Asked Commander Abeba. I shook my head negatively. I doubt it. The Arbiter may have hired Eclipse to stand against us, but I doubt they asked for Aerie specifically. She seems too unstable to fit in the Arbiter's methodical style. Yet, this investigation will be useful nonetheless as it will get us closer to Aerie. If she got a contact with enough power to get her to Ilium without the authorities knowing of her presence, then the contact will probably have to stay in contact with her to keep every mention under the radar. Besides, there's no way the contact will do this without any form of compensation. This is Ilium, after all. Money or favors? Both. Neither. We will only know after we find out, I shrugged, showing that I didn't really care. Whatever this contact got from Aerie, I could outbid her on a bad day without any effort. Hey, it's me ZK. Just wanted to thank you all with sticking with me for so long. It's great to read your comments even if I'm not the best at responding to them. So, I decided to answer a few right now. Nothing on the actual plot, just some that stuck in my mind. Don't know why they did, but they did. Tybokas, yeah, you're right that it sometimes seems like this is becoming an action story, especially if I'm writing 3 or more chapters in a row like this. But rest assured. I try to concentrate on the other things more, but sometimes I need a break and write something different, and instead of writing a whole new story, I write action chapters. Grim Ideals, yep, Shay is based on that character. I played Fire Emblem 3 HOPS and liked the character. I sometimes try to hide characters from other games inside the story. I think the first time I hid a character in plain sight was in Chapter 6, and I don't think anybody caught the reference when the chapter first came out. Anyway, thanks for sticking with me for so long, and read you next chapter. Yours. ZK. Chapter 51. October 31th, 2173. 1:41 Ilium time. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra Branch HQ. I could feel the exhaustion creeping up on me. My chair might have been comfortable, but sitting in it for hours wasn't something I would recommend to anyone. I slowly rotated my shoulders, first the right, then the left, to relax my stiff muscles while keeping my eyes on the monitors in front of me. It had been more than half an hour since Commander Abeba had given the signal to begin the raids on the Eclipse bases, and from my perspective, everything was going well. Perhaps too well. Or maybe I was pessimistic, and there wouldn't be any hidden traps waiting for my men. After all, Commander Abeba had waited even longer to start the raids than she had previously specified, all in the name of getting enough information to prevent any surprises. She apologized to me for the delay, but I honestly didn't care if she postponed them for 2 hours or 2 days. There was a reason why she got the position of commander of the Ad Astra forces here on Ilium, and I had absolute trust in her skills and decisions concerning anything vaguely military. If I started to doubt the skills of the people I entrusted with their positions within my company, there would be only a step until I tried to do everything myself, and that way was a one-way street toward being stressed to the limit. The way Commander Abeba had planned almost every detail of 6 different raids while keeping enough room to react to any unforeseen events was a skill I did not have. Well, that wasn't quite correct. I could do it, but only in my chosen field of expertise. And my fields were those of business and politics, not battle. For example, I had already made more than one plan for how to proceed after tonight's events, depending on the reactions of others. Would the public not care or condemn me for fighting against Eclipse? Would the government start to get involved after this night? How would the people react back home? The Alliance government? The Council? Those and more would react to everything I do. In different scales, sure, but they would. Because of that, I was already hard at work to influence public opinion in my favor before anyone could get started on turning it against me. Building factories through council space on worlds with mixed inhabitants and low income to create new jobs, supporting public projects and charities, and so on. The goal was to create a picture of someone who, while undoubtedly on the side of humanity first, wasn't, in any way, biased against any of the Citadel races. As someone who tried to make the galaxy a better place for everyone instead of the power-hungry image, my opponents would try to push to the forefront. The better my reputation within the other important factions within Citadel space was, the easier my job would be when I became ambassador. I winced slightly as that thought went through my head. Truthfully, Ilium and everything associated with it had only become a distraction from that goal and, in the end, a waste of resources. Yet, the situation had crossed the line where I could pull out without appearing weak or as if I was running away from the Arbiter or Eclipse, especially after what Eclipse had done. Should I wash Ilium off my hands now, it would present an image of me that wouldn't do his absolute best to get justice, or revenge as some would call it, for those hurt while under my protection. It would destroy the reputation and trust I had painstakingly built over decades within the Alliance, as it would go against everything I stood for. Speaking of keeping my reputation as it was, I would have to return to the Alliance in the first 3 months of the next year, at the latest. I had been away far too often and far too long. And this time, I would stay there for a longer time without much opportunity to return to Ilium other than for short visits. Hopefully, everything here would have come to an end I could live with, and the Ilium branch would turn from a problematic one into one that would turn out profit without much trouble. I definitely wouldn't like to see the financial reports of this venture after the fighting was over, and how long and at what capacity this branch would have to work at to recover the used assets and start turning out a profit. Probably years. And if I ever got a seemingly great idea again, I would only have to look at the report to remind me of thinking it over triply. Operations 2, 3, and 5 just gave the all-clear signal. All enemies at their positions have been eliminated. I'm giving the order to our recovery and intel teams to get in and get everything that could be of use to us. Commander Abeba interrupted my thoughts, which I was thankful for. Casualties on our side? I asked. None. A few were wounded, but nothing life-threatening. They should be ready for duty after a few days of rest. The operations went exactly how we wanted, and Eclipse didn't get the chance to fight back effectively. That's good news, I commented. The other operations? Still within parameters, responded Commander Abeba sharply, her attention directed at the screen showing only 3 pictures now, albeit larger than before. I nodded in response, but I didn't think she noticed it. Instead of watching the screen, too, I returned my attention to my datapad, opening another mail to distract myself. It was a short summary of the possible Turian councillor candidates that had the chance to take the position after the current one's term of office would be over next year. In contrast to the Asari and Solarian councillors, who got the position for 200 to 300 years and for life, respectively, after they got put into it, the Turians revaluated their councillor after every term, which lasted 5 years and decided if the councillor would keep his position or not. Furthermore, any Turian could only serve as Citadel councillor for a maximum of 5 terms during their life and only be chosen for the position once. In effect, that meant that if a Turian councillor got dismissed from the position after 1 term for being inadequate, they used up their 1 chance of being in this position without the chance of even getting considered for the job outside of a state of emergency. Councillor Adarki had been the Turian councillor since humanity made contact with the Citadel, and over the last decade, he had become somewhat open to the idea of a Turian-human friendship. Yet, with the coming year, he would reach the end of his 5th term and leave the position of councillor open for new blood. The speculation of who would become the new councillor was a hot topic in many Citadel and Turian news magazines, with dozens of names thrown around, listing each's achievements and why they should get selected as councillor. The teams I hired to get through the Citadel and Turian news organizations managed to compile a list of the most likely candidates and added short biographies with reasons for their selection. As I went over the list, I only recognized one name, Spiratus. I recognized the name from the games, which seemed to be nothing more than distant memories to me now. Spiratus had been the Turian counselor in them and would probably become the next counselor in reality, too. And I knew that not just because of some future knowledge. He simply was the most accomplished candidate with the right connections among the upper echelon of the Turian hierarchy to make it happen. While one or two of the other candidates could compare to him, I could see from the reports that he was the most ambitious among them, and ambition, if used correctly, could take one far. I marked his name and sent a notification to the appropriate addresses to keep an eye on his career progression and let the matter drop from my mind for now. When I looked up from my data-pad, I could make out the slight frown on Commander Abeba's face, and I asked immediately, "Is something wrong?" Operations 1 and 6 are finished. No casualties, a few wounds, but everything stayed within acceptable parameters. Yet, I worry about 4. They're meeting heavier resistance than anticipated, and I already had to divert Team 3 from their way back to base to their position for support. Furthermore, the destruction to the Eclipse base is substantial, and we won't be able to keep the authorities away for much longer. Scorched Earth, asset denial, I said with a tone of finality after thinking about an answer for a minute. "Sir?" asked Commander Abeba, one eyebrow raised in confusion. Not because she didn't know what I had ordered, but why I had ordered it in the first place. "We got information and equipment from 5 Eclipse bases. We don't need," I stressed the word, "a 6th. It takes too long, and with every passing minute, the danger of losing one of our people becomes higher. Keeping them alive is our foremost goal. Send the signal to retreat to a safe distance and then torch the place to the ground." My tone was cold and held a finality that would make some people shiver with it. Commander Abeba was not one of those people. Instead, she nodded at me and relayed my orders to the teams still fighting. It didn't take long for the screens to show the teams retreating, leaving explosives behind with every step. When they reached a safe distance, Commander Abeba looked at me to confirm my orders for a last time, to which I gave a single nod, not a single emotion visible on my face. "Fire." A single word was all that was necessary, and a single gunship, its markings removed before the mission, approached at a high speed. It didn't slow down for a moment as it flew over the Eclipse base, but it dropped 3 long rods from its bottom as it passed. They fell more than they flew, and the moment they were about to hit the roof of the Eclipse base, a small thruster activated, aiding them in burrowing through until the rods came out on the other side, where it didn't take a second until they exploded. Together with the explosives, the retreating teams left, the base turned into a single ball of light that momentarily overloaded the cameras. I watched dispassionately as the cameras adjusted and the light died down, revealing a burnt-out husk of a building. "That takes care of that," I said and added a moment later, "Tell all teams to return to HQ. I will meet with our PR and legal teams to discuss our actions to counter the consequences that will no doubt come from this." "Perhaps it would have been better to stick to the plan," commented Abeba with a wry smile. "No, it wouldn't," I said, shaking my head. "It probably would have been worse. If the authorities arrived in the middle of battle, they would have gotten involved and hurt. And if members of the official government get hurt, everything gets more complicated. Right now, we can twist the situation into something where we can lay the blame at Eclipse's feet. For why would we destroy their base when we were obviously winning moments before? Do you think they will buy the story?" asked Abeba as I stood up and stretched my arms. "Why shouldn't they? The current leader of Eclipse here on Ilium is a madwoman, and the first thing we will do is to get the public on our side. It helps that one of our allies has control over one of the biggest news networks. And if she's the arbiter, then she would be stupid to reveal herself for such a small thing," I answered with a smile, turning around to leave the room and leave Commander Abeba alone with the unenviable task of cleaning up after the operations. October 31st, 2173. 1432 Ilium time. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. And while the investigation into the incident of last night in the Sela district is still ongoing, official parties commented that the result was likely caused by the mercenary group Eclipse. The violence and destruction caused since more members of the group, formerly known as the most professional and reliable mercenary group in the galaxy, arrived on the planet has exceeded the statistics of the last 2 centuries. We have with us Dr. Ball, an expert on the social structures and behavior of independent militaristic groups. Good day to you, Dr. Bolivia. It's good to be her. A chair crashed into the television, going halfway through the screen. Fuckers! Screamed Cholera Aerie, her face purple with rage. Maber could only shake his head at the display of unrestrained anger. He was used to Aerie's temper that he compared it to the ebb and flow of a sea. Sometimes there, sometimes not. Yet, ever since coming to Ilium, it had gotten worse, and his nominal leader barely spent any time thinking calmly. Truthfully, he suspected the drugs she liked to take to strengthen her biotic abilities. It had gotten worse since those Ad Astra people took out one of Ares' playthings. The moment Maber had heard about it, he ordered a relocation of all the assets and bases Nesta knew about. Clearly, they had been too slow if the destruction of 6 of their bases was any indicator. Thankfully, most of their personnel and equipment on Ilium had been elsewhere, and the moment he heard about the attacks, he had ordered another relocation to prevent Ad Astra from making use of any potential information they recovered. If it had been up to Maber, they would have relocated to another planet and given up the job entirely, and he had made the recommendation to Strees with his last report, which she insisted on to keep an eye on Aerie, but he didn't think that much would come from it at this point. He had been against making an enemy of Ad Astra from the moment the job offer appeared on their table, yet his opinion got ignored due to the amount of money this arbiter person had been willing to pay. Any remaining doubts got buried the moment the shadow broker also sent them an offer for the same thing, as an additional incentive in his words. Maber had always wondered why the shadow broker sent them the offer. He had checked the validity to see if it truly came from the broker, and all pointed towards it. Yet, Maber couldn't understand the meaning behind it. If he knew about the offer from the arbiter, he also knew that Strees would take the job, so why waste funds for an already certain outcome? The only reason that came to his mind was that the shadow broker wanted to make sure that Eclipse committed to this job, and with his name attached to the list of clients, Eclipse couldn't withdraw without a very, very good reason. The whole thing left a bad taste in his mouth for weeks after the deals got struck. And now? Now, the taste had turned into something akin to ash. The 6 simultaneous attacks proved to him that they were dealing with an opponent who had an amount of resources and people that outstripped Eclipse's by far on Ilium alone. He didn't want to contemplate what it would mean for the rest of the galaxy. Furthermore, Aerie had provoked them in a way that anyone with Oscar Dinabrand's, Ad Astra's boss, reputation would never take lightly. He had warned against it, and now they had to live with the consequences of ignoring his warning. It wasn't enough that their bases got destroyed, but now they were responsible for the destruction in the eyes of the public, damaging their reputation fiercely. If they didn't stand on different sides, Maber would be able to appreciate Ad Astra's strategy even more. They hadn't just made this fight into one of public opinion, which put a lot of pressure on their operations, but also managed to provoke Aerie, getting her into a mood where she would make mistakes, public mistakes, that Ad Astra could use to further sway opinions in their favor. Maber had to suppress a sigh, knowing that the following days would be a trial like nothing else since he would have to try and manage Aerie's mood to keep her from doing something extremely reckless that would put everything in danger and bring Satyris down on their heads. They want to paint us as crazy terrorists. I show them crazy terrorists. And that was his cue to intervene. Satyris won't be happy if we do that, Maber said, speaking up for the first time since Aerie began to rant. Bringing Satyris up was a surefire way to get Aerie's attention and to pierce through the rage and anger clouding her mind. After all, she was following Satyris as her playthings followed her. From then on, he would have to walk the edge between making reasonable suggestions while also satisfying Aerie's desire for violence and destruction. The boss worked hard to make Eclipse's reputation into what it is. One incident where they claim that Eclipse is responsible is one thing, another is if it happens again in a way where they can prove it. Then what do you suggest? If we let those humans continue as they are, we will be pushed out of the game before long. Guerrilla tactics. We know where they stationed their soldiers, so we hit them quickly and brutally before retreating. We use small teams to cause maximum destruction at minimal risk. It's the same tactic they are using against us with great effect. That could work, said Aerie, who seemed, to Maber's relief, calmer now that she had the bare bones of a workable plan. It's not enough to push them back, but it should give us some breathing room as they concentrate on defense. In the meantime, we consolidate our forces for tactical strikes against their infrastructure, which we also have to identify and scout. Aerie walked around in a circle, one hand on her chin while the other held her elbow up. Seeing his leader focusing on constructing a plan, Maber quietly left the room to make a report to Satyris about the current situation. Perhaps he would even get new orders or an update about how things were with the other operations. November 1, 2173. 1323. Arcturus Stream. Arcturus Station. Alliance Intelligence Service. Andrew Clark had just signed off on the last of the forms of the latest batch of paperwork required from him when his office's doors opened, and his secretary walked in, his arms full of data pads that would be, no doubt, another mountain of paperwork to work through. When he was a kid, he would have never imagined that he would work as a spy one day and that his days wouldn't be filled with action-packed adventures but with mind-numbing paperwork. If he had known, we would have thought twice before signing up. Thank you, Tobias. Just put them on the desk. I'll go through them as soon as possible, Andrew said while hiding his dislike of the new paperwork. Of course, sir. I need to remind you that you have a meeting with the Security Council at 1500 concerning the new patrol routes at the Alliance hegemony border, followed by another at 1800, to update you on all ongoing operations in sectors X10 to X25. Bring the second one an hour forward. The meeting with the Security Council shouldn't take too long, and if it does, it will give me an excuse to leave early. They like to draw those meetings out with unnecessary discussions. I gave them the information we got about the battalion's patrol routes before this meeting, so my presence isn't needed anyway. As you wish, answered Tobias. He put down the datapads on Andrew's desk and activated his Omni tool to send out the updated meeting time. There's one other thing, sir. The top datapad holds a private message for you. Thank you, Tobias. I'll call for you if I need anything else, thanked Andrew while taking the topmost datapad. His secretary left the office, closing the door behind him as Andrew's eyes were already flying over the message. A small smile appeared on his face as he decoded the first words of the message, written in one of the standard codes the ace liked to use. Sequence 3, Book NR5, Hi? What is it that you need, Oscar? Andrew mumbled to himself before saying louder, Honey? Please call up my edition of From Russia with Love by Ian Fleming, and be ready for input. Of course, Mr. Clark, answered the small holographic figure of a woman that appeared on the disk at the edge of his desk, her voice having an obvious synthetic undertone. Andrew slowly recited the numbers displayed in the message from Oscar. Every combination of 3 numbers would lead to a page, followed by a line, and finally, a word. 4 numbers would mean that it was the NTH letter within the word since, for example, not all names were available within the book series he and Oscar had chosen to use for the encryption of their messages to each other. They didn't use it often, only when they thought that a certain amount of secrecy was needed. The beauty of the code they were using wasn't in its complexity but in its relative obscurity and the fact that one needed intimate knowledge of it. While they had agreed to use the book series of James Bond written by Ian Fleming as the basis of their code, a joke both had laughed about when they decided on it, the order of the 50-plus books depended on which of the 5 sequences they wanted to use. This way, Casino Royale could be Book 4 in Sequence 2 or Book 43 in Sequence 1. Furthermore, if someone wanted to crack the code, one had to know which version of the book they would have to use, as the placement of the words depended on edition, year, and publisher. Without all this information, it was nigh on impossible to get anything even remotely resembling a coherent message out of it. As Andrew slowly finished reciting the numbers, he looked up to the holographic screen his 6 honey had created over his desk, looking at the decrypted message. Request, assassination, target, cholera Aerie, payment, favor, he read out loud to himself. Well, that's certainly doable. There was no need for him to look up the name as he was already familiar with it the moment Oscar had decided to begin his crusade against everything named Eclipse. He had kept an eye on the situation ever since the failed assassination but hadn't seen any sign that the ace would have to intervene more than passing on some of the information his agents in the area came across. After all, he knew that Oscar would be pissed if he involved himself in this mess without asking or getting asked. They were the same in that regard. And even now, Oscar wasn't asking for help. It was a transaction. Andrew would provide something, and Oscar would pay for it. At least, that was how the two of them decided to see it. Andrew leaned back in his office chair, thinking about who he would send to Ilium. That he would accept the request was a foregone conclusion. Cholera Aerie didn't have an importance to the ace plans, not now, nor in the future. Her worth was basically non-existent, especially in comparison to a favor from Oscar. A few names came to mind, all exceptional for the task at hand. Yet, one name appeared more fitting than any other. Besides, it would be a good opportunity. Until now, any mission any member of that division accomplished had happened in Alliance territory. It would be good to see if they could achieve the same in an environment that hadn't been created by human hands. With a nod, Andrew started to write down the orders on an empty datapad he would hand over to his secretary when he left for his meeting so that they would get to the right people promptly. Chapter 52. November 5, 2173. 1508. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. I lifted the teacup and took a sip, enjoying the floral note of the tea. Slowly placing the cup back on its saucer, I looked toward my hostess and asked, now that we've finished with the obligatory small talk, why don't we start with the reason why you invited me? Ayala Nessara sent me a smile that conveyed her nervousness, and fidgeted in her seat, not knowing how to start. Well, she began, and while her stutter wasn't as prominent as at other times, she still spoke slowly and deliberately to not let it pop up. There are 2 reasons why I asked you to come. She took a sip of her tea to fortify herself. On the one hand, it's about the property you asked me to purchase for you on Thesha. Let me guess, it is not going to happen, I finished for her with a sigh. Correct, Ayala answered with an apologetic smile. It started out well, but some matriarch got interested in the property as well, and if a person like that gets interested, there isn't much I can do. I'm not even halfway into my matron phase, and my influence on Thesha is almost non-existent. At least in comparison to those living on the planet. There aren't many people in the galaxy who can compete with an Asari matriarch in the influence department. At least among those that aren't matriarchs themselves. Too true, agreed Ayala. I still remember when I was a young maiden and took my first steps into the realtor business. I had to compete with dozens who had been in the business for decades or centuries. To get even a foot in the door is still one of my proudest accomplishments. A small secretive smile played over Ayala's lips, a smile that held a hint of an emotion I couldn't place but sent a short shiver of unease down my spine. I soon shoved that thought away, thinking that I had imagined it as she sent me a radiant smile and asked, if you want I could still try to find something on Thesha for your use. I can't promise that its location will be as good as the previous one, but it will still help you get an in on Thesha. And that's what you're angling for, right? No, there's no need for that, I answered after thinking the question over. While it would give me an opportunity to expand into the heart of Asari territory, I felt that I was stretched too thin. After the current crisis on Ilium was over and done with, I wanted to concentrate on the Citadel and the Alliance again. Thesha would probably require as much focus or even more than Ilium had. Furthermore, the core worlds of the Asari territory brimmed with Eclipse presence, and after I finished cutting them to size, I wanted to take a break from them. And throwing myself into another fight with them was the last thing I wanted to do right now. If that's your wish, responded Ayala, nodding her assent. But I will keep an eye on the situation and inform you if I hear about a good opportunity by chance. That would be wonderful. I took another sip of tea, emptying the cup. But you said there were 2 reasons. If one of them was the broken deal, what is the other? The moment I mentioned her second reason, I knew something was up. Ayala's body language clammed up tight, and her eyes flitted from one side to the other without focusing on anything. If nervousness became visible from one moment to the other, I had no doubt it would come from her like a thick cloud of haze. I have been contacted by Quintinius, she said quietly. Cicerio? What did he want? I asked, understanding why she had become nervous. Mentioning me around Cicerio was probably a good method to make him angry. At least, that was my conjecture, as he wasn't very calm when the circle met the last time. Perhaps she thought I would react the same way. He was worried that I would get targeted by Eclipse since I'm associating with you. I wasn't very worried about it, but he made some good points and insisted I take some of his people as guards. Is that the reason why my guards are playing who can outstare the other with yours? Despite the seriousness I felt in the air, Ayala managed an amused giggle. I would guess so. The offer was too good to not accept, and it is better to be safe than sorry. A sentiment I can understand very well, I nodded my agreement. While I would have liked you to come to me if you had any security concerns, I can't take offense as you have known Cicerio far longer than me. I smiled reassuringly at her to show that I didn't mind. Yet, in the back of my head, I was already making plans to alter my flight route and inform the personnel watching the airspace around the HQ to keep an eye out for suspicious activity. Come to think of it, the assassination attempt that started this whole fiasco happened after I visited Ayala the last time. Perhaps that was something to look into, but I hadn't been very subtle with my movements back then. I only ask that you keep them from fighting with my own guards. Something like that would only exacerbate the problems between Cicerio and I continued, focusing back on the conversation. That should be possible, Ayala agreed with a shy smile. I don't want the circle to fall to pieces. It is bad enough that we have lost Nisko. He was, after all, the most sensible and reasonable among us. I wouldn't go as far as to call him that, but he was indeed the one responsible for getting us back on track whenever we lost ourselves in pointless bickering. Yes, he was very good at that, she agreed before she took a breath and said, there's one more thing I have to mention. And that would be. Ayala was about to open her mouth and answer, but it seemed like she thought differently, shook her head, and said, no, sorry. It isn't that important right now. And I don't have any evidence. She said the last part more quietly, but I heard it nonetheless. Yet, I somehow had the feeling that I wouldn't get an answer if I pressed her on it, so I pretended that I didn't hear her murmurs. If you say so, I replied slowly before drinking the last bit of tea in my cup and getting up. If there's nothing more, I still have some work that needs to be done. Thank you for the lovely tea, and I will return the favor in the future. That's not necessary, responded Ayala, shaking her head. It was my pleasure. And it will be my pleasure when I return the favor, I said, bowing my head slightly in her direction as a farewell. As I turned around to leave the room and return to my shuttle, I caught sight of the small secretive smile that played over Ayala's face from the corner of my eyes. November 5, 2173. 1921. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. The bait is placed, Madam Arbiter, said Quintinius Cicerio while bowing slightly to the projected picture of his lady. Good, answered the Arbiter, her voice not altered as she would usually do to hide her identity, as the person in front of her was her loyal adjutant who wouldn't compromise her identity toward any third party. Besides, for her plans to work, there had to be a measure of trust between them so that Cicerio wouldn't make the wrong moves. It won't take long until Oscar Dienbren will find the track we left for him. He will follow the clues and put them together to the incorrect conclusion we want him to arrive at. When that happens it will be easy to take him out of the picture. How long do you think it will take? milady? The people you wanted me to contact are already waiting anxiously to pick apart his company when he falls, asked Cicerio, a certain amount of disgust finding its way into his voice as he thought about some of the people the arbiter had him contact. Be careful that your disgust doesn't shine through when you're talking with them. It will only lead to unnecessary problems, the arbiter scolded Cicerio, yet she had a small smile on her face. I'm sorry, and I will take care. It's just that I don't understand why we need to deal with such people in the first place. They are like carrion eaters. Unwilling or afraid to go against strong prey, yet salivating at the chance of a big meal. It disgusts me. It's the way of the galaxy. There are multiple parties on my end, too, that wish to see Oscar Dienbren and everything he built and stands for fall, yet they are unwilling to take the necessary steps toward that goal by themselves, afraid that they will fail and pay the price. Alas, I had already decided to go through with it long before they came into the picture, yet the rewards they promised when we are successful are a nice bonus, wouldn't you say? That's true, agreed Cicerio. The number of favors you will be getting is enough to place you into a position many in the galaxy will envy you for. Us, my dear Quintinius, us, corrected the arbiter and watched as Cicerio visibly brightened at her words. Of course, milady, he replied. It still surprises me how many people want to see him fall, and many of them are not involved in the business side of things. The human allies, and I'm using this word lightly, do not surprise me. Dienbren, as much I loathe to say, is extremely successful inside the alliance, and that has created a lot of resentment and jealousy among those not measuring up to him. Yet, it isn't just humans that want to see him fall, right? Yes, you are correct. It isn't just humans, but members of every species in the galaxy, and not just those with the simple desire to partake in the fruits of his labor. Nonetheless, their reason is the same as everyone else's, yet seen from another perspective. He's too successful, and that, in turn, makes the alliance successful. Too successful for some people. The alliance's rise to prominence in the galaxy is just too fast for the taste of some, the arbiter explained. Thinking about it, the arbiter could only shake her head. Many of those with these feelings are among my fellow Aseri. Due to our long lives, we are more suited to a gradual change. After all, we have the luxury of time and can afford to wait until our efforts bear fruit. The Turians do everything in small steps, one after the other, and while the Solarians can rush things, since the founding of the Council, they came around to the Aseri's way of thinking. In comparison, humanity seems to run toward the future without consideration of anyone around them, never looking back, only forward. And that is something that scares my fellow Aseri. But not you? Asked Cicerio. No, it does not, answered the arbiter with a glint in her eyes. I saw my species slow crawl to the future when I was still a young maiden and decided then and there that I never wanted to be part of it. Instead of waiting for opportunities, I created them. What any other Aseri would have taken a century, I accomplished in a decade. And that's why I became as influential as I am on Thesha when it isn't even the planet I was born on. I would have expected nothing less from you, milady. Your flatter is unneeded but welcome nonetheless, my dear Quintinius, answered the arbiter, and sent him a soft smile that caused a pleasant shiver to go over his back. Yet, there is a question in my mind that I can't find the correct answer for. Would you be able to? That, of course, depends on the question, replied the arbiter coy. Oscar Dienbren's demise will throw the alliance into chaos, that much I know. Yet why do we need to inform parties within their space about what is happening? And what do your other acquaintances hope for? Let me answer the last one first. The answer lies in the chaos. A society plagued by chaos and infighting can't focus on the powers outside and is easily influenced by them. In an effort to rise to the top, some parties will seek the help of those outside the conflict, unknowingly becoming nothing more than puppets to influence the struggling society from within and shape it into any picture they imagine. And the first part. To keep the remains of Dienbren's legacy from congregating into the hands of the few. I had you contact as many not so powerful players in the alliance as possible these last few weeks so that they could prepare to take over as much as they could when the time comes. Undoubtedly, there will be others that will secure parts of Dienbren's companies, ones with enough influence and power to react immediately, but they will have to contend with those in the know and thus unable to divide everything between them, which keeps them from becoming powerful enough to soothe the chaos we want to unleash. Cicerio closed his eyes, mulling over what the arbiter said before nodding to himself and said, I think I understand now. While they are busy with infighting and squabbling over who inherits the empire Dienbren is going to leave behind, the other powers of the galaxy will use this time to establish their hold on humanity. And to keep their government from interfering too early or too effectively, you had me contact this group, correct? Yes, you are, the arbiter confirmed with a slightly cruel smile in place at the thought of her plans becoming reality. How did it go anyway? I'm curious. The representative was curt but polite. They transferred a considerable amount of credits to me as thanks for the warning. It was also mentioned that they would pay double the amount again if we warned them a week before it happens. I think, the arbiter began slowly, that we won't do that. They should be grateful that we warned them in the first place. It would give them an unfair advantage over the other competitors, and that would work against our goals. As you say, milady, answered Cicerio, bowing to show his compliance with her wishes. November 7, 2173. 8:11. Ilium, to sail system. NOS Astra. Space sport. He slowly rotated his shoulders to work out the tension in them as he walked away from the security checkpoint of the spaceport. Thankfully, it hadn't taken longer than a few minutes, and the authorities hadn't noticed anything wrong. Not that he had expected them to notice anything in the first place. His training and the technology of the ace to deceive customs were both more than enough to pull the wool over their eyes. Otherwise, he would have been asked some very uncomfortable questions. Questions that he would never answer, but that was beside the point. The tongue lashing he would get from his handler was more than enough for Lawrence to do his best. Especially since they got this mission assigned by the big boss himself. Tara had been far more pedantic concerning, well, everything since then. And Lawrence would do his best to not earn her ire during this mission if he could help it. After all, she saw it as her end, by association, his big chance to rise within the ace. It didn't matter as much for him to rise toward a higher position within the ace as for Tara, but in the last 6 months, she had been his handler, operator, and support. She had become a good friend, and he wanted to help her realize her ambitions. Besides, it wasn't like he would get another position anyway, or wanted one in the first place. Becoming one of the first field agents of the Artemis project was more than enough for him, and not a position he wanted to give up for the foreseeable future. Being on the field and doing work that supported and protected humanity with his own 2 hands was what he wanted to do. Like his father before him. Lawrence walked through the busy halls of the spaceport, ignoring the commotion of the arriving and leaving travelers rushing to and from the different space lines connecting the most important worlds of the known galaxy with each other for those without their own starships. Those starships were usually filled to the brim, and the companies flying the routes had to send at least a ship a day to keep up with the sheer demand. Thankfully, due to the number of travelers, it was pretty easy to disappear in the mass as just another simple traveler, something a private flight would never allow. Furthermore, it was easier to slip something through customs due to the fact that the personnel had to check so many people without making them wait too long, which affected their efficiency. An advantage that a private ship or material transporter wouldn't have. The method still wasn't perfect as to get through the immigration process. One's identity, even if it was a fake one, and a picture of one's person would be entered into the system. That way, there would be traces of one's person being left behind after the job. And while there were ways around that, Lawrence didn't see the need for an overcomplicated entry for what he was here for. His mission didn't require absolute secrecy or not leaving behind anything that could be traced back to the ace, and so a simple fake identity with a concrete reason to be on Ilium was more than enough. His current identity was that of a person working for an art collector who had taken an interest in the statue of an Asari artist who died around 200 years ago. The artist wasn't someone particularly famous but known enough for her artworks to sell after her death. Lawrence would meet the Solarian art dealer, buy the statue, and arrange for its transport back into Alliance territory. Sadly, the transportation would delay itself for another week or so because the transport company would have some unspecified problems on their end, but because they had already signed a contract which he could only back out of if the transport delayed itself for 20 days, he would have to wait on Ilium. At least, his employer got a discount and he could play tourist for a few days. He could barely stop his left eye from twitching when he thought back on how Tara had made him repeat the cover story over and over again, adding some details whenever she thought of something. At one point, Lawrence had to put his foot down, as too many details would make the cover story and identity hard to remember, especially if he had to do the same with the other 2 fake identities he had memorized for use. Generally, every ace field agent memorized at least 3 fake identities. Of course, those identities were nothing more than the bare bones to act as the person they were impersonating and wouldn't hold up to a deeper investigation, but for the short time they were used, they would be enough. On the other hand, some ace agents had far more elaborate characters to choose from with digital and physical documentation depicting their lives. But those were only used if the agent had to go deeper or longer undercover than for the short-time mission people like Lawrence got. For example, every ace agent who infiltrated Cerberus on a deep level had such an identity. As Lawrence left the spaceport building to find a cab to fly him to his booked hotel, he saw a man walking through the crowd who had taken the same spaceship to come here as him. Normally, he wouldn't have taken notice of him as the man was completely unassuming if well dressed in his 3-piece suit with a wine-red dress shirt, but during the flight, Lawrence had noticed that the man's eyes were always on the move from one person to another as if he was analyzing them and deciding if they were dangerous. Furthermore, while the man's posture was seemingly relaxed, there was a certain tension that would allow him to spring into action the moment it was needed. Lawrence would quit his job immediately if that man didn't work in intelligence too. Yet, he didn't know which organization the man worked for, and as long as he didn't interfere, Lawrence wouldn't do anything more than inform Tara, so that she could send a memo to the higher UPS. After all, the man could also work for the Ace and was here for a completely unrelated mission. Something like that wasn't unusual, and Lawrence and Tara had no need to know about any other ongoing mission within their operation zone. Finding an empty cab wasn't hard, and the moment Lawrence sat down on his seat, the driver fired up the engine to bring him to the address Lawrence told him. With a wave of his hand, he closed the semi-transparent window between him and the driver before activating his Omni tool and calling Tara. "Hey, I just wanted to let you know I arrived just fine, no problems or anything like that." "Good to hear, seems like I worried for nothing. But you know me, I don't like these public transports." The extranet reviews range from "it's good" to "barely survived a pirate attack and was stranded in space for days," came the melodious voice of Tara from his earpiece. He could even detect an undercurrent of worry mixed with relief in her voice, something Lawrence knew to be fake. "You worry too much sometimes," he replied, keeping up the guise of this just being a normal conversation between two good friends, or perhaps lovers, from the same workplace. "The Ilium route is always protected. With all the traffic between here and the Citadel, not to mention all the trade that goes along the route, there are probably only a few routes with better protection." I know, Tara replied, letting out a sigh as if she was tired of their argument. "Anyway, I got contacted by the art dealer a while you were in transit. He said he got another few pieces that our employer may like and that you are free to look at them. I didn't make any decision on your behalf as you know what he liked the best. I'll take a look at them. Perhaps there's something among them that he would like. I've accompanied him often enough to know what he would choose if he were here." A smile hushed over Lawrence's face. Apparently, the Ace crew that had transported his mission gear to Ilium had included a few more items that could make his job much easier depending on if he needed them in the first place. "That reminds me, I think I saw someone that looked like John at the airport. It's crazy how you can be so far away from the Alliance and still run into someone who reminds you of one of your friends." There was a moment of pause on the other side of the channel before Tara responded, "John, hey? Haven't talked to him for a while. I'll ask him if he wants to have dinner with us when you come back." Tara paused for another second. "I've got to go back to work. It was good to hear your voice, stay safe out there." "I will. See you in a week or so if nothing comes in between," said Lawrence and closed the connection. He relaxed against the seat, letting his head fall into his neck, closing his eyes while letting the last part of their conversation go through his head. Most of their conversation had been in code so that anyone listening in on their conversation would only hear a normal chat. Saying that he met someone who reminded him of a friend was a code for the fact that he saw someone he guessed had similar training to that of an Ace field agent, while the name John came from the old placeholder named John Doe to tell Tara that Lawrence couldn't identify the group the man belonged to. In the same vein, Tara had told him that she didn't know of any other operations in the area but would look into it. In the meantime, he should proceed with their mission as that took priority. Hopefully, it wasn't anything serious as Lawrence was exhausted and couldn't wait to finally arrive at his hotel room and have a chance to relax and sleep. Fighting, sneaking around, and all the other stuff a field agent had to do were no problems, but traveling long distances in a packed spaceship, that was exhausting as hell. Chapter 53. November 8, 2173. 1228. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra HQ. He stood on the steps of the main entrance to the Ad Astra HQ building, looking up its impressive height. It was a massive building, housing hundreds of workers and other employees. Even the reinforcements of security officers that still trickled in with every passing day would have a place to stay in the building's barracks. Workplace, hospital, residence. It was all that for Ad Astra's employees and more. It was a veritable fortress, a bastion of humanity on a world otherwise inhabited by aliens. Was it any wonder that Gregor was in awe? Even should Ilium's alien population turn hostile against the humans living here, this fortress could give them shelter and defend them until help arrived, even if this help had to travel through the whole galaxy. If he didn't have his current position, Gregor would have sent in his application to work for Ad Astra years ago. Yet, if the chance to change his employer came across, he would stay with his current one without hesitation. He knew what he was doing was for the benefit of humanity. To help his species rise to the top of the galactic hierarchy. And today, he would do his part so humanity could rise to greater heights without problems. All he had to do was to step forward and speak a few words, and he would help keep history on the right course. When Gregor started moving, every single one of his steps was sure and steady. Furthermore, his heartbeat, which had risen as he thought about what he was about to do, calmed down to his usual pulse rate. Even his mind felt more tranquil than before as he took the last steps and stopped right before the main entrance made out of glass. Still, he had something to do before he could go in. His hand went into the pocket of his trousers and took out the small pin badge, which he attached to his suit jacket's lapel. It was a small pin painted with 3 colors, black, white, and yellow. Everyone who knew of his organization would recognize the symbol, and it should give Gregor enough legitimation to secure a meeting with Oscar Dean Bren. Or, at least, it should get their notice and call security on his case, where he could explain his appearance. After all, there had to be a reason why a member of his organization would approach a well-known public figure in the open, The moment he stepped inside the building, Gregor felt eyes scanning him, deciding if he was an apparent threat or not. At first, it seemed like they were dismissing him, but after he managed half the way to the reception desk, the feeling returned, much more intense than before. As he reached the receptionist and was about to ask if it would be possible to meet with Mr. Dean Bren, another person stepped forward from the side and said, "Hitomi, take a short break. I'll cover for you." Hitomi, the receptionist, looked confused to the side, but after seeing the smiling expression of her substitute, she gave a single resolute nod and answered, "I'll be back in a minute or so. Take care, Ms. Ludendorff." Without looking back a single time, Hitomi left Gregor and the newly arrived Ms. Ludendorff alone. Her steps seemed unhurried, but they still had a sense of urgency behind them. This and the fact that the substitute arrived the moment he was about to arrive at the reception desk told him that the personnel overlooking the lobby had identified his affiliation and commenced with a standard protocol concerning potentially dangerous people. "Now," Ms. Ludendorff began, "may I have your name, and could you state your purpose for coming here today?" The smile she gave him was practiced well, and if Gregor hadn't as much experience with such things as he had, he wouldn't have seen that it was fake. After all, he saw a similar smile in the mirror when he practiced his own. "Gregor McConty, I would like to speak to Mr. Dean Bren. I have some information my employer would like to share with him as it concerns the future of his company," Gregor answered, trying to convey his sincerity with his eyes. "And may I ask the name of your employer?" "I think you know it already," he replied and tapped his badge lightly with his finger, bringing her attention to it. Ms. Ludendorff nodded at his explanation. "Very well. Please take one of the elevators to your left. Someone will wait for you upstairs." She pointed toward Gregor's left, and he could see the 5 elevators at the side of the lobby. "Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day," and with his farewell given, Gregor turned to walk toward the elevators, almost missing the minuscule bow, and whispered goodbye from Ms. Ludendorff. When Gregor got closer to the elevators, one of the 5 doors opened without prompting, and a wry smile appeared on Gregor's face at the blatant invitation. He didn't doubt that whichever elevator he chose would still stop on the same level, yet picking a different one just to be petty wouldn't help in the slightest. Right now, he was here to meet with one of the most powerful humans alive, and acting immature wouldn't help him to get the meeting. Thus, he walked into the open elevator cabin and stood in the middle of the small space. He put the hands in front of his lap with his fingers entangled. A simple gesture of goodwill and the signal that he wasn't here to cause any trouble. His entangled fingers would make it hard to grab any weapon quickly or attack one of the security officers Ad Astra was sure to send his way. If he was lucky, they would let him meet Oscar Dean Bren without clapping him in irons to ensure he posed no threat to their boss. After all, Gregor didn't want to meet one of his heroes looking like a prisoner. That would be awkward. The elevator's door closed with a hiss, which sounded ominous to his ears somehow, and the cabin started moving upward. It was a smooth ride, and if there wasn't a window showing that the elevator was indeed moving, Gregor would have believed it was standing still. Especially as the display didn't show any floor number. It was probably a precaution to keep him from orienting himself within the building. Yet, in Gregor's opinion, it was useless as he could estimate the floor by looking out of the window and comparing the altitude with nearby buildings. Of course, it wasn't absolutely precise, but he could make an educated guess where in the building he was, and that would have been enough for Gregor if he had been inclined to do more than talk today. A soft ding announced the elevator's arrival at its target floor, and Gregor waited a moment after its doors opened to step out. His fingers still entangled in front of his lap, he slowly turned his head around to survey the welcoming committee. After a quick head count, he could see at least a dozen Ad Astra security officers with their weapons on display, but thankfully not trained at him. The man standing in front of one of the 2 groups that blocked Gregor's potential escape routes down the 2 sides of the corridor wore a slightly altered uniform, identifying him as the captain of the unit. "Are you here to escort me to Mr. Dean Bren?" asked Gregor, already knowing the answer but trying to be polite. "No," came the gruff answer of the captain. "We're here to bring you to the interrogation room. There are some questions that have to be asked. Starting with your reason for coming here." "Then lead the way," replied Gregor, his tone still impeccably polite as he had expected something like this to happen before he could meet with Oscar Dean Bren. Since the beginning of Ad Astra's mini-war with Eclipse, the security around Dean Bren had been beefed up like a bodybuilder on steroids. It would have been a wonder if a member of an organization that had the reputation of a terrorist group would have been able to meet with the boss of Ad Astra without any prior security checks. Anything else would have been plain stupid. The captain signaled him to follow and turned around. The 6 security officers on his side of the corridor did the same and started walking. Having no other choice, Gregor started to follow them, keeping close to them while the remaining security officers took up the rear. While they were walking, Gregor took the opportunity to take a closer look at the captain, who was walking a few steps in front of him. The first thing he noticed was that the captain wasn't wearing any visible weapon. Probably as a precaution, as he was the closest to Gregor. Yet, that didn't mean that the captain would be defenseless. People in his position were trained in hand-to-hand combat, and the hundreds of different functions an Omni tool could be equipped with meant that, in present times, nobody was truly unarmed. The walk didn't take long until they arrived at a scanner. It created a blue field spanning the whole width of the corridor, similar to a gateway. One look was enough for Gregor to determine that it was supposed to check for hidden weapons. The sound it made whenever one of the Ad Astra security officers went through was more than enough to confirm his hypothesis. The captain of the unit went before Gregor and made it through without a problem. If that was because he didn't have any weapons or an identifier that recognized him as a member of Ad Astra, he didn't know. Afterward, the captain turned around and beckoned Gregor to go through too. With a smile that held some hidden smugness and an expression that said, "I told you so," Gregor went through the scanning field, and the tone it made was only slightly different from the others. The captain gave a single nod and held out a bracelet for Gregor. "It's an Omni tool neutralizer. As we can't know if you are using an implanted chip for yours, we would like you to wear this. Your cooperation will be noted." Without hesitating, Gregor took the bracelet and clasped it on his left arm. A minor shock went through his arm, and he shook it to get rid of this feeling. "May I try to activate my Omni tool?" he asked, curious if this bracelet did as advertised. "You may," came the curt response. With a flick of his wrist, Gregor tried to activate his Omni tool as he had done thousands of times before, but this time, he failed to draw even the slightest reaction out of it. "It's secured to my Omni tool. When you leave, I will disengage the bracelet, and all functions will be restored," the captain explained, and Gregor nodded in understanding. He gave the bracelet one last look, questioning how many devices were currently trying to sift through the data on his Omni tool. There was no doubt that the device on his arm did more than suppress his Omni tool. After all, it would be what he would have done if he had been the person to construct this. Yet, there wasn't anything to worry about. Before coming to Ilium, Gregor had exchanged his personal Omni tool for a new one as it would take too much time to delete and later on reacquire the information saved on it. Furthermore, deleting data would leave traces that a sophisticated program could use to restore them, and while his purpose in coming here was to help Ad Astra and Oscar Dienbren on Cerberus' behalf, giving them information about Cerberus operations unconnected to this case wasn't needed. As such, the only information they would be able to find would be what he left them to find if the bracelet did what Gregor expected it to do. Hopefully, the information would be his ticket to a meeting with Oscar Dienbren. They walked silently for 1 or 2 minutes before the captain lifted his hand up, and everyone stopped. Gregor stood a few steps behind him, leaving enough distance between them so that none of the security officers got the idea that he would be able to attack the captain without being stopped in time. Yet, he was close enough to see the orange glowing circle appear over the captain's ear as he held his finger to it. A few seconds later, the glowing circle disappeared, and the captain turned to face Gregor. His face was mostly neutral, but Gregor could see traces of annoyance, disbelief, and caution. "I don't know why, but the people up top are willing to hear you out. I'm ordered to take you there." "Then, please, lead the way," answered Gregor, and he couldn't suppress the hint of smugness that crept into his tone. The captain noticed it and took a step closer. An intense thunderous look appeared in his eyes as he said, "I don't care why you are here or which information you have that got those higher than me interested in you, but let me tell you one thing. Should you do anything wrong, I will shoot you without hesitation." A threatening gesture, an insult, or even just breathing the wrong way in Mr. Dienbren's direction. "I will not enjoy it, but I also won't regret it. I won't even think twice about it. You mean nothing to me, and I will treat you that way. Do you understand?" Normally, Gregor would have scoffed at such a blatant try of intimidation, yet there was something in the captain's eyes and voice telling him the captain wasn't making any threats. He was making a promise. Gregor could only swallow the sudden, fleeting feeling of fear and give a silent nod in response. Seeing that his words had the desired effect, the captain turned around and led the way toward an elevator. He swiped his Omni tool over a reader and selected 4 officers from their group to position themselves in the newly arrived cabin. Jerking his head toward the open door, he signaled Gregor to enter and followed shortly after. The ride was a silent one. Nobody was saying anything, and if Gregor hadn't heard the nigh unnoticeable sounds of breathing, he could have sworn that he was alone in the cabin. Thankfully, it was a short ride, and Gregor was glad to step out of the cabin and its oppressive atmosphere. They stepped into an empty corridor, and from a look out of a window, Gregor concluded that they had to be on a floor near the top of the building. The walls were clad in wood, giving the corridor a comforting yet elegant feeling, and the floor consisted of a kind of stone that was polished to shine. Gregor could even see a murky reflection of himself on it. As they walked toward their destination, they came across various plants in pots, tastefully placed between doors leading to offices belonging to the executive of Ad Astra. The plants ranged from those found on Ilium to those from Earth, and from the look of it, they were expertly taken care of. During their walk, Gregor didn't see any other person walking through the corridors, not even through those branching off. If he had to take a guess, then he would say that everyone working on this level got a message to stay in their offices until they passed through or until Gregor left the floor. Their group stopped in front of a massive wooden double door. Taking a closer look, Gregor could see the signs that anybody trying to force this door open would have a hard time with it. The door itself was reinforced, and the wood was obviously only a front hiding its steel core. Perhaps they used even something stronger. Even Cerberus didn't know what Ad Astra was hiding in their labs and hadn't released to the public and Alliance yet. After a second look, while they waited for the doors to open, he also noticed the small, barely noticeable emitters placed around the door frame. A simple press of a button would activate them and create a kinetic barrier in front of the door that even heavy weapons would have problems getting through. Gregor couldn't stop the small smile from forming on his face. Standing in front of this door alone told him he was about to meet one of the most powerful and influential humans in the galaxy, if not the most. Sometimes, it was astounding how standing in front of a door could impact one's nerves and expectations. When the doors opened, he couldn't help the slight pang of disappointment as he wasn't led into Oscar Dienebrand's office but into a receiving room larger than most apartments he had seen in his youth. The decor was simple yet elegant, just like the corridors they passed. The right side of the room was dominated by a sitting area where those having an appointment could wait for Mr. Dienebrand to call them into his office, while the left only had a single desk where his secretary worked. Gregor's eyes scanned the room for any hidden defense mechanisms, and while his experience helped him identify some hints, anybody else would have overlooked them. Defensive barriers coming out from the ground, kinetic barriers protecting the doors and windows, and hidden turrets in every corner of the room, effectively creating a dead zone for anybody stupid enough to walk into the room with ill intentions. There were probably more, but Gregor didn't have the time to look further as the captain motioned him to move. But one thing was sure. Ad Astra took the security of their boss seriously. And this was just a branch HQ. While the conflict with Eclipse had probably played its part in the security, Gregor couldn't help but think that the security in the Ad Astra offices on Earth, Terra Nova and the Citadel would be comparable, if not even more extensive. He was led toward the double door on the other side where two guards, who looked like they didn't come from the security division of Ad Astra but its anti-piracy forces, stood on each side. They didn't move an inch or even twitch at their presence, staring stoically forward. The hairs that suddenly stood at attention on Gregor's neck as he closed the distance between them told him enough to be wary of them. Those two were dangerous. Maybe not capital D, dangerous, but both would be able to kill Gregor before he noticed them pointing their weapons his way. Well, it wasn't like he was here to do anything that would result in having to fight for his life. This was simply an information delivery, and knowing Oscar Dienebrand's reputation and conduct, Gregor would walk out of the building unharmed, even should his words be taken in the worst way. As the door to Oscar Dienebrand's office slid open, Gregor took one last deep breath before stepping into the room. He didn't know what he expected, but the office looked similar to the lobby and somehow fit the man sitting behind the desk at the opposite wall. The room was dominated by the wooden desk with two comfortable-looking chairs in front of it. A small sitting area with two couches and a small table to the side went mostly unnoticed. Its presence was overshadowed by the imposing presence of the other piece of furniture in the room. Yet, Gregor's eyes focused on the person sitting comfortably at the desk. Apart from his first curious look around the office, it didn't occur to him to let his look focus on anything else. The presence of the man called Oscar Dienebrand was too captivating to him. It felt like he was frozen in place by the cool look in Dienebrand's eyes that felt like he was laying open every secret Gregor held. For the second time in his entire life, Gregor encountered a situation where the phrase, like a mouse before a tiger, could be applied. The only other time had been during his briefing for this mission as he talked with the leader of his organization, the elusive man, and that had been via hologram. This time, it felt far more intense. "You asked for a meeting," said a woman in an elaborate uniform, showing her position of commander, who stood a step behind Dienebrand's left shoulder. "Mr. Dienebrand is willing to hear you out, as it is not usual for Cerberus to act so openly." Only his year-long experience with intense meetings stopped Gregor from flinching. He had been so focused on the man before him that he had overlooked the woman, whom he identified as Commander Abeba, the commander of the Ad Astra security forces, standing behind him. "Of course. Thank you for the opportunity," Gregor responded with a dip of his head to show respect. He put on a slight smile that every trained negotiator attained with enough time and practice to put the opposite party at ease. It wouldn't have any impact on the conversation and its course, but it felt natural to Gregor to put it on nonetheless. "A member of our organization was recently approached by a Turian who wanted to open talks concerning, as he called it, a golden opportunity to further our influence within the Alliance. While our organization isn't known to work together with different species very well, we still recognize the value of doing so. In this instance, our member agreed to hear him out, and after the conversation and presentation of this so-called opportunity, she decided to inform her higher UPS about it, who, in turn, sent the information up the ladder." "How high did the information go before a decision was made?" asked Commander Abeba. "Until the top," answered Gregor without missing a beat. "Until the top?" repeated the commander questioning. "Yes, it went all the way to the top of our organization." "And what was this information that the elusive man decided to send you to me?" asked Oscar Dienebrand, speaking up for the first time since Gregor entered the room. His voice was deep and soft, almost soothing. Yet, it also carried the confidence and power of someone used to give commands and have them obeyed instantly. The opportunity to acquire parts of Ad Astra after it breaks up after your assassination, replied Gregor, instinctively lowering his head slightly in deference after delivering the news. Normally, Gregor would have expected to see some reaction ranging from surprise to disbelief. Instead, Dean Bren just looked at him intently before saying, I see. This was the reaction Gregor expected someone to have when they opened their fridge and saw that they couldn't make their favorite dish because an ingredient was missing, not when they were told that there would be an assassination attempt. Perhaps he shouldn't be so surprised. A man in Oscar Dienebren's situation probably had to fight off an assassination attempt per day, with most of them not even worth mentioning to him. It could also be that he had read the information Ad Astra had possibly gotten from his Omni tool and had been prepared for Gregor's revelation. Yet, somehow, Gregor knew this would have been the same reaction if Dean Bren had been uninformed. So, continued Dean Bren, his expression still calm and composed, why did Cerberus decide to send you instead of sending a simple message? After the fact that we were approached, we wanted to make sure that you and Ad Astra understand that, concerning this issue, we stand on the same side and not against you. As much as our approaches differ, Cerberus acknowledges that Ad Astra and you, as a person, are one of the best assets available to guarantee a strong humanity. I am flattered that your organization thinks so highly of me, commented Dean Bren dryly. Gregor responded with a wry smile. It may sound like brown-nosing, but that is the essence of Cerberus' stance concerning you, and a stance I believe is shared by most of humanity. Dean Bren waved his words away. Anything else you want to share? I don't believe you came here with just a warning. That is not Cerberus' style. You are correct. We identified the Turian who approached us and connected him to one Quintinius Cicerio, who I believe is currently a close associate of yours. Not for much longer, replied Dean Bren. We already knew that he was working against our interests. This only proves that we should accelerate our plans. Nonetheless, I'm thankful for your information. Anything else? Furthermore, we gathered a list of names of other people they approached. If you want, I could recount some of them. That's not necessary, answered Dean Bren with a shake of his head. They haven't done anything I wouldn't do myself. They are vultures, but that is to be expected in this business. And if that's the case, I believe I already know their names. It's not that hard to conclude who would do something like that. Nonetheless, I would feel better if I handed over the information as proof of Cerberus' stance. And where is this information? Asked Commander Abeba, cutting into the conversation. Gregor turned his head toward her and said, I asked a messenger to deliver it to me when I exit the building. Did you think you needed an exit strategy? Asked Dean Bren with a raised eyebrow. Not that I didn't trust your civil lady. It's just a habit I acquired after dealing with less civil groups, replied Gregor, and he could feel his ears turn hot from embarrassment. Nothing to apologize for, said Dean Bren, and showed for the first time since the start of the conversation a small smile on his face. I approve. It shows that you take every possibility into account. It's a sign of a professional. Thank you, replied Gregor, bowing slightly once again in Dean Bren's direction. A small part of him felt giddy at being praised by Dean Bren. The captain that accompanied you here will take the information off your hands after you leave the building, said Commander Abeba with a pointed look toward the captain standing behind Gregor, and didn't give him any chance to object. The only thing he could do was nod in acceptance. Knowing that the conversation was over, Gregor started to turn around to begin the way down, but Commander Abeba's voice stopped him. One last question. Gregor turned back around. Why did Cerberus decide on this course of action? Gregor waited a moment before answering to study the faces in front of him. The commander looked like she was waiting for an answer, traces of confusion on her face, while Dean Bren looked slightly surprised at his commander as if he didn't expect her to ask the question, but quickly schooled his expression. As I already mentioned, Cerberus believes that Ad Astra and Oscar Dean Bren are vital for humanity's future in the galaxy. His demise and Ad Astra's breaking up would spell chaos for the Alliance. And chaos isn't something we need right now. It would only make it easier for humanity's enemies to take advantage of us. Having said his piece, Gregor turned around after giving Dean Bren a last slight bow and left the office with the captain who had escorted him here a step behind. He had accomplished his goals in making clear that Cerberus wasn't an enemy of Oscar Dean Bren. Whether anything came out of it and if their relationship would improve over time wasn't his concern. At least, not right now. Chapter 54. November 8, 2173. 1305. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Ad Astra HQ. My eyes didn't waver from the Cerberus agent's back as he slowly left my office. It wasn't caution that led to me doing this. At least, not caution of this man. The agent wasn't dangerous by himself, and even should he make any hostile moves, the soldiers around him would put a stop to it before I could sneeze. No, it was caution toward the organization he represented. One should never look away from anything Cerberus related if one doesn't want to experience an unfortunate surprise later. Do you think he said the truth? Asked Commander Abeba, a frown on her face. About the impending assassination attempt? He did. Cicerio, or rather the Arbiter, knows that no matter what, Eclipse will be unable to do more than be a thorn in our side. They will take matters into their own hands. After all, they want an end to this pointless conflict, same as us. The only difference between us is who we want to see standing after the dust settles, I answered. The Cerberus agent had mentioned that their organization and others had been approached by Cicerio's people to prepare for the fallout of my hypothetical death. A plan to split my business empire. If enough people knew about it beforehand, it would keep one person from consolidating too much into one hand. Dividing the power it would afford and thus keeping them from becoming as powerful and influential as I was now. The king dies and his lands are being fought over by ambitious lords. Perhaps not the best analogy, but one I found fitting. Their quarrel would certainly invite outsiders to try and take advantage of the situation to elevate themselves above their previous station and influence the ongoing events more to their liking. It certainly sounded like something an Asari would plan to play the reasonable and calming mediator when things get hot. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a price for the one who manages to break the cohesiveness of the alliance to allow for more Asari influence in our way of life. And I could say without any arrogance that my death would give such an opening to exploit. A thought appeared at the back of my mind. A solution that would prevent the collapse of my business empire if I ever died by something else than old age. An heir. It didn't have to be a child of mine. For that, I would have to find a wife to have children with, and to make sure they grew up into responsible and capable adults. And while today's society doesn't care one bit about one's sexual orientation or what relationship they had with each other, the picture of a man married to a woman, and having children together was still romanticized. It was the way with the least obstacles and controversies that could lead to scandals I didn't need. And personally, of all the available options, this one appealed the second most to me. The most appealing would be to simply adopt a child with less fortunate circumstances and the right potential. This way, I shave off years before my heir would be ready to join my side and help me, to rule the galaxy. My lips twitched upwards in amusement as I added the last bit. PR could twist a nice story out of that. Coupled with a few donations to 100 or so orphanages, I would appear like I found my fatherly side. After all, I was already at the age where most had a child that went to high school. My thoughts were interrupted when Commander Abeba shook her head and said, "That isn't what I meant. It's that Cerberus is on our side." "Oh, that," I replied and rolled my shoulders when I noticed how stiff they were. The Cerberus agent didn't lie about that, but he also didn't say the whole truth. In what manner? As long as we work for the betterment of humanity, Cerberus will consider us their allies. You may have noticed that the agent tried to avoid using the alliance's name as a synonym. They don't care about governments but our species. As long as our goals align with theirs for the good of humanity, they will support us from the shadows. The only question that remains is, what we consider good for humanity. Right now, they might be similar enough, but what about the future? What if their goals change? Will we still be allies? I don't think so. Do you think that will happen in the near future? Should I get the word out to the other commanders to get ready? Asked Abeba, worry written on her face. I could understand her concerns. Cerberus wasn't an enemy one could take lightly. They worked and fought in the shadows, and while my company could crush them, it wouldn't be without high losses on our side. Furthermore, it would take a long time until every piece of the organization was destroyed. And that would be what would have to happen. Else, they would return like the heads of a hydra. A simple wave of my hand dispelled her concerns. No, that won't be necessary. Simply keeping an eye on their moves will be enough. From what I know, something monumental will have to happen for such a shift in priorities. Yet, that can change as fast as I could change the direction of our company. The elusive man and I are in similar positions and can make decisions at the drop of a hat. The only difference between us is that some people in the Alliance government would have some things to say if I suddenly decided to stop producing starships in favor of creating toys. I added the last part to lighten the mood, and from Abeba's raised eyebrow at my comment, it worked. When I saw her rolling her eyes at my grin, I knew that there would be no more doom and gloom atmosphere inside my office. At least until the next crisis wandered over my desk. Nonetheless, I continued as if nothing happened, we will have to act in the near future. If Cicerio is planning another assassination attempt together with the Arbiter, we should accelerate our plans and give them an opportunity to act. And by doing that, we will control the when and where, finished Commander Abeba. It won't be easy to create an opening that doesn't seem like a trap to them. Otherwise, they won't take it, and we will squander our advantage. If they realize this, we will not be able to control the next attempt. Correct, I nodded. Right now, we have a rough time frame. The people they contacted in the Alliance and elsewhere will not wait forever, and if it takes too long, they won't believe it will happen at all. My guess is that they will be ready to act upon their plans in 3 months at the latest. This means for us that we should target the end of the year for our counter, right? It would be for the best, I agreed and closed my eyes to concentrate on the different things that had to be done beforehand. We should take care of the eclipse situation before we spring our trap, too. Otherwise, they could throw a wrench in our plans. And I would like the situation to be done with. Every day we continue this fight, more of our people land in the infirmary, and I'm sick of writing condolence letters to the families of those whose lives end before they even get there. When I opened my eyes and looked at Abeba, I could see how done she was with the situation. There was anger and exhaustion equally in every new wrinkle she got since the fighting began. The situation will be resolved very soon, I assured her. Furthermore, when the pain in the neck we have to deal with here on Ilium is gone, I expect that Jonah Satyris herself will want to speak with me. Why would that psycho want to speak with you? Asked Abeba, puzzled. The only thing I expect from her would be cries of vengeance for going against her. Oh, that she will do, too, I answered lightly. But I don't think that she will be able to act upon any threats against me in the near future. From the latest reports, it seems like Eclipse's presence within the Alliance territory is non-existent, and even in the closest territories, it is dwindling by the day. She will have enough trouble consolidating her remaining assets and be very cautious about provoking another retaliation from Ad Astra. Satyris will not be able to do anything but try to make peace if she wants to keep control over Eclipse. They may fear her, but with what we're doing, it won't take long before her men fear us more. And that is something she knows. Does she? Questioned Abeba, and I could understand her hesitation. Jonah Satyris was not, by any application of the word, a stable person. It was the reason why she got her power and how she held it for so long. I count on it, I answered, sounding more confident in my answer than I truly was. There was a smidgen of doubt in my mind that events would play out as I envisioned them, but I had to project a picture of confidence nonetheless. Anything else would just get everybody worried about the future. And if she doesn't, I continued, it will only mean that more of Eclipse will be brought down. While we won't be able to completely eradicate them, we can make it nearly impossible to run missions outside a Sari-controlled space. It wouldn't take long after that until a new leader will be more than willing to negotiate peace with us. If you're sure about that, I will trust your judgment, said Commander Abeba with a tilt of her head toward me. Even if her words said otherwise, I could still see some sepsis in her face. It was minute, but I had enough experience to know where to look for it. I didn't take offense at it. Perhaps it was optimistic of me, but sometimes one had to be. I'll send out some notices, that our deadline is the end of the year. It should be enough time to get everything done. November 8, 2173. 1939. Ilium, to sail system. NOS Astra. Lawrence threw his jacket on the bed and let out a long sigh. It had taken far longer than he thought to get a meeting with the art dealer, and the meeting itself had been exhausting. 5 hours of his time wasted, in his opinion, and he would never get them back. Dozens upon dozens of artworks from artists he never heard about, but the dealer talked about them like Lawrence should know them and be in awe of their reputations. At least if he considered the prices the dealer wanted for their works. And like every good agent who wanted to keep his cover, he said the right words at the right moment and feigned respect the whole time. Tara would have been proud if she had seen him. Keeping his cover might be important, and it had been successful, but it was still exhausting. Thankfully, checking on the transport container had been much faster and much more rewarding. His eyes wandered over to the black bag he left at the door. When he arrived at the container and opened it, this bag had been the only item inside of it. The courier division of the Ace had placed it there. It was one of the divisions Lawrence had the most respect for. They managed to get every kind of item through any security. Be it customs or the private security of any company. Even the security of the Citadel and their vaunted CSEC were nothing to them. Rumors had it that the only company secure enough to detect them bringing items in was Ad Astra. And that was only because the Ace used the HQ on Terra Nova for training. He didn't know how much truth was behind the rumors, but considering that most of the equipment for Project Artemis came out of Ad Astra's labs, he would guess they were true. Furthermore, the friendship between Oscar Dean Bren and his boss, Andrew Clark, was no secret. Shaking his head to clear his head, Lawrence went over to the small cabinet of drinks his hotel room had and poured himself a glass of a Sari spirit that looked a bit like the Scottish whiskey he liked. After taking a small sip of it, he walked over to the window to look over the cityscape. Switching the glass to his left hand, he used his right to fire up his Omni tool, and within a few seconds, Lawrence called Terra through a secure line. It took a few minutes until the call was rerouted over a dozen servers so that it wouldn't be traced back to him, and when he was finally connected to Terra, a small smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, the line is secure and there's nothing pressing," Lawrence began in place of a greeting. He knew that she wanted to know these things first, so why wait for her to ask for it? "All right," she answered, "did everything go well today? You had the meeting with that art dealer, right?" "It went well," replied Lawrence. "It just took a lot longer than I expected. I paid for the art piece we chose for the cover story, but the dealer was insistent on showing me 100 more pieces. At least, it felt like 100. And they were all much more expensive, too. You shouldn't sound so surprised. The dealer thinks you're working for an art aficionado with more money than he knows what to do with. So it's only reasonable that he wants to showcase some of his more expensive pieces in the hope that you will take a liking to one of them and convince your client to buy one of them. Yeah, I know. It's just that it is exhausting, whined Lawrence and took another sip of his spirit. Stop whining. It's just a bit of small talk. If I know you, and I do, you didn't listen to his sale pitch at all and thought the whole time about how you could either kill the dealer and make it look like an accident, or use one of the artworks to do it. Hey, I did not. Protested Lawrence. I stopped thinking about it after the 50-second idea when I started to repeat myself. I just shut out everything and nodded in intervals to make it look like I was still listening. He seemed pretty happy at the end even if I didn't commit to anything. I just said that I would mention it to my client. That's the best you could do. And everything else. Went to the container and everything I'm going to need was there. Talked to the workers there and was informed that I store our client's art piece there. They assured me that it would be even insured if anything happened. You only need to arrange the delay from your end. Yeah, about that, started Tara, and Lawrence got the feeling that something had changed with their mission. We got a deadline. A deadline? He repeated. When? End of the year, it would be preferable to do it quicker. But that could also change into a date. Fuck, he cursed. A date was the code word for taking out a target at a specific time. Most of the time this condition was used to maximize the advantage of any follow-up objectives. For example, taking out a target before an important meeting so that the other participants didn't know about it or couldn't react fast and effectively to the changed circumstances. Yet, while this could result in positive gains, it was difficult to pull off, and Lawrence disliked it immensely. A deadline was difficult enough as one had to plan for any eventualities within a time frame and had to adapt to changes and outside influences almost immediately. Furthermore, the better secured a target was, the longer the surveillance would take to find a moment to strike. A date ramped up the difficulty. Not only did one have to do the same things as for a deadline, but plan everything to conclude on a specific day at a specific time at a specific place. A lot of specific that could be derailed by the slightest changes one had no control over, especially outside influences that one didn't know about in the first place. And then one wouldn't even be able to delay as everyone else planned for it to happen. It seems like our client did make new plans that have to be taken into account. But it also looks like it will stay a deadline. Perhaps it will just be a preference to be a date, but if it isn't possible, it isn't possible. They just want the target out of the way, assuaged Tara with a calm voice. I haven't even started the surveillance of the target. Didn't even start to look for her. So, I can't say anything about what is possible and what is not. Yet, I think a deadline will definitely be possible. From what I know about our target, she will not be very inclined to keep herself hidden in a secure environment for too long. She doesn't know I'm hunting her and she will not know until she's dead. Good to hear that you didn't lose your optimism. Yeah, replied Lawrence, and lifted the glass to his mouth, only to notice that it was already empty. Frowning, he went over the bottle to fill the glass to fill it again but stopped at the half mark as he didn't want to drink too much since he had to do some scouting tomorrow and didn't want to do it with his head hurting from too much alcohol. He didn't know how hard this Asari spirit would affect him if he drank more than 2 glasses. I'll send you a notice if there are new developments, said Tara. I'll do the same with my status reports. All right, I want them every 3 days at the latest. Every 3 days. The mission has eyes on it from high up. I don't want to be unable to answer any questions if I'm asked. You think they're gonna ask that often? I don't know, but I don't want to be caught with my pants down or with information that's older than 70 hours. Understandable, grunted Lawrence and sat down on the bed, finishing his glass and putting it on the night table closest to him. Sounds like you want the conversation to end, said Tara, and he heard a bit of a teasing note in her voice. You know I can talk with you forever. I can't get enough of your lovely voice, Lawrence replied, trying to tease back while trying to hold back the yawn threatening to escape. Sure, she said and stretched the word. Luckily for you, I can get enough of your voice, and my limit is already reached for today, so I'm gonna let you sleep. Don't forget to send the reports. And without waiting for his reply, Tara closed the connection. Lawrence could only shake his head and quietly whisper, "That woman," to himself. He let himself fall backward onto the bed. His body relaxed almost involuntarily when he felt the softness of the mattress. Tomorrow's gonna be a busy day, too, he said to himself quietly, before closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. 3 days later, Lawrence was slowly getting frustrated. He had scouted 4 different eclipse bases and not seen even a hint of his target. Despite their file on her saying otherwise, it seemed like Aerie was more cautious than expected and knew how to keep herself hidden. It could also be that Lawrence had been just unlucky and had scouted the wrong bases. In the end, the reasons didn't matter, only that he still had no idea where she was. How could he learn about her habits and routines to find the perfect moment to strike if he was unable to even locate her? He took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. Impatience and frustration wouldn't help him in the slightest. Only persistence and attention would be able to, and those would suffer if he let his negative feelings cloud his judgment. For now, he would continue to stick to the shadows and observe the different hideouts from afar and infiltrate them if he saw an opportunity. Yet, if he didn't find any lead in the next 4 days, he would proceed to the next phase of information gathering and grab one of the more important-looking Eclipse members for a nice chat. That approach would be more hands-on than he liked at the current progress of his mission, as the chances of them realizing that there was a new player would rise significantly, making no progress at all was even more undesirable. He placed the last camera for this base in front of him. Should his target approach the base from any direction, the cameras he placed would send a notification to his Omni tool that their facial recognition software found a match. Until now, none of the cameras placed at one of the other 3 bases had sent him any notification. Perhaps he should start to trail different Eclipse members in the hope that they would lead him to bases Ad Astra didn't know about. Shaking his head, Lawrence discarded the idea. At least for now. He only had 2 more bases to visit and put up surveillance before he had to start looking for more. Finding one's target was methodical work and not something where one just hoped to get lucky by going off the script. Of course, he had found his targets by pure happenstance once or twice, but more often than not, he found them by working slowly and covering all possibilities. And this time would be no different. This mission was too important to simply leave it to luck. Besides, he didn't want to face Tara's anger when he made his next report. Checking his Omni tool if the data link was established and went through the right proxies took only a minute, and after he finished up, Lawrence started to move out of the area, careful to not be seen by anyone or anything. While Lawrence could do so with his eyes closed, at least in his own humble opinion, he did not take any chances. He never let his guard down or allowed himself a single second of inattention. Only when he decided that he was far enough from the Eclipse base did he let his guard down and take on the posture of a tourist looking around the city of Nos Astra for the first time. And while it was his first time visiting the city, and the planet in general, he didn't think much about it. To Lawrence, it was just like any other city above a certain population figure. The same noises, the same kind of people, the same atmosphere. If he visited one of the bigger cities back on Earth, he would get the same experience. The only difference would be the paint job. As he walked through the crowds, his Omni tool suddenly started to notify him of a message. Pulling the message up, he saw that it came from one of the cameras he placed yesterday, and excitement started to swell up in his chest. Maybe he would get lucky after all and Aerie showed up at one of the bases. His hopes were quickly dashed as his eyes scanned over the message and he saw that it wasn't a match for her. Yet, it wasn't without any success as her face wasn't the only one the cameras searched for. Instead of his target, one of her lieutenants, whom the A's had previously identified, showed up. If he got there quickly enough, maybe he could follow the lieutenant back to another, more important base. Throwing his previous idea to stick to the plan away without a second of hesitation, he started to move more quickly toward the taxi stand. It would take him around 7 minutes to arrive in the vicinity and another 5 to arrive at the base if he moved quickly. Thankfully, Lawrence had his camouflage equipment on his person, or else he wouldn't be able to move just as quickly and stay inconspicuous. And even if this proved to be a wild goose chase or the lieutenant was gone before Lawrence arrived there, taking this chance was better than not. If it led to nothing, he still could return to his original plan. Yet, he didn't know if it was just a passing feeling, but he believed that would be the breakthrough he needed to get on with his mission. Chapter 55. November 20, 2173. 1434. Arcturus System. Arcturus Station. Andrew turned his head slightly towards the right and tensed the muscles in his neck. He heard a satisfying crack and repeated the motion toward the other side. While keeping most of his focus on the words spoken by the other people in the meeting room, he slowly tensed and untensed every part of his body to get the blood flowing. Long meetings like the one he was currently participating in had the disadvantage of making his body stiff, especially the parts where he had been hurt by more than scrapes. Reminders of an active youth, he told himself whenever one of them hurt more than usual. Andrew's eyes wandered toward the head of the table, where a middle-aged woman with light blonde hair and sky-blue eyes sat. She didn't look a day over 35, and while Andrew knew her correct age, which was also public knowledge as a person of public interest, he would never mention it out loud. Some things just weren't done among colleagues. One of her hands held her chin up while the other lay flat on the table, her fingers thrumming rhythmically. It wasn't a nervous habit but something she did whenever her focus was divided between listening and thinking further about it. And that concludes my report about the readiness of our inner colonies, Madam President, finished Lincoln Finner, the Secretary of the Interior. Thank you, Lincoln. How long do you think you will need to finish the report for the outer colonies? You mentioned earlier that the report would take some more time, responded the woman at the head of the conference table, Miriam L. E. Black, the current president of the Alliance. We should get the last pieces of data at the end of the week, and I don't think it will take more than another one after that to get everything compiled in a report. Have it on my desk the day you finish, and I'm sure the others will appreciate it too if they get a copy. That will not be a problem, answered Finner, slightly bowing his head towards her. Andrew sighed mentally in relief that he wouldn't have to listen to another report from Finner in the near future. The man might be competent and knew what he was doing, but he also was one of the least gifted oral narrators Andrew had the displeasure to meet. It wasn't like the information wasn't there. The significant details were easy to find, and the garbage others added to their reports was mostly kept out. Yet, Finner somehow made it possible with the sound of his voice alone to make it sound so dull that one couldn't wait until it was finished. Perhaps Finner trained himself to do it this way to reduce the number of meetings he had to attend by making it an agony for everyone. It would explain why he had to be present at far fewer meetings with concerned members of the parliament who wanted to be kept in the loop concerning the state of the alliance. It was an even better method than Andrew's reply, "There are parts that you don't have the clearance for," whenever some concerned parliament member wanted to know about this or that operation. Are there any more questions for Secretary Finner before we move on to the next point of the agenda? Asked President L.E. Black while looking every person participating in the I one after the other. When she looked at Andrew, he subtly shook his head. He had no questions that needed to be asked right now, and if anything came up he couldn't send one of his own to find out, he would go right to the source in private. "I've got one question," said the Secretary of Defense, Vincent Welt. "You mentioned that the number of new sign UPS for the Alliance military has dropped by more than 40% across the inner colonies, and while I've seen the same numbers from my people, we don't know why. Do you have any explanation for that?" "I have," replied Finner. "Most people living in the inner colonies believe that with our closer ties to the Citadel and its associated races, the danger of a new conflict that would involve them is incredibly low. Furthermore, the sentiment that the galaxy is safe and that the Alliance doesn't need that big of a military has spread among them. It is a mindset propagated by a few relatively favored politicians. My department doesn't see much of a danger right now, but if that trend continues for much longer, we will intervene and start to reverse it." "Favored politicians?" asked Welt, wanting clarification. "Local politicians and some members of the parliament. All part of the so-called integration faction," responded Andrew in place of the Secretary of the Interior. "The ace already looked into them. Some believe what they are saying, but those with the loudest voice seem to have backers from outside." There was no question what he meant with outside, and it was easy to see from the grimaces what the people present thought about this interference in the internal affairs of the Alliance. It wasn't something new as the first attempts started from the moment the Alliance first set foot on the Citadel, but, for the most time, there hadn't been any sign that the overtures from the other species in the galaxy were effective since there had been still a lot of distrust toward the newly revealed aliens at the time. And while the attitude and sentiment toward aliens had improved, it wasn't like there was unconditional trust between humanity and everyone else. Not enough time had passed for something like that to happen, and the sheer otherness wasn't helping, as humans had always been apprehensive of what they considered other. "Are you keeping an eye on them?" asked President L.E. Black, frowning as she thought about the implications outside interference could have on the internal situation of the Alliance. "Of course," replied Andrew, a tiny smirk finding its way on his face. "We got their names, the amount of money they got, the promises they made and got, and are currently occupied with getting all the names of those who wish to meddle with the Alliance's politics. When you have the names, forward them to our ambassador on the Citadel. Anita would have more use for it than any of us," ordered President LeBlanc, and Andrew nodded to show that he would do so the moment his people were finished with the investigation. "Did that answer all your questions, Vincent?" "It did, ma'am," answered Welt. "A few others may come up in the future, but those can be answered outside this frame." "Very well," said President L.E. Black. "Then let us continue with your report about the readiness of our armed forces and the situation at our border with the Batarians. Andrew, I expect you to add your information whenever you think something should be known to us all." With a nod, Andrew signaled that he understood her order. He would let everyone know bits and pieces that were not too confidential to make sense of the situation and, more importantly, help plan for the future. Anything else would be for the president's ears and only hers. Except if Welt needed to hear something, too, he corrected himself quickly. Sometimes, it was tempting to keep information to oneself, to feel like the most knowledgeable person in the room. Yet, important information had to be shared among those he saw as allies, or else the Alliance would be slow to react to any events needing a quick response. Furthermore, Andrew would still know more than anyone else. It simply was his job to know things others don't. And he was very good at his job. Welt coughed slightly and straightened his posture before beginning his report. "I will begin with the conscription rates across the Alliance. As we already heard, the rates dropped among the inner colonies by 40%, and Earth has even decreased by 50% compared to the last few years. Earth hasn't shown a lot of people wanting to join the military in the past decade. So even if the rates decreased by 50% in actual numbers, that shouldn't be too much of a hassle. It's the safest and most protected planet in the Alliance. So, of course, the people wouldn't feel they needed to join the military to keep themselves safe, inserted Secretary Finner. A point to note, Lincoln, but please let Vincent continue his report and only interject when you have a question or need clarification, chided President L.E. Black lightly without ever looking Finner's way, who lowered his head respectfully in apology toward Welt. Welt waved the apology away, not disgruntled by the interruption in the slightest. Vincent is right. Earthers never signed up in the same percentage as the inner or outer colonies, but they are still a high enough number to be concerned about if the trend continues. Speaking about them, the outer colonies show no sign of deviance outside the expected. Some years more sign up, some less. And what are the total numbers of our forces? Asked President L.E. Black. On how many can we count on in case of emergency? If we ignore those still in training and anything still in the process of being established? 1st to 6th fleets are combat ready, and we're in the end phase of getting the 7th fleet up to our standards. Each fleet is headed by a dreadnought supported by at least 2 carriers. Furthermore, a dozen destroyers are part of each fleet, which use the modular adaptation technology, which means that should we be thrown into a situation where the Treaty of Ferrixon is simply ink on paper, we will be able to update them with the same mass accelerator cannon we have on our dreadnought ships. But they have enough firepower without the upgrade to become dangerous for any starship, regardless of their classification. Welt took a moment to refill the empty glass before him with water from the pitcher on the table. He drank half the glass before lowering it on the table and continued without further ado. Besides our heavy hitters, our fleets are supplemented by around 20 cruisers and 50 frigates. After the 7th fleet is up and running, we plan to increase the number of destroyers, cruisers, frigates, and carriers by 50% in each fleet. If you want, I could pull up the numbers on our fighters, but I don't think that will be necessary right now. The collective shaking of heads confirmed Welt's suspicion. Of course, besides the number of fighting ships I just mentioned, every fleet possesses numerous support ships, too. Their task is to either make repairs on-site or ferry troops and supplies to combat theaters. That doesn't mean our combat ships do not possess military personnel trained for shipside or ground combat, but the numbers are too low for serious operations planetside. So that means we are using something akin to troop transporters? Asked President L.E. Black. Yes, ma'am. Usually, our carriers could serve that purpose, too, and ferry our troops via gunships or shuttles down to a planet. But Dr. Hashiam presented us with a new design around half a year back that would allow us to land the support ship and use it as a mobile base on the planet itself. Their defensive systems are perfect to give them a secure place to retreat and rest. Furthermore, using the transporters to carry the heavy equipment has freed up enough space for other things. As such, I have authorized the addition of around 20 transporters for every fleet. And before questions concerning the financial side come up, I've already submitted a budget report, and everything is within the yearly allowance the Parliament approves. How far along is our special project in the Olympus system? The short twitch of Welt's lips told Andrew everything he needed to know about how the project was going. Not that he needed it. After all, he was the person who ensured that no concrete news about the project sickered through to the rest of the galaxy, and the only thing the galaxy knew were baseless rumors. Rumors that he buried under a ton of others that sounded more and less fantastical than that the Alliance was building super dreadnoughts in a system that had no access to the mass relay network. One couldn't destroy knowledge, especially rumors, once it went out to the people, but one could make sure it sounded like a lie. And it was only the hardcore conspiracy fanatics giving those rumors any time nowadays. Of course, the Solarians had their suspicions. After all, they knew that it was possible to travel to systems outside the reach of the mass relays, and Andrew would bet that they would try to find out if there was any truth to those rumors when they got their DR drives to work flawlessly. It would take the Solarians 2 more years to complete the DR drive to work in the same range as the Alliance's from 5 years ago and to work out the kinks around it at Andrew's estimation, and another 2 to come close to theirs. Nothing the Ace could do would stop it, yet perhaps they could delay it for another year or 2. Enough for the Alliance's scientists to develop an even more sophisticated model. At least, that would happen if the President decided she didn't want to go through with Andrew's plan to play nice with the Solarians. After all, if the other side would get what they wanted regardless of your actions, why not help them achieve their goal and take compensation for the help rendered? In Andrew's mind, that would be preferable, but that would depend on the President's decision. If she decided to sabotage the Solarians' research instead, Andrew would grumble for a short minute and then get to work immediately. Yet, he somehow had the feeling it wouldn't come to that. After all, the President was giving his suggestion some serious thought if she hadn't decided what to do after he gave the proposal 2 weeks ago. And because of that, we will see some slight delay in the construction, finished Welt, and Andrew noticed that he hadn't focused on the conversation to consciously follow it. Of course, he already knew the reason for the delay, but it would have been interesting to know what Welt had said and what not to compare it with his own information about the situation. No matter, he would later look through the transcript before filing the copies in the ACE and the Presidential Archives. When can we expect them to be ready to be integrated into our forces? And I don't mean when the field tests begin, asked President L.E. Black with a raised eyebrow that conveyed her annoyance at the delay. Andrew had to stop the slight smile from forming on his face. He knew she wanted to reveal the ruler-class ships while holding her position as president since she was expected to win the next election. It would have been the crowning achievement of her career that would have cemented her position in history as the president who led the alliance when they created something the galaxy had never seen since the first Asari had started forming words into sentences. After all, nobody knew what the proteins built during the peak of their civilization. The projected time frame is around 2180 for the first, probably in the later half of the year. Testing will begin in 2179 and will take no longer than a year to find any issues that would prevent the ship's integration into our forces. If there are any, we'll take care of them. It should help with getting the other two ready for deployment. Their construction should be finished in early 2183, and joining our forces later that year. It may not happen during our tenure, but we should be happy that it's happening this century at least, Lincoln commented with a sigh. A sentiment that was shared by President L.E. Black if Andrew interpreted her audible exhale correctly. Will it really take that long? Can't we accelerate the building process? We could, said Andrew, drawing the attention toward him. I was there when the project was first discussed and started and have watched over it until now, keeping unfriendly eyes away. I probably know more about the project than anyone else except Dr. Hashim. If you look for the transcript of that particular discussion in the presidential archives, you will find that the first completion date was around 5 years from now. Andrew directed the last sentence directly toward President L.E. Black, hiding his chide behind the softness of his words. In Andrew's opinion, she should have read everything about the project before bringing it up, especially why it should take until the late 70s to finish it. And why was the first finishing date set for 78? Asked Finner while President L.E. Black only watched Andrew with narrowed eyes, letting Finner ask the question. Andrew's eyes flashed quickly to Welt, watching his reaction to the question. His face could be mistaken for a statue. Not a single expression or twitch of facial muscles could be seen. Satisfied that the Secretary of Defense knew the reasons behind the late finishing date, Andrew turned to Finner and explained, there are multiple reasons for that. The first one is obviously secrecy. Getting enough materials to the Olympus system for a single ruler-class ship without anyone noticing or asking where all those materials are disappearing to. It's one of our goals. We do not want others, be it the Citadel Council or even the less-than-friendly parties inside the Parliament, to know what we're building. Raise that number from 1 to 3, and the difficulty triples, 2. The second reason is our position in the galactic community. Those agreeing to the project in the first place desired to ensure that there wouldn't be any immediate hostile actions from the others when we unveil the ruler class. That's why your predecessors tried to build closer ties with the Turians. If we could get friendly relations with them, they would not decry our actions as acts of war or try to take them away. They will want our help to build one for themselves. Furthermore, as it will cause tensions anyway, unveiling so much firepower will do it. No matter the circumstances, we wanted to give the Alliance more time to build up its power base to have a better chance at defending ourselves should the worst-case scenario happen and a war with the Citadel break out. Do you think a war will happen? Asked President L.E. Black. Yes, said Andrew without hesitation, shocking two people in the room. Perhaps it will not be called a war, but we will take serious military actions before the turn of the decade, maybe even before its halfway point. Our enemy. President L.E. Black's words were short and commanding, exactly how Andrew expected from a leader who focused on her task of protecting the people who looked towards her for guidance. The Batarians, answered Welt in Andrew's place. They want to take us down a peg or two and can barely wait for a chance. Shouldn't they still be concerned about the anti-government elements inside their territory? Asked Finner. Not as much as we hoped, replied Andrew. While they started strong, especially with outside help, he didn't mention the help came from the Ace as that was implied and would only lead to negative consequences if mentioned aloud. The Batarian government and military were surprisingly apt in finding and taking them down. Our projections show that in a year, most of the anti-government movement's leaders will either be dead or imprisoned. The rest will disappear into insignificance and do nothing more than be an occasional thorn in the hegemony's side. Not even with support? Asked President L.E. Black. Not even with support, confirmed Andrew. Yet, that does not mean we will have to fear an attack from the Batarians. At least, not for the next 2 to 3 years. While the anti-government movement couldn't accomplish its stated goals of changing the government, it still managed to destabilize it in the region where the revolution happened enough that the Batarians would concentrate on fixing the damage first before anything else. It should give us enough time to prepare for anything they will do. And the Ace believes they will use their connections with the pirate and slaver gangs in that part of the galaxy to plan an attack. Plausible deniability? Asked Finner with a raised eyebrow that conveyed his thoughts about that strategy. Flimsy plausible deniability, but yes, answered Andrew without missing a beat. It worked for them before, and that was when they orchestrated an attack on a minor Asari colony. If the Council isn't willing to act when it's one of theirs, I don't believe they will look twice at our case should we bring it to their attention. Then we will have to do it ourselves, decided President L.E. Black with an edge to her tone. Will we be able to do it? She directed the question toward Welt, who looked back with hard eyes. Without a doubt, ma'am, he answered, and not even a speck of uncertainty could be heard in his voice or seen on his face. Even should the A's fail to find out where and when the attack happens, we will repel them with minimal casualties. Our patrols can reinforce any colony at the border with the Batarians fast, and our colonial defense systems will give the attacking fleet a pounding before they arrive. Counter-strike options. Quick and merciless, answered Welt. But I believe Andrew already has a target in mind for such an operation. I have, confirmed Andrew with a nod. 3 worlds with hegemony support but not officially part of it. Just as the hegemony would call it a pirate attack, we would call it an anti-pirate enslaver operation. If hegemony personnel is present during our counterstrikes, they will probably have switched sides and turned traitors to the hegemony. After all, the hegemony wouldn't work with such people against the Citadel law, would they? It seems we have the bare bones of a plan for when needed. We will talk about it more when we're closer to the actual event. Let us shelve this topic and move to the next point. President L.E. Black shifted in her seat and looked at Andrew. When can we expect Mr. Dean Bren to return to Alliance-controlled territory? He's sorely missed. Andrew knew that this question would come. It was no secret that the two were friends, and Oscar was far too valuable to let him out of the Alliance's influence. Yet, he was too powerful to dictate his actions or even think about restricting his freedom. Oscar had made himself into the nightmare of every leader. Around the turn of the year, Andrew answered with a smile, and he could see how L.E. Black's eyebrows raised a few millimeters in surprise, not having expected a definitive answer after he answered vaguely the last few times he had been asked. His business on Ilium will conclude before the year is over, and he already expressed his desire to me to return to the Citadel when everything is over. I probably can convince him to spend some time inside the Alliance. After all, he is due for another visit to the university he founded. Checking in on his holdings on Earth and Terra Nova shouldn't be a problem, too. Very well, said President L.E. Black. I look forward to seeing him home again. And I'm sure he's looking forward to it, too. And his miniature war with Eclipse. Interjected Finner when it looked like the subject of Oscar Dean Bren was about to be dropped. Are we truly willing to ignore the elephant in the room and do nothing regarding that? And what should we do about that in your opinion? Asked Welt. I don't know, answered Finner honestly, but I don't think we should let Dean Bren get away with it without any censor. He started a war. A war with a mercenary organization, but a war nonetheless. While most of it is happening in neutral territory without any council oversight, and the general populace doesn't know anything more than rumors, it still shines a negative light on the Alliance. It shows that we do not have any control over his actions and makes us seem weak. An excellent point, conceded President L.E. Black, who had closed her eyes, unwilling to do anything regarding this problem. Yet, she knew that she had to do something. I personally have no problems with that, interjected Welt before the president could say anything. So, he gets rid of a few mercenaries, and everything he does is happening inside the laws governing the galaxy. Disputes between organizations with military power aren't something new. As far as I know, the Blood Pack and Eclipse are at each other's throats like this every 20 years or so. What makes this so different? His close connection to us, the government, replied Finner. None of the organizations you mentioned have such blatant ties to anyone in the government. As you said, obvious ties, countered Welt. Dig deeper than the surface, and you will find them. After all, it isn't like the A's had to search much until they found the connection between the Asari counselor and the crime boss of Omega. Welt looked over to Andrew for confirmation of his words and got a nod from Andrew. I, for my part, am thankful to see how good the ships are, Mr. Dean Bren is providing for us. We haven't had any combat situations where we could truly put them through their paces. Furthermore, whenever I spoke with one of my Turian contacts, they admired Mr. Dean Bren's actions. They wanted to do something similar for ages, and now that is happening, especially why it's happening, gets us more points in our favor from them than not. While Welt and Finner threw their arguments at each other, Andrew observed President L.E. Black, who hadn't opened her eyes again. Yet, he could see how her ears twitched with every argument, taking all information in before deciding what to do. When she finally opened her eyes, she silenced the arguing men with a raised hand, a command that was followed without delay. She turned toward Andrew and asked, if we censor Mr. Dean Bren, what will he do? You know him the best. It depends on what you're planning. Yet, Oscar will probably not and do as you ask. He will understand that you have to act or risk losing face. So, keeping him inside Alliance territory and not allowing him to leave for a year or two. House arrest? Asked Andrew, amusement shining through in his voice. Oh, he will grumble, but do what you want. Then, when you speak to each other next, please inform him of this decision before we make it official. It's better he knows of that beforehand, in my opinion. Oscar will appreciate it. Then that is the end of this discussion, announced President LeBlanc with a hard stare toward the two other men inside the room. From the looks on their faces, they knew that there would be no changing her mind on the subject in either direction. Let's move on with the next point. Chapter 56. December 7, 2173. 1734. Ilium, Tassale System. NOS Astra. Leaning back in his chair, Lawrence couldn't help the smile that grew on his face. Always a nice feeling to see everything fall into place, he whispered. A few weeks ago, he finally found his target and followed her to her hideout. Or, at least, one of her hideouts. She changed the place from where she commanded her mercenaries every 3 days, yet there was one place she always returned to more often than the other 5 hideouts Lawrence identified. He could understand why she used the place as her main base of operation. After all, not even Ad Astra would expect Eclipse to operate from a skyscraper consisting mainly of residential units. 3 whole floors were fortified like a military base and teeming with Eclipse personnel. There were only 2 entries or exits to those floors, and both were heavily fortified. Well, there was a third exit. If one had a way to survive when jumping out of a window from the 57th to 59th story, at least. If the building's plans, which had cost Lawrence a small fortune to obtain, were correct, then Eclipse, or the people who had the previous ownership, had to have been involved in the construction. There could be no other explanation for the fact that the regular staircase and elevator could let you access every floor but those 3. And Lawrence didn't mean not getting on those floors because you're missing the correct keycard or something like that. The elevator doors from the 57th to 59th floor did not exist. The doors at the west and east staircases were only dummies. It wasn't physically possible to enter those 3 floors via the methods accessible to the other residents of the skyscraper. Instead, there was an extra staircase right next to the east staircase for the residents. The secret staircase could only access through the basement and only had one door on the 57th floor. It was clear to Lawrence that this was only an emergency entry or exit in case the elevator, which could only be accessed via the basement, was shut down for any reason. The secret elevator only went up to the 57th floor like the staircase. It was hidden inside a pillar that the official building plans declared simply as that, a pillar to support the building's stability. A simple yet effective disguise, as Lawrence wouldn't have known that there was a hidden elevator if he hadn't seen the floor plans beforehand when he visited the building to get a good look at the area. In fact, the whole setup was quite ingenious, as he would bet that none of the residents had any idea that 3 complete floors on the higher levels of the building were used as a mercenary base. If he had visited the building without prior knowledge, he wouldn't have seen anything out of place. Of course, he sent a report concerning his findings to Terra, who, in turn, sent it higher up while adding to his recommendation of setting up bases for the Ace like this in the bigger human cities across the Alliance territory. He hadn't heard anything back, but he guessed that his proposal would find approval if the Ace didn't already do it, and Lawrence just hadn't heard about any of them. He wouldn't put it past the Ace and their need-to-know policy among the lower ranks. In any case, he had observed the building from all 4 cardinal directions for a few days, and not even once had Lawrence seen anyone entering or leaving that could be identified as a member of Eclipse. The only logical conclusion was that there had to be a secondary entrance in the basement Eclipse used to transfer people and materials. A more in-depth investigation and infiltration of the basement helped to find the secondary entrance hidden behind a fake wall leading into a tunnel to a different house where the Eclipse personnel went in and out hourly. While checking out the basement had been relatively easy for Lawrence, getting into the 3 floors of the Eclipse base was a different undertaking. There were only 2 entrances, as the 3 floors were independent of the rest of the building, and one could only get to the 59th floor if one entered via the 57th. Those 3 floors were connected by their own elevators and staircases that could only be accessed through those floors. It would be nearly impossible to enter those floors without being detected, and not even his suit's abilities would make it easier. While its stealth capabilities were much better than anything the members of the Alliance military soldiers with the infiltrator specialization had access to, they were still subject to limitations. The suit's batteries couldn't keep up the invisibility forever, and there were too many cameras and patrols throughout the 3 floors and the staircase leading up to them to have a hiding place to let them recharge without being found in the meantime. Yet, there was one option Lawrence found, an option that revealed a structural weakness to exploit. When he first saw it on the building's plans, he couldn't help the laugh that escaped him. It was such a stereotypical weakness that there could be no other reaction, and he was sure that any other Ace agent would have reacted the same. After all, was there anything more cliched than using the ventilation system to infiltrate a heavily defended base? The ventilation system was too small to climb into it himself, not to speak of how loud it would have been if he crawled through it, but it was perfect to send through some spy drones to get a picture of the layout of the 3 floors and to plant a few observation devices. Lawrence didn't even wait 2 hours after finding this weakness before leaving his hotel room with his equipment. And, now, he just had to sit at his desk and could observe everything that was going on in the Eclipse base from afar. Thankfully, the drones worked automatically and catalogued everything that was going on in the base since Lawrence didn't have time to do it manually as his target did not stay there the whole time. She visited the other Eclipse bases regularly to bring up morale, check on things personally, or punish incompetent members. If Lawrence had to pick a moment to strike, it would be during one of those visits, as the security and defensive measures at those places were not up to the level of their main base. Yet, he would probably not get the chance. In the last few days, Lawrence had noted an increase in activities among all bases while, at the same time, the fighting with Ad Astra's forces had nearly stopped. It seemed like something important was about to happen. A call to Terra confirmed his suspicions. Dean Bren is going to end this conflict in 6 days, Terra told him yesterday. It seems like he's about to confront the person who employed Eclipse and take them out of the game. He wants Eclipse's leadership in shambles before that. Can you make it happen? If they are about to clash for the last time, Aerie will not move from her fortress. I'll have to get here there, and that could be a problem. You? Having a problem? She asked, not believing that Lawrence would have any problems taking out a target. After all, his records didn't show a single mission that hadn't been completed satisfactorily. I could do it, he reassured, his pride rearing its head, but it would be easier with a team. The risk of the target escaping is too high if I go in. She mostly stays on the 3rd floor, and I would have to fight my way up from the 1st. Furthermore, detection is unavoidable as there aren't enough places for my suit to recharge. Can't you hit her from the outside? There should be enough positions from where you could make the shot. The position is not the problem, Lawrence corrected. The command room has a window to the north, and there is a high enough building in that direction to make a shot. The problem is that the window is made of bulletproof glass with a double layer of kinetic barriers. Eclipse didn't shy away from the costs when they updated their defenses. My bullets could punch through. They have enough power behind them for that, but they would veer off course and probably miss. Usually, I would install a remote trigger to deactivate the barriers since the glass alone wouldn't be enough to stop them, but without getting in there, I can't. And the drones can't do it. So, you're lacking the power? Terra asked, and Lawrence could hear that she was thinking about something. Yes, he answered tentatively. I'll contact you again tomorrow. I've heard about something that should help you with that. Without waiting for a response, Terra closed the connection, leaving Lawrence to wonder what she meant. He hadn't heard back from her until now and could only guess what she was doing. As if the universe heard his thoughts, his Omni tool started to flash in short intervals, indicating a call for him. Activating the features for a secure line, Lawrence took the call and asked, "Found what you were looking for?" "I did, and you're going to love it," answered Terra, who didn't seem surprised at his lack of a greeting and responded likewise. "Am I?" Lawrence raised an eyebrow in question, something Terra couldn't see but could definitely hear in his tone. "Yes," she replied and left no room for doubt. "Is your line secure? I have a data package for you." Quickly opening another application on his Omni tool, Lawrence started the process to make sure that the connection on his end was secure enough to receive the data package without giving anything away. It wasn't often that Terra asked or did such things, but whenever she did, it was because she came across something that would be indispensable to the success of the mission. "It is now," said Lawrence when his Omni tool showed him that it finished securing the line. "It should be there in a minute or two," replied Terra, and already he could see the download starting. When it finished, Lawrence didn't wait a moment before opening the file and asking, "It arrived. What am I looking at?" "A new sniper rifle prototype, not even out of Ad Astra's labs." "How did you get those schematics?" "I don't believe that Ad Astra would let them lie around if they are as new as you say," asked Lawrence as his eyes scanned everything displayed. Its design wasn't too different from the one he was used to, yet he could see that this model was bulkier than his. The most glaring difference was that the barrel looked like it could be swapped out and seemed proportionally longer than usual for a rifle of that size. "I got them from our guy in acquisition. Heard him talking with one of your old trainers about a new rifle being tested by Ad Astra with much higher firepower than anything else currently on the market. I asked him yesterday if he could get me the schematics. He delivered. There are no real details about its construction and its internal structure, but the thing that will interest you the most, its performance test, is there. Look them over and tell me what you think." Lawrence opened the second file and had to stop his chin from falling when he saw the data. If everything he read was true, this rifle would be more than enough to get the job done. The speed and penetrative power of the bullets were off the charts, in his opinion. The kickback would be a problem for most, yet with his suit giving Lawrence a minor boost in strength, he could handle it easily. There has to be a drawback besides the kickback, right? Else, I can't see how Ad Astra isn't bringing this on the market soon. "True," agreed Terra without hesitation, "there are drawbacks. Yet, they aren't significant for someone with your talent and experience in hitting a target." "Okay," replied Lawrence slowly, "now, you're making me worry. It's not like the rifle will explode in your hands after a shot. The problem is similar to that, but nothing so extreme. Could you please tell me? I need to know everything about this rifle to decide if it's useful enough for what I have to do." "You have seen the performance data, right? I heard from my contact in acquisition that the rifle's barrel can't withstand the force it's put through and has to be changed after every shot." Does the barrel get too hot? That could warp the metal, and the rifle's shot would lose accuracy. If that is the case, I won't be using it, no matter the power. If I cannot hit my target, I would be better off storming the base. Don't worry, that is not the problem, assuaged Terra. Ad Astra's researchers wanted the rifle to function with the high performance you saw in the files, and dealing with the resulting heat was one of the first problems they tackled. The problem lies with the capacitors in the barrel, which are needed to accelerate the bullet to the speeds you saw. A single shot burns through them like a fire burns through an oil-soaked paper. And with no chance of repairing them, the barrel has to be exchanged, Lawrence concluded, a frown finding its way onto his face as he contemplated if the rifle could be used in his endeavors. Correct, said Terra. That's why the prototype looks like it does. The end product will probably have an encased barrel for structural integrity, but for now, as they are testing different methods, it is enough. And you think I could get one of the prototypes? I don't believe they're building and testing them here on Ilium. Something like this has to be tested inside the Alliance. Much more secure, too. You're right. Ad Astra isn't building them on Ilium, but they have the means to do so. Shouldn't take them longer than a day or two to make a prototype on site. That is if you think that you need one. I don't want to strain any relationships with my contacts for something unneeded. Lawrence leaned back in his seat, rubbing his chin as he thought about the prototype. If what Terra said was true, it could be an advantage. Yet, he was still skeptical. After all, they were talking about an unfinished prototype, and those had the tendency to not work as they should in critical moments. The rifle would be more than enough to pierce through Eclipse's defenses and turn his target into mush, but a single shot was all he would get. There would be no second chance. Lawrence let out a sigh before clapping his cheeks, banishing the thought from his mind. He was one of the best hunters of the ace. He didn't need a second chance. One was more than enough. During the whole time he had been training for his position within the ace, he had never needed a second try to get the job done, and the hunters were trained to never need a second try anyway. They were trained to be the best of the best, and the simple thought of not making it on the first try was already a sign that they were losing their edge. That was one of the first things they were taught by their trainers. And Lawrence definitely wasn't losing his edge, and he would prove it to the person who mattered the most. Himself. Ask them to build it, said Lawrence, deciding to use the prototype rifle. I need 3 barrels. 2 for testing the rifle, and 1 to get the job done. I'll send you the details where you can pick it up tomorrow. They are already making it, replied Terra with a tone that told Lawrence that she knew he would go for the option she offered him. He good-naturedly rolled his eyes. Sometimes, it seemed like his handler knew him better than he did himself. December 10, 2173. 2121. Ilium, to Sail System. NOS Astra. His hand slowly and methodically dismantled the rifle in front of him. He held every single part up to his eyes, inspecting them for any faults. There would be no room for any kind of equipment failure, not now. Laying the pieces carefully down on a small blanket, Lawrence pulled out a cloth and dribbled a few drops of oil on it. As if the rifle had been his longtime partner and not just a tool he possessed for less than 2 days, he took great care of giving each piece the attention they deserved. At first, Lawrence had been skeptical about the rifle's performance despite Terra's assurances. Yet, when he met a team of Ad Astra's soldiers in an abandoned dockyard in the dead of the night to test it, he fell in love with it. He wore his nanofiber suit underneath his regular clothes, giving his strength a minor passive boost, and the kickback of the first shot had taken him by surprise nonetheless. Even the rocket launcher he tried during his training days hadn't thrown off his aim that much. Lawrence accounted it to his surprise, if only to spare his pride as the Ad Astra soldiers snickered around him as he was thrown on his butt. Thankfully, they had brought 2 more barrels than Lawrence said he would need, and after firing his 3rd shot, he could say with certainty that even if Ad Astra's scientists never found a way to make a barrel hold out longer than a single shot, this rifle would and should become a part of every ace hunter's equipment. It was simply perfect for them. The bullet was heavy and fast enough to simply ignore any obstacle in its way. The perfect tool for the assassination of a single target. When he left, Lawrence asked the Ad Astra soldiers to pass on his thanks to the genius who thought of such a wonderful toy, and they only smiled and said they would. After that, Lawrence didn't waste any time and traveled to the Eclipse base, intending to decide from which position he would strike. In the days before, he marked a few of them, but deciding which would be the best should only be done on the day of the strike. After all, the conditions were ever-changing. It would be embarrassing to be found by an unscheduled cleaning crew only because someone important was visiting the location in the next few days. That had happened to one of Lawrence's colleagues, and the story never failed to elicit a chuckle whenever it was told. It took him half of the early afternoon to decide on a skyscraper half a kilometer south of the building Eclipse was occupying, and another half an hour for the place within the selected skyscraper. Yet, he couldn't have found a better place as Lawrence had a free view of the level where his target would appear later on. Closing his eyes, Lawrence emptied his mind of superfluous thoughts. This wasn't the time to indulge in reminiscence. Right now, he was nothing but a hunter. A hunter making sure that his tools of trade were in optimal condition. Slowly and carefully, he put every part of the rifle back together, and when he finished, his hand ghosted over it only a hair's breadth away. A swipe with his Omni tool to check if everything was correctly put together, to which the hunter nodded satisfied when he got the readout. He placed the rifle at his shoulder, his eye perfectly in line with the scope. It didn't take him long to survey the outside of the room where his target would appear, as he wouldn't be able to see through the mirrored windows the conventional way anyway. This was more to check if anything had changed and if the sensors of his scope picked up any data that deviated from the one he picked up yesterday. Any deviation could cause him to miss his shot. Yet, the hunter's sensors did not pick up any changes. He didn't feel any relief at that, but he would have felt annoyance if it had changed. Details changed, that was a fact of life, but that didn't mean that one desired them to change, not even for the better. After all, it would undo any previously made plan and could cause failure. The twitch of his ring finger activated the camera he painstakingly directed through the ventilation system to see into the room of his target, and with his middle finger the 4 small drones that had attached themselves at the 4 corners of the room's window. A thin screen started to spread out from the 4 drones, unseen to the naked eye and only visible through his scope that could interpret the frequency of the screen. It grew and grew until it encompassed the whole window. The moment it finished, the camera within the ventilation system went to work. One of its scanners recorded everything that happened inside the room while the other projected it onto the screen right outside the window, using its frequency to oscillate the particles until they formed a picture. A picture of the room's interior. An addition to the hunter's equipment that had already paid its price back and more, as not only things hidden by glass but stone and metal could be made visible, too. Furthermore, it came out of the Ace's own labs, and as such not even Ad Astra, their usual supplier for nifty gadgets, knew about it. Sadly, the picture it projected wasn't very clear. It simply showed the outlines from the inside, which would make it difficult to identify the target if he hadn't the camera to cross-reference. Slowly, the hunter felt how his mind went into a trance. Time started to feel unimportant. Time didn't matter. Time would only become important when the right moment arrived. And that moment came. 3 people entered the room, 1 was a Salarian, and 2 were Asari. The Salarian was easily recognizable, even though the screen was the Salarian's head distinctive. The wild articulating Asari was probably the hunter's target as that would fit her personality profile. Nonetheless, he closed his right eye and activated the camera feed. The hunter's hunch proved correct when he recognized the facial markings. His breathing slowed, and the same could be said for his heart. The internal dampers of the rifle helped to compensate for any movements of his body the hunter couldn't stop. It was a limitation of the human body that human ingenuity found an answer to. Every time the target moved, the cross of the scope would smoothly follow. He could feel the moment come closer. The moment appeared when the figure stopped, gesturing toward the Salarian, who suddenly started to float. When before it felt like time had become insubstantial, now it felt like the hunter could count every millisecond. He took in every scrap of data at once. The wind, the sky cars flying close by, the minor fluctuations of the kinetic barrier around the window. His right pointer finger, which hadn't left the trigger since the moment his target appeared, increased the pressure, and within a moment, he felt the kickback of the bullet leaving the barrel. He watched for a moment longer, seeing how cracks appeared on the window and, most importantly, how the torso of his target disappeared into nothingness. The hunter lowered the rifle, and Lawrence Barnes let out a sigh of relief. His mission was done, and the only thing left to do was to leave no evidence that he had ever been here. Chapter 57. December 9, 2173. 1952. Ilium, to Sail System. NOS Astra. I stepped out of the shuttle behind 2 of my guards, who had jumped out before the shuttle even landed to secure the landing pad. The sun was getting lower, and to prevent it from blinding me, I held up my left hand to protect my eyes from its rays. 3 pairs of heavy footsteps followed me out of the shuttle, and I didn't have to turn around to know that Commander Abeba was walking a few steps behind my right shoulder and 2 more guards were following us. A simple nod from one of the 2 guards who had jumped out of the shuttle was enough to convey that it was safe to proceed out of the protection the closeness to the shuttle gave us. With an unseen and unheard command, Commander Abeba directed the other guards to form a loose square around us. I wasn't prone to feeling nervous in dangerous situations since I had lived through too much for that, but I appreciated their protective behavior nonetheless. And considering that I was about to walk into the lion's den, their protection would probably be dearly needed for me to get out of there without a scratch. There wasn't any doubt in my mind that I would walk out of there alive. Some may call it arrogance, others foolishness, but I called it confidence. I knew what I would walk into and had planned accordingly. Furthermore, the guards I took with me, aside from Commander Abeba, who was a force of nature in battle in her own right, were the best of the best among my forces here on Ilium and could measure up to any N3 graduate. Besides, they weren't the only ones close by. A little bit longer than a week ago, I got an invitation from Ayala Nessera to a circle meeting where she wanted to mediate between me and Cesario. At first, I had scoffed at the idea. There would be no mediation between me and Cesario as long as the arbiter pulled his strings and Cesario was confident in his success. Yet, something within me had hesitated at dismissing the invitation out of hand. Perhaps there would be an opportunity. Or there was more going on than I realized. Somehow, I felt it was a mixture of both. Taking a leap of faith, I decided to accept the invitation and come to the meeting Nesero was organizing on a neutral ground. Nonetheless, I wanted to go into the meeting with as many advantages as I could get, so I relayed the message that I would need Eclipse out of the picture as soon as possible. And the ace delivered. As they always do. I would have to send Andrew a gift basket for sending someone so competent in his chosen profession. It was always nice to work with people who knew what they were doing and worked fast to boot. It was almost enough to do away with the irritation I felt at the question he had asked me on behalf of the wonderful Madam President. Just thinking about it slowly started to raise my temper. I put more into the alliance than almost everyone else, and now they're acting like I am a dog that they can whistle back whenever I do something they don't like? And the worst part will be that I can't go against their wishes exactly. If I want to become the ambassador, I can't show them the bird and expect to be welcomed with open arms when I start to make a serious bid for the position. Furthermore, I had already planned to spend some time within the Alliance territory to concentrate on projects closer to home before relocating to the Citadel after a year. I had already ordered some of my people to organize my timetable for the next year, and everything was in place for it. Now, even if I chose to ignore the Alliance's leadership suggestion, I would still look like I was obeying them. The only reason I wasn't considering ignoring and showing them what a bad idea it was to think that I could be ordered around like an army grunt was that it had been Andrew who conveyed the wishes of the Alliance government. He did make a good case in their favor and had taken my initial outburst at their audacity with a grace that not many could boast about. Well, I hadn't completely let myself go. After all, Andrew was one of my best friends and didn't deserve to bear the full brunt of my anger. Only a little bit, since he decided to go with their suggestion. In the end, the only reasonable action I could take in response to them was to show them my displeasure and to make certain that they would never be able to put me on a leash if I didn't want them to. Of course, that would have to happen behind closed doors. It wasn't difficult to see and understand that the Alliance didn't have any other option. At least, I saw it after calming down and thinking about the situation and possible responses logically. If I ignored them, the Alliance would have to react more drastically, something neither of us wanted, or they would show that one of their citizens could do whatever he wanted without censure. I would have to take my house arrest without question if I didn't want the Alliance to lose face within the galactic community, and that was something I wanted to prevent as our reputation hadn't cemented itself enough in the heads of the other political entities and society to not take a hit that would take years to mend. Nonetheless, it annoyed me, and I would hold a grudge, even if it was petty since they had no other choice. I forced the annoyance back down and cleared my mind to focus on what was before me. I could think about how to get back at them later when I was safely inside the Alliance territory. The walk to the door was short, and around halfway, I could lower my hand as I didn't have to shield my eyes from the sun anymore, which had disappeared behind another skyscraper. Like most doors, it opened with a near-silent hiss and went sideways into the wall, and the two guards in front of me entered the building first before giving me a nod that it was safe to proceed. The moment I entered the building, a shiver went down my back, and my eyes flitted from side to side to find the source of my discomfort. I couldn't find anything, not that I expected to find something if my guards signaled that it was safe, but the feeling refused to go away. "Is something wrong, sir?" asked Commander Abeba, who noticed the tension in my shoulders. I threw her a look that conveyed my wariness and said, "I don't know what it is, but something is wrong. Stay on your guard, but don't start anything. We don't want to appear as the aggressors." All five straightened their postures at my order and replied with a simultaneous yes, sir. And with a nod from me, we continued toward the elevator, which would bring us to the level where the circle would meet. Thankfully, it didn't take long for the elevator to arrive after we found it, and while it was a tight fit for 6 people, especially since 5 of them wore armor and carried weapons that were good enough for a special operations team, it wasn't too uncomfortable. Hopefully, nobody manipulated the elevator so its brakes wouldn't engage after someone triggered its downfall. That reminded me I wanted to update the general safety measures in the branches I visited the most. Ilium was akin to a fortress for the moment with the whole extra platoon of guards and security officers, but the other 3, Earth, Terra Nova, and the Citadel, hadn't enjoyed the same attention, a lapse to be addressed sooner than later. With a simple ding, the elevator arrived at the right level, and its doors opened slowly. 2 guards exited the elevator and froze for a moment before signaling Commander Abeba to join them. Her eyes narrowed, and her right hand instinctively went toward the pistol on her hip, clenching its grip tightly, ready to draw it at the slightest provocation. Understanding that I would be in the way if I exited right now, I took a few steps behind the 2 remaining guards, who positioned themselves between me and the exit to shield me in case a firefight started. Just like their commander, they tightened their grip on their rifles, and if they didn't wear armored gloves, I'm sure I would have seen their knuckles turn white. "What's the problem?" I heard Commander Abeba asking with a barely loud enough voice as she went to the two tense guards outside the elevator. Instead of answering their commander, one of the guards just nodded in the direction in front of him, and I could see how every emotion on Commander Abeba's face disappeared, and nothing but a stone-cold mask remained. I could see how a soft blue flicker washed over her body that could be mistaken for a fluctuation of her kinetic shield, yet wasn't. She had activated a shield booster that would give her barriers additional power for a few minutes before needing to recharge. It would give her enough time to get behind cover if she came under fire in the open. While I could only see half of the standoff, I could metaphorically see the tension coming from them in waves. It took almost a whole minute before Commander Abeba relaxed her posture marginally and gave the signal that we could come out. The two in front of me hesitated for a second but walked out of the elevator with their rifles held in their hands, and I followed them close behind, with only enough space between us to not hinder their or my movements. I could feel my heart beating quicker as we stepped out, but I tried my best not to let anything show on my face other than calm and confidence. No matter what was waiting outside, I had to project an image of strength, not just for myself and the people accompanying me who looked to me for guidance but for everyone watching, too. Nervousness, apprehension, and alarm were emotions one should do their best to push down and not show even the slightest hint of them, as they were points one's opponent could exploit if one wasn't careful. The reverse could be said, too. If one showed calmness and confidence even if the situation wasn't in one's favor, it could unsettle one's opponent and make it easier to gain the advantage. It was a lesson I learned through experience and served me well throughout the years. Sometimes, I felt like an actor in a play. A play with far-reaching consequences if I didn't play my role to perfection. When I joined Commander Abeba, I finally saw what had them so on edge. The hallway was filled with soldiers standing guard, their armor identifying them as mostly Nessera's private troops, but I could see those belonging to Cesario among them too. It didn't take me long to understand that my guards were outnumbered even if one were to count only Cesario's troops, who were the most obvious enemy arrayed against us. And that was only those we could see. Nobody knew how many were waiting on another floor. Yet, the same could be said about our side. I wasn't naive enough to not have the surrounding area teeming with my people in case of an emergency. For example, a shuttle was waiting on the landing platform of a nearby skyscraper with a running engine and a full intervention team and could be there in less than a minute. The rest, with one exception, would take longer, but not by far. My hand landed on Commander Abeba's shoulder and squeezed. She couldn't feel it through her armor, but the look she sent me told me she understood what I wanted her to know. She answered me with a nod before she started to walk toward the meeting room, leading our group. The remaining four fell back into formation around me, shielding me from every side, never giving the soldiers standing in the hallway the chance to attack me unimpeded. They stood a bit closer to me than when we entered the building. Perhaps it was because the hallway was more narrow, and the other soldiers didn't help in giving us enough space, or maybe my people felt more protective than before and wanted to pull me out of the way in case anyone even thought about lifting their weapon in my direction. During our walk, I noticed something about the soldiers we passed. When I first met the circle, there had been guards from every species with an existing military, even a few Batarians, despite their reputation among the population of the other species. Even humans had been among their numbers, and humanity wasn't so widespread yet that this was an ordinary occurrence. And I still could remember the respectful nods they gave me when I passed them. But now, I couldn't see a single human, not even among those I identified as Nessera's troops. Not a single one. It wasn't like the sudden insight stopped me in my tracks, but there was a feeling in my gut that couldn't mean anything good. There had to be a reason I wasn't seeing any humans, and that reason couldn't be anything good. Of course, it could be that the humans had been in the employ of Nisko Ron, and they left after his death. Yet, I didn't think that this was it. Either I hadn't suppressed my reaction as well as I thought, or Commander Abeba knew me well enough to notice even the slightest changes. If I had to guess and hope, I would say it was the latter. She turned her head barely enough to see my face from the corner of her eyes and furrowed her eyebrows. In return, I scratched the left side of my chin with my right hand. A signal we had agreed on that I would give if I noticed something that could potentially be dangerous for us. Sadly, I wouldn't be able to communicate what I had noticed, but a warning was better than nothing. Commander Abeba nodded almost unnoticed, and if I hadn't looked for it, I wouldn't have seen it. Finally, we arrived at the meeting room, and thankfully, there weren't more guards outside than in the hallway toward it. 2 outside, the rest with me, I ordered. Lepiski, Sheklo, that's your job. Stay on guard. The 2 guards, chosen by Commander Abeba, saluted and went to stand opposite the door to have a free field of view of the Turian and Solarian standing at the sides of the door. Let's go, I said, opened the door, and entered the room with confident and self-assured steps. My eyes slowly observed the room while the remaining 2 guards took their positions beside the door, and Commander Abeba stood to my right. The meeting room was spacious. The wall on the other side was made out of glass, and while I couldn't see any other doors into the room other than the one I entered through, there could be hidden doorways for soldiers to enter the room. Not that there would be any need since there were enough troops inside the room for us to be outnumbered almost 3 to 1. Finally, My eyes locked on the two people sitting at the table in the middle of the room. At the head of the table sat the Asari Ayala Nessara, and to her right, the Turian Quintinius Cicerio. They were sitting closer to each other than one would expect for a meeting with the declared goal of mediation, as it would imply that there was already an understanding between one of the parties and the mediator. The correct answer to something like that would be to take the seat on Nessara's other side in the position opposite Cicerio. Yet, I took the chair directly in front of me, at the other end of the table, where I sat in direct opposition to Nessara. And if that wasn't a statement, I didn't know what would even count as one. Nessara, Cicerio, I greeted with a polite nod at each of them. Do we wait for Datiov or begin without her? The purpose of this meeting is to mediate between you and Quintinius. I do not think Morales' presence is needed or beneficial for this. She's close to you, and you have worked together on a few projects. I don't think it would be fair to Quintinius if you have an ally and he doesn't. And the arbiter isn't an ally. I countered while raising my eyebrow. Cicerio scoffed at my reply. But she isn't here, is she? Not that I can hold it against her. After all, you wouldn't hesitate to try and kill her. I'm surprised that you didn't try it with me. First of all, I replied, I'm civilized. Starting a fight when someone asks for a peaceful meeting is the opposite of that. Secondly, I wasn't the one who started the fight, but I will be the one to end it. And on my terms at that. So, you're here to dictate your terms to me and the arbiter? Quite arrogant of you. Arrogance has nothing to do with it. It is simply a fact that my position is much better than yours, and it is only a matter of time until you have no other chance but to surrender. Cicerio threw me a scathing look that promised me a painful death, but I sent a smile in his direction in response. His promises didn't intimidate me in the slightest, and there was no lie in my words. It was only a matter of time until there would be nothing the arbiter and her loyal dog could do against me. Yet, one could call me impatient, but I didn't want to wait until my enemies died a slow death, and I was sure that the arbiter and Cicerio were preparing for a last desperate strike before their strength and means waned into nothing. Peace, my friends, said Nessara placatingly. We're here to find a solution that ends the hostility between your two groups in a way that, while maybe not perfect, everyone can live with. At her words, Cicerio's mandibles flared, and he exhaled a trilling breath while his hands, which lay on the table, clenched into fists before relaxing again. While I have my reservations, the arbiter concurs with Ms. Nessara. It would be for the best to end this. I didn't even try to hide that I was rolling my eyes at his statement. He knew very well that Nessara's mediation would be the only way how he would come out of this alive. The only reason why he was angry was that it hurt his pride. Everything could have been avoided if he and the arbiter had looked farther than my species, and they would have seen the amount of resources and people I could call on beforehand. And you, Oscar? I can't imagine that this conflict is very helpful when you have to deal with Eclipse all over the galaxy. I mean, the portion of Eclipse here on Ilium is leaving after their commander's death, but the rest of the mercenary organization is still your enemy, right? I snorted at the unsubtle reminder from Nessara that I had started a fight with one of the oldest and biggest mercenary groups currently existing in the galaxy. Don't worry about that, I answered, waving my hand in a contemptuous gesture. The hostilities between me and Eclipse have ended. Since when? Shot out Cicerio, unable to hide his shock and disbelief. Since yesterday evening, I replied with a sneer. Not that the details concern you or anybody. Satyrus and I came to an understanding. Well, to call it an understanding would be going too far. It was more that thanks to my upcoming house arrest, I had to finish up the small-time war with Eclipse, and I wanted to do it on my terms instead of letting it simply stop when I couldn't act anymore. Right after I got the confirmation that Eclipse's local leader, Cholera Aerie, was eliminated, I got in contact with one of the Shadow Broker's known intermediaries to facilitate a call with Jonas Satyrus. I disliked dealing with the Shadow Broker, but there wasn't anyone who could do this as fast as I wanted this to happen. After I paid a considerable sum in advance, to not give them any idea of alternative payment methods, I got a date, a time, and a number. The call itself didn't take long, and most of the time, Satyrus and I were exchanging threats to see who was the bigger and more dangerous dog. Thankfully, we managed to strike a deal between the threats, which broke down to her and her organization staying out of Alliance territory while I stayed out of the innermost Asari space where the core of her power was located. Furthermore, we agreed to stop killing each other anywhere else. Not the most elaborate agreement, but it was enough. Of course, I knew it wouldn't hold more for long, but I guessed I would have some peace for a few years before Satyrus became brave again and forgot that I dominated our conflict. Well, that would be her future problem, not mine. I would just end it. Again. That is great news for you, said Nessara, and gave me a radiant smile. A smile that was as brittle as it was fake. Yeah, it is, I agreed, leaned back in my chair, and put my hands in my lap. And I would like to put this conflict here between the arbiter and myself to rest as well. That's great to hear. In that case, we should. Started Nessara before I interrupted her by raising my hand. There is just one thing that hinders me from going forward with this. I may be nitpicking about it since it's only a matter of formality, but it annoys me nonetheless. Please tell. Maybe we can sort it out, Nessara said while Cesario tried to kill me with his stare. It was obvious that he didn't expect the peace I brokered with Eclipse, and if he and the Arbiter truly wanted to negotiate, it would put them into an even worse situation than the simple mass exodus of Eclipse troops here on Ilium. It is something you said, Nessara. Something I said? She questioned, and the confusion was plain to see in her eyes. Yes, I replied. You said we're here to find a solution between your groups. It should have been ours instead. What do you mean? Please don't insult me by keeping this charade going on any longer, Madam Arbiter. The second I called her Arbiter, Nessara's whole demeanor changed. It was like she was growing older right before my eyes. No, she wasn't growing older, but it was like growing more mature in seconds. In truth, she simply let any pretense and mask she showed me since I met her for the first time fall and showed me her true face. Cesario, on the other hand, seemed more nervous and fidgety than before. His eyes flitted back and forth between me and Nessara, yet he calmed down a bit after Nessara put a hand on his shoulder. Congratulations, you found out the truth. But I don't think it will help you much. How would you humans say? You're the fly in the spider's web. We will see, I responded to the obvious threat and smiled confidently. Chapter 58. December 9, 2173. 2010. Ilium, Tesale System. NOS Astra. How did you find out? Asked Nessara, also known as the Arbiter, as she leaned back in her chair and interlaced her fingers in her lap. I have to say, it took me some time to connect the dots. You did your best to obscure your traces, and many of those my people and I found did lead to nothing. Yet, you got too greedy and contacted the wrong people with your plans. I copied her by leaning back in my chair and adopting a relaxed posture as if my guards weren't outnumbered by hers in the room. Well, it wasn't you personally who made the mistake. It was your pawn over there. I waved my hand in Cesario's direction, who sat to Nessara's right. You. Spat Cesario and jumped out of his chair, clearly angry because of my taunt. Nessara put her hand on his arm and said, Calm down, Quintinius. Mr. Dean Bren is trying to make you lose your cool. Please don't play his game. He knows he's in a bad position and tries to find his feet again. At her words, Cesario visibly calmed down and sat back down. I couldn't help the smirk that appeared on my face. He was utterly under her thumb, and when I directed the smirk at him, I tried my best to convey my thoughts to him. It seemed to work as his mandibles flared, and his eyes were windows to the anger and hate he felt toward me, but he managed to control himself better this time. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that Nessara still had her hand on his arm. What kind of mistake did my dear Quintinius commit? My smirk turned wolfish, and I tapped my foot twice on the floor. Cerberus, I simply said and enjoyed the widening of Cesario's and Nessara's eyes. It seems like they like me more alive than dead. They couldn't tell me about your proposal fast enough after your agent went out of the door. Cerberus, hey! Scoffed Nessara. I wouldn't have expected them to run to you. They seemed more ambitious than that. I have to say I'm disappointed. I let out a short laugh. To me, it seems like you haven't done your homework on Cerberus. They are ambitious. That's a fact. It's just that you missed what their goal is. Their goal is to put humanity at the top of the galactic food chain, and, in their eyes, I am one of the people who is going to make that possible. Killing me and throwing the Alliance into chaos is going directly against that goal. It wouldn't surprise me if those other people who were willing to go with your scheme are going to find their ambitions cut short, and not just by my retaliation but by theirs too. Cerberus does not have any patience for those willing to stab their own people in the back at the words of outsiders. The look Nessara sent me would make lesser people freeze in their place and unable to speak another word, but my smile only got bigger. In fact, I felt downright giddy. Nessara, in her persona as the Arbiter, has given me much grief, and any chance to stick it to her was very welcome. Of course, I let nothing of that show on my face other than the smirk I continued to hold to show that I wasn't intimidated by her and her show of force in the room. Nessara's face looked placid as she asked, Yet, even if this organization talked to you, there wouldn't be anything leading toward me. Even if you found everyone else we contacted. Quintinius was the one organizing the contact with the people inside the Alliance, and every clue you would have been able to gather would point toward him. Something useless to you since you already knew that he was working with the Arbiter to bring you down. Oh, how I would have liked to have a wine glass in my hand to swirl it around like in those old movies to waste time before answering. I may be getting on in the age department, but my taste for the dramatic and flair was growing, too. At least, I felt so. In another decade or so, I could see myself turning around in a swivel armchair with a black cat on my lap that I was petting while explaining how my plans came to fruition. The thought struck my mind, and it didn't want to leave. Why were we doing this? I was doing it because I sent out a signal to my troops to prepare to attack when I tapped my foot on the floor to activate the transmitter in my shoe. It would probably take a few more minutes before everyone was in place, and they would only attack when I tapped my foot twice again. Of course, that depended on the factor that the signal could get out of the room. If they took the precaution of proofing the room against signals, that would be useless, and I would have to rely on the scouts on the skyscraper opposite the room to read the situation correctly. After all, the visual signs I would have to give to communicate with them were extremely obvious so that no small gestures I did by chance could be mistaken for a sign to intervene. You are right, I returned to the conversation by acknowledging Nessera's conjecture. Everything led back to Cicerio, at least from those contacted within Alliance territory. But these people weren't the only ones you contacted, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to weaken the Alliance as a whole if its power was simply shifted within. You needed people from outside to change the political landscape. I could see how my words affected her as the anger in her eyes lessened marginally, and disbelief joined with it. After all, you wanted to improve your standing with the matriarchs around Asari space. That's why you're planning to kill me in the first place instead of simply taking over all my assets here on Ilium. And you weren't as careful with them as you should have been. Cicerio couldn't take your place then since they wouldn't have taken you seriously, and you wanted them to know that it was you who created the opportunity for the matriarchs to take advantage of a weakened and disarrayed alliance. Nessera was about to say something, but I held up my hand to forestall her retort. I know what you're going to say, and you're right. None of the matriarchs talked to me, and I didn't even try in the first place. But I didn't have to. The kind of moves they would have to make in order to take maximum advantage of my hypothetical death have to be prepared in advance. I just had to look at who prepared, when they started to, and the people who met them in the months before that. And guess whose name appeared on the flight schedules of planets far away from Thessia when you said you were trying to find somebody willing to sell me some property? And by the way, it's a rhetorical question. Instead of getting angry and screaming at me, Nessera started to clap slowly. The sound of the clapping echoed through the otherwise silent room. It was a ghastly sound, and I had to admit that it sent a shudder down my back. My smirk left my face, but a small smile returned to it after I noticed the trick she was using. She used her biotic powers, a relatively minuscule amount, around her hands to make the slaps sound more powerful. I was sincerely impressed by her control over her biotic powers. Any time before, I had only seen their use in combat situations or, very rarely, in construction zones. Yet, none of those had the sheer finesse I was seeing right now. It seems like I underestimated you, said Nessera. After all, you didn't suspect me for quite some time, so I thought you didn't look through my acting. You had me fooled, I admitted easily and without a hint of shame or hesitation. For most of the time even. The first time I was attacked by your forces was when I came back from our first private meeting, so you were on the list of suspects. But I falsely thought nobody would be so stupid to make themselves the prime suspect on purpose. If that was your plan, then I applaud you. The flattery is appreciated but unneeded. I just saw a chance and took it. The rest is a coincidence. I hummed at her reply. Can we finally get on? While it's amusing to see you two exchange words, I would like to return to my business. I still have to coordinate the people to take over Dinabran's business, ma'am, interjected Cicerio with a deferential nod to Nessera. I had almost forgotten that he was even inside the room, Nessera's newly revealed presence drowning his without any effort. Patience, my dear Quintinius. Everything is going well, said Nessera with a smile and snapped her fingers. On both sides of the room, a portion of the walls went sideways to reveal pathways where 3 soldiers each came through with rifles in their hands. My 2 guards immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at the newly arrived troops, ready to shoot at the slightest sign that they were going to attack us. Commander Abeba's hand also went towards her hip and her pistol, but my left hand shot out, and I grabbed her arm. She shot me a disbelieving look, and I shook my head in reply. Right now wasn't the time to attack as we were even more outnumbered than before, and our extra equipment wouldn't stand up to these numbers of opponents. Despite her visible reluctance, Commander Abeba nodded and moved her hand away from her pistol, but I could see her clenched fists. She would have loved to draw her pistol and start shooting everyone not on our side to be done with this situation. It wasn't like I couldn't understand her. If our positions were reversed and I was tasked with Abeba's protection, I would rather take action and take out any threats in the near vicinity than wait for something to happen and have to react instead of acting. Yet, the time wasn't right. I raised an eyebrow and asked, a show of power and intimidation? Haven't we already established that you have more people here than I do? Your people are well trained. Almost as good as professionally trained soldiers. I feel safer if my troops outnumber yours by a larger number. Otherwise, I don't like their chances against yours, admitted Nessera. If her troops had any reaction to her words, I couldn't spot any. In any case, a slight smirk returned to my face. Well, thanks for the compliment. I can't take full credit for their abilities by myself, but I convey your admiration to the people in charge of their training. How nice of you, but that will not be necessary. Or rather, you will not have the opportunity to do so, Nessara replied with a smile that was simultaneously angelic and cruel. Or did you think otherwise? I already thought this was going to be your plan, but I hoped you wouldn't go down this route. It is so uninspired. Not every plan has to be refined. Sometimes, it is better to make your hands dirty and return everything to its starting point. The circle can be re-established with new members. I have done it 4 times over the last 300 years, so why not again? Return to the beginning, hey? Will you kill Detayoev, too? I questioned. That is already in motion. Detayovi has a meeting, and sadly, her shuttle will have an engine malfunction that will end deadly. Thankfully, some of her assets will be transferred to the circle accounts, so not everything is bad. I blinked. Nothing more. While I had a beneficial working relationship with her, and we had been lovers for a time, there was no reason for me to try to prevent her death. We were using each other to get what we wanted, and sex had been just an optional feature we wanted for the fun of it and not because we had any deeper feelings for each other. Besides, what could I realistically do right now? Call her while more than a dozen guns were pointed at me? Whether she lived or died would be up to her, and I knew she would have the same opinion if our roles were reserved. Furthermore, after today, our paths would probably only cross during social functions on the Citadel since I wouldn't need her help with anything anymore. So, you're committed to making a clean sweep. Otherwise, you would let Detayovi live since she never directly went against you or your goals. That's correct, replied Nessara. The circle can be rebuilt with new people. Perhaps under a different name, but it will continue. With your assets and the promises of the matriarchs, the new circle will be more influential and powerful than before, added Cicerio, probably already thinking he would live like a king and as one of the most powerful arms smugglers on this side of the galaxy. Instead of being annoyed with him and his boasting, I gave him a pitying look and smile. So, you have the delusion that you will be a part of the future she envisions? Cicerio, you are a poor fool. What are you talking about? Of course, I will be. He objected and turned to look at Nessara, who also gave him a look that wasn't hard to interpret. I'm sorry, my dear Quintinius. But Oscar is right. I said I would start anew, and I mean it. She jerked her head in his direction, and every single one of her guard in this room raised their weapon and started to fire at him. His personal shields didn't stand a chance and broke before he even had the chance to fully comprehend Nessara's words and what was happening around him. Personally, I hoped that he quickly died before he could understand that he never was more than a convenient pawn for her and that the words she used to make her promises to him had been the only payment he would ever get from her for doing the dirty work. If it had been me, I would have given him what he wanted. Good and loyal service should be rewarded, but not with a bullet in the back. Cold, I said from behind Commander Abeba, who had positioned herself between me and the rest of the room when the shooting started. Nessara simply shrugged at my comment, ignoring the guns my guards pointed at her, something hers did not, and replied in kind by pointing theirs at me. He was useful for a time, but I didn't see any value in a long-term partnership. And his crush was starting to annoy me. It had been cute at the beginning, but it got old fast. Using it was convenient, but over the centuries, I had much better partners than him. And I mean in every category that counts. That's more than I ever wanted to know. As long as it doesn't concern me, I don't want to know what you do behind closed doors, I replied with played and exaggerated disgust. Impressive, said Nessara. A dozen guns pointed at you and not even a blink. The same guns that just killed a man, and you still can joke around. Is it just you, or are all humans so nonchalant and unconcerned about their imminent death? I would say it is just me, I answered. And you seem to think that I will die today. You don't? Nessara asked, surprised. I would not have thought you would deny what is right before you. And what is right before me? People with guns? You? Nothing insurmountable. Nothing insurmountable? I admire your bravery, but I have to say it is futile. I narrowed my eyes. This conversation's topic was too focused on me and Nessara's desire to kill me. I still didn't know if my people were in position, and I had to prolong our talk to be absolutely sure that I wouldn't be left with only 5 people on my side, 2 of which weren't even in this room. Just as I was about to try and steer the conversation in another direction, the communicator inside my shoe vibrated twice in short intervals. I had to suppress the smile that wanted to appear on my face. Any sign that things were going to go my way wasn't something I should show right now if I wanted to keep the advantage. Tapping my foot 3 times in response, I gave the order to slowly advance and take out as many hostiles as silently as possible to have an easier time when the situation went hot. Furthermore, they would be quicker at my position. It has nothing to do with bravery, I replied to Nessara, slowing my speech minimally so that nobody would notice but still waste some time. I simply have confidence that I will walk out of here alive. Maybe with a few hairs out of place, but alive nonetheless. Quite the confidence you have. And as I said, admirable. It's a shame you are in my way and in the way of the plans for the alliance of others among my people. If you weren't, you could have been great. That's debatable. I would say I did a lot to get the alliance to where it is right now. And most people in the alliance would say I am a great man. I should say that I am not, but I am not a person known for false modesty. I leaned forward, putting my elbows on the table and sustaining my chin on my hands. You mentioned plans for the alliance. Care to elaborate? Nessara copied my posture with an added smirk. Why so curious? It isn't like it will have any use for you. Like you said, curiosity. Knowing things is something vital to people like us. You should understand. I don't think you are that different from me in this regard. It is like an itch we have to scratch. And since you are so sure that my death is imminent, treat it like the last request of a dying man. Well, you are not wrong about the itch you are talking about. You never know when some knowledge becomes useful, she mused. And while you're right that one shouldn't deny a dying man's request, the knowledge wouldn't be of use to you. For me, it simply is that you're an obstacle and an opportunity to gain more power and wealth here on Ilium and back on Thessia. For others? They want control. Control over the alliance. I don't really buy into it, but a group back home sees themselves, and the Asari as a whole, as the guides toward the right future for the galaxy, and the alliance is too strong and independent for them. So, they're looking for ways to gain influence over the direction the alliance is going to evolve in the future. And you're the lever they want to pull to gain that control. So, typical Asari arrogance. I asked. I wouldn't say that, Nessara waved my comment away. We are perfect for such a position, but I don't see the appeal in trying to direct you hairless monkeys toward a fraction of our greatness. Hairless monkeys? I wouldn't have expected you to be a speciest, I commented. You seem above such a petty thing. I am not, she countered. I studied your history. Aren't you humans descended from monkeys? If your bodies were full of fur, I wouldn't be able to find a difference by sight alone. I sighed at her words and couldn't help but roll my eyes. Hearing such casual insults from aliens in powerful positions wasn't unusual. Yet, I heard that particular insult often enough to tire of it. Before I could say anything, be it insulting her or trying to stay polite, I heard a small explosion. From the volume and the vibrations reaching the room, I guessed it happened 2 floors below us. What was that? Nessara asked while jumping off her chair, which tumbled down to the ground. I would say that my people currently are fighting their way up and should be here in a few minutes, I replied, leaning back in my chair and putting my right hand on my cheek. Not a second after I finished talking, every single hostile gun was pointed at me, and Nessara gained a blue corona when she activated her biotic powers. In response, my people grouped themselves around me, and Commander Abeba pulled out her pistol while her left hand hovered over a small box at her hip, ready to throw the transportable shield barrier to create a defense between me and the rest of the room. You really think they will be here in time? Nessara hissed, and her biotics flared up. In this room are enough people that you and yours will be dead before a single one of your reinforcements even arrives on this floor. Let's agree to disagree, I replied and used my right index finger to draw a small circle in the air while tapping my right foot twice in rapid succession. Not waiting for anything to happen, I threw myself to the ground, the rest of my team following me down to the ground. At the same time, Commander Abeba detached the portable shield generator from her armor but didn't deploy it immediately since she knew what would happen. As if waiting for this moment, which could be a very true statement, the glass front on the other side of the room broke and flew inwards, showering the room in splinters. Yet, there were far more important things to worry about. For example, how more than half of Nessara's troops fell dead to the ground in the next 10 seconds before they could react to the sudden attack. As the portable shield deployed, the door behind me sprang open, and the 2 guards who had remained outside sprinted into the room. One of them was less sprinting and more dragging himself with a limp leg, yet before he could find any cover, a member of Nessara's troops took the opportunity and gunned him down. That one didn't have the chance to rejoice about taking out one of my few guards before Commander Abeba bent around me and returned the favor with a couple well-placed shots from her pistol. Sadly, the snipers I had placed on the skyscraper with a view of this room did not have a clear field of view anymore after Nessara's troops ducked and she activated the emergency window shutters. Furthermore, the confusion of the attack faded away, allowing Nessara and her troops to reorganize themselves and mount a counterattack. The shield before slowly turned red from the barrage of gunfire trying to get to me, indicating its weakening. Yet, before it could collapse from gunfire, a wave of biotic power came from the other side around the room, throwing me and my group toward the wall on our side. The only reason we weren't immediately beset by Nessara's troops was that her biotic push destroyed the table in the room, and her troops dove instinctively out of the way of the flying debris. As I slammed against the wall, my kinetic barriers absorbed most of the damage, but as I took a deep breath, I knew that some of my bones were bruised. Nothing that a few days of rest wouldn't heal, but I would need to be alive to have the time. My eyes fixed on the other side of the room, and I could see Nessara slowly walking toward me through the destroyed room, her troops fanning out through the room, keeping their guns trained on my guards and Commander Abeba, and only Nessara's raised hand stopped them from outright shooting us. After all, they didn't have to fear any snipers anymore due to the emergency shutters. A valiant effort, but ultimately useless. I will be long gone before your body even drops cold on the ground. She lifted her own pistol toward me, and recognizing the model, I knew that it would overwhelm the remaining charge of my shields and burst my chest open like an overripe fruit. It's been. Before she could finish her sentence, two things happened at the same time. Commander Abeba jumped toward me in an effort to shield me from the bullet, and the emergency shutters exploded inward, startling everyone in the room. Nessara fired her weapon in surprise, and the bullet ripped through Commander Abeba's arm, blood splashing over my face. Yet, the other bullets that started to fly were far more important since they tore through everyone still standing, which amounted exclusively to Nessara and her troops, dropping them like flies. I looked to the newly opened wall on the other side and could see a shuttle hovering right outside, its side door open, and 6 soldiers in Ad Astra colors with their rifles in their hands standing there. Perfect timing! I shouted. Now, get in here and bring your medic. We've got wounded. My head turned to Abeba, and I asked concerned, how is it? I will survive. It is only a flesh wound. The bullet didn't hit anything vital, Commander Abeba reassured me. Trusting her judgment, I gave her a nod and helped her stand up. She held the arm with the wound, her pistol still clenched tightly in her hand. I slowly walked toward where Nessara had fallen and looked down at her body. She was still alive, her breathing rattling, and the blood filling her mouth was dribbling down. Seeing this, I held out my hand to Commander Abeba, who understood what I wanted and put her pistol in my hand. Lifting the pistol to Nessara's head, I looked into her eyes, and I could see the realization in them. With a smile, I repeated her words back at her. A valiant effort, but ultimately useless. My finger pulled the trigger, and a bang ended the threat of the arbiter. I turned to Commander Abeba, who was seen to buy a medic, and said, let's clean this up. I will have to bribe some people to ignore this mess, but we will be off Ilium before the week is over. Furthermore, I think we all deserve a small vacation back in Alliance territory after all this excitement. Chapter 59. Sorry for the long silence. I had to write papers for university and they took precedence, but now I am back and hopefully I will get back to my normal schedule. Thanks for sticking with me and have fun with the chapter. Yours. ZK. February 12, 2174. 1423. Terra Nova, Asgard System. Private retreat, near Lake Toitates, outside Scott. I leaned back on my sun lounger and closed my eyes as I enjoyed the comfortable warmth of the sun shining down. The weather had been perfect for a vacation during the last week, except for a single day of rain, and I had tried my best to stay those days outside and far away from any work. If I looked back on the past years, it was high time to take a vacation since I couldn't remember when I did take one since the Alliance became a player in galactic politics. Even before that, I hadn't taken off time for more than 2 weeks each year since the establishment of the Alliance itself, often interrupted by emergencies that needed my input. And now? Now, I hadn't done anything work-related since the beginning of February aside from regular check-ins so that I could reassure myself that everything was running smoothly without my input and that nobody was having a crisis that needed me to solve. Surprisingly, it worked out. Well, not truly surprising. After all, it would be impossible to run Ad Astra if the company couldn't function without my input. Otherwise, my time on Ilium and focus on the Arbiter situation would have ruined it. Furthermore, the company had grown far too large since I took it over from my father and turned it into what it is today. The shipbuilding and mining sections were large enough to need a copy of myself each to understand everything about them. Thankfully, I had capable managers who sent me summary reports about past events, current and future operations, and projected costs and profits monthly so I could focus on politics and other topics. Their loyalty and truthfulness were ensured by my reputation and the big paychecks they got, which showed numbers on them that others saw during a lotto draw. Besides, I sent out auditing teams at irregular intervals to check if a rotten egg was hiding among them. Sometimes, it was better to check than to trust unequivocally. After all, I wanted the books to be without any hidden or wrong entries when the tax authority of the Alliance knocked at our door. There was one thing even my reputation and influence couldn't save me from, and that was taxes. And the Alliance was a monster that devoured those taxes, and may whatever being one believed in help if someone tried to evade them. Even star systems could be held accountable by the tax authorities if something was wrong with their statements. I slowly breathed out, letting any thoughts on taxes and potential betrayals from my employees disappear. This wasn't the time to think about such things. Right now was the time to relax before I had to deal with business people and politicians again. Yet, as I was about to slip into a light sleep with the sun tickling my face, a shadow fell over me, and I opened my eyes to send the interloper an annoyed look. I thought I told you I was taking a vacation and didn't want to be disturbed by you and yours, I said to Andrew Clark, who stood above me and rolled his eyes at my words. You did, and I did, he replied before letting out a sigh. Yet, that was before you arranged a meeting with every leader of the different oppositional political factions and our former president. So what? I asked. Is the current head of government so insecure in their position that they have to send the director of the alliance's intelligence services to me just because I'm going to talk with their political enemies and the person they replaced? They did request me to ask what you're doing, that's true. But that is only part of the reason why I am here today. Concerning the political leaders, officially, it is simply to understand their positions and perhaps find a way to compromise on certain political agendas. Finding solutions everyone can work with is hardly perfect, but it was better than the alternative. And Michael? That is simply a meeting between two old friends, and we're going to simply discuss some things. Loudly. And in public. Is that your revenge for them trying to put you under house, or territory, arrest? Asked Andrew with a raised eyebrow. It certainly is not. I protested vehemently and had an expression of overblown indignation that even a toddler wouldn't have believed. I am above such petty revenge. Well, commented Andrew and sat down on a chair nearby, at least you're not actively plotting to overthrow the government. If I tell our dear president that she has to do some publicity work, everything should be fine in a few months. As long as you're not publicly endorsing a new candidate for the presidential position. Elections are in, what? 2 years? I asked, sending a look to Andrew. 2 years, he confirmed with a nod. They are in 2 years. Enough time to do damage control and for the whole thing to blow over. Sometimes I believe you are forgetting how much sway you hold over the public. If you wanted, you could start riots in the streets throughout the Alliance territory, calling for elections tomorrow. And that's why I am not going to do that, I stated, waving his concerns away. Just don't tell our dear Madam President and let her sweat a little. I just stopped a plan to throw the Alliance into chaos, and I am not throwing it into that state by myself. Not as long as it wouldn't help the Alliance to emerge stronger. But you would if you believed it would help the Alliance. Of course, I would coordinate with you first, I assured Andrew. Having the spy faction on my side would help to kick it off and end it without too much blood spilled by our citizens. Blood is going to be spilled in the future in any case. So, please don't start anything. I have enough work to do without adding any madness to it. I looked up at the tone Andrew was using and saw him grimacing at something unseen. You know something I don't? I asked, trying to find out about whatever was going to happen that caused Andrew to make a face so full of exhaustion and weariness. At the end of the year, or the start of the new one, a combination of slavers and pirates is going to attack one of our colonies. Hard. Is that confirmed? I asked, my focus sharpening despite my unwillingness to do anything work-related at the moment. Andrew shook his head in response. Nothing concrete. It's more the rumor mill working with a lot of signs that there is some truth to it. Yet, we can't find anything solid other than that the Batarian hegemony is sponsoring one of their own to build up a fleet from the less than savory elements of the galaxy. Can we make a preventative strike? We have no idea who the head of the operations is, and at this moment, the hegemony would simply replace him with another. Furthermore, there are talks that we should let the attack happen. Of course, only for a short time before our fleets rush in to push them out of the targeted system and colony. To have a reason for a far more damaging counterattack? To show the galaxy how far we have come since we held our own against the Turians at Shangzi and that they shouldn't mess with us. I could see the positives in letting the attack happen, yet it left a stale aftertaste on my tongue. From a purely logical standpoint, it would be great PR for the Alliance. The commiseration from being the victim of a slaver raid, the relief and the sense of security created by liberating the colony in a timely manner, and the vindictive feeling of striking back against the scourge of the galaxy that is the slavers and pirates running free. Each of those points alone could be exploited for propaganda. On the other hand, you had the morale factor to consider. Nobody but a sociopath could see the amount of people that would suffer from an attack by pirates and slavers and think them nothing more than numbers on paper. Perhaps it was easy to decide such a thing, yet it was an altogether different thing to live with the consequences, especially if they stared you directly in your face, as the people who had the power to let the attack happen would have to visit the affected world to save face and to keep the morale in the Alliance high. Being confronted by the loss of life that happened at your word or hand was something one needed a strong will for. Yet, perhaps I shouldn't preach on the subject too much since my hands weren't exactly clean, and I dirted them for, as some would call them, lesser reasons like greed. Besides, I once shot a Batarian pirate with my own hands just to desensitize me to the act of killing, to harden my heart, and to become ruthless when needed. I would lie if I said that it didn't have its uses, yet the aftertaste of such an act wasn't something I wanted to become accustomed to. A leader who didn't blink at such acts and saw them as ordinary wasn't the kind of person I wanted to put my complete trust into, and would be someone I would never turn my back on since I wouldn't know if a dagger would find a way into it if this hypothetical leader found it necessary to advance its goals. Again, maybe I was a bit hypocritical and should take a look in a mirror, but I was human. I was allowed to be hypocritical. It was basically hardwired in our DNA. In the end, the people who managed to balance both the logical and moral sides were those who got far in life and managed to gather loyal and competent followers around them, since they generated a certain kind of charisma that made people believe in them. Perhaps that was why I was so grateful to see my mixed feelings reflected on Andrew's face at the impossible decision he had to advise the president of the alliance on. Doubly so, since he was the director of the most powerful and influential intelligence service within the alliance. After all, I would have hated to have a sociopath in that position. Furthermore, it was a sign of the trust and closeness between Andrew and me that he let down his guard when we were alone to let me see what he was truly feeling instead of hiding it behind the mask he wore when he acted as the director of the ACE. It was something I would do my best to never betray, not even by accident. Everybody needed a place and people they could relax around without the nagging thought of potential betrayal hanging above. That Andrew could do so around me was something of an honor to me, and I naturally responded in kind. All of the above and more, answered Andrew after a short pause with a sigh. Another driving factor is that we want to warn the Batarians not to even think about going to war with us. Both our governments may be part of the Citadel and have embassies there, yet I think neither of us two believes that the Batarians give a single fuck about that. And the Batarians are gearing up for something which does not bode well for the alliance. So, we want to use the counterattack to show them how far we are willing to go to avenge our citizens. You act, we overreact. Exactly, answered Andrew with a nod. Deciding that I wanted a new drink after I noticed that the ice cubes in my glass had turned to water, I stood up and walked over to a small freezer and pulled out 2 bottles of beer. One of which I held out to Andrew, who took the offered drink with thanks. He emptied a third of the bottle in one go and gave off a satisfied sigh. We should change the topic, Andrew declared, holding the cold beer to his neck to cool it down. Talking about raids and our hypothetical reactions is not a topic I want to think or talk about for too long. Instead, I wanted to ask how it goes with your clean-up on Ilium. Found anything interesting? The spoils are so-so. I could grab everything that the Circle put its name on quite easily since I am the last living member of this club and had all the appropriate codes and rights, yet anything the Arbiter put down as her private property, even Circle resources, is a bit trickier to get to. And don't get me started on what belonged to her and the others under their public personas. If I didn't already have agents in Cicerios and Detiovi's organizations, it would have been near impossible to grab as much as I did before the other sharks in the sea noticed they were up for grabs. At least, Nessera's holdings under her Arbiter pseudonym were hidden enough that it took longer for them to notice that there wasn't a person holding the leash anymore. The only regret I have is that my analysts took too long to break through her encryption to get everything she had to her name. Did you get at least a good yield? Probably, peanuts in comparison with what you already have. I shook my head in response. You're right. The amount of credits and actual worth is minuscule in comparison. If it was just about that, my Ilium adventure would have been a complete disaster since after subtracting everything I put into it, only 1/3 to 2/5 remain as profit. Furthermore, it took far too long for such a small profit. Yet, you don't seem too unhappy about your gains, Andrew deduced from my expression and tone, pointing his half-empty bottle in my direction. Raising my own in response to his deduction, I answered, it's not about how much I got, but the what and where. Among the various investments of the Circle, there wasn't a single one that would give me a controlling interest or even a major voice on any company board, yet they were various and diversified. I've got now a foot in the door all around the galaxy, so to speak. And sometimes, a foot in the door is all you need to bang it open and rush into it to take everything. Exactly. I laughed. In truth, the outcome of my little adventure on Ilium was even less satisfying than I hoped. Time, credits, and my attention to it were not wholly compensated by my gains, and even the information I pulled out of the other Circle members' databanks was less than I expected. That is to say, it wasn't a complete failure, especially after looking through the secrets Nessera had squirreled away. It was a surprise to discover that she was at least 2 centuries older than her public figure stated, close to becoming a matriarch too, yet after seeing her proficiency with her biotics, it was easier to believe than to think she was some savant who probably could have become one of the most powerful and skilled Asari commando currently active in the galaxy if she went into military service. Since she had planned to return to Thessia after she was well into her matriarch phase, which may have taken another century, so not too far away for an Asari, she had already started to collect blackmail material and information on a number of other Asari that would have become her rivals on her home world. Furthermore, and that was by far the most useful and important information I got out of her systems, she collected some rumors about the Temple of Athame. Those rumors were by themselves less than useful, and Nessera clearly hadn't known what she had in her hands if I interpreted her decision to ignore and not follow up on them correctly, yet I couldn't help the elated laugh that escaped me when I read them for the first time. I had always worried about how I could plant a convincing false trail on how I came to the knowledge that the Asari hid a protein beacon in that temple if I ever had to use my knowledge. Having an excuse ready was far better than letting the Asari, who would undoubtedly want to know how I came across this little nifty fact, search through everything and maybe find something I didn't want them to know. Blackmail was only useful insofar as the other side didn't have something equally as damaging about you in their hands. Thankfully, no matter what they would find, nothing could beat the fact that the Asari had hidden an active protein beacon since the inception of the Citadel Council. It would be extremely damaging to their position and their reputation across the galaxy, especially since it had been they who had been the driving force behind the creation of the treaties that stated that every piece of active and inactive protein technology had to be reported to the Council and analyzed by scientists of their choice for the good of the galaxy. I would say we have a winner for the biggest hypocrite of the galaxy. Also, I found some data caches that your analysts should look through. Perhaps something useful for you is among the data, I stated after taking another sip of my cold beer. Thanks, said Andrew. The guys in information research are always happy to have new data on their desks to sift through. Can't understand how they like it so much, but maybe that's why they're there and not in the field. Everybody has their strengths and hobbies. Andrew held up his empty bottle in salute, and I held out my hand, wordlessly asking if he wanted another one, which got me a nod. So, what are your plans going forward? Asked Andrew after I opened a new beer for him and handed him the bottle. I mean, except driving our president up the walls with your meetings. I took some time before I answered. After all, the list I put together was rather long for the next year, and a vague outline for the year after also already existed. First of all, I am going to enjoy this vacation as long as I can, and besides this little interruption, I simply want to relax and shut out reality for a moment. Naturally, replied Andrew with a wistful look. I wish I could take a vacation. But I think if I did, part of our intelligence apparatus would collapse due to infighting. There are a lot of ambitious people in the ACE, and everyone wants to climb up the ladder. Ever thought of finding a successor? I asked. Of course, but among those wanting the position, I haven't found one I want to mentor for the position yet. Furthermore, anyone I train to succeed me will have to fend off attempts to discredit them constantly and gain their respect and loyalty at the same time. Sounds like a pain. Oh, it is, agreed Andrew with a roll of his eyes. Thankfully, that is the only problem within the ACE. And it isn't something that is having an effect on any of our operations. It is not. No, said Andrew with a shake of his head. Everybody knows what is at stake if we don't do our jobs perfectly. We are humanity's guardian in the shadows, and if we don't do our duty, it's the lives of our fellow humans that are lost in the end. It is good to know that the people preventing the worst from becoming reality take their job seriously. It is. Now, back to my question. What are your plans? I don't plan anything special in the following months. A tour of all my holdings within the Alliance, starting with a visit to the university here. They asked me to give a couple of lectures for the business course, and everyone interested in it. Considering a teaching position? Teased Andrew. Not really, I replied, shaking my head. At least not for now. Perhaps when I am in my 80s. Thanks to the increasing average lifespan of humans, it wasn't too strange to consider a teaching position in a university at an age where 200 years ago, one should be happy enough to still be alive. Nowadays, unless due to extraordinary circumstances, it was normal to have enough energy, health, and motivation to accomplish goals as if one were in one's 50s during my previous life. After that, I continued, I am going to visit different holdings, and meet with the people working there. It should be good to make my presence known. They haven't seen me take notice of them for quite some time, and they deserve to be commemorated for their hard work and loyalty. Good old PR work, right? Yes, I agreed. There is nothing better than showing you care personally about them to keep discontent low. Anything else? Nothing too strenuous. If you need me for anything, you can call me. I should get away from my plans without much trouble. And you still didn't say what you will be doing. Are you evading my question on purpose? Something you don't want me to know? Or are you simply difficult for the heck of it? I grinned at Andrew and saw him rolling his eyes good-naturedly when I answered, the latter. It is nothing special. I want to pay the people Nessara and Cesario contacted about my potential's demise and the opportunity it presents a visit. A simple reminder that an opportunity for success can turn sour quickly if one bets on the wrong horse. And what are you planning? A few lost contracts. A bad quarter or two. As long as they are wise, there will be no further consequences. If not? Well, they won't like it. You are only giving them a warning? That sounds quite merciful from you. I would have expected you to grind them into the dust for daring to go against you, commented Andrew. They didn't go against me directly. They were presented with an opportunity and didn't conspire against me. A warning should be enough, especially for those uninvolved. Furthermore, I lately spent too much time on minor things, letting them distract me from leading my company and everything else. I am not going to repeat that mistake if I can help it, I responded with a wry smile. Hopefully, I would stand by my words. One could never know what the future brings, but I would do my best to concentrate on my goals and evaluate chances more thoroughly before jumping in. Well, said Andrew, holding up his beer, at least I won't have to deal with the fallout of you going on a rampage through the Alliance's business world. Now, why should I go through a rampage through my kingdom? I asked, clinking my bottle with Andrews. To our kingdoms, he raised a toast, which I returned with a smile, and despite my unwillingness to acknowledge it, I was quite eager to get back to work. Chapter 60. June 14, 2174. 1543. Terra Nova, Asgard System. Scott. And on that note, we end today's lecture. Furthermore, this was the last of my guest lectures for the foreseeable future, as I don't know when I'll find the time to continue. Nonetheless, I thank you all for the attention and enthusiasm you showed during my time here. I wish you all the best for your future endeavors. I inclined my head lightly toward my captivated audience, which applauded politely. Giving the students a last smile and wave, I left the podium and the room before I was intercepted by the university's dean. A good lecture, Mr. Dean Bren. Are you sure I can't convince you to at least think about giving more lectures? A genuine smile appeared on my face as I shook his hand. And as I said the last few times, I don't have the time to come more often after this semester. I plan to travel quite a lot and probably spend a lot of time on the Citadel. The commute would be too much. Perhaps during my twilight years. You can't take offense at me trying to get you to stay here. You may be the main sponsor of this university, and your name is deeply entwined with it, but having you as a professor would be a boon to our reputation. I couldn't help the small laugh that escaped me. I liked Dean Korha. He didn't mince his words and never tried to ingratiate himself with me during the time I spent here at the university. No, I can't, I admitted. But your administration would probably start to hate you for that move. Think about all the applications you will get if I teach here. Dean Korha faked a grimace at the thought. You may be right about that. We already get too many applications per year, so we have to employ more people to administer the entry tests. And we had to increase our standards before the applications even get through the first selection. Really? I didn't know that. Was that in the information package you send every sponsor? We did. It should be under the point of administrative changes. Well, I should probably read them by myself instead of letting my aides give me a summary, I replied awkwardly. And I meant it. Nothing was more embarrassing than not knowing what was happening at an institution you helped found and financed since its inception. It is of no consequence. Should anything important happen where we need your help, I will leave a personal message. Dean Korha assured me. You know that we hold our educators to a high standard and expect our students to respond to it to ensure that our graduates are among the best. Of course, I know, I said. I was part of the committee that decided the direction this university was to develop. And I helped to recruit the first professors. You should know that. You were there. I am sorry, apologized the dean. I sometimes fall back into the habit of explaining and repeating everything. Perhaps a holdover from when I was a professor, too. With a wave, I showed that I wasn't offended and that he should continue, which he did. Thankfully, we succeeded, and by now, we are among the best universities inside the alliance. And due to our success, we get far more applications than we can handle. We have to reject more than half of all applications. Yet, we have the best of students. Always wonderful to hear. After all, a lot of your graduates are applying to my company, I said and looked behind the dean, where I saw a student standing at a door and outside the circle of my bodyguards, looking toward us. And it seems like one of your students wants to talk to us. Dean Korha turned around, and his face brightened when he recognized the student. He waved and called, Ms. Pandey. Come over. Realizing that I may not like to talk to a student, Dean Korha turned to me and raised an eyebrow questioningly. I nodded to his unasked question, and he repeated his gesture of calling the student to us. May I present to you Mr. Dean Bren, one of our brightest students in the engineering track? Ms. Beena Pandey. The young woman who stood before me came barely up to my chest, and I had to look down at her tanned face to look into her dark brown eyes. Black horn rims dominated her face, but the glasses made her eyes look bigger than normal, and besides the emotions in them, I could also recognize the immense intellect of the person before me. I was always a champion of the saying that the eyes were the windows to the soul, and I saw the confirmation of it once again. Her black hair fell around her shoulders, but the most attention-grabbing thing about it was the bright blonde streak that started at her left front and parted her hair into two parts. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Pandey. It seems like Dean Korha thinks highly of you, I greeted her and held my hand out for her. She looked unsure if she should take it and loosen her grip on the day top hat she held to her chest, but decided to take it. I could feel her hand tremble in mine, and I shook her hand firmly but gently to reassure her. It's nice to meet you, too, Mr. Dean Bren. It is an honor, Ms. Pandey replied, and even her voice shook with nervousness, made even worse by her accent. I smiled reassuringly, trying to calm her down. The honor is mine. I always like to meet with the new generation, especially the best of tomorrow. My words had the intended effect and caused her to blush. Thank you, she whispered. Now, Ms. Pandey, Dean Korha brought himself back into the conversation, what do you have there? He pointed to her data pad. Is that the reason why you approached us? Yes, it is, Ms. Pandey exclaimed, and I noticed how she brightened up when Mr. Korha brought up her reason for coming to us. She turned the data pad she held to her chest around and tipped around on it, disengaging the security on it, and I saw some schematics appear on it. I am sorry to bother you with this, Mr. Dean Bren, but when I heard you would be a guest lecturer, I knew I just had to show you this. Any reason why you waited until my last day? I am not judging you, but I am curious. I probably won't be able to review that and give you feedback personally. She looked down momentarily and whispered, it is a bit of a hurdle to overcome to talk to you as a simple student, and I wanted to check over the data and tidy it up. I nodded and smiled when she looked back up and said, understandable. I, too, would be nervous to talk to you if our roles were reversed. Stand proud, Ms. Pandey, Dean Korho reassured her. You're one of our best students, and every single one of your professors has nothing but the highest praises for you. I have no doubt that anything you have to show and feel is important enough to enter a restricted area is worthy of Mr. Dinabran's time. I couldn't help the small chuckle as I saw how her eyes widened when she realized what she had done. I am sure that the Dean will overlook this fact as a favor to me. But only if you show me what you have. The Dean agreed with a nod, and Ms. Pandey took a deep breath before she turned her data pad to me and started to talk. I've been working on this for 2 years now. Ever since I talked with Dr. Hashim when he held his lectures here. Dr. Hashim is always a welcome guest at our university, and whenever we can announce that he's going to hold a class, we have to link the screens of 2 more lecture halls to accommodate all students who want to participate in the course. We even have to hold a lottery for the main lecture hall where he talks. Takahashi is as popular as ever, I snorted, remembering when I first met him, and back then, I never thought that he would become something akin to a rock star in his chosen scientific field. He was a genius, of that I had no doubt, yet he didn't give off the impression of being able to handle public speaking well. Nowadays, he looked respectable instead of someone who hadn't bathed or showered for a week. It's nothing, I waved off as I noticed the questioning looks they sent me. It is an old memory between Takahashi and I. I rolled my eyes at their continued looks and gestured to Ms. Pandey that she could continue. After one of the tasks he set for us during his lecture, he invited me and some others who accomplished it to Dr. Hashim's specifications. During the conversation, he discussed a project he was working on for you. It concerns the possibility of syncing multiple smaller E0 cores to achieve the same effect as a gigantic one. Furthermore, we discussed the way to accomplish the task, and I am sure Dr. Hashim already managed to do it. But ever since then, I couldn't get it out of my mind, especially since E0 cores and connected technologies have been the topics of my bachelor's thesis. It is my specialty. My master's thesis is going to be in that field, too. I listened while nodding along. It sounded like Takahashi was doing his best to nurture and make an impression on those he found had the greatest talent and intellect of the new generation. Besides, I was sure he was also recruiting them into his team or at least into Ad Astra's R&D division. Perhaps I should ask him about it when I visit Reach sometime during the next 2 or 3 months. I worked on that project during my free time and found a way to reduce the energy upkeep of the cores while keeping their output at the same level. If you want to take a look, she said and swiped over her datapad before holding it up so that I could take a look. It would be false to say that I completely understood everything I saw, yet my understanding was enough to get a good picture of what Ms. Pandey had created. A good enough picture to know that this was revolutionary and something that Takahashi would want to see. I didn't have any way to contact Dr. Hashim personally, and I didn't want to send in my work through channels where I don't know through how many hands it's going before it reaches him. I nodded along with her words. She understood how valuable her work was and the possibility of a leak in the communication chain. Having those schematics in the hands of Cerberus, people willing to sell them outside of the alliance, or even an organization from outside, would be disastrous. I understand your caution. It was correct for you to wait. This, I pointed at the datapad, is probably more valuable than a cruiser or 2. And if you want, I will make sure it will get to Dr. Hashim with a courier I trust unconditionally. She hesitated for a moment before turning the datapad around and tipping furiously. After a minute, she nodded to herself and handed it to me, saying, I trust you, sir. I secured the schematics with a program that a friend and I developed together, and the password is the word Dr. Hashim said to me when I asked how he chooses his tea, followed by the word in binary. Perhaps it was a bit extensive on her part concerning the security, but if it gave her peace of mind, I wouldn't say anything and take the datapad with a nod. I will give it to my courier, who usually handles all the communication between me and Dr. Hashim that can't be conveyed through the extranet. She will get it to him promptly. I'll also tell him that you can temporarily be added to the list of people who can send messages to the secure location he's currently working at. At least until you graduate. After that, it will be your decision. Thank you, Mr. Dean Bren, she exclaimed, and a bright smile, which lit her whole face up, appeared. Yet, there was a question in her eyes that she decided to speak out loud. But, What are you meaning by my decision? Well, I drawled, it will be your decision if you are going to accept the job offer I am giving you after you graduate. Ad Astra's research and development department is always on the lookout for talent like you. You're offering me a job? She exclaimed, and I had to suppress a wince at the high pitch. Of course. With this, I pointed at the day top ad Ms. Pandey had given me, I would be a moron to not offer you one. If Dr. Hashiam agrees, you will given a minor position on his team. How you go from there will be completely up to you. This time, I was prepared for the high-pitched shriek coming from her, but as she tried to jump me for a hug, I drew the line. With a swift step back, I got out of her range, and as she noticed what I did, she started to recompose herself. When I looked at Dean Korha, he was smiling awkwardly at me, a bit embarrassed at her actions. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me, Ms. Pandey explained, retreating into herself and looking to the ground. It's all right, I reassured. It is an exciting and surprising offer. I will send someone to you in the coming days with 2 contracts for you. One for your schematics and one for the job offer. The first is going to be the standard contract for sold intellectual property. Of course, I will personally increase the amount of money for the one-time payment, in addition to the percentage you're getting, since it is extremely valuable to us. Her eyes widened at my words. Apparently, Ms. Pandey hadn't even thought about getting compensated for her work. You agree to sell these schematics, your research and everything connected to it to Ad Astra, right? I had to ask the question. It was the right thing to do. I could not have mentioned it, but that would have been idiotic as there would have been numerous consequences, especially a hit to my reputation. Besides, I wanted to recruit Ms. Pandey, and that would be impossible when she calmed down and realized what she had done. Ms. Pandey stuttered, I hadn't even thought about that. I know, I replied. That's why I am mentioning it. Thank you, she said while bowing her head slightly. It is my duty, I said, smiling at her. Now, you still haven't answered my question. Yes. She almost shouted. Then she repeated in a more normal tone, yes, I agree to sell my research to Ad Astra. Then we will be in contact, I said, telling her that she could leave, which she did with more thanks for the offer and my time. Dean Korha hadn't said anything during my last exchange with his student, but the smile he sent me spoke more than any words he could say. You truly have a very bright student, I said, and his smile turned into a big grin. Our university has them, Dean Korha answered. If more students show such outstanding talent and achievements, can I forward an introduction to their work to your offices? At least, if they want. I'll leave the contact details for one of my best scouts with your office, I responded and held out my hand. He shook it and bid farewell, leaving me alone with my bodyguards. Well, let's get to work and kick the hornet's nest that is politics, I said to no one in particular while stretching my arms above my head. June 20, 2174. 1308. Arcturus Station, Arcturus System. Recreation District. Contrary to popular belief among those who never visited the heart of the Alliance government and only thought of Arcturus Station as a governmental and military building, the station had a thriving civilian component. Shops, clubs, restaurants, cafes, businesses, and more could be found on the station, which tried to be a miniature and man-made recreation of the citadel. Furthermore, there were also schools and parks for families. A necessary addition since the personnel working on the station, be they governmental or military, often had families who didn't want to be separated from them by hundreds of light years. I should know. I saw the construction plans before the materials arrived at the place where the station was going to be built. Sitting here at the biggest park of the station and sipping on a wonderful coffee, it was hard to marvel at what humanity achieved in the middle of space without the help of one of the more established species in the galaxy. Furthermore, hearing the happy shouts of children playing in the park and seeing them running around without care was enough to bring a smile to my face. A genuine smile, not one of those I used during negotiations, nor one of those empty smiles to hide my real emotions, nor those to achieve something. It's nice to simply sit here and observe this peacefulness, right? Asked Michael Port, drinking his cappuccino with cinnamon slowly and enjoying every sip. It is, I answered, doing the same with a simple coffee with milk. Seeing with one's eyes the things we achieved and want to protect is wonderful. And being able to enjoy it without worrying about the protection part and knowing competent people are on the job that can do it without my input is great. Really? There is nothing you would rather take the lead on? At the moment. Michael deliberated, looking up in thought. No. Nothing. I am happy working on my projects and having enough time for my family. Then, I am happy for you, too, I answered truthfully. And I meant it. I did not follow his career closely after we both left the Alliance in our official capacities, but I always had an eye on any news about him. While they were sparse, they reported about the various charities and aid projects throughout the Alliance Michael headed. His reputation was as clean as ever, and among certain circles, it soared even higher. If he ever decided to return to politics and run for the post of president again, it wouldn't surprise me if the election would be a sure thing for him. After all, he was the first president of the alliance and an extremely successful to boot. Yet, it didn't matter. Michael didn't want to be involved in politics, for now. Who knew what the future would bring? Yet, you're asking for a meeting with me in a public place on the station that is the heart of alliance politics. Aren't you going to ask me something? Nope, I said, popping the word with no little enjoyment at the surprised look and raised eyebrow. We are simply having a nice conversation among friends. You are tormenting them, aren't you? There was no need to specify who them was. They annoyed me by going over the line, and now I am giving them a little payback by making them sweat about what I am planning with this meeting. And what do you plan? Asked Michael. Absolutely nothing, I replied, smiling at him and tapping my right hand on my left wrist, implying without words that I had a jammer active so that even the agents reporting directly to government officials wouldn't be able to report anything. Michael hid his face in his hands and said, "You're a monster." I knew he didn't mean it. After all, the quiet laugh couldn't mean anything else, in my opinion. Only for some time. Their transgression wasn't so bad that I am going to do more than this. I am not going to escalate. That's not something I want to see, Michael commented. I have seen you annoyed, peeved, and angry but never in a mood ready to escalate, and I probably never want to see it directed at someone undeserving. Considering I started a minor crusade against Eclipse after they killed one of my employees, and some would say I acted disproportionately by doing this. But at least I evicted Eclipse from the alliance and made sure their organization never would be able to take root inside our territory. And that could only be a good thing. Yet, I knew I couldn't prevent some mercenary outfit from operating inside the alliance territory, which would mean I would have to devote a considerable amount of my time to this project. And I didn't want to start another project like the one on Ilium. I promise you, only those deserving of my wrath will see me escalating. And currently, there is no one deserving of it, so it won't happen anytime soon. The galaxy sends its thanks, replied Michael, eliciting a short laugh from me. Now, how do you want this little play of yours for our dear observers to continue? My smile widened when I heard him. His consent and willingness to play along were nice. Nothing difficult. In essence, we simply continue doing what we're doing, perhaps drinking another coffee, and afterward, when we see each other off, we smile and shake hands. And if you could do me the favor of not answering any questions when they're going to ask what we talked about, that would be great. Simple enough, Michael answered and exactly did as I asked. Furthermore, I think it will have some positive effects for me, too. How so? I asked, having not expected Michael to get something out of this. There are some bureaucratic hurdles some of my projects are experiencing, and this little play could help to accelerate the process or let them completely disappear. I wouldn't be surprised if certain people thought that this would make me more agreeable to not do what they think you're asking me. Lifting my coffee in acknowledgement of his goals, I replied, well, in that case, I am happy to be of use to you. I help you, you help me, and nobody has to suffer more than a few sleepless nights worrying about our plans. And my projects are going to help a lot of people. Do you want to hear about them? I could use another coffee, I said, putting down my empty cup, but sure. Tell me how you and your wife are making the galaxy a better place. And he did. Michael started to tell me everything about all his ongoing projects and even managed to get me to agree to some substantial donations. I didn't know how, but he did. Meanwhile, I had some fun picking out everyone who was observing us, and thinking about the mercenary situation within the alliance. Perhaps I should look into the situation and pick out one of the established organizations with morals and a work ethos I could agree with. Maybe I should search for Zaid Massani if he started the Blue Suns, or recruit him into one. This is the latest chapter up to date.